I live in the picturesque Pacific Northwest, inside a remote area of Washington state. It's both beautiful and rugged. So much of it remains untamed and completely wild. Seemingly endless precipitation feeds into the snow-capped mountains, natural waterfalls, rivers, streams, and of course some lakes. As giant storm clouds move in from the Pacific Ocean, a hurricane ridge forces those clouds upward, where temperatures and air pressure decrease. The result is snowfall in the highlands and almost a constant drizzle in the lowlands for most of the year. It's estimated that Mount Olympus gets over 50 feet of snow each year, and the Hoh Rainforest records almost 12 feet of rain annually. As these storm clouds pass over the Olympic mountain range and approach Puget Sounds, they still manage to drop over a foot of snow and close to 5 feet of rain each year, mostly from October to March. If you live here, you adapt. You don your North Face or Columbia rain jacket, your Keen or Vessi boots, and you head outside. The area natives joke around that you can always recognize tourists by the umbrellas that they carry. As the winter months approach, the plentiful rainfall serves to keep plants green year-round and accessible to grazing animals such as deer, elk, and mountain goats. In turn, they are accessible to their predators, bears, lynx, bobcats, and of course mountain lions. Finding bear scat in the woods behind my house was quite commonplace. Mostly, it would contain undigested huckleberries or blackberry seeds. Once, it was entirely made up of tiny conical shells, which left me wondering if that bear consumed a whole pile of tiny seashells or if maybe it had consumed something else that had eaten those snails first. It wasn't often that I actually saw a bear, but it did happen a few times, and it was always from the safety of my living room. She seemed drawn to those huckleberry bushes that surrounded my back deck. I was just grateful she hadn't discovered or wasn't interested in my bird feeders. Having to fend off these tiny Douglas squirrels was bad enough. How would I even begin to bear-proof my bird feeders? I awoke one cold and drizzly morning in late November and realized Christmas was fast approaching me. It was too early to cut down a tree, but I already had several requests from family members for wreaths and garland. Today was just as good as any to start collecting some cedar and some pine trimmings. I put on my rain jacket and Vessies and glanced at my mini Aussie, who was seated in front of me, her ears up and head tilted to one side. She seemed to be studying me closely. The sight of my outside feet meant she was hoping that maybe we were going on a hike. It's not time for a walk just yet, baby girl. I scratched under her collar as she leaned back into my touch. I was thinking about yesterday evening and the sound of breaking branches that sent her into the woods chasing deer. She had a pretty good recall, but it still would take several minutes for her to return to me. And it would take me several stay closes, and that's 2 fars. I didn't want to deal with worrying about her while gathering up those pine trimmings. We'll go later, I promise. I'll just be a little too busy to watch you. You stay here. She looked a little defeated as she went to lie down in her bed, right next to the wood-burning stove. I stepped outside and walked off the back deck, heading towards the shed to grab some pruning shears. I never bothered to lock my shed or my car or even my house sometimes. I lived in a pretty remote area. My nearest neighbors were miles away, and both cabins were vacation homes. The Millers lived in Portland. The Conrights lived in Seattle. Both couples retired early, and I only saw them occasionally on long weekends or sometimes on holidays. As was my tradition, I'd be sure to make Christmas wreaths for them and hang them on their doors just before they arrived for the Christmas season. I knew they appreciated that gesture. Having now secured those pruning shears, I decided to head down the gentler sloping parts of the ravine behind my house, just a turn and a slight jaunt away. There were lots of cedar and western hemlock down there, and I knew those lower branches would be pretty easily accessible. As I worked, I pulled on the hood of my raincoat. The drizzle was almost like mist, and my hair was starting to get a little too wet. I continued making piles of trimmings, moving from one tree to another. I planned to gather up my piles and then carry them back up to the house when I felt like I collected enough. The drizzle built up into fat drops on the tree branches above me, and gravity eventually forced them down upon my head. The hood of my raincoat amplified that sound. Every few seconds or so, I'd hear that plop, plop, plop. And then suddenly, I became aware that that was the only sound I was hearing. The forest had fallen completely silent, dead silent except for the rain. Another drop fell on my hood and a frigid chill ran up my spine. A sense of dread washed over me. I looked up and watched birds noiselessly flying away. My heart then sank into my stomach and panic began to grip me. Where is it? I slowly turned around, eyes darting in every direction, looking for it, but I didn't know exactly what it was. But I knew enough that a silent forest meant that something was nearby. Another raindrop. Where are you? Where are you? It had to be a bear. And then I heard movement in a thicket of huckleberries 10 feet to my right. I swiveled around slowly. My breath caught in my throat as I realized I was staring straight at a cougar. A big cougar at that. He had to be at least 170 or maybe even 180 pounds. How long had he been stalking me? He was low to the ground, ears forward, haunches raised, eyes wide and pupils dilated. For a split second, my panic subsided. He kind of reminded me of a giant house cat, ready to pounce on a moth. But then my panic instantly welled back up as I realized I was the moth in this scenario. Have you ever stopped to think and forgot to start again? Because that's what happened to me in that moment. I was just completely discombobulated. I couldn't seem to form a coherent thought. I knew I could potentially encounter a bear if I'd seen one, so I started carrying a small air horn inside my rain pocket, but ask me if I remembered the horn because I didn't. What's the protocol for encountering a cougar? If it's brown, just lie down. If it's black, you might fight back. Nope, that's for bears. That's not gonna help me here. I reached inside my pocket for my phone. May as well record my last moments. The cougar then crept forward, closing the very small gap between us before I could press the record button on my phone. Finally, my mind kicked into gear. Oh yeah, I need to make myself appear big. I need to be scary. Still holding my phone in one hand and those pruning shears in the other, I raised my hands outward and above my head. Stomping my foot, in the meanest voice I yelled out, "No! Bad cat! That's a very bad cat thing to do." He crept forward again. I took a step back, but continuing in my attempt to be big and scary. With my hands still raised, I stomped my foot again. I said, "No! Listen to me. You are a very bad cat and I won't taste good. Go find a deer to eat. Leave me alone." I stomped my foot again for good measure. The cougar seemed to regard me for a long moment before creeping forward yet again. I matched his forward step by stepping backward. Once more, I stomped my foot in the ground though. "Damn it! You're being a very bad cat. Stop it. Leave me the fuck alone." Suddenly, the cougar raised himself to a standing position. He turned around and walked off. What just happened? I need to get a picture of him because nobody's gonna believe me when I tell them about what just happened. I was shaking like a leaf. I had difficulty even opening up my camera app on my phone, but managed to snap some pictures of the cougar as he sauntered off back into the forest. My heart was still pounding in my chest as intrusive thoughts began racing throughout my mind. What if he's not gone? What if he's circling back around? I can't run. Cougars chase running prey. Oh God, I'm cougar prey now. I began slowly stepping backward up the slope of the ravine in the direction of my house. I was almost home when I heard the birds start up again, and that's when I turned around and sprinted back into my house, bounded up the deck steps and shut and locked the door. My mini Aussie's little wiggle butt danced around me, happy that I was home. What if I'd taken my dog with me? That would have been bad. I collapsed on the couch and took a deep breath. I looked again at those pictures on my phone. They were blurry. Of course they were blurry. I was shaking so badly I couldn't even keep the phone still. Did that really just happen though? Was I almost a cougar's lunch? If it had attacked me, could I even have fought it off? Probably not. How long before somebody would even notice I was missing? Oh God. How long would my dog go without food? I sat on that couch for a long time, trying to slow my breathing and waiting for those intrusive thoughts to just finally go away. If this was fiction, I would have started taking judo lessons so I could stand up to the next cougar that I encountered. I'd make sure my loved ones knew exactly where I was at all times. I'd make sure that my dog always had access to a week's worth of food. The story would end and the reader would know that I was better off because of that experience with the cougar. They would then be able to tell that I'd become a stronger, smarter, and more resilient person. But this isn't fiction, is it? It's real life. And all I did was take a wrong turn off my porch and then wander off into the wilderness. And sometimes, stories end with a freaked out woman sitting on her couch, staring at a few blurry pictures of a cougar's ass. Meow. We were 2 hours into the hike before I started to feel that doubt creeping in, a faint itch at the back of my mind that I could not quite shake. I don't think it was the trail itself, no, the trail was picturesque. Tall pines swaying around me, the faint chirp of distant birds mixed with the crunch of our boots created this symphony of nature that I'd usually find calming, but on this hike, something just was different about it. It was off and I couldn't put my finger on why. Garrett was up ahead of me, whistling some tuneless melody, his oversized backpack bouncing against his rump. Haley followed behind him, all smiles and sunny optimism as she swatted at a few mosquitoes. Meanwhile, I trailed behind both of them, trying to not let my unease show. "This better be worth it," Garrett called back, stopping briefly to adjust his backpack. "If this hot spring is just a puddle in the dirt, I'm blaming you." "It's supposed to be amazing," Haley chimed in. "The gas station guy said the locals swear by it. Super secret and super worth it." "Yeah, secret enough that we might not ever find it," I muttered under my breath. That hike was easy enough at the start, well-marked trails and a handful of other hikers nodding those polite greetings as we passed by. Some had towels slung over their shoulders or wore swimsuits peeking out from beneath their hiking gear, encouraging signs that we were on the right track. But after we reached that fork in the path, things got murky. The wooden signpost at the split was faded, almost nearly illegible, arrows pointing in either direction equally unhelpful. Garrett bent down and squinted at it, muttering, "Left goes what? Towards the gorge, and then the right is hot springs?" I offered, though I wasn't entirely sure. Something felt right about going right though, and the clerk at the gas station had been pretty specific. "Take the right at the bend, you'll know when you see it." This had to be what he was talking about. "Are you sure?" Haley asked, brushing her ponytail off her neck. She looked between the two paths, uncertainty showing immediately on her face. "Pretty sure," I said, more confident than I actually felt. "I mean, it matches what the guy said, right?" Garrett just shrugged. "Right it is." The three of us turned down the right-handed path, air growing thicker as the trees closed in. The trail became a lot less maintained here, and the further we went, the quieter it seemed to get. No more birdsong, no distant laughter from other hikers, just us and that rhythmic crunch of our boots. "You notice how we haven't seen anybody else for quite a while now?" Haley said, breaking the silence. "Probably just because it's off season," Garrett replied, even though he didn't sound too convinced. I didn't respond. My gut did indeed tell me something wasn't adding up, but I just kept my mouth shut. The last thing that I wanted to be right now was that paranoid one. Besides, I reasoned that we'd heard the sound of rushing water earlier, probably a creek feeding into the springs. We had to be close. Still, the trees felt closer now, their branches almost like they were clawing at the sky. We passed the remnants of an old marker. Its wood was rotted through, and the lettering completely obscure. It might have said something important once upon a time, but now it was just another sign that we were far from the well-trodden trails. Okay, do you think we should just turn back? Haley said. Garrett laughed, even though it sounded forced. What? And admit defeat? Nah, we gotta keep going. Hot springs or bust. I just nodded, forcing myself to push that doubt aside. Again, that clerk had been clear. The right path was the right way. The trail narrowed as we moved deeper and deeper into the forest. And the further we went, the more out of place that we continued to feel. Gone were the occasional trail markers, replaced instead by moss-covered rocks and patches of mud that sucked at our boots. The air carried this damp chill now, and every now and again a low rustling sound came from somewhere just out of sight. Each time it happened, I would quickly tell myself, it's nothing, it's the wind, it's a squirrel, something harmless. But that feeling in my gut would not go away. Okay, I know I sound like a broken record here, but anybody else starting to feel like this is a giant mistake? Haley asked. She was glancing over her shoulder, expecting to see something or someone behind us. No, Garrett said, even though his tone betrayed his words. He shifted his pack higher on his shoulders and then just kept forging ahead. Look, we've come this far, right? We've got to hear the spring soon enough. Let's just keep going. Not long after, we did. A faint rushing sound quickly reached our ears, growing louder with each step. It wasn't the soothing gurgle that I imagined for a hot spring, but a steady roar of a creek. When we reached it, the water wasn't steaming or inviting, it was icy cold, crashing over jagged rocks, jutting from the surface. Okay, this can't be right, Haley murmured, crouching by the edge. She trailed her fingers in the water for just a moment before pulling back sharply. Water is water, Garrett said. We gotta be close, let's just keep following it. I don't think any of us wanted to admit how wrong it all was. The trail, if you could even call it that anymore, wound around the creek's edge. The trees overhead us were so dense now that the sunlight barely even pierced through. When we stumbled across the camp, it didn't really hit me at first what it was. Piles of trash were scattered across the clearing. Beer cans, torn sleeping bags, and something that looked like a melted cooler. It smelled faintly of mildew and something else, sharp and acidic. Looks like somebody's been squatting here, I think, Garrett said, kicking out an empty chip bag. This is gross, Haley muttered, her face scrunched up in disgust. She nudged this soggy, wet t-shirt with the toe of her boot. Who leaves this kind of mess in the middle of nowhere? We continued to poke around, and I noticed something strange. No signs of a fire pit, no cooking gear, nothing practical, just trash. Like somebody decided to dump their entire life here and just leave. Or maybe they hadn't left at all. My thought was immediately cut short when we heard voices. It drifted through the trees, faint but growing louder by the second. Laughter, high and manic, followed by bursts of incomprehensible chatter. Garrett stiffened, his hand tightening around the strap of his pack. Haley looked at me, her eyes wide. Other hikers? She whispered, though the look on her face said she didn't believe what she was saying. Could be, I guess. Though I didn't believe it either. Those voices grew louder, and then we saw them, a group of people stumbling down the creek toward us. They were half naked, their clothes were in tatters, with streaks of dirt and something darker smeared across their skin. In front was a wiry man with wild hair. He was bobbing his head to some music that he seemed to be the only one listening to. Behind him, a woman spun in circles, arm raised like she was in a trance of her own. What the hell? Garrett whispered. Hey, I called out, forcing a smile that felt brittle. "We're looking for the hot springs. Are we close by chance?" The others behind him went still, their movements ceasing as if somebody had flipped some kind of switch. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Then the man tilted his head. "Hot springs," he said, voice in a low drawl. He looked back at the others and a ripple of laughter spread out throughout them. "Boring old people," one of them muttered. "Always looking for lame shit." "You're ruining it," another hissed. "Okay, we should go," Haley then said under her breath, taking a step backward. "No kidding, yeah, let's do it," Garrett muttered, already turning himself. We didn't wait for a proper goodbye. I threw in one last glance over my shoulder as we started back down the trail. The group was still watching us, faces unreadable, bodies unnervingly still. But as we rounded that bend, a faint sound of footsteps told me they hadn't stayed still after all. "They're following us," I whispered. "Just keep moving," Garrett said. "Don't look back at them." But I couldn't help it. Every now and again, I stole glances behind me, catching glimpses of movement in the trees and shadows darting between trunks. They weren't walking exactly, they were more like slinking, their movements almost animalistic. Just our luck to not only take a wrong turn, but to also find a bunch of druggy burnouts in the other direction. The trail that we'd followed earlier was barely visible now. It was swallowed up by the forest. Garrett was leading us off the path entirely, cutting through the undergrowth in a desperate attempt to lose them. Branches whipped at my face. My legs were burning as we scrambled over fallen logs and throughout these tangled brushes. "Do you think they're dangerous?" Haley said. "Does it matter? Let's just keep moving," Garrett shot back. The sound of them continued to grow, a cacophony of laughter and rustling leaves. The panic was rising, threatening to choke me. My mind raced with half-formed thoughts. Who were they? What did they want? But none of that mattered. We needed to just get away. Finally, we broke through the trees and stumbled onto the trail again. The fork loomed ahead of us, and without thinking, we took the left path this time, the one we should have taken the whole time. The sound of water grew louder, and for a moment, I thought we finally lost them, but then from somewhere behind us came this long whooping call, echoing around like a hunter's cry. "You're not giving up," Haley gasped out, her face pale. "No," I said, my throat dry. "They're not." That left-hand path was an overgrown mess, barely more than a suggestion of a trail winding through the underbrush. Branches continued to snag our clothes. The ground was uneven beneath our feet, but we didn't stop. We couldn't. Behind us, that hollering and laughter grew louder and louder. I felt like they were everywhere at once, like the forest was conspiring to funnel us back into their grasp. "Just keep going," Garrett barked, his voice strained. He wasn't whistling anymore, wasn't cracking any more jokes. His face was set in grim determination as he just plowed ahead of us. Haley was sobbing softly, her breaths hitching as she stumbled along. My own panic continued to bubble up, but I swallowed it down, focusing on my footing. One wrong step, one twisted ankle, and we're done for. That sound of water continued to grow, the steady rush of it cutting through the chaos. I clung to that sound like a lifeline, praying it meant we were close to the springs now. Maybe there was other people there, normal people, hikers, anybody who could help us. "They're faster than us," Haley said, clutching my arm. "They're gonna catch us." "No, they're not," I lied, pushing her forward. "We're almost there." We broke through the tree line and into a clearing. That hot spring spread out before us, a series of steaming pools carved into the rocky terrain, their surfaces shimmering in the pale light. That smell of sulfur hung heavy in the air, and for the first time in what felt like hours now, I heard something other than that whooping and hollering of our pursuers. Laughter, normal laughter, and the low hum of conversation. There were people here, families and couples lounging by the water, towels spread out on the rocks. I even heard a dog bark somewhere nearby. We stumbled into that clearing like refugees, our clothes torn and our faces streaked with dirt. Heads turned, curious and concerned, as we collapsed onto the rocks, gasping out for air. Haley was openly crying now, her hands shaking as she clung to Garrett. I scanned the edge of the forest, expecting them to come bursting out immediately after us, but there was nothing. Just the quiet rustle of leaves and the distant roar of the creek. "Oh, they stopped," Garrett said. "They're not following us anymore." Even as he said it, I still couldn't believe it. My eyes continued to dart back to the tree line, searching for any sign of movement. And I saw them. There they were, just beyond the edge of the clearing. Pale faces barely visible through the foliage. They were crouched low. That wiry man from before was at the front, hollow eyes locked on us. He raised a hand, and for a moment I thought he was going to wave, but instead, he did this sharp slicing motion across his throat. I froze, my breath catching in my chest. One by one, the others melted back into the forest, their forms vanishing into the shadows like they'd never been there at all. The clearing was too quiet now, the normalcy of it, a jarring contrast to the nightmare that we just barely escaped from. "You see them anymore?" I whispered. Garrett and Haley looked at me. They hadn't seen anything, or maybe they just didn't want to. "We should just go," Haley said. "I'm not staying here." But where would we go? Back through the forest? Back past them? That thought was unbearable. For now, the hot springs were the safest place that we could be, surrounded by strangers whose presence felt like a shield. We hung out there for the rest of the day, enjoying the area but still constantly looking over our shoulders. Some of the other folks there explained they had indeed kicked those party kids out of the Springs area, and they were still in the area and still bitter. It didn't surprise them one bit to hear our story. No one had any trouble hiking back to the parking lot, including us. They turned out to be a lot of bark and very little bite. Thank God. Had to have been at least a decade ago, maybe even longer, back when I was still trying to be the kind of guy who fit in downtown on a Friday night. I'm sure you know the type. Skinny jeans, slick hair, enough confidence to choke a bull. At least until I was actually in the middle of a crowd. The city's nightlife had this reputation. Clubs with neon strobes spilling out into the sidewalks. Dive bars where every drink came with a story. And enough late-night food trucks to keep the scene alive until the first sliver of dawn. And that's where I was headed out, or at least that was my plan. And it started with one wrong turn. I've been walking for blocks now, following this loose mental map of where the action was. But in my eagerness, or maybe even my stupidity, I missed a key intersection, a left I should have taken. Instead, I found myself now inside the quieter part of town. At first, I didn't think too much about it. I'd always been a pretty big sucker for old buildings and strange streets. I figured, what the hell, I can backtrack soon enough. That architecture around here was different. Bars and the modern facades gave way to brick and stone. Buildings almost leaning over into the narrow streets itself. Some of them had plaques by the door, dates etched into the metal, built in 1908, restored in 1923. Others seemed to be defiant against time, windows dark and empty. I stopped underneath a flickering street lamp, trying to reorient myself. My phone's GPS was useless, the blue dot spinning like it couldn't decide where I actually was. Typical. Okay, I told myself to relax. This is just another quirky part of the city's charm. The sounds of the bustling city seemed to fade behind me though. No more laughter echoing from open doorways, no hum of distant traffic. Even my footsteps seemed muted against the cracked pavement. And that's when I saw this church. At first glance, it didn't even look real, like something out of a fever dream, or an old gothic novel. The whole thing was brick, dark and aged. A towering spire stretched off into the night sky, piercing it with this eerie precision. The roof was metal, a black so deep it seemed to swallow up the faint glow from the stars. I stopped in my tracks, staring up at the massive wooden doors atop a short set of stairs. They were arched and heavy, framed by these intricate carvings of saints and angels. It's hard to tell in the dim light though. This wasn't just a building, it was like a presence. I don't know why I felt drawn to it, but I did. Maybe it was the silence, or maybe it was the sense that stepping inside would somehow reset my whole night, like a checkpoint in a video game. I had been raised Catholic, though I hadn't set foot in a church in many, many years. But churches were safe, weren't they? A sanctuary. A place where even the worst kind of lost could find their own way. I climbed those steps, slow and deliberate. The door was enormous, its iron handle cold underneath my palm. I gave it a tentative push, but not really expecting it to open, but it did. The door groaned as it swung inward, revealing a dimly lit vestibule that smelled faintly of incense and old wood. In that moment, I hesitated, expecting somebody to rush out and demand what I was doing here. But the place remained silent. I stepped inside, letting the door close behind me. The air was cooler inside here, heavy with that ancient church scent of wax, dust, and stone. The main hall stretched before me, cavernous and empty. Rows of hard-wooden pews lined either side of a narrow aisle. At the far end, an altar stood bathed in shadow, flanked by tall, dark statues whose features were impossible to make out. For a brief moment, I just stood there, taking it all in. That architecture was indeed stunning. It was like this faded kind of grandeur that hinted at better days long gone. Stained glass windows lined the walls. A beautiful carved wooden balcony loomed above, running along the upper edges of the hall. Its railings were ornate with these gothic patterns. I wasn't really sure what I was looking for, maybe just a moment to catch my breath, to center myself before heading back out into the maze of streets. My eyes caught on a small wooden shelf mounted on the wall near the entrance. It was lined with unlit candles inside glass jars, and a sign above it read, "Light a candle for your prayer. Suggested donation $1. It felt quaint, charming even. I pulled out a crumpled dollar bill from my pocket, then slid it inside the metal slot, and selected my own candle. Striking a match from the box provided, I lit the wick and watched this tiny flame flicker to life. "Here's hoping I find my way," I muttered, half to myself and half to whatever forces might be listening to me. As the flame steadied, I turned my attention back to the hall. Curiosity pulled me forward though, past those rows of pews and toward a small spiral staircase tucked into the corner near the altar. The wrought iron steps spiraled high above into the balcony. Their edges were worn smooth by decades, maybe centuries of use. I just hesitated at the base, glancing back towards the entrance. It was still there, a dark rectangle of safety inside this otherwise suffocating space. That staircase seemed to call to me. Maybe it was the allure of seeing the hall from above, or maybe it was just the thrill of exploring a place I wasn't supposed to be in. Either way, I found myself climbing up. The steps creaked softly under my weight. When I reached the top, I stepped out onto the balcony and leaned over the railing, looking down at the hall below. It was beautiful in its own way, those candle lights casting long flickering shadows across the pews and the altar. And then I saw another candle. It was among the row of candles near the shelf on the entrance. Mine was still burning steadily, its flame warm and bright. But right next to it, another candle had been lit. I don't think I noticed it before, I was sure of that. A cold dread coiled up in my stomach. I was not alone. My gaze then darted to the staircase as my heart nearly stopped. Cast against the wall at the base of the stairs was a shadow, tall and broad, distinctively human. The proportions were off though. The shoulders seemed to be far too wide and the arms far too long. It just stood there, motionless, waiting. Hello? My voice echoed, brittle and weak. I got no response. I slowly moved back towards those steps. The shadow remained where it was, unmoving but somehow oppressive, daring me to come closer. When I reached the top of the staircase, I peered down cautiously. There was nobody there. That shadow had vanished. I descended those stairs as quickly as I could. I scanned the hall, expecting to see somebody, anybody, but it was empty. And then, out of nowhere, the lights went out. The sudden darkness was absolute and suffocating. My heart thundered in my chest as I stood frozen, listening. Somewhere off in the distance, I thought I heard a faint shuffling sound, like feet dragging against stone. The only light came from the row of candles near the entrance, their flames flickering weakly in the darkness now. I turned toward them, eyes straining to see, and that's when I heard a voice. Low and guttural, it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once.
Get the fuck out of here.
I whipped around, my eyes darting to the ceiling, where a dark shape now loomed above me. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, limbs impossibly long, and face still obscured by shadow. Surely it was just being cast against the ceiling, but it sure looked like something was crawling across the stone above me now. Panic surged through me. I bolted for the door. My hands fumbled at that heavy iron handle, yanking and pulling, but it wouldn't budge. And for a terrifying moment, I thought I was gonna die here in the dark with that thing. Then I remembered the lock. I reached down and found the bolt and slid it open. The door swung outward and I stumbled out onto the street. I staggered on the sidewalk, gulping down the cold night air like it was the first I'd ever tasted it. The world outside felt stark and flat, almost surreal. I turned back towards the church, half expecting to see that thing standing in the doorway, its two long arms reaching out for me. But there was nothing. Just the dark rectangle of an open door, yawning like a black hole. The interior inside was utterly still, the candlelight now barely visible from the street. My breath clouded out in front of me, and I listened, straining to hear any sign of pursuit. And for a long moment, it was just silence. Then faintly from within the church came the sounds of footsteps, deliberate footsteps, unhurried. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled up. I did not want to see what would happen next. I turned and started quickly walking down the street. I glanced over my shoulder, stomach clenched. The church door was closed now, though I never heard it slam shut. The street behind me was empty, but it still felt like something was there, just out of sight. I quickened my pace and my pulse pounded in my ears. My legs were aching, my lungs were burning from the exertion, but I didn't stop until I reached the next intersection. Without thinking, I turned right and kept walking, putting as much distance as I could between myself and that cursed building. A neon glow appeared ahead of me, faint at first but growing brighter with every step. It was a bar, just what I'd been looking for earlier. The sign over the door flickered in and out, buzzing faintly in the still night air. I stepped inside. The warm hum of conversation and clinking glass washed right over me. The place was small, crowded but cozy, with a long wooden bar stretching along one wall and a scattering of small tables. A jukebox in the corner played this old rock ballad, its tinny melody barely audible over the din. I slowly slid into one of the stools at the bar. A bartender, middle-aged man with a salt and pepper beard, raised an eyebrow as he approached me. "You look like you seen a ghost," he said, setting down a napkin in front of me. Yeah, something like that, I muttered. Beer me, please. Whatever's on tap. He nodded and poured me a pint, the amber liquid foaming at the top. I took a long pull, the cold bitterness grounding me slightly. I noticed my hands were still shaking, and I couldn't quite banish the image of that thing from my mind. Pulling out my phone, I opened up my browser, typed in the name of the street where I'd seen that church. I scrolled through the results, searching for, well, anything, a history, a legend, even just mentioning its existence, but there was nothing. I frowned and tried again, this time added haunted to the search. Still nothing. No photos, no stories, no record of a church like that ever even being there. I set my phone down, a chill creeping over me, despite the warmth of the bar. That didn't make sense. I was just there. I'd seen it, felt it even. No one had ever got the creeps like that in that place. I couldn't believe it. It couldn't just be me. But maybe it was better this way. Maybe some places were just meant to remain forgotten, their secrets buried in the dark where they belonged. I drained the rest of my beer and left a tip on the counter before stepping back out into the night. I didn't look back as I walked away from the bar, the memory of that shadowy spire burning deep in my mind. It was supposed to be a pretty simple trip, just a housewarming party for my buddy Luke and his fiancée Emma. Abby and I had spent most of that afternoon preparing. A casserole was bubbling in its dish, a bottle of wine was nestled in its gift bag, both sitting on the counter as we hurried around the house. "You got the directions, right?" Abby said, slipping on her shoes while I stuffed that casserole into a travel case. "I thought you did," I said, grinning. Her laugh was sharp but good-natured. Typical. "Fine, yeah, I'll just pull it up when we get in the car." We loaded up the car, and Abby in the passenger seat scrolled through her phone while I backed us out of the driveway. It was late afternoon and the sun had already begun its slow descent. The plan was simple: an hour-long drive, a few drinks, some laughter, and then drive home before midnight, hopefully. "Got it," Abby said, holding her phone up triumphantly. "GPS says we'll be there in 58 minutes. That was the last time that I felt confident about that entire evening. 20 minutes in, the directions started getting, well, weird. The GPS had us take a turn onto this narrow 2-lane road, flanked by these tall pines. "This can't be right," I said, glancing at Abby. She frowned at her phone. "It says we're on track. Luke did say it was kind of out of the way, remember?" "Yeah, sure, but this feels like we're in the middle of nowhere." The road continued to wind and twist, trees closing in tighter. Ever so often, a mailbox or small farmhouse would appear in the distance, but those grew fewer and far between. The houses were older out here, some with peeling paint and sagging porches. I adjusted my grip on the wheel, faint unease settling in my chest. At a stop sign, we took a left as instructed, and the pavement turned into dirt. The sound of gravel was now crunching under the tires, and it was unnervingly loud. "All right, I'm serious, this can't be right," I said again. Abby peered out the window. Let's just give it a couple of more miles. If we don't see anything, we'll turn around." Reluctantly, I just nodded. My headlights were casting long, shifting shadows as we pressed on into the dark. That dirt road in front of us seemed endless, though. The headlights were almost seemingly struggling to cut through that thickening darkness, playing tricks on my tired eyes. Abby leaned forward, her face illuminated by the glow of her screen. "We've been lost for what would you say, maybe 40 minutes? I checked the dashboard clock and then nodded to her. "At least. I think it's time to turn back now." She hesitated once more, then pointed ahead. Let's just give it one more mile. I swear Luke said that the place was just tucked away. We passed over train tracks, car jostling as the tires thudded against the wooden steel. A shiver ran through me, and I couldn't explain why, but the sight of those tracks had now filled me with dread. It felt like a line that we weren't supposed to cross. "Are you sure about this?" I said, my grip tightening on the wheel. Abby didn't answer right away this time. Instead, she was just staring out the passenger window, her brow furrowed. "It's so dark out here," she just murmured. Then I saw a street lamp. Its light was pale yellow, glowing faintly at the edge of a road like a beacon. Beyond it, there was just nothing but black. "That's it," I said firmly, slowing down the car. "We've gone way too far." Abby didn't even argue with me, she just nodded. "Yeah, I guess it's time to turn around." As I prepared to reverse though, something moved off in the distance. "What the hell?" I said. Two figures emerged from the darkness beyond that street lamp. They walked slowly, their movements seemed to be deliberate. As they stepped off into the light, I could see them more clearly now. They looked extremely tall and impossibly thin, their faces obscured by the shadows of wide-brimmed hats. Their clothes seemed to be old-fashioned, something out of a 19th century photograph. High collars, long coats, and boots that looked worn and dusty. Abby gasped aloud. "Who are they?" "I have no idea," I said. Those figures stopped directly beneath that street lamp. One of them raised a hand, beckoning us forward with a slow, deliberate motion. "Hell no," I said, throwing the car into reverse. Before I could move though, a sharp bang echoed against the passenger side window. Abby screamed, and my head whipped to the side. There was a man outside her window. He was leaning in close, his face only inches from the glass. His clothes were just as antiqued as the others, a frayed suit jacket over a strange shirt, black tie hanging loosely around his neck.
"Hey,"
he said, voice muffled by the glass.
"can we use your car?"
"What the?" I started, but my words were caught in my throat. The man then banged on the window again, harder this time.
"Let us in."
Abby was frozen. Her hands were clutching the edge of her seat. "Drive, drive, drive, drive," she whispered. And I didn't need to be told twice. I slammed the car into reverse and floored it, the tires kicking up dirt as we sped backward. The man stumbled away from the car. The two figures under the street lamp didn't move, they just stood there, watching us retreat. I spun the car around and accelerated down the road. "The hell was that?" I shouted, glancing at Abby. Her face was pale and her eyes wide. I don't know, just keep driving," she responded. The dirt road lay before us, and eventually those train tracks came into view. As we crossed them, I felt this strange sense of relief, like we'd escaped some kind of invisible boundary. In the rearview mirror, I saw them though. I looked back and saw the man who had banged on the window, now standing in the middle of the road. Behind him, those two figures from the street lamp were moving. Their long strides were eerily fast. "They're following us. How?" I said, voice shaking. Abby turned to look and see for herself. "Oh my God, go faster." I pressed down on the gas, the engine roaring as the car picked up the speed. The road blurred around us, the trees this dark tunnel of motion, and I didn't dare look back again. Finally, after what seemed like forever, that dirt road gave way to pavement. The faint lights of a nearby town appeared on the horizon as well. I slowed the car, hands still trembling on the wheel. Abby looked back. "They're gone," she said. I nodded, even though I wasn't even sure if I believed it. Those figures were now burned into my mind. Those weird hollow eyes and those strange old-fashioned clothes. "We're not telling Luke and Emma about this," I said. and Abby then let out a nervous laugh. Yeah, agreed. We drove in silence for the next few miles. The tension in the car was heavy and suffocating. When we finally pulled into Luke and Emma's driveway, the relief was overwhelming. Their house was bright and lively, the glow of warm yellow light spilling out into the lawn. Laughter and music was filtering through the open windows. I felt like we were stepping into a whole nother world, one where strange figures didn't haunt the shadows of forgotten roadways. Abby and I exchanged one more look before stepping out of the car. We climbed up the steps to the porch, and before we could even knock, Emma flung the door open, her face lighting up in a smile. "There you are. We thought you guys got lost," she teased, ushering us inside. "You have no idea," I muttered, quickly glancing over my shoulder. The dark street beyond the house looked deceptively normal, but I was still uneasy. The party was winding down, and most of the guests had already gone or gathered in small groups, sipping at drinks and still chatting. Luke waved us over. His face was flushed with laughter. "About time you guys made it." I forced a smile, setting the gift bag on the counter. "Yeah, sorry about that. We ran into some, complications." Abby gave me a look that said, "Don't." But Luke's curiosity was already piqued. "Complications? What do you mean, like what?" he said, grinning. We just got lost," Abby said. "Lost?" Emma laughed. "Oh no, you didn't go past the train tracks, did you?" My stomach dropped. Why?" Luke's smile then faltered and his tone suddenly got serious. "Tell me you didn't go past the train tracks, did you? There are some sketchy people out there. Our neighbors have told us time and time again to avoid it. There's a lot of weirdos beyond there." "Yeah, I trailed off, my eyes now meeting Abby's. She shook her head. "It's nothing. It's fine. We're here now. It's all over." We stayed just long enough to eat and exchange a few pleasantries, but we remained uneasy. When we finally left, we took that long way home, avoiding those tracks entirely. As we pulled back into our driveway, I glanced over at Abby. "Never again," I said. She immediately agreed, her gaze now fixed on her front door. And indeed, never again. I tend to not mess with the GPS or even Google Maps after that. I get everything pulled up well before a new trip and try to get familiar with it beforehand. Getting lost that night was easily one of the creepiest things that's ever happened to me. I've been a police officer for over 15 years, but if you asked me on March 2nd, 2022, whether I thought I truly understood what my job entailed, I would have told you yes, a hard yes. By then, I'd seen the streets chew people up and spit them back out, watched good officers completely unravel, and spent countless nights staring at my badge, wondering how much more I could even take. But nothing, absolutely nothing prepared me for what happened that very next day. I was part of the K-9 unit for the San Diego Police Department. My partner, a sleek German Shepherd named Rex, was always ready for action. His instincts were better than really any of ours, and on most days, that fact comforted me. But on March 3rd, I learned there are situations even a dog can't anticipate. It started as routine, a call for urgent cover. The sheriff's department needed to back up at a residence just a few blocks away from our precinct. A woman was refusing to comply with eviction orders and had barricaded herself inside. When deputies tried to deliver the paperwork, she slammed the door and revealed a knife, big enough to be taken seriously. And that's when they called us. The drive to the scene was fairly quiet. We arrived at the shabby apartment building. The air smelled faintly of mildew and fried food. and there was this unnatural stillness around us, as if the entire block had decided to just look the other way. Rex and I waited in the lobby, tension thick enough to taste. The radio chatter was sharp, clipped. Every officer seemed to be on edge. And finally, the command came down. We're going in. The deputies had already broken down the door by the time we entered. The apartment was small and claustrophobic. Papers were scattered everywhere, furniture overturned. My skin began to prickle. "Yan Lee!" one of the officers called out. "Come out with your hands up!" We got no response, just silence, heavy and oppressive, pressing down around us. We moved cautiously, weapons drawn, eyes scanning for any shadow. Rex's ears were up, his muscles coiled like springs. And that's when I saw her. A slight figure inside a doorway at the end of the hall. Her eyes were wild and glassy, her face a mask of fury and despair. She held that knife tight in her hand. "Put the knife down!" shouted Jason, one of the deputies. His voice was firm, but there was a tremor in it. She didn't move. "Last warning!" Jason raised up his weapon and fired a shot into the wall beside her. The sound was deafening. Yan Lee didn't flinch. Instead, she screamed, a raw, guttural sound that made my blood run cold. And then she charged. Time seemed to slow down as she came at us. That knife was flashing like something alive. Jason fired again and missed. I backed up into the hallway, Rex barking furiously at my side. She was almost on me when the blade found its mark. A sharp, searing pain exploded in my chest as that knife plunged in and out in a single brutal motion. I staggered, my vision swimming. Somewhere behind me, another officer fired. The crack of the gunshot echoed throughout that apartment, and Yan Lee crumpled to the floor. Blood pooled beneath her, dark and glossy, and the knife clattered from her hand. "I'm hit!" I shouted, clutching at the wound. The pain was unbearable, like a white-hot iron pressing against my ribs. But nobody seemed to hear me. The chaos was too loud, shouts, barking, the static buzz of all the radios. "I'm stabbed!" I screamed again, voice breaking. And this time somebody finally turned. "Officer down! Officer down!" they shouted. And then suddenly I was being hauled to my feet. My vision was narrowing to a pinprick as they rushed me outside. The ride to the hospital was a blur, the sirens wailing like banshees. I remember thinking to myself that I'm not gonna die. At least, I hoped I wasn't. But that pain was so consuming, all-encompassing, and for that moment, I wasn't sure it mattered. Later, I learned that Yan Lee had been evicted after months and months of warnings. She threatened a maintenance worker the day before with that same knife that almost killed me. Her desperation had festered up into something monstrous, something unstoppable. I recovered physically, but the scars ran deeper than the wound itself. Sometimes I still see her eyes, the way they burned with something too broken to be fixed, and I remember the sound of her scream, the way it seemed to echo endlessly inside that cramped hall of that cursed apartment. I will never forget the time where I almost lost my life in 2022. It was September, and I lived in Onalaska, Wisconsin. I was also a sophomore in high school. I met this 17-year-old named Austin at my summer job. He used to go to the same high school as me, but he got expelled for plagiarism. He would pick me up and drop me off at home every single day of the summer when we had work because, well, I didn't have a driver's license, at least at the time. I also want to point out that it was pretty obvious that he had a crush on me because he would hug me almost every day. But I tried to make it look like he didn't know that I knew he liked me, and it seemed to work. I definitely didn't feel the same way that he did. Fast forward to us being in our second or third week of school. I I was still settling in because I still had those summer blues. It was the end of the night and me and Austin were driving home from a party that a kid had thrown from school. Austin now just pulled up at my house to drop me off. Before I could get out of the vehicle, he hesitantly asked me if I wanted to go out with him. I laughed, told him, "No, I'm okay, I just want to be friends." He then responded with, "All right," the frown on his face. We then both just waved and said goodbye to one another. I took it as that. I then went inside and did my nightly routine before hopping in bed. Before I got to bed though, I got this text from another friend. I couldn't believe what I was actually reading. Austin was taking pictures of me while I was sleeping through my bedroom window. Sometimes I would leave the shades to my window open because there was no moonlight or street lights and it was just nice to have. They also sent me a few photos of me sleeping. Apparently my friend found out because Austin was bragging to her about this through text messages. He had a photo album labeled "The Love of My Life" with all these pictures of me in there. I immediately texted him, telling him to leave me alone and never talk to me ever again. Not long after, he responded back, playing the victim, saying he was sorry. I continued to let him know he needed to lose my number, and then finally I just blocked him. No longer feeling tired after everything that was going on, I went to take some melatonin and maybe some Benadryl so I could just fall asleep quicker, and thankfully it worked. I was out not much later. I don't know what time it was, but I awoke to the sound of my window shattering. I didn't react quick enough, and right there in front of me was Austin. I felt something sharp hit my face. I started screaming and crying. A few seconds later, I heard my dad screaming out in the hallway. Austin managed to escape through the broken window. My father came inside and had a look of terror on his face. He asked me what was going on, if I was okay. I told him about Austin and that he just escaped back out the window. He ran out of the house chasing him down, but unfortunately was unable to find him. I called the police and told them my story. 10 minutes later, they arrived with the medics. I was feeling dizzy and had blood all over my face. My father had given me some water and a towel to wrap around my body. Thankfully, I was able to tell them my side of the story, then taken to the hospital inside the ambulance. I was treated for my stab wounds and stayed overnight at the hospital, and thankfully was able to go home the next day. It ended up taking the cops a while to find him, but eventually they did. I was given the information while I was still at the hospital that he was going to prison for a very long time. He admitted that he did it, but he didn't know why. He just expressed that he loved me. As a result, Austin was charged with felony counts of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, armed burglary, and was subsequently given a cash bond at $50,000. A year later, he was guilty from the first charge, but the second charge was dismissed but read in. Ultimately, Austin was sentenced to 16 years in Wisconsin State Prison and 4 years of extended supervision. Although justice has been served, I still get very skittish whenever I meet another man because I'm afraid of what his real intentions are. I know it sounds crazy, but I still have a lot of PTSD from it. I have no pity for Austin, and I hope he goes to hell when he dies. My story takes place in May of 2018, and for the record, I'm a female, which makes it even scarier. For 2 years, I worked as a babysitter for a family on the weekends. It was 2 kids, a boy and a girl, and I really loved these kids. I felt like they were my own. The parents were divorced, so they would stay with their mother on the weekdays and then with their father on the weekends. Now, their father was a very busy man. He worked in finance, and he would always be on the phone in his office room, which was inside the house while I would hang out with the kids. I could tell he had a lot of money. He would pay me $350 every Saturday and Sunday. and that meant a lot to me. I would save that money for what I wanted to buy in the future. Every time I babysat for his kids, it would always be a blessing. Except for one night, where the story comes from. It would leave me scarred for life, and I never ended up working for him again. It was Saturday night at 9 o'clock. I tucked the kids into bed and closed the door behind me. I walked down the hallway and back into the kitchen to take care of the dishes and get everything cleaned up. As I was doing the dishes, I saw the father come out of his office on the left side of me. He said to me while grinning, "Hey Mackenzie, thank you so much for watching my kids tonight. They really love you. You're like an older sister to them." I thanked him, smiled and laughed, and he came over and gave me a hug, which I hugged him back. Then he kissed me on the cheek while hugging me, and I'll admit it was really weird, but I guess I knew him. I knew these people well, so I guess maybe that's something they do. Not long after, I grabbed my purse and was getting ready to leave and go home, but before I could do that, he started up another conversation with me, and this topic was a little bit more uneasy. He asked me if I had a boyfriend. I gave him a little weird expression and then laughed and told him I didn't. He then said, "Oh, I'm surprised because you're like the prettiest girl I've ever seen in my entire life." I thanked him and laughed, now feeling even more uncomfortable, but I was trying not to show it. I was desperate to leave now, so once again, I told him goodbye and waved. Before I could take another step though, I felt my hips being touched. He was right behind me. He then talked to me in this soft voice right in my ear. "You know, you could stay a bit longer." I said back, "What are you doing?" More confused than ever. He just responded with, "Shh, just relax." Then he kissed and sucked on my neck. I immediately told him to stop, whispering because I didn't want to wake the kids up and make a scene. He touched my hair and started to caress my cheek. I screamed at him to let me go, but he didn't. He took it to a whole nother level. He started trying to pull my jeans down. Now I was even more scared than anything. I felt small droplets of tears roll down my cheeks. Before he could do anything else, I screamed again, telling him to get off of me. I then took this big swing, which landed on his nose, causing him to let me go. He fell to the ground and I stormed out of the house. I got into my car and immediately sped away from the house, not even looking back. As I reached the highway, I dialed 911, connected to an operator and told her the situation and everything that had just happened. The operator had asked if I was okay and asked if the police could meet me at my home address. I told her yes and then gave it to her. I got home not long after that, and the drive was only like 20 to 25 minutes. Maybe 5 minutes later after getting home, I got a knock on my door and heard somebody say police. They came in, I sat down, and we talked about the whole story. They told me they'd keep me posted if anything happens, and then left. Sadly, I never heard anything back from them. And I never knew what happened to the father, and I never knew if they arrested him or did anything or not. Sometimes I'll still wake up in the middle of the night, having these night terrors about it. I got the help I needed, but I'm still not 100% back yet. I hope those kids that I babysat for are doing okay and are succeeding in life. I really miss them so much, and I'd love to see them again. I just never want to see their father ever again. I believe he's hired other babysitters after I quit, and most likely done the same exact thing he did to me. I hope it's not true, but I wish nothing but pain on that dirty, sick old man. When I was a little girl, I used to go to a church inside my neighborhood. I really loved it. The music, the prayers, the blessing, it made it all really lively. Our pastor at first glance seemed to be a good man, but that statement has aged poorly. My family was just purely looking for a place of worship, and I was kind of drawn to the pastor, or I guess I should say, he was drawn to me. As time went on, I found myself speaking with him more and more and more, sometimes in these private sessions where he requested I come for personal sermons. It was what I thought was a unique opportunity that my parents asked that I take advantage of. One Sunday after church had ended, my pastor talked to my parents, and then after that, he wanted to see me alone in private. We went inside one of the rooms, and it was really claustrophobic, tight in here. There wasn't much room. Normally we met in these office rooms, and they were a lot larger, but he explained that those were all in use at the time, and this was the only place that we could meet in the moment. I was too young at the time to find this strange, so I just went along with it. The conversation started off normally. He asked me how school was going, if I'd made any friends. I told him it was going fine. I had a few friends, and then we talked about life for, I'd say, another 10 minutes. And then that's when things got worse. He starts moving closer to me, puts his hand on my lap. He said that I was a good girl. Even at that age, I knew this wasn't right, that it's weird. I try to create some space between us, but there's not really anywhere to go. Again, this room is small. There's nowhere for me to go. He pulls me closer and says that the time is right. Our faith is bringing us together. It can't be stopped. Now I'm really getting scared. He then started to take my pants off, and what he did next was awful. Basically, to put it into shorter words, he molested me, touching me in my swimsuit area. I didn't cry, I didn't scream, because I was still a very young child. I didn't know what he was doing with me. In fact, I tried to be quiet more than anything. I thought if I made a sound, if we got caught, we'd get in trouble. Specifically, I would get in trouble. I just stayed quiet and prayed it would be over soon. As he finished, he said I could go, and I walked out of the church. I saw my parents waiting for me outside the front door. They saw that terrified look on my face and asked me what's wrong, what happened. All I did in response was shrug my shoulders. They seemed to be concerned, but later on, I guess just forgot about it, and we all went home. I know this is crazy, but it's really what I did. I just suppressed it. I guess that's what a lot of kids do. I wanted to forget, so I just made that my mission. I did everything I could to just bury that grief inside. I still went to that church, but each Sunday I went a tiny bit more scared. That pastor never spoke to me individually again. It was terrifying and also betraying in a way. He was this big fixture in my life, somebody I looked up to and trusted. He abused me, abused my trust, then never looked my way again. It changed my entire relationship with the world itself. As I got older, I realized how fucked up his actions really were. I was in middle school, in health class. The topic was brought up in class about sexual harassment and about sexual assault against women. One of those topics was molestation, and that's when I figured out what my pastor had done to me. That day I went home, came clean to my parents about what he had done to me in the past. They had these mixed emotions with disappointment and rage. My father asked me why I didn't tell him that day. I told him I was still young. I didn't know that he was doing something so vicious. A few days passed after this, and my parents and I went to go speak with the landlord of the church. I told him about everything that happened all those years ago. He couldn't believe what I was saying. I thought he wouldn't believe my story, but shockingly enough, he did. Around a week later, my parents got an email saying that the pastor who sexually assaulted me was evicted. We were all very pleased about this. To take things a step further, my parents had me make a statement to the local police department, who launched a full-on investigation into him. It turned out he had a massive history about doing this, abusing people within his congregation. He was booked and served time. For obvious reasons, I never went back to church. always hated driving into town this time of year. Snowbanks would be taller than the car, lining up the highways, and got dark early. Got oppressive, inky black that swallowed headlights whole. But it was tradition, and traditions mattered to Mom. Ever since Dad passed away, I couldn't imagine doing anything else but spending that week between Christmas and New Year's with her inside that old house. She'd been adamant about staying there, refusing any suggestion my sister and I made up about moving her someplace easier, someplace safer. "This is where your father and I made our life together," she would always say, her voice unwavering. "And this is where I'll finish it." So every year, I made that trek back to that semi-rural stretch of nowhere, where the stars hung low and close to us, and the quiet wrapped around you like a scarf. This year was no different, except that I'd left work early, hit the road ahead of schedule, hoping to surprise her. It felt good to catch her off guard, maybe even bring a smile to her face, which seemed to be a rare thing these days. As those miles ticked by and the town crept closer, I felt that familiar pang of bittersweet nostalgia. The roadside diner where Dad used to buy me ice cream in the summers was still standing, though its neon sign was missing a few letters now. That hardware store where I'd worked one summer in high school still had that same faded awning, flapping weakly in the wind. And the bar, our bar, was just ahead, a weather-beaten sign creaking softly in the cold. I wasn't planning on stopping, at least not at first, but when I saw that bar and those fogged up windows and faint glow of something warm inside, it was too inviting to say no to. I'm sure my mom wouldn't mind if I was an hour or two late. She was probably already watching one of her old Christmas movies for the 100th time now, cup of tea in her hands. Once inside, it felt like I was stepping into a time capsule. The jukebox in the corner was still working, crooning out classics that I hadn't heard in years. Behind the counter was Ed, the bartender who looked as though he'd been poured out of the same bottle as the whiskey he served. And there in the back, a couple of faces that I hadn't seen since high school. The conversation came easy, lubricated by years of shared memories and a few rounds of beer. I got updates on who was still around, who had moved away, and who'd fallen inside the cracks of this tiny town. Those hours slipped by faster than I even realized, and when I glanced at my phone, it was past midnight. "Shit, I gotta go," I said, fumbling for my wallet. Ed waved me off. "Your money's no good here, kid. Your family." I thanked him profusely, pulling on my coat and stepping back out into the night. I hurried out to my car, breath fogging in the air. That drive back to the house was pretty uneventful until I hit the old dirt road. That's when this truck appeared, barreling down the path for me on the opposite direction. The high beams were blinding, and it didn't slow down as it passed, the roar of its engine loud and super aggressive. I barely even had time to process it before it was gone, red taillights disappearing off into the dark. I shrugged it off, probably just somebody in a hurry to get back to town. But as I pulled into Mom's driveway, something felt off. Her house was dark, not a single light glowing in the windows, and that's not like her. She always left the porch light on for me. Always. I killed the engine and just kind of sat there for a moment staring at the house. The darkness consuming the house felt alive. Snowflakes fell lazily, catching in the glow of the headlights. The trees flanking the driveway swayed faintly in the wind. Something about this silence just felt wrong. My mom was a creature of habit, and she never left the house in the middle of the night like this. And if she had, she would have called to tell me. She was here, there's no doubt about it, but why the hell was it so dark? Why wasn't the porch light on? Or the kitchen window glowing with that usual warmth? Grabbing my phone, I tried calling her. It rang and rang and rang before going to voicemail. I tried again. Same result. A sinking feeling settled in my stomach. I stepped out into the cold, boots crunching against the frozen ground as I approached the house. "Mom?" I called. No answer. I climbed up the porch steps, groaning underneath my weight, and knocked on the door. The sound seemed to echo. When I tried the knob, it turned easily. It was unlocked, which was something she never did. The house was frigid inside, the kind of cold that gets into your bones. The faint smell of wood smoke lingered in the air, but it was old, as though the fireplace hadn't been used in days. "Mom!" I called out again, stepping into the foyer. I flicked the light switch out of habit, but nothing happened. Power must be out, I thought. It wasn't uncommon for storms to knock out the electricity around here. Still, a gnawing unease crawled up my spine. I fished out my flashlight out of my bag and clicked it on. The beam cut out through the darkness, revealing a familiar but strangely foreign scene to me. The house looked disheveled. A chair in the living room was tipped over. A stack of magazines on the coffee table had been scattered across the floor. The Christmas tree stood in the corner. Its lights were dark and the ornaments glinted dully in that faint light. "Mom, are you here?" My voice sounded small. I moved deeper into the house, flashlight beam jittering slightly as my hand started trembling. The kitchen was next, and that sight made my heart drop. The fridge door hung open, contents spilled all across the floor. A glass bowl of leftover mashed potatoes had shattered, shards of glass glittering amongst the mess. A chair was overturned in here as well. One of its legs was splintered. Something had happened, something bad. "Mom!" I now shouted, panic rising up in my chest. Still, I got no answer. I checked the back door. It was locked. The bolt still slid firmly into place. I turned towards the hallway leading to her bedroom, that flashlight beam bouncing off the walls. I didn't want to go down that hallway. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to leave, call the police. But I couldn't do it. Not yet. I reached her bedroom door, which was slightly ajar. My hand hovered over the doorknob for a moment. My breath was now coming in short. I slowly pushed it open. The smell hit me first, a metallic tang that clung to the back of my throat. My flashlight beam landed on the bed, neatly made, as if nobody had slept there in days. But it wasn't the bed that held my attention. It was the shape hanging from the rafters. "Mom," I said. She was suspended by a length of rope tied around her neck, her body swaying faintly in the cold draft. Her face was pale, her eyes half-lidded and lifeless. I stumbled backward, bile rising up in my throat. This is not real. This is not happening. Somehow I found the strength to move. I grabbed a chair from the corner and climbed onto it, fumbling with the knot. My fingers were numb and clumsy, but I managed to loosen the rope and lower her body to the floor. She was so cold. She'd been dead for days. I sat there for what felt like hours, cradling her lifeless body. This wasn't suicide. It can't be. My mom would never do this. She wouldn't leave me like this. And then I remember that truck speeding away from the house. Someone else had been here. I scrambled for my phone and dialed 911, my voice shaking as I explained what I'd found, the words just fumbling out in this panicked rush. The dispatcher kept me on the line until the police arrived. The officers were kind and efficient, asking questions I could barely answer. One of them, a grizzled man with this thick mustache, knelt beside me and placed a hand on my shoulder. "We'll take it from here, son," he said gently. They continued to examine the house while I sat on the porch, wrapped up in a blanket that one of the officers had given me. The cold was biting at my exposed skin, but I barely even felt it. My mind was replaying that image of her body, the way she was swaying in the dark. The officers returned and his expression was pretty grim. "We're pretty sure it's foul play," he said. "The house shows signs of a struggle. Somebody was definitely here and they weren't just passing through." I thought about that truck again, the way it sped down that dirt road, headlights blinding. I saw a vehicle, I said, my voice barely even above a whisper. It was a truck. It was leaving just as I got here. He nodded, jotting down some notes inside a small notebook. Can you describe it? Dark, maybe black or blue. I didn't see the driver. He sighed and closed the notebook. We'll look into it. But out here, he didn't need to finish the sentence. Out here, the trails would go cold fast. The coroner arrived soon after that. They loaded up my mom's body into the back of the van, and I just stood there, numb. They drove away. The house was empty now, a hollow shell of what had once been. I ended up staying in a motel in town, unable to face the house itself. I just lied there awake, staring at my ceiling, my mind spinning and reeling with all these unanswered questions. The hell was in that house, and why had they left her like that, hanging in the dark? The next morning, I returned to find the house swarming with investigators. They were combing every inch, dusting for prints, taking photographs, searching for anything that might explain what had taken place, but those answers never came. After a week, the police called to tell me that they were closing the investigation. They had no conclusive evidence of foul play, and they said that it was most likely just a suicide. Those words hit me like a second death, reopening the wound that hadn't even begun to heal. They did not know my mother like I did. She was not the type to give up, not like that. But as those days passed by me, the silence grew louder and louder. I could not deny that small, insidious voice whispering doubts inside my mind. The funeral was quiet and somber, held at a church my mom used to attend with my dad. The pews were half empty, mostly of her friends that either passed on or moved away. My sister flew in for the service, her grief a mirror of my own. We stood by her grave biting the cold, the wind tugging at our coats as the casket was lowered into the frozen ground. I can't believe she's gone, my sister said. I nodded, unable to say anything or respond back. There's too many questions, too many things left unsaid. After the burial, I returned to the house and started packing up everything. It was a task I dreaded, but it did have to be done. Every drawer I opened, every photo I found, felt like peeling back a layer of my own skin. Her life was inside these walls, and the knickknacks on the shelves, and the worn grooves of those floorboards. As I sorted through her things, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't just the creaks and groans in the old house settling. It felt like something deeper, a presence lingering in the shadows. I told myself it was grief, playing tricks on me, but I couldn't ignore the sensation. One night I was boxing up items in the living room, and I heard a noise outside. It was faint, a crunching sound like boots on snow. My heart leapt up into my throat and I froze, straining to listen. The sound came again, closer this time. I grabbed my flashlight and crept up to the window, peering out into the dark. There was nothing there, just an empty expanse of the yard, snow glinting faintly under the moonlight. But as I turned away, I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, something darting behind the barn. Hello? I called out. Of course, I got no answer. I debated on calling the police, but what would I say? I saw a shadow? That I felt uneasy? I'm sure they'd chalk it up to paranoia and tell me to get some rest. I locked the doors and stayed awake for the rest of the night, flashlight clutched tightly in my hands. That next morning, I made a decision. I could not stay here anymore. The house was not a home anymore. It was a tomb, a place where all our memories had been soured, and the walls seemed to breathe with unseen life. I sold it within a month, the new owners oblivious to the darkness that lingered there. Even now, years later, I still think that I missed something, some kind of clue, some kind of detail that would explain what happened that night. I'll tell myself it's suicide, that my mom was just tired and lonely and could no longer carry the weight of her grief. But there are moments when the wind howls outside and the shadows stretch long across the room. I remember that truck speeding down the dirt road, and I wonder. I've gone back to that town a few times since, but never been actually back to the house. It still stands there, windows dark and secrets locked away. The new owners seem happy enough. They've added a fresh coat of paint and some flowers along the walkway. They don't know what happened there, and I don't think I have the heart to tell them. Around 2 years ago, I worked with a tow truck company. When I got the job, I was pretty thrilled because it had me working at night. That way, I wouldn't have to miss much more of my college classes during the day. Time went on, and I got to see some pretty messed up stuff that most people really wouldn't want to see doing this job. You never truly realize just how much crazy people drive right on by. Twisted metal, dangerous chemicals, blood and guts, all kinds of stuff. Sometimes that little accident you drove past actually has a dead body in the mix. I went to a lot of accidents to pick up the vehicles and saw a lot of blood and seriously injured people. Out of all my stories though, there is one night that it's hard to shake, one that still haunts me now and again when I think back on it. You have to remember, when I first started, I really didn't know what I was getting into. Hell, back then even, I was kind of excited to see that crazy stuff. I wanted a high adrenaline, shock factor type of job. It happened on a normal Friday night. Me and my partner Rodney were sitting at the station, playing some cards and just waiting for a call to come in. Around 12:30 a.m. we got a call. Head-on collision with a semi. Needs to get the semi towed away ASAP. We rushed out of the station and made our way to the scene of the accident, which I'd say was around a 30-minute drive. I know it sounds weird, but me and Rodney were kind of excited that there was a call because, well, we'd been sitting there for hours. Nothing was happening and both of us were on the verge of falling asleep, which, for obvious reasons, was kind of a big no-no on the job. When we got to the scene, it was like nothing I'd ever seen before. A small Chevy Sonic with one female passenger that hit the semi straight on. I think I heard she either fell asleep or was intoxicated at the time. When you roll up on a call like this, it's usually one way or the other. Innocent people that ran into trouble or troublemaking people that create issues for every driver around them. Either way, I start walking towards the semi to hook up the chains. I glanced at the car and it was already empty. The windshield was almost completely missing. There was practically no blood, which was weird for this type of accident. I asked the police officer nearby for some more information. He said the girl had gotten thrown out of the windshield, literally smashed into pieces. They'd found everything but her head, and they were looking for it as we spoke. Ever since I arrived on scene, I've had to go to the bathroom, but so far I'd just been holding it. Eventually, I didn't have really any other choice but to just go. I told my partner I'm going to take a couple steps into the field right next to us. I'd be right back. I went off into the field, started doing my business. After I zipped up and finished, I noticed the mirror of the car about 10 meters further in. Decided to just go grab it while I was out there. I grabbed the mirror and started to turn around, but something else caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. I looked back and saw a man standing there. It was too dark out to make much out more than his silhouette. He seemed to be in his 40s, tall, and had this weird look on his face. Excuse me, sir, are you okay? I said, thinking maybe this guy witnessed the accident or maybe was even part of it. I got no response. Now, this is where I noticed something really weird about this guy. He was holding something in his hand. It looked like a wig, maybe even a mask or something similar. Again, I couldn't make out too many details because of how dark it was around me, and the corn that was in the way too. "Hey Rodney, come over here," I shouted. I was actually starting to get kind of freaked out now. That guy was just standing there not saying anything. Then all of a sudden he held out his hand. The one that was holding the mask, which I thought was a mask at the time. I stared at it only to find out that it wasn't a mask. It was that poor girl's head he was holding. I don't know how I knew this considering I've never seen the girl, but really there was no other explanation in that situation. I stood there frozen, just staring. I felt like I was about to get sick. Surely I was going to throw up, but I just stood there. After a while, I finally snapped out of it and turned around to yell, "Rodney!" I yelled for him as loud as I could. I turned back immediately, and in typical horror movie fashion, he was gone. Now, if he would have ran away, I would have saw the corn move. Saw at least something, but there was nothing. He was just gone. I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned around to see Rodney standing there. "Where the fuck have you been, dude?" "What do you mean? I've been yelling for you. What the hell took you so long?" I don't believe what I fucking just saw, man. "Dude, you've been gone for almost 2 hours. We had everybody looking for you. What happened?" 2 hours? It felt like it had been 5 minutes, 10 minutes max. I had no explanation. And that wasn't the weirdest thing. I was on the other side of the field, not by the road anymore. That would have been an easy 15-minute walk, and I don't remember taking a step after seeing that guy. I quickly explained my story to Rodney and even the police officer. They claimed to never saw or found anybody around the area, and they never found the head of that girl either. To this day, I don't have any explanation for what happened, as crazy as it sounds. I've had plenty of theories thrown at me, and most likely I think it's this. I saw something that I was not prepared to see, so my mind and body went into full shock, like for real. I saw that guy holding a head, quickly realizing what I was looking at, and then wandered around that cornfield in a stupor as my brain just did backflips, trying to process everything. I later learned it's pretty common for people experiencing trauma to dissociate until their mind can collect itself and accept the trauma around it. Again, I'm not sure if that's actually what happened to me, but that's the only scenario that makes sense. How else can I just lose 2 hours like that? So there I was, staring at the clock and waiting for the night to end. Babysitting 3 kids wasn't exactly my idea of fun, but the cash was fairly decent, and the parents didn't mind if I used their fridge like my personal buffet. The oldest, Ellie, was a freshman at my high school. Her twin brothers, Jack and Sam, were like these hyperactive squirrels, but for the most part, they stayed out of trouble when Ellie bossed them around. It was a pretty standard night until Brenda called. Brenda and I had been best friends since 5th grade, bonding over a shared hatred of dodgeball and bad cafeteria pizza. But tonight, she wasn't calling me to gossip about the latest school drama. No, Brenda had run away from home, again. This time though, she'd made it all the way to the city, to some grimy bus station in a sketchy part of Chicago. Her voice on the phone was shaky and panicked. She realized it was a mistake and begged me to come get her. "Please, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm really scared," she said. My stomach twisted. Brenda was never the type to admit fear, so this must be pretty serious. I glanced over at the twins, who were busy arguing over some video game and didn't even notice me. Ellie was scrolling through her phone. If I left, I'd be breaking about a dozen rules, but Brenda was my best friend. "Give me an hour," I replied to her. I bribed Ellie and the twins with the promise of ice cream. "Biggest sundaes you'll ever see, but only if you don't tell your parents." Of course, they agreed instantly. the allure of sugar far outweighing their loyalty to the babysitter's code of ethics. I grabbed my mom's car keys and ushered them outside. The plan's simple: grab Brenda, drop her off at my place, then return before her parents came home. Easy, right? Wrong. Not 20 minutes into the drive onto the freeway, no less, one of my tires exploded like a gunshot. The car swerved. Ellie screamed. I managed to wrestle it onto the shoulder, thankfully. I jumped out to inspect the damage as my heart pounded. No spare, no wallet, no phone, just a dark, empty stretch of road. But then I saw some headlights. The headlights grew larger, blinding white against the dark. A chill crawled down my spine as I saw the hulking shape of a tow truck, slowing to a stop behind us. It wasn't just any tow truck either, it looked ancient, the kind that you would see in a junkyard, held together by rust and sheer determination. The cab was elevated, and the engine rumbled like a growling beast. As the driver stepped out, my stomach knotted a little tighter. He was tall and broad-shouldered with wild, greasy hair, sticking out from underneath his baseball cap. But the detail that froze me in place was his hand, or rather the hook where his hand should have been. A long, curved piece of metal gleamed underneath the truck's lights. A perfect pirate cliche, and somehow it looked more menacing in real life. "Need some help?" His voice was rough, like gravel grinding together, but I guess not really unkind. Ellie clutched my arm. "We don't need help. Let's just wait for somebody else," she hissed, but I could see Jack and Sam staring wide-eyed from the back seat. We really didn't have many options. I swallowed hard and stepped forward. "Yeah, I had a blowout and I don't have a spare. I left my wallet at the house. I can't even call a tow." The man tilted his head. His expression was unreadable inside that dim light. Then, unexpectedly, he just chuckled. "Tough night, huh? Don't worry, kid. I got a shop not far from here. I'll get you a new tire, no charge. I can't really leave you stranded out here." I hesitated. Every horror movie instinct in me screamed, "Bad idea, bad idea." But what choice did I have? "Okay, thank you," I replied. He nodded and then gestured to the car. "Get everybody in the truck and I'll hook up your car and take care of the rest." Inside, the cab was cramped and smelled faintly of oil and cigarette smoke, but at least it was warm. Ellie and I sat on the passenger seat while the twins squished inside the middle, whispering nervously to one another. The driver climbed in, that hook tapping the door frame as he settled behind the wheel. "Name's Denny," he said, flicking a switch to lift the car onto the tow rig. "What are you kids doing out here anyway?" I mumbled something about picking up my friend, and he didn't seem to press, just nodded and turned up the CB radio. Static crackled, followed by a voice announcing traffic updates and some weather reports. We merged onto the freeway, the car swaying slightly behind us. Denny seemed pretty calm, even friendly, but I couldn't relax. I kept looking at that hook. It glinted every time he adjusted the wheel. His free hand occasionally twitched, drumming on the dashboard. About 10 minutes into the drive, the radio crackled to life. This time it wasn't any kind of traffic updates. It was a voice and it cut through the static, gruff and urgent. "Denny, you there? It's Roy. You gotta get home, man. She's at it again." Denny stiffened. His grip seemed to tighten on the wheel. "The hell are you talking about, Roy?" "You know damn well, I just saw her with Jimmy at the bar. They left together. Figured you want to know." For a moment, the only sound was the hum of the engine. Then Denny slammed his fist against the dashboard. The whole truck jolted. "Son of a bitch!" he roared, his voice filling up the cab. The twins shrank back and Ellie clutched my arm so hard that it hurt. I tried to keep my voice steady. Denny, maybe we could just pull over?" "Not now," he barked back. His eyes darted to the rearview mirror and then to the road ahead. "I gotta take care of something." The tow truck roared to life, speeding up. My heart continued to hammer as we swerved through lanes, the car behind us bouncing dangerously. "Denny, please, there's kids in here," I shouted, but he wasn't listening. His face was a mask of rage, his knuckles white on the wheel. We careened off the freeway and then into a residential area, the streets narrowing as houses blurred past us. All the while, Denny was muttering under his breath, something about betrayal, about teaching her a lesson. Finally, he screeched to a halt outside this small house, had peeling paint and a yard littered with old car parts. Killed the engine and yanked open the glove box, pulling out a revolver. My blood ran cold. "Stay here," he growled. "Don't move." He slammed the car door behind him and stalked towards the house. We just sat there frozen, too scared to breathe. Then came the shouting. "You think I wouldn't find out?" Denny's voice boomed, followed by a woman's scream. Gunshots shattered through the air, 3 deafening cracks. Ellie was the first to move, grabbing my arm. "We have to get out of here now." We scrambled out of the truck, dragging the twins with us. Across the street was a beat-up sedan, and I motioned for us to hide behind it. But as we ducked behind the car, a shadow moved inside. A man's face appeared in the window, his eyes wide with panic. He wasn't hiding, he was trying to hotwire the car. "The hell out of here," he hissed. "We won't be caught in this." The sound of glass breaking made us all freeze. Denny was back outside, gun in hand, scanning the street. "The hell are you, Jimmy?" he bellowed out. The man in the car swore under his breath and threw the door open. "I'm not sticking around for this," he said. Then he bolted down the street, slowly disappearing into the shadows. I grabbed the twins and Ellie and we ran in the opposite direction, ducking between houses and through backyards. My legs burned and my chest heaved, but I didn't stop until we were several blocks away. Only then did I pull out Ellie's phone and dial 911. We huddled together under a dim glow of flickering streetlights, waiting for the police. Every sound made me jump. A distant dog barking, the crunch of leaves. The kids were pale and silent, their earlier chatter and energy completely drained now by fear. Ellie was clung to my arm the whole time, her phone trembling in her hands. Jack and Sam were crouched low, whispering about the gunshots. A squad car arrived faster than I expected. 2 officers stepped out and their expressions were grim as I tried to explain what had taken place. I fumbled through the story about Denny, the tow truck, the gunshots, my words tumbling over one another. They both exchanged this look that I couldn't quite read before one of them asked us to wait by the car while they checked out the scene. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. When the officers returned, their faces were even graver. "We've found him," one of them said, "and the woman. It looks like they didn't make it." I swallowed hard, nausea rising up in my throat. Denny was dead, that friendly guy who stopped to help us, whose biggest crime had seemed to be a bad temper, was now lying lifeless in that crumbling house. The officers didn't give us any more details, but his tone suggested there was nothing peaceful about it. "And what about the guy in the car?" Ellie asked, her voice very small. "The one trying to steal it." The officers just shook their head. "He's long gone. We couldn't find him, probably wanted no part in whatever the hell was going down here." We weren't allowed to leave just yet. The cops called a second tow truck to take my mom's car to a nearby shop. While we waited, more squad cars arrived, followed by an ambulance. The neighborhood came to life with flashing lights and murmuring neighbors. It felt surreal, like I was literally watching somebody else's nightmare. Finally, an officer gave us a ride back home to the babysitting house. The kids' parents returned not long after that, shocked but relieved that everybody was okay. I never really told them the full story about how close we'd come to something way worse. But after that, I couldn't sleep for weeks, haunted by the memory of Denny's rage, and the crack of those gunshots in the night. The call came in just as I was finishing lunch. A club sandwich from the diner right down the road. Its greasy wrapping paper still sitting in the passenger seat of my truck. Dispatch said it was a standard tow, some guy named Stan with a busted down sedan in the outskirts of the city. He needed a lift to his place a couple of towns over. Simple enough. I've been driving for nearly 15 years at this point, and jobs like this were my bread and butter. Stan was waiting near a gas station when I pulled up, leaning against his car like he'd been there all day long. His vehicle, a battered up old Chevy with peeling paint and one busted headlight, looked as tired as he did. Stan himself wasn't much to look at, mid-40s, thinning hair under a sweat-stained baseball cap, and this cheap leather jacket that creaked every time he moved. "Hey," I called out through the open window. "You Stan?" "That's me," he said, pushing himself off the car. He walked over and stuck a hand out. "Appreciate you coming out so quick. I figured it'd take a lot longer to get somebody out here." "No problem." I shook his hand. It was rough and calloused, like he'd spent most of his life working with tools. "What's the issue with the car over there?" "Engine's shot," he said, nodding towards his Chevy. "It started making this weird knocking noise a few miles back and then just up and died on me. Figured I'd rather tow it back home than pay some shop in the city to rip me off." I nodded in response. Made sense. People in Stan's situation didn't usually have a lot of cash to spare, and a mechanic's rate would be pretty brutal. I crunched the numbers in my head. The trip out to his place would take about an hour and a half, plus the drive back. 4 hours tops, including loading and unloading. $700 sound fair to you?" I said. Stan winced but nodded in return. "Fair enough. Let's get it done." I loaded the car into my flatbed and didn't take long at all. Stan just hovered nearby, watching like he thought I might scratch his paint. By the time I finally finished strapping it down, the sun was dipping into the sky. "All right, you ready?" I asked, climbing back into the cab. "Yep," he said, sliding into the passenger seat. He smelled faintly of motor oil and cigarettes, a mix that I'd grown used to over all these years. We then hit the road, heading west out of the city. That first leg of the trip was pretty uneventful, listening to the hum of my engine and the occasional crackle of static from the radio, and Stan's small talk about the car, his mechanic buddy back home, and how he used to drive a truck himself before things got complicated, whatever that meant. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't press. The suburbs then gave way to open fields, and the sky above us streaked with reds and purples as the sun finally set. It was pretty peaceful in a way, this quiet stretch of road with no traffic, just listening to the rhythmic thud of the tires against the asphalt. I wasn't mad about it. "Been doing this long?" Stan asked, breaking up the silence. "Long enough," I said. "It's not glamorous, but it pays the bills. You know." He nodded, just staring out the window as the last sliver of sunlight disappeared below the horizon. Darkness then settled in pretty quickly, the kind that settles a lot thicker out in the middle of nowhere. My headlights cut through it, illuminating the narrow ribbon of the highway ahead. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. We still had around 50 miles to go. Stan had gone quiet now, just staring out the window. His face was half lit by the glow of the dashboard. The highway stretched on, this ribbon of cracked asphalt cutting through the endless darkness. Out of nowhere, Stan asked me, "Hey, you mind if we pull over for a minute?" He said suddenly. His voice was tight, like he'd almost been holding something in. Pull over?" I repeated. "Yeah, nature's calling," he said with an awkward chuckle. "I've been holding it since before you got there." I hesitated, glancing at the clock. We were making good time, but I wasn't really a big fan of stopping on the side of the highway, especially out here. Still, I guess the guy was paying me $700. A bathroom break didn't seem like too much to ask. All right, I said, easing off the gas. I guided the truck onto the shoulder. Stan opened up the door and then climbed out, muttering a quick, "Be right back." Then he disappeared into the brush, the beam of his phone's flashlight bobbing in the darkness. I leaned back in my seat and just scrolled through my own phone, just to pass the time. A few minutes went by, and I started to wonder what was taking him so long, and that's when I heard the crunch of footsteps returning. Stan burst out of the brush, moving fast. His face was now pale and his eyes were wide. He yanked open the door and scrambled inside, slamming it shut behind him. "The hell happened to you?" I asked, startled by his panic. There's somebody out there," he stammered out, locking the door immediately after. "What?" "I was out there, doing my business, and I heard this noise, like footsteps, so I look up and there's this guy just standing there watching me." "You're sure about that?" "Yeah, I'm sure," he snapped. "What the hell would I make that up for?" I frowned and glanced out the window, squinting off into the darkness. I didn't really see anything. Then, just as my eyes adjusted, I spotted some movement. Someone stepping into the faint glow of the headlights. A man. He was tall and thin, clothes hanging off of him like they didn't quite fit. His face was obscured by shadow, but there was just something wrong about the way he moved. "Jesus," I muttered, my pulse quickening. "See? I told you, that's him," Stan hissed, sinking lower into his seat. I shifted into drive and my foot hovered over the gas pedal. All right, let's get the hell out of here. But then I hesitated. What if this guy was hurt, drunk, lost? My conscience kind of gnawed at me as I glanced back at the figure, now just a few yards away from us. "Think this guy's okay, or what's his deal?" I asked. "Who the hell cares? Let's go," Stan said. Before I could make a decision, the man then stepped closer, his face finally illuminated by my headlights. His skin was pale, almost gray, eyes sunken in and ringed with dark shadows. He raised one hand, holding a long, gleaming kitchen knife. My breath was caught in my throat as he tapped the blade against the passenger side window, the sound sharp and metallic. Stan just let out a strangled yelp, fumbling for the door handle. "Drive, drive!" I locked the doors with a quick press of the button, and for some reason, I don't really know why, I can't explain it to this day, I rolled the window down just an inch. "Hey!" I called out, voice kind of shaky. "Are you all right, man?" His expression remained unreadable. Then he spoke, his voice low and rasping. "I need you to call the police." I blinked, caught off guard. "What?" "Call the police," he repeated, his voice trembling now. "Please." "Why?" The man's hand shook as he lowered the knife and held up his other arm. My stomach churned at the sight. His wrists were a mess of deep, jagged cuts, blood streaming down his arm. I came out here to end it," he said, voice breaking. "But I don't want to die anymore, please. Help me." Stan stared at him, his face a mask of horror. "This is a trap," he whispered. "He's lying, just go." But I couldn't do it. Something in the man's voice, his eyes, told me that he was telling the truth. I fumbled for my phone, dialing 911. The dispatcher picked up, her calm professional tone, this stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around me. There's a man out here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "He's hurt, he's bleeding pretty bad. We're on Highway 41, about 50 miles west of the city." "An ambulance is on its way," the dispatcher said. "Can you keep him calm till they arrive?" I'll try," I said, glancing back at the man. He had lowered the knife completely, his shoulders slumping as he leaned against the side of the truck. "Hey, help is coming, man, just hold on," I told him. The man nodded, his lips trembling. "Thank you," is all he whispered. Stan was still glued to his seat, his face pale as a ghost. "I cannot believe you stopped," he muttered under his breath. "You're gonna get us killed." "Calm down," I said, though my voice betrayed my own unease. My hand was still clutching the phone pretty hard as I relayed those updates to the dispatcher. Outside, the man continued to lean against his truck. His breaths were coming in shallow and uneven, the blood pooling beneath him glistening in the faint light. Those minutes dragged on like hours, tension in the cab suffocating. I kept an eye on the man, watching for any kind of sudden movements, but he just stood there, trembling and holding his wrist like he was trying to keep himself together, literally. Off in the distance, I heard the wail of sirens. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The man then suddenly perked up, his head snapping toward the sound. "They can't take me back," he muttered, shaking his head. I can't go back to town." "What are you talking about?" I asked, leaning closer to the window. He didn't answer. Instead, he pushed himself off the truck and then staggered back out into the darkness, clutching at his wounded arm. "Hey, stop!" I yelled, flinging open the door, but Stan grabbed my arm. "Are you insane? Let him go." I was already out of the truck though, and I followed him, the flashlight on my phone casting the shaky beam ahead, illuminating his hunched figure as he stumbled toward the trees. "Wait! The ambulance is coming! Wait!" I called after. He stopped and turned to face me. In the harsh glare of the flashlight, his face looked even worse than before, pale and now drenched with sweat. His eyes were totally batshit. "You don't understand," he sobbed. "They're watching me." "Who the hell's watching you? What are you talking about?" Before he could answer though, those sirens grew louder and closer. Red and blue lights flashed in the distance. The man recoiled as if the lights were burning him. "I'm sorry," he just said, then turned and disappeared off into the woods. I stood there dumbfounded until the ambulance and the police car screeched to a halt nearby. EMTs jumped out and their faces were grim as they approached me. He just ran off into the woods," I said, pointing toward the trees. The EMTs then exchanged a glance and grabbed their gear and headed off toward him. A police officer approached me not long after. His expression was a mix of curiosity and suspicion. One of the officers went to look around with them. You mind telling me what exactly happened here?" So I explained everything to him. The tow job, the roadside stop, the man with the bleeding wrists. The officer nodded along, jotting down notes. His furrowed brow, though, told me he wasn't buying this whole story I was telling him. Eventually, Stan gets out of the truck, looking like he'd aged 10 years in the past hour. "Can we just go now?" he said. "This has ruined my whole night, man." "Not yet," the officer said. "We need statements from both of you." So there we stood for what felt like hours, answering questions and watching the EMTs comb the woods. And eventually they came back, empty-handed. "He's gone. I don't know where he went. We can't find him," one of them said, shaking his head. The officer then sighed and closed his notebook. "All right, you're both free to go, but if we have more questions, we'll keep in touch." Stan and I then climbed back into the truck, the weight of that night pressing down upon us. As I pulled off back onto the highway, neither one of us spoke. When we finally reached Stan's house, he practically leapt out of the truck, mumbling a quick thanks before disappearing into the shadows himself. I watched him go, vaguely relieved to be done for the night. My drive home was pretty quiet. The road stretched endlessly before me. When I passed that pullout where it all began, I glanced towards the trees, expecting to see the man's shadowy figure lurking around there again. But I didn't. The thing I wonder about most was, what was it he didn't want to go back to? continued to ponder and give it some thought, but I guess it probably was just the rambling of some crazy ass dude. When I was in my 20s, I worked as a prep cook inside a bustling family-owned restaurant. It was tucked between a strip mall and a department store. It wasn't glamorous, but it was a paycheck and a stepping stone to something better, or at least that's what I continued to tell myself. The place had its quirks, like walls covered with faux rustic decor and a CD player that literally played the same 3 Italian CDs on repeat. But it was mine, my first real long-term job. My first taste of financial independence. Those early days were really tough. Learning the rhythm of a kitchen felt like trying to keep up with a drumline while blindfolded. Orders would shout over the sizzle of the grill, the metallic clatter of pots and pans, the constant hum of voices. It was chaos, but after a few months, the chaos started to make sense to me. I could dice onions without tearing up, and my pasta boils were down to the second now. Before I knew it, I wasn't just surviving, I was thriving. And the money got better because I knew my stuff. Spiffs here and there and a little extra cheddar on my paycheck from the boss on those holiday weekends. It was nice to just be appreciated. By the time I got promoted to head prep cook, I knew every inch of that kitchen. It wasn't just the cooking. I handled inventory, placed orders, managed the other cooks. I even made friends. And not the kind you invite to your wedding, but the kind you'd split a beer with after work and complain about Chef Martin's temper tantrums. You know the kind. And, well, that's when Chris showed up. Chris was the new bartender, hired to replace Dave, who'd gotten himself fired after a particularly dramatic meltdown involving a tray of martinis and a screaming match with the hostess. Chris was tall, dark-haired, and broad-shouldered. He had an easy grin that put people at ease. When we first met, he shook my hand and said, "Chris, huh? Guess that makes 2 of us." It was like looking in a mirror, because, well, I'm also dark-haired and broad-shouldered. At first, it was just one of those funny coincidences. We shared a name and, weirdly enough, a small resemblance, and not a perfect match by any means. His hair was shorter and neater, his face was clean-shaven, but occasionally would make people double-take. "You guys look like brothers," one of the servers said, laughing. We played into it, joking about being long-lost twins. But truth be told, I'm actually 6 or 7 years older. He was like the boyish version of me. For a while, it was completely harmless. Chris was pretty charming, quick with jokes, and a good hit with the regulars. We'd exchange head nods across the kitchen. Occasionally, he'd swing by the prep station and bum a slice of bread or just chat about the latest disaster inside the restaurant. Not long after this, though, things just started to feel off. It was just little things at first. I'd catch him in the back of the house, wearing one of my aprons, the hem smudged with the telltale streaks of my station. "Oh, thought it was mine," he'd say with a sheepish grin. Or I'd hear him introducing himself to a vendor as Chris the prep cook. His voice pitched just enough to be like mine and almost make me stop in my tracks. It was really bizarre, and I thought maybe it was just in my head, but even the others were catching on. I guess we thought it was some kind of weird joke that he was playing. So I just shrugged it off. Kitchens are chaotic places, it's easy to mix things up. But the longer he continued to work there, the more these little mix-ups would pile up and pile up, each one of them gnawing at the edges of my mind like rats inside the wall. It wasn't just the name or the apron. It was the way he just stood far too close to me when he talked, his eyes locked into mine like he was studying my face. The way he mimicked my laugh, my mannerisms, even the way I leaned against the countertops during breaks. This guy was doing everything the same way that I did, to the point it was like masking. People didn't really seem to notice anymore. Sometimes they'd even confuse him for me. It was really bizarre. Then one day I found him standing in the walk-in cooler, holding my name tag in his hand. Did you lose yours or something? I asked. He looked up, almost mocking me. Something like that, he said, tucking the name tag into his pocket. I raised my eyebrow. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. At first, again, I would just brush it off. Chris was weird, sure, but weird people are a dime a dozen in the restaurant world. It's almost a job requirement at this point. Maybe this guy just lacks some kind of boundaries. Maybe he's socially awkward in ways that didn't come across the right way. I would continue to tell these things to myself over and over, hoping they drown out that gnawing unease that started to follow me around like a shadow. But Chris made it impossible to ignore him. And it wasn't long before people really started to take notice. One of our servers, Anna, cornered me in the break room one day. You know he's pretending to be you, right? She said, her voice low like she didn't want anybody else to overhear. I stared at her, completely caught off guard. What are you talking about? She shifted uncomfortably and glanced towards the door. Last night, he came into the bar where I was hanging out with some of my friends. He told everybody that he was Chris, the prep cook. Even started talking about inventory and how much he hates slicing onions. My stomach dropped. Really? Are you sure? I'm positive, she said. It's really weird. He even sounded like you, which made it even creepier. On the surface, I just laughed it off, but inside, I was starting to unravel. That night, I lie awake in bed, staring up at the ceiling and replaying Anna's words over and over in my head. The idea of somebody walking around and pretending to be me, adopting my lifestyle like it was a costume? Weird. The next day, I made an attempt at least, to confront him. Hey, I said when I saw him, catching him by the dish station during a lull in the service. We need to talk. He smiled, wiping his hands on a towel. Yeah, what's up, twin? Alright, cut the twin stuff, I snapped. I heard you were at the bar last night telling people that you were me. What is all this about, dude? Like, what is this? Chris tilted his head in a smile and wavering. Aw, come on, it's just a joke. Was it? I said, folding my arms, because Anna didn't seem to think it was that funny. His grin faltered for a fraction of a second and then he just shrugged. You're overthinking it, man. Relax. Relax. That word seemed to echo in my head almost like a taunt. I tried to take that at face value, but it was really impossible. Every time I turned around, there was Chris, watching me with that same grin. One afternoon, I opened up the fridge to grab my lunch, a Tupperware container of leftover spaghetti my girlfriend had made for me, only to find him leaning up against the counter, twirling my fork between his fingers. Hey, he said, flashing that same empty smile. This had my name on it. I thought it was mine. My bad. I froze. My hands were now clenching in a fist at my side. That wasn't yours, I said. He shrugged, popping a forkful of spaghetti into his mouth right in the moment. Huh. Well, it tastes like it's mine. Something in me snapped and I grabbed the fork out of his hand, slammed it onto the counter. Stay the hell out of my stuff, I growled. Chris then held up his hands in this mocking surrender, his grin never faltering. Oh, all right. No need to get all worked up. Worked up, relax. This guy was easily trying to gaslight me into thinking that I was the crazy one, when in fact, it was him. After that, I started warning people. Don't listen to anything Chris says, I told the other prep cooks. He's not right. There's something about this dude. I can't quite put my finger on it, but just don't listen to anything he says. But the harder I continued to try to distance myself from him, the closer he seemed to get to me. Then came the text to my girlfriend's phone. At first, I thought they were from me, messages that said things like, good morning, or what should we have for dinner tonight? But then when she showed them to me, I frowned. I never sent these. I said. What do you mean? She asked me. Shit, I guess they are from a number I don't recognize, but who else would text me stuff like this if it wasn't you? I didn't even have to say anything. I knew who it was already. That night, I decided it was time to confront Chris once and for all. When I got to work, however, I found out that he'd called in sick. That idea of him sitting at home, probably scrolling through my girlfriend's social media or plotting his next move just made my skin crawl. When I got home, I was still really on edge. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the windows set my nerves on fire. My girlfriend constantly tried to reassure me, but I could tell that she was uneasy as well. And then came a knock at the door. It was soft at first, almost like they were hesitating, but it was enough to send my heart racing. My girlfriend quietly went to the door, peeking through the peephole. "It's him," she whispered. And I didn't think, I just acted. I yanked open the door and there he was, Chris, standing on my porch with that same damn grin. "Hey, buddy," he said, like we were old friends. "I was in the neighborhood. I thought I'd stop by and say hi." "Hi." Before he could say another word, I shoved him hard. He stumbled back and tripped over the porch steps and landed in a heap on the sidewalk. "If you ever come near me or my girlfriend again, I'll fucking kill you. Do you understand me?" Chris didn't respond the way I had expected him to. He didn't shout back. He didn't threaten me. He just did that stupid smile, slowly got to his feet and brushed himself off. All right, he said, voice still extremely calm. "I'll see you around." Chris didn't show up for his shift the next day, or the day after that. By the end of the week, the general manager casually mentioned that he'd quit without any kind of notice. "Flaked out on us," she said with a shrug. "Guess he wasn't cut out for this after all." For a while, I was relieved. That oppressive weight of his presence was finally gone. The knot in my stomach had finally loosened. It was over. Chris had moved on and I could finally put this whole thing behind me. But unfortunately for me, Chris was hard to shake. A few weeks after this, my girlfriend and I were out running errands when I caught a glimpse of him, or at least somebody I thought looked like him. We were pulling into the parking lot of a grocery store. I saw a figure leaning up against the wall near the entrance, head bowed as if studying his phone. It was that posture that got me at first, that lazy slouch stance that I'd seen so many times inside the restaurant. "Hey, wait here," I told my girlfriend. She grabbed my arm though. "Don't, just let it go, please." But I couldn't. I got out of the car and walked toward him. Every step felt like it was getting heavier, like I was wading through molasses. By the time I got close enough to call out, he lifted his head and it wasn't him. The stranger gave me this puzzled look before turning and walking into the store. I stood there, breathing hard and feeling like an idiot. "See," my girlfriend said when I got back to the car. "You're letting him live in your head rent-free. Just let it go." She wasn't wrong, but it wasn't that simple. It wasn't just the memory of Chris that continued to haunt me. It was, well, the way he slipped into my life so seamlessly. The way he bent reality around him until it almost seemed like I was the intruder on him. Even now, many years later, I still catch myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see Chris in a crowd of faces. I don't think it's paranoia, it feels more like instinct. Something about that guy just wasn't right, something that was way deeper than the usual weirdness of a restaurant life. I continued to rationalize it, explain it away, but maybe he was in fact lonely, desperate for some form of connection. Maybe he did see something in me that he wanted for himself. Or maybe he wasn't just pretending to be me, maybe he was actually trying to become me. That night on the porch when I shoved him down the stairs, I feel like I saw something in his eyes that I can't forget. It wasn't anger, fear, or even humiliation. It was satisfaction, like he was getting exactly what he wanted. I don't know where Chris is now still, and I really don't want to know. But sometimes when the house is quiet and the shadows stretch long across my walls, I think about that stupid empty smile, the way it never quite reached his eyes, and I wonder if Chris is still out there, telling some other group of people that his name is Chris and that he's a prep cook. I used to think of my work as this sanctuary, believe it or not. Sure, it was this big corporate grind, but it had its perks. I worked for IT for this massive company. It spanned multiple buildings and housed so many employees that some of the faces almost were a blur to me. I knew most of the departments, but still there were a lot of folks that I barely even recognized. People whose names I never even learned. For all I knew, some of them might have been ghosts haunting the break rooms and the copy machines. My days would fall into this comfortable rhythm. Come in, clock in, drink the coffee that tasted faintly of burnt toast, and deal with the same endless parade of forgotten passwords and mysteriously broken printers. Then, lunch, my sacred hour. I'd retreat to the break room or the little outdoor seating area with that same eclectic crew. A graphic designer named Tracy, an HR guy named Max, and Melanie from sales, who always had these wild stories about her clients. They were pretty much my buffer against the monotony. Routine kept the days manageable though. Even the constant hum of fluorescent lights overhead and the ever-present whir of the server room because of that background noise. The chaos of IT didn't really bother me too much. In fact, I kind of thrived on it. If anything, it's the unpredictable human drama that sometimes spilled into the office that would give me pause. People are strange creatures. You think you really know somebody, sitting right next to you day after day, week after week, year after year, and then something happens. A raised voice in the hallway, a slammed door, and suddenly they're a complete stranger. It was on one of those otherwise remarkable afternoons that the strange energy in the air hit me immediately. I was elbow deep in some kind of outdated desktop tower when I noticed the quiet. Normally, it wasn't loud or anything, but the office had this low din of conversation. Phones ringing, keyboards clacking, but for some reason, not today. Today, there was something different. A tension that I couldn't quite place was lingering in the air. Tracy was always the one cluing me in, pulling me aside during my lunch break, their usual conspiratorial grin. "You hear about that drama?" she whispered, leaning in close enough that I could smell that peppermint gum that she was always chewing. Drama?" I'd asked, pretending not to care, but of course I cared. The office gossip was almost like a shot of caffeine. "Nicole, in accounting?" Tracy's eyes darted around, scanning for anybody eavesdropping. "She found out her husband's been screwing Lindsay from marketing. You know Lindsay, right? The blonde girl, always wearing those ridiculous heels." I didn't know Lindsay, or maybe I did. Again, like I mentioned before, faces were pretty hard to place for me sometimes, but the way Tracy was explaining it and telling it to me, this was almost like the scandal of the century, so I had to play along, act like I knew her. Yeah, I think so. So what happened?" "She lost it," Tracy said, her voice dropping even lower, like full-on meltdown in the parking lot this morning. Screaming, cussing, the whole 9 yards. Security had to get involved. "Seriously?" I said as I shook my head. "What, are we still in high school or something?" "I know, right?" Tracy chuckled. But there was a nervous energy about it. "Anyway, the word is Lindsay and Nicole's husband, what's his name? Evan. They both got sent home. Nicole too. HR's in overdrive trying to clean it all up." As the day went on, that story unraveled in bits and pieces, like it does. passing like a baton between the departments. By the time it finally reached my desk, the tension in the air had thickened completely, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the kind of story that would just end like most of them do. The rest of that day passed in whispers and darting glances across the room. Every conversation that everybody was having seemed to orbit that same event, each version of the story slightly warped by the teller's perspective. By the time I finally clocked out for the day, the office was like a pressure cooker. And for some reason, I still was thinking about the image of Nicole screaming in the parking lot, voice breaking against the concrete walls of the building. I personally really didn't know her well, but I do remember fixing her laptop a few times. She was polite, if not maybe a little distant. But now I couldn't stop wondering what she looked like during the moment of complete unraveling. The next morning, the office was really off. It wasn't the usual awkwardness that followed a big blow-up. It was even deeper. I got to my desk early, booted up my computer, hoping to just lose myself in work. But almost immediately after that, Max from HR appeared in my peripheral vision. He leaned up against the cubicle wall. His face was pale and drawn. "Man," he said, shaking his head. "I'm assuming you heard about what happened." "Let me guess," I replied, not even looking up. "More drama." "Nicole," Max said. The weight of his voice made me pause now, though. I swiveled in my chair to face him. "She disappeared yesterday after that fight in the parking lot. Didn't go home, didn't answer her phone. Her husband, Evan, went looking for her, but..." "Wait," I interrupted. "Evan? Wasn't he the one that was cheating?" Max nodded. Yeah. He left for work early to avoid the fallout. I guess he thought he'd wait for Nicole to cool off and come home." "Okay, so what happened?" Max hesitated, glancing around as if he was afraid somebody might overhear him. "Word is, Evan and Lindsay met up last night, probably to talk things over or through. I don't know, make plans, whatever. Anyway, Nicole found them." The way he said it, it made my stomach drop. "Found them?" "Yeah," Max said, voice barely even above a whisper. "She killed them, both of them." Those words didn't even really register at first. They just kind of hung in the air above me. "What do you mean, killed them?" I asked, even though I knew exactly what he meant. "She shot Lindsay," Max said, "right in the chest, and Evan stabbed him multiple times. Cops found her wandering near the scene covered in blood." I was just staring at Max now, waiting for the punchline, waiting for him to crack a grin and admit this was some kind of sick joke, but he never did. "Jesus," I muttered, leaning back in my chair. "Yeah," Max said. "Jesus is right." For the rest of the morning, every time I tried to focus on work, my mind would wander back to Nicole. I pictured her standing over Lindsay and Evan, her hands slick with blood, her face twisted with rage, or maybe grief. I couldn't really decide which was worse. By lunchtime, the entire office was buzzing with the news. Tracy cornered me in the break room, her usual grin replaced by the look of genuine unease. "I'm assuming you heard?" she said, as if there was any chance I hadn't. "Yeah," I said. "Max told me earlier." "Can you believe it?" Tracy said. "I mean, I knew she was upset, but she trailed off, shaking her head. "Nobody could have seen this coming," I said, even though, as the words left my mouth, I wasn't sure I even believed them. People don't just snap like that, do they? There has to be something simmering beneath the surface, something that builds and builds until it finally explodes. "Do you think she'll get the death penalty?" Tracy asked. "I don't know. I'm not a lawyer." But I'll admit that thought did linger in my mind. Nicole sitting in a courtroom, her hands cuffed, her face blank, as a judge read her sentence. That felt way too big, too dramatic to be even real. But yet, it was. Lindsay and Evan were both dead, and Nicole was in custody. The rest of us were left to pick up the pieces to make sense of the senseless. The office was so quiet that day. The only time people spoke, it was in hushed tones, their voices muffled by the thick tension in the air. Occasionally, I would hear snippets of conversation, somebody speculating about Nicole's mental state, or somebody else claiming they knew something was off. They'd known it all along, like everybody always says. Everyone had their opinion, but nobody seemed to have any answers. I was exhausted when I clocked out, not just physically, but emotionally. The weight of that day just pressed down on me, and I could not shake the grief. I felt weird, distant. I'm sure some of you understand exactly what I'm talking about. The next day at the office, it felt like I stepped inside a crime scene. Everything looked the same, the gray cubicles, buzzing fluorescent lights, the faint smell of somebody's reheated curry wafting from the break room. But it was definitely different. There's a weight in the air, a suffocating stillness that made every sound, every click of a keyboard, every cough feel deafening. I clocked in as usual, and the motions were robotic. I made my way to my desk, avoiding eye contact with anybody. Not that anybody was looking. Most people were glued to their monitors or huddled in these small, tense groups, still whispering so low that I don't even know how they heard it. Around mid-morning, I finally got the courage to approach Max. He was hunched over his desk, staring blankly at a screen. "Hey," I said, leaning up against the edge of his cubicle. "You got any updates?" Max looked up and his eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't answer me immediately. He just rubbed the temples of his head, trying to massage the words into existence. "Yeah," he finally said. His voice was heavy though. "They're saying Nicole's not talking, not to the cops, not to anybody, just sitting in her cell, staring at the wall." I nodded slowly, unsure of what to say next. "What about Lindsay and Evan?" Max swallowed hard. "The details are all over the news, man. Lindsay was shot point blank range in the chest and probably didn't even see it coming. Evan, he fought back, and that's why she stabbed him so many times. They found the knife in her car and there was blood everywhere." "Jesus," I muttered again. "Yeah," Max responded. By the time lunch rolled around, I wasn't hungry, but I went to the break room anyway. The usual group was there: Tracy, Melanie, even a couple of others who rarely even joined us. The table was now crowded. "Did you see the news?" Tracy asked as I sat down. "No, not yet. I haven't really looked." I'd seen some headlines, some grainy photos of Nicole's mugshot, and the blood-slickened driveway where it all gone down. "They're saying she planned it," Tracy said, as she waited outside Lindsay's house for hours just watching. "Can you imagine?" I couldn't, or maybe I just didn't want to. "People snap," Melanie said. "You think you know somebody, but..." She trailed off, just staring at her coffee. The conversation petered out after that. Nobody really had anything left to say, and honestly, I was grateful for it. I finished my coffee and went back to my desk and just tried to lose myself in work. To this day, that was the worst work week of my life. Nothing compares to it. And the craziest thing is that people still talk about it. A lot of us have and will work here for a long time, their entire careers. These people talk in circles like the blood is still warm. And all I can do is just try my best to avoid it. It's said and done. Past is the past. But every time I walk past Nicole's old desk, every time I see that empty chair where Lindsay used to sit, I feel the same grief that I did back then. And from my understanding, she's still in prison. I've had a lot of jobs over the years, but there was something special about that department store that I worked in. It definitely wasn't anything fancy. It was pretty typical. Suburban chain nestled between a discount grocery store and a nail salon, but for me, it was perfect. The hours were steady, the work wasn't demanding, and it was easy to stay on top of the trends since I spent all day surrounded by racks and racks of clothes. But what really made it shine was actually the people. Working retail meant constant socializing, and I thrived on that chatter. Whether it was customers needing advice on what looked good or coworkers griping about the latest markdowns, I was in my element. I took that job pretty seriously too. I wasn't one of those people who punched the clock and did the bare minimum. I volunteered for extra shifts when I could and always tried to help out with the newer hires. Went the extra mile if somebody needed a hand. And that's why on a chilly Wednesday evening, didn't hesitate to offer Thad a ride home. Thad was the latest addition to our retail family. He'd shown up a few weeks back, all shy smiles and polite nods, and there wasn't really anything particularly remarkable about him. Average height, average build, brown hair cropped short. He had one of those faces you forget as soon as you look away, no offense. During orientation, he mentioned he had some retail experience, and he seemed to pick up the ropes pretty quickly. He wasn't the type to joke around or join in on our after-work outings, but he was fine enough during shifts. On this particular night, as we all clocked out, I noticed him lingering near the front doors. While everybody else chatted in groups or hurried to their cars, he seemed at a loss, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, glancing around like he was looking for somebody. I threw my coat on, slung my bag over my shoulder, and figured I'd ask if he was okay. "Hey, everything good, Thad?" I asked. He turned to me startled and then smiled awkwardly. "Oh, yeah, trying to figure out the best way to get home." "You don't drive?" "Nah," he said, scratching the back of his neck. "I just moved here and I'm still working on getting a car. I'm living with my aunt, so it's not too far. Couple of miles maybe." "Where at?" He gave me a pair of crossroads and I frowned. That wasn't exactly close, and all the sidewalks in that area are more decorative than functional. "You're walking all that way?" I asked. He shrugged. "I don't mind, it's good exercise." Something about that just didn't sit right with me. Maybe it was the idea of somebody walking along those dark, winding streets at night, or maybe it was just the way his shoulders slumped when he said it, like he already regretted the trek. "It's not a big deal, I'll give you a ride," I said, before I could overthink it. His face lit up, a mixture of surprise as well as gratitude. "Oh, are you sure? I don't want to put you out." "It's fine," I assured him. "I go right by there on my way home anyway." He hesitated for a second, then nodded. "Thank you, that's so nice of you." We headed out together, weaving through the rows of parked cars to the employee lot around the back. My little hatchback was wedged between a rusting pickup and Laney's obnoxiously clean sedan. I unlocked the doors with a click and gestured for Thad to hop on in. Looking back now, I wonder what would have happened if I just waved him off, if I let him make that walk alone. But at the time, it really wasn't a big deal, just one coworker helping out another. The drive started out pretty normal. Thad settled into the passenger seat with a polite, "Thank you again for this." And again I waved it off, telling him it's not that big of a deal. We pulled out of the lot, and the faint hum of my car's heater filled up the silence as I turned onto that main road. For that first mile or so, we made the usual small talk, harmless stuff. He asked how long I'd been working at the store, and I told him it had been just over a year now. He mentioned again that he'd done retail back in his hometown, but didn't go into much more detail about where that was exactly. "It's nice here," he said after a while. "Quiet, not like where I'm from." "And where's that again?" I asked. The Midwest," he said vaguely. "Big city, way too crowded for me." I nodded, not pressing any further. Something about his tone made it clear he wasn't looking to elaborate anymore, so I wasn't about to turn a casual conversation into some kind of interrogation. A few minutes later, we passed up a gas station, the bright lights standing against the dark. Thad suddenly perked up, pointing towards it. Hey, do you mind if we stop for a second? I really need to grab something. I hesitated, glancing at the clock on my dashboard. It was already late, and I wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea of making any kind of detour, but it didn't feel right to say no in the moment. Sure, I said, looking on my turn signal. I pulled into the station and rolled up to a stop beside one of the gas pumps, even though I wasn't getting any fuel. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out, turning back to tell me, "I'll be right back." I watched as he disappeared into the store. Left alone now, I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel, eyes flitting to the rearview mirror just out of habit. The parking lot was mostly empty, save for one lone pickup parked near the air pump. When Thad returned, he was carrying a small plastic bag that crinkled in his grip. He knocked on the window lightly and I rolled it down, expecting him to hand me the bag. Instead, he gestured toward the ignition. "Can you kill the engine real quick?" he asked. I frowned but did as he asked, confused, but twisted the key until the car fell silent. Thad then stepped around to the driver's side, crouching near the gas tank. It wasn't until I heard the metallic clink of the nozzle being removed from its holster that I realized what he was doing. He was filling up my tank. Startled, I climbed out of the car. "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice somewhere between confused and amused. Thad straightened up, glanced at me over his shoulder, and said, "You're doing me a favor, right? Just let me return it." I stared at him, unsure of how to respond. It was a strange gesture, especially for somebody that I barely knew, but at the time it felt harmless, generous even. "Look, you really don't have to do that, I promise," I said eventually. He just shrugged. "It's not a big deal. Gas is cheaper here than it was back home anyway." I stood there awkwardly as he finished up with that rhythmic click of the pump, the only sound between us now. When it was done, he replaced the nozzle and flashed me a quick smile. "All set." "Thanks," I said, still feeling a little off kilter. We both got back into the car and continued that drive, conversation picking right back up where it left off, as if nothing unusual had just happened. By the time I dropped him off, I convinced myself that the whole thing was just a quirky act of kindness, and that I was overthinking it. The next morning, I walked into work to find the store buzzing with tension. My coworkers huddled up in small groups, their voices low and hurried. Lainey, who worked in accessories, spotted me as soon as I walked in and rushed over. "Did you hear?" she asked, grabbing my arm. Hear what?" "It's about Thad." My stomach dropped. "What about him?" "He got fired," Lainey said. "Fired?" I repeated, stunned. "Why? He literally just started." Lainey glanced around as if checking to make sure nobody else was listening, before leaning in a little bit closer. "Apparently, he told a couple of people in the back room last night that he lit his ex-girlfriend on fire at a gas station." I froze, the words hitting me like a physical blow. "What?" "That's what he said. I know, weird," Lainey insisted. "He just came out with it like it was no big deal. Said he got into an argument with her and then doused her in gasoline and set her on fire. She survived, but barely." I stared at her, my mind racing. "Are you messing with me? That can't be true." "It is," Lainey said grimly. "The manager looked into it after she heard about it and checked it out. He got arrested for it, but I guess he must have made some kind of deal or something because he didn't serve much time, but yeah, it definitely happened." I felt like the ground had shifted beneath me. My thoughts flashed back to the night before, to the gas station, to the moment Thad had filled up my tank. He just stood there, mere feet from me with a nozzle in his hand. That could have easily been me. The realization left me cold, a shiver running down my spine despite the warmth of the store. "I gave him a ride home last night," I said numbly. Lainey's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" "He asked me to stop at a gas station too." He pumped gas into my car and I didn't think anything of it at the time, but now I trailed off, unable to even finish the thought or my sentence. Lainey looked as horrified as I felt. "You need to tell the manager," she said. I nodded, even though I wasn't sure what good that would do. Dad's already gone, fired, and likely out of town. But the thought of what could have happened continued to linger. I couldn't focus for the rest of my shift. My hands were shaking every time I folded up a sweater or rung up a customer. Every corner of that store felt too open, too exposed, as if Dad could reappear at any moment. I knew that was irrational, that he was gone, fired, no longer my problem, but the weight of what I'd learned pressed down upon me, making it hard to even breathe. When my day finally ended, I found myself lingering by the manager's office, hesitant to even knock on the door. What was I gonna say? That I'd given him a ride home? That he'd stopped at a gas station, filled up my tank? It felt absurd, like I was overreacting, but then I remembered Lainey's words, the look that was on her face when she told me that Dad had confessed. I knocked lightly. My manager, a no-nonsense woman named Carol, opened up the door. "Yes?" she said, eyeing me with mild impatience. "Hey, can I talk to you for a second?" I asked her. She then gestured for me to come inside, closing the door behind me. "What's going on? What's this about?" I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, find my composure. "It's about Dad." Her expression darkened instantly. "What about him?" "I gave him a ride home last night," I began, words fumbling out faster than I could even control. "He said he didn't have a car and that he lived nearby, so I just offered it up. On the way home, he asked me to stop at a gas station and he filled my tank. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but now, after what Lainey told me..." Carol's face was unreadable. Her lips were pressed into this thin line. When I finished, she nodded slowly. "Did he say anything to you? Anything about his past?" I shook my head. "No, nothing. He just made small talk, but now that I know..." "You feel like it could have gone differently?" She finished my sentence for me. I nodded, grateful that she understood without me having to actually say it out loud. Carol then sighed, rubbing her temples. "You're not the first one to come to me about this today. A couple of the other girls said he made them uncomfortable too, even before this information came out. I really honestly don't know how something like that slipped through the cracks, but he is gone now. We've notified the authorities, and they're looking into him again." I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded along. The thought about the police digging into Thad's past should have comforted me, but it didn't. It just made everything feel a little more real. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Thad standing at the gas pump, the nozzle in his hand, his face calm and unbothered. I kept imagining how easily he could have turned and made that moment into something horrific. How close I'd come to becoming another victim inside his twisted story. In the days that followed, life at the store did return to something resembling normalcy, but I never shook that unease that clung to me. One night, after I was locking up after a late shift, I could have swore I saw a figure lingering at the edge of the parking lot. My heart leapt into my throat, but when I turned to get a better look, it was gone. Was it him? Had Dad come back? I'll probably never know. Dad disappeared from my life as quickly as he entered it, leaving nothing behind but this gnawing sense of dread and a story that I'll carry with me forever. When I first moved to that dusty college city near the state line, I thought I was trading monotony for excitement. I was in my mid-20s, too young to know better and too old to have any other excuse. The town had this reputation, one of those places where you could feel like the hangover lingering out in the air, even on a Tuesday morning. Bars outnumbered any church, and the police really didn't seem to bother too much with noise complaints, unless somebody was literally getting stabbed. It was a perfect place for somebody like me, a guy who didn't want to look over his shoulder or have any particular plan. I'm not going to name this actual town out of sheer anonymity. I came for work. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover rent and then leave me with enough cash for what mattered to me most, which was booze. Yup, you got it. Of course I love this channel. But let me tell you about the time that alcohol ruined my life and led to some really messed up shit. Those first few weeks were a blur of introductions that I can't remember. Streets I couldn't navigate sober. By the time I found my footing though, I had my routine nailed down completely. Monday through Friday, I worked just enough to avoid getting fired. The rest of the time, I drank. My job was this specialty gig, another thing that I won't explain in detail, just to keep it under wraps. Again, it paid a decent wage. Your average Joe probably doesn't know how to do it, so I'll leave it at that. Within this town, there was literally a bar for every mood. Divey joints where the floor stuck to your shoes. Places where craft beer menus are way too long to read. Some of them written in chalk on the wall like the intro to Star Wars. Neon hellholes, blaring music so loud that you had to scream to get your order. Personally, I wasn't picky. I was a regular everywhere I went because I never stayed anywhere long enough to wear out my welcome. I'd make small talk with strangers, toss back a few shots and then disappear off into the night. I didn't keep a lot of friends either. Didn't even try to. Booze was my friend and we hung out every single night. I won't lie, drinking was my coping mechanism. I wasn't escaping anything in particular. No trauma, no heartbreak, nothing too dramatic. Just a dull, gnawing loneliness that I couldn't quite shake. It felt less sharp when I was buzzed, so I stayed that way as much as I could. Flying solo also meant I rarely got into any kind of trouble. I was a friendly drunk, the kind who would laugh too loud and bought rounds for random people that I barely knew, which honestly usually opened up some pretty cool doors. That New Year's Eve, I wasn't planning anything special. I'd been to a couple of parties that week before. I figured I'll just hit those same bars again, maybe find some cheap champagne at midnight. Around 7 p.m., I wandered into a place that I'd yet to try. This narrow, dimly lit bar tucked between a tattoo parlor and a boarded up shop. That smell of stale beer hit me before I even stepped inside. It was all too familiar, comforting even. I figured I'll grab a drink, maybe two, and then move on. The place was half empty, just the way I liked it. I ordered a whiskey neat and scoped out the crowd. There was a couple of older guys hunched over the far end of the bar, a bartender who looked like she'd seen a lot better days, then a table of rowdy 20-somethings near the jukebox. At first I didn't recognize them, but then one of them, a stocky guy with a buzz cut and a voice like gravel, immediately caught my eye. "Hey, you're that dude from Murphy's," he yelled out, pointing at me like I was some long-lost friend. I froze, trying to place him. Murphy's was one of my usual haunts, but the faces kind of all blended together. I played along, smiling and raising my glass. "Yeah, that's me." "Get over here, man," he hollered, waving me over. The rest of the table turned to look, and their faces lit up with drunken enthusiasm. I hesitated at first, but then I figured why not? It's New Year's Eve after all. What's the worst that could happen? I did recognize a few of them as I walked over. The stocky guy introduced himself as Rob, the face that you kinda can't forget, wide jaw, perpetually flushed cheeks, and a scar just above his left eyebrow that looked like it had a story of its own. The others at the table greeted me like an old buddy. There was Lisa, a tall, funky woman with this armful of mismatched tattoos, and her boyfriend, Caleb, who seemed more focused on his drink than the conversation itself. Two other guys whose names I didn't quite catch. They were already slurring their words. clearly a couple of rounds ahead of me. They made room for me at the table, and before I could say anything else, Rob was sliding a fresh beer in front of me. "This first one's on me," he said, grinning. That next hour was blurred together in a haze of laughter, clinking glasses, and shouted stories. I could barely follow any of them over the jukebox, though. It was the kind of easy camaraderie that comes when everybody's 3 drinks deep and pretending the new year will be different this time. That's what I think it is, a big charade for adults, a way to commiserate and play make-believe. "You know," Rob said at one point, leaning in close enough that I could smell the whiskey on his breath, "this place is dead. I'm throwing a party at my house after this, a real party. You should come." Lisa and Caleb immediately cheered their approval. The others nodded along. Again, I found myself hesitating. The idea of a house party was kind of appealing, but I wasn't sure I knew these people well enough. Still, I guess it was better than bar hopping alone. "You know what? Yeah, why not?" I said, lifting my beer in this half-hearted toast. "Hell yeah!" Rob slapped me on the back hard enough to make me cough. He scribbled his address on a napkin, followed by this crude map, a mess of blocky letters and arrows. "We'll head out in a bit. Finish your drink." It didn't take too much longer after that for the group to settle their tab and then file out into the night. The cold air was a slap to the face after that bar's smoky warmth. Rob stood out in the street, barking directions to everybody like a drill sergeant. Apparently his house wasn't far, just a couple of miles through some back streets. Most of the group decided to walk, but I opted to take my car, figuring it'd be way easier to leave if things got too rowdy. I parked a block away just in case. Their neighborhood was a patchwork of sagging fences, overgrown yards, and houses that looked like they'd seen much better decades. Rob's place stood out only because it was lit up like a Christmas tree. Every window was glowing and music was thumping faintly through the walls. The front door stood wide open, spilling light and noise out onto the cracked sidewalk. I stepped inside and was immediately slapped by that sour tang of beer and something else, something metallic. The living room was cluttered with mismatched furniture, scattering of empty beer cans. It was almost empty of people, too. I spotted this couple making out in the corner and another guy passed out on the couch snoring. From the second I stepped through that threshold, the energy was just off. I could feel it in the way the air seemed too still despite all the noise around it. I'm sure some of you know what I'm talking about. I wandered a little deeper, past the kitchen where there was a few people loitering, then out into the garage where the real party seemed to be going on. The garage was packed with bodies, the music much louder out here, the smell of sweat and spilled beer overwhelming me. There was a keg in one corner, surrounded by a cluster of people taking turns filling red cups. Rob stood in the center, holding court like a king. His grin was wide and eyes sharp. He spotted me immediately. His expression shifted, confusion, then recognition, and something darker. "Hey!" he shouted, pointing at me. "Who the hell invited this guy?" The room went quiet and all eyes turned to me. My stomach sank. You did," forcing this nervous laugh. "At the bar, remember?" Rob stared at me for a long moment. Then his grin finally returned. "Just messing with you, man. Relax." He waved me over, the tension finally breaking as everybody laughed and went back to their drinks. Honestly, I didn't want to go any further, but I also didn't want to stand there like an idiot either. So I made my way over to him, squeezing past bodies. Rob handed me a beer as soon as I reached him. "Here," he said. "Drink up." I took it, though something didn't feel quite right. The way he continued to stare at me, almost like he was sizing me up. I tried to downplay my nerves, raised the cup to my lips, but before I could take a sip, his hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. "What's your name again?" he asked. I hesitated, dumbfounded. It's Sam, remember? Sam, yeah, his grin widening. Nice, bro. And then he punched me. It happened so fast I didn't even register the pain at first. His fist connected with my nose, a sharp crack that sent stars exploding across my vision. I stumbled back, clutching my face, blood already streaming through my fingers. There's no holding back. He straight up whipped my ass. I was in disbelief. I'd never been hit like that before. Surprise! Rob shouted, laughing. The others joined in, their laughter a jagged chorus that cut through the music. Before I could recover, somebody else kicked me in the ribs, knocking the wind out of me. Another blow, then another until I was on the ground, curled up and trying to protect my head. They were all shouting things that I couldn't quite make out. Their voices were blending in with the pounding music. Fists and feet continued to rain down on me, each hit sending this fresh wave of pain throughout my body. I genuinely thought I was going to die lying right there, beaten to death in some stranger's garage. Finally, the assault stopped and I just lied there, gasping for breath, every inch of me screaming out in agony. Rob then appeared over me, his face with a mask of mock and concern. Happy New Year, buddy, he said, his voice dripping with venom. The hell did I just walk into? Why? Spoiler, to this day, I still don't have any idea. I think Rob pegged me for a new guy and just wanted to feel some kind of power. Two of them grabbed me under their arms, dragged me across the floor. My legs scraped against the concrete, every movement a fresh new wave of agony. They hauled me out to the front door and then unceremoniously tossed me down the steps, laughing as I hit the ground. I lied there for what felt like hours, my body throbbing with pain. That cold concrete of the sidewalk was just pressed against my cheek, and I could feel the blood pooling up in my mouth. My ears rang, and I could still hear muffled laughter and music pouring from the house. I forced myself to sit up, wincing at every movement. My ribs ached, my face was swollen, my hands were scraped raw from trying to shield myself. I gingerly pressed my hand to my nose. It wasn't broken, thank God, but the bleeding had not stopped yet. A hot surge of humiliation burned throughout me, mingling with that pain. I could not believe I let myself get into this situation, that I'd even trusted these people for half a second. I glanced around, the street now eerily quiet. The faint buzz of fireworks crackled off in the distance, a reminder that the rest of the world was still celebrating. But for me, the new year had started with blood and bruises, and the irony was not lost on me. I slowly staggered to my feet, testing my weight on those unsteady legs. My head was swimming, but I did stay upright, clutching the railing for balance. My car was a block away, and I clung to the thought like a lifeline. If I could just make it to the car, I could hopefully put this nightmare behind me. That walk felt endless. Every step was agony, my battered body protesting every single movement. The streets were empty, the houses were dark. When I finally reached my car, relief washed over me as I spotted it parked right where I left it. No broken windows, no slashed tires, just a small mercy in an otherwise horrific night. My keys weren't in my pocket though. I frantically patted myself down, searching every pocket, every crevice, but they were gone. They must have fallen out during that beating, or maybe one of those bastards had taken them off of me. Either way, I was stranded. I leaned up against my car, the reality sinking in. There's no way I'm going back to that house, not if it meant crawling through the front door and begging for my keys. Defeated, I turned and started walking. My apartment was miles from here, but it wasn't like I had any other option. The streets stretched endlessly ahead, each step a painful reminder of my stupid actions that night. I passed houses with glowing windows, laughter and music of their own. Families and friends gathered together, their joy, this stark contrast to my solitary. There was a part of me that wanted to knock on somebody's door, to ask for help, but the shame kept me moving. I didn't want anybody to see me like this. When I finally reached my apartment, the relief was overwhelming. I fumbled with my spare key that I kept hidden under a loose brick. Inside, the familiar smell of my own stale beer and takeout quickly greeted me. This tiny comfort in an otherwise bleak night. I collapsed onto the couch, my body too spent to even make it to my bed. As I lay there, my mind raced, replaying the night in vivid detail. The laughter, the music, the sudden shift from camaraderie to violence, and it made no sense. Why had Rob invited me in the first place? Why had they done any of that? There were no answers, just aches in my ribs and a lingering sense of dread. I thought about calling the police, about filing a report, but that thought felt completely hollow. What would I even say? That I'd gone to a party with strangers and gotten exactly what I deserved for trusting anybody? No, I couldn't face the humiliation of explaining it. Not to anybody, especially the police. Instead, I made a decision. A quote-unquote New Year's resolution, if you will. I wasn't going to let this define me. The drinking, the aimless wandering from bar to bar, it had to stop. I could not keep stumbling and fumbling through my life, trusting the wrong people and ending up in the gutter. I didn't know how to fix it, but I knew I could not keep going the way I was. As the first light of the New Year's crept through the blinds, I drifted off into a restless sleep. My body ached, my mind was heavy, but somewhere in the back of my battered skull, this tiny spark of hope flickered to life. Maybe this was indeed the wake-up call that I needed. Maybe, just maybe, this year would be different. I've worked bars for most of my adult life. It's not glamorous, but it did pay the bills and give me plenty of stories to tell, some funny and some horrifying. The bar I ended up working at the longest was called the Copper Rose, though there wasn't anything rosy about it. It sat inside the oldest building in town, a hulking brick monstrosity that was half held together by nostalgia and the sheer will of its own patrons. The owner, a wiry man named Lou with a pencil mustache and a taste for cheap cigars, liked to play up the history of the place itself. "It's upscale," he'd say, gesturing to the cracked leather booths and tarnished brass fixtures. "It's a piece of class in this blue-collar town, come on now." Class my ass. Most of our regulars were ranch hands, mechanics, and the odd trucker passing through. On any given night, you could find bikers in leather jackets popping up against a bar, nursing beers and telling stories that made my stomach churn. Every now and again, somebody from the fancier part of town would wander in, usually on a dare or because every other place was closed. It would never stay long. The Copper Rose was not a place for the timid. I'd been there for about 6 years when this particular story took place. It was New Year's Eve. The bar was packed. Lou had gone all out with the decorations, strings of gold and silver tinsel drooped from the ceiling, and a banner behind the bar that read, "Happy New Year, 1999, in these gaudy, glittery letters. We had these little plastic champagne flutes for midnight toasts. Not that really anybody cared. Most of the regulars were already deep into their whiskey and beer. I was on my third shift of the week, and my feet ached from standing for hours on end. The air was already thick with cigarette smoke, and the jukebox was blasting something by AC/DC as the bass reverberated through my chest. I wiped down the bar with this damp rag, and my eyes scanned the room. Most of the faces that I saw were familiar, but there were a few ones that were new in the mix, and that always made me nervous. New faces tended to mean unpredictability, and unpredictability meant potential trouble. By 10 p.m., the place was getting really rowdy. A group of bikers had claimed the pool table in the back, their laughter and shouts carrying over the din. One of them, a stocky guy with a skull tattoo on his neck, was arguing with the local rancher named Rick. Now, Rick was a regular, big broad-shouldered guy with a cowboy hat that he never took off, even indoors. The two of them were leaning in close. Their voices were low but tense. I continued to keep an eye on them, ready to step in if things escalated anymore. Lou had a strict no fighting policy, but enforcing it was another matter entirely. The Copper Rose had seen its share of brawls over the years, and I'd learned to spot the warning signs early. The clenched fists, the narrowed eyes, the way the air seemed to thicken with these unspoken threats. It was really like watching a storm roll in. As the night wore on, I just tried to focus on my work, pouring drinks and counting change, pretending not to notice the way Rick and that biker kept glancing at one another. Around 11:30, it started to unravel. And that was really the thing about nights like this. People just got restless the closer it got to midnight. The jukebox was now blaring Highway to Hell. The pool table was surrounded by bikers tossing back shots at Jack, and the ranchers had taken up the booths along the far wall. I almost thought I was back at a middle school dance, each group keeping to their own corner, eyeing one another with a mix of disdain and suspicion. Rick was then at the bar again, his face already flushed from far too much whiskey. He slammed a glass down and barked at me for a refill. "Make it a double, darling," he said, his voice loud enough to carry over the music. "Sure thing," I replied. Rick wasn't a bad guy, but he did have a temper, especially when he drank, and tonight he was drinking like he had something to prove. As I poured, I noticed that biker from earlier, watching Rick from across the room. His friends were still gathered around the pool table, but now he'd stepped away, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. His eyes were fixed on Rick, cold and calculating, and I didn't like it. "Hey, everything okay?" I asked Rick as I slid the glass from across the bar. He grunted, not even meeting my eyes. "Yeah, it's fine." It wasn't fine. I could feel it in the air, an electric charge just before lightning strikes. I continued to try to ignore it, focusing on the crush of people clamoring for their drinks, but I found myself glancing over my shoulder, that unease growing with every passing minute. The clock hit 11:45 and then the shouting started. It was Rick and the biker, of course. I couldn't make out exactly what they were saying, but the tone was unmistakable. Anger, thick, bitter. I leaned over the bar trying to catch Lou's attention, but he was nowhere to be found. Probably hiding in his office, letting me deal with this mess as usual. I quickly grabbed the phone and dialed 911. Explained the situation to the dispatcher the moment they answered. "Stay on the line," she said, her voice calm and professional. "Officers are on their way." "I can't stay on the line," I snapped. "I got a bar full of drunk idiots about to kill each other." I hung up before she could even respond to me, shoving the phone back underneath the counter. The fight moved pretty fast after that. Rick and the biker were toe-to-toe in the center of the room, faces inches apart as they shouted. A crowd had now gathered around them, egging it all on. "Back up!" Rick roared, shoving the biker hard enough to send him stumbling into a table. And that was all it took. The biker lunged, his fist connecting with Rick's jaw with a sickening crunch. Rick staggered but didn't go down, swinging back with this wild looping punch that caught the biker in the ribs. And just like that, it was chaos. The ranchers surged forward, shouting and shoving while the bikers closed the ranks around the other guy. Somebody threw a chair. It shattered against the wall. Glasses tipped over, beer and whiskey going everywhere on the floor. All the while, the jukebox was still blaring, a soundtrack to the scene straight out of a nightmare. I yelled for them to stop, but my voice was drowned out by the roar of the crowd. It quickly spilled out into the parking lot, the brawl growing like a storm cloud. fists and boots flying in every direction. The grunts and shouts punctuated by the occasional sound of glass breaking. I just stayed behind the bar, clutching the edge so hard my knuckles were turning white. Then I heard the gunshot. It cracked throughout the night like a whip, freezing everybody in their tracks. And for a moment, it was only silence. Then came the screams. I couldn't see who fired the shot, but it didn't really matter. The damage were done. People scattered and ran for their cars or ducked behind whatever cover they could find. The door burst open and a wave of bodies flooded back in the bar, knocking chairs over and tables in their scramble to get out of the way. I yelled at them to get out, but nobody listened. They were far too panicked and desperate to escape. I ducked behind the bar and grabbed the phone again, once more dialing 911. I told them there'd been a shooting. Send more units, please hurry. The dispatcher said something, but I couldn't hear it over the chaos. A biker stumbled past me. His face was pale and streaked with blood. Those next 10 minutes felt like an eternity. I stayed crouched behind the bar, listening to the sounds of shouting and crying, and the occasional crash of furniture, all the while the wail of sirens growing louder and louder. When the police finally arrived, the relief was almost enough to make me cry. Officers poured into the parking lot, shouting commands and breaking up fights with brutal efficiency. I glanced out from my hiding spot, watching as they handcuffed a few people left and right, lining them up like dominoes along the curb. Inside the bar was a mess. Broken glass completely littered the floor, and that banner that had once read Happy New Year now hung in tatters, one corner dragging in a puddle of beer. I slowly stood up, my legs trembling beneath me. The police were herding the last of the stragglers outside, but the damage was done. This wasn't just another bar fight. This turned into something far worse. I didn't sleep well that night because, well, how could I? My mind was reeling, replaying that scene over and over and over. It still resonated with me, even as I stood behind the bar the next day, cleaning up broken glass and sticky beer stains. The police had arrested nearly everybody involved, but something didn't quite sit right. There was a part of me that wondered if they were only catching the surface of what had really gone down. For the weeks after this incident, the bar felt emptier than ever, though the crowd still filtered in on the weekends. I continued to hear snippets of gossip, whispers about the bikers and the ranchers. No one knew for sure, but the rumors spread like wildfire. And then I'd say a month after New Year's Eve, something unexpected happened. I was wiping the bar down when the door swung open and in walked Rick, the rancher who started the fight. He was bruised, his face still marked with the remnants of the brawl. He looked almost sheepish as he stepped in, glancing around as if he expected somebody to jump out from behind the door. "Hey, darling," he said. "Think I need to settle my tab." I was so stunned I dropped the rag in my hand. "Rick, what the hell are you doing here? You've been gone for weeks." He just shrugged, sat at the bar and rested his forearms on the counter. "I had to take care of a few things and I got tied up with the law." He looked over his shoulder, then leaned closer. "Listen, I'm here to pay my tab, but there's something else you need to know." I raised an eyebrow. What could he possibly need to tell me? Rick hesitated. "You know that biker? The one with the tattoo, the one who started the fight with me?" He took a deep breath. "Well, he didn't survive that shooting." I froze. "What?" He nodded grimly. "One of my guys, a real hothead, pulled the trigger. I didn't see it at the time, but I heard all the rumors. I was told the biker didn't make it, and that's why the police came down so hard. A few of the guys got real nervous after that." "But you're still here," I said. "Aren't you afraid of getting caught up?" Rick shifted uncomfortably, tapping his fingers on the bar. "No, you don't understand, darling. We've all had to keep our mouths shut. Everybody at the bar that night. They know who's involved. But the cops never got the full story, and the bikers, well, they want to keep it quiet. Some of them paid up their tabs and some didn't, but the rest of us?" He paused. "They know my face, and of course I'm terrified. I'm leaving town for a few weeks. Those assholes could roll back at any time and bury me." I felt a chill run down my spine, dread creeping up from my stomach. The bikers were still out there, their loyalty obviously to one another, their silence weighing heavy. Rick wasn't a fool. He knew he barely escaped death. Rick cleared his throat and then dropped a wad of cash on the bar, far more than what he owed. "I'm not saying nothing more, but just keep an eye out. There's a lot more to this than you think. I'll see you around." Before I could even say anything else, he stood up and left the bar without another word. The door swung shut behind him, and for a moment I just stood there. Someone actually ran that big son of a bitch out of town. I couldn't believe it. Rick's receipt from that night still laid on the counter. Innocent enough, just a simple record of a transaction, but now it felt like a reminder of things that went unspoken. Blood money. Weeks passed. Slowly and occasionally, random people would come in and pay off their tabs. Some of them barely looked like they'd even survived the fight. And some of them, most of them, never talked about it, not a word. Just a quiet, empty handoff of cash. Then, almost as quickly as it all started, the bar seemed to return to normal. Nobody even brought up that night again, but it lingered, in the air, thick like smoke. It felt like a curse hanging over the place, and Rick did eventually come back, but he never stayed any later than 9 p.m. Those late night crowds seem to scare him now, and frankly, I don't blame him. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. It was supposed to be this night of freedom, a night where the rules didn't really matter. The hours would blend together in a haze of music, laughter, and a reckless joy that you only get at 17. My parents went out of town for the weekend, leaving me alone in the house for New Year's Eve. They trusted me, or maybe they didn't care. Either way, this was my chance. I'd been planning this party for weeks, and that anticipation every day was killing me, but by the time December 31st rolled around, I now had everything in place. I secured a decent amount of alcohol, nothing too fancy, it would get the job done. There was some weed, of course. It wasn't a party without it. Some snacks, extra chairs, coolers filled with beer. Even rigged up a nice playlist, mixing everything up from the 90s grunge to the modern day rap. Music is key. You don't throw a party without thinking about the soundtrack. I told everybody to keep it on the down low. The last thing that I needed was to get busted before the night even started. But I made it clear to the people that I trusted, the people that I actually liked, that this was going to be the kind of night that you'd remember forever. The kind of night you might tell your grandkids about, except you'd never tell them the full story because, well, some of the things that were going to happen you just wouldn't say out loud. When that evening finally arrived, the house was a ticking time bomb. The first guest showed up around 6, just as planned. A couple of my good friends, a few girls from my history class. Nothing too wild because, well, the vibe was already starting to buzz with potential. As the clock wound its way toward 10, the house began to fill up. More people arrived, some people I knew well and others barely at all. My friends were laughing, talking, and sipping at drinks. By the time the clock struck 10 p.m., it happened. The doorbell rang, and I opened it up to find a group that I definitely didn't invite. A handful of football players, a couple of wrestlers, big guys with muscles that looked like they'd been sculpted by some kind of insane artist. I recognized them, sure, but they were the jocks, the untouchables. They walked in and acted like they owned the place. "Yo, this is the party, right?" one of the players asked. He wasn't even looking at me as he spoke, just barged in, as if he was doing me a favor by gracing me with his presence. I tried to play it off cool. Yeah, it's my place, Nice. He cut me off, grinning. Looks like it's gonna be a good night, eh? I don't know who invited them, but it was already too late to stop it. Word had spread. The party wasn't just mine anymore. It's theirs too now. And by the looks of it, they were taking over. Even the music changed after that, louder and more aggressive. The jocks started throwing things around like they had the right to do whatever the hell they wanted to. I poured myself a drink, trying to keep my cool. But it wasn't just the noise. It was the way they looked at me, the way they looked at everybody. Like we were all just side characters inside their stupid movie. Like we were nothing. The atmosphere began to get thicker. Dark, like rolling in with the night. You could feel the tension growing, and the alcohol wasn't helping me anymore. In fact, it was making everything feel worse. That's when I realized I was not in control anymore, and I really had no idea what was going to happen next. When the clock hands hit 11 p.m., the house morphed into something that I did not recognize at all. That music was deafening. Couldn't even hear myself think anymore, let alone speak over the chaos. People were even laughing loudly, yelling at each other, dancing like they were in some kind of mindless trance, and well, I was just another face in the crowd, a face who suddenly felt like he didn't belong in his own house. The football and wrestling teams had just taken over completely. At first, I thought maybe I'd get lucky and they'd just grab a drink and leave, but that was a joke in my own mind. The party was theirs now. They tossed drinks back without a second thought, crushed beer cans beneath their boots, and then shouted at one another like animals. They had the confidence and bravado, like they were literally the kings of the world, and this was their kingdom. I slid through the crowd, trying to find somebody I knew, somebody who could tell me that this wasn't going off the rails completely, but the more I pushed, the more I felt like the walls were closing in around me. The guys from the football team were everywhere. They'd taken over the living room and were pushing people out of their way. "Hey you!" One of them shouted at me from across the room. His voice was slurring. He had this huge grin plastered on his face. "You look like you're in charge, right? Where's the drinks at?" I felt a lump form up in my throat. I tried to remain calm and remind myself that this is just a party and parties sometimes get crazy, but this wasn't just crazy, this is turning quickly into something else. "Yeah, I got them," I said, pushing through the crowd, heading for the kitchen. By the time 11:30 hit, I could tell the night was slipping away from me. People I didn't know were everywhere, pushing past me like they now owned the place. This wasn't a party anymore, it was an invasion. Then a loud crash reverberated through the house, followed by a booming voice. "The hell is this?" I turned to see two massive figures, a quarterback and his linebacker buddy, tossing chairs aside. They'd stormed into the kitchen, shoving people out of their way. "Yo, what the hell?" I said, stepping forward, trying to be the voice of reason, but they just laughed, and one of them spit in my face. "Shut up, dude. This is our spot now," the quarterback sneered, grabbing a bottle of vodka and taking this long swig. "You don't get to decide shit, okay? We'll fuck you up." My chest tightened for the first time all night, and I felt that all too real sting of panic. I tried to keep my voice level and assert myself. "No, this is my house, and you all need to leave." He just shook his head. Nah, this is our house now, dipshit, so get the hell out of here if you don't like it." I couldn't believe it. I'd spent so much time planning this all, so much energy on making this night something legendary, and here they were, stomping all over it like it was nothing. I felt my adrenaline kick in and I felt my blood boil. I'd never been that disrespected in my entire life. "Listen," I said. "This is my party and I'm asking you to leave. Go. Do you want me to call the cops?" I don't really know what I expected, but it sure as hell wasn't what happened next. He grabbed me by the shirt and yanked me out the back door, throwing me into the cold air night. My body hit the ground with a numbing thud and my head began to ring. I staggered up to my feet, heart racing, hands trembling. The hell am I supposed to do now? This wasn't just a bad night now, it's a nightmare. I couldn't let them do this though. It's my house, it's my night. I planned all of this, and now it's being taken away. I looked around frantically and my eyes landed on the garage. I ran, not thinking, just feeling the need to do something, anything to regain control. The door was slightly ajar and there it was, a baseball bat. I grabbed it without thinking, feeling the weight of it in my hands. It wasn't much, I know, but it was still something. I turned back towards the house, every step heavy with purpose now. The guys were still outside laughing and talking. They didn't even see me coming. One of the wrestlers spotted me first. "The hell do you think you're doing with that?" he asked, eyes narrowing as he sized me up. I lifted the bat and grinned. "It's not for you," I said, voice shaking but still steady. "It's for all your cars." I quickly took off down the road, their sound of their confusing shouts echoing behind me. They were still laughing, probably thinking I was bluffing, but I wasn't. I took off down the road, the sound of their confused shouts echoing behind me. The first car that I reached was indeed the quarterback's, shiny and brand new and looking far too perfect for my taste. As I swung the bat and hit the windshield, it hit with this satisfying crack, and that sound reverberated through the streets like a gunshot. The laughter stopped. I heard one of the players scream, "That's my mom's car, you're fucking dead, you know that?" I didn't respond, I just swung the bat again, this time at another car, another wrecked windshield. Panic was spreading now, thick and palpable. As the quarterback continued to shout at me, I was past caring. I felt it now, the power of the movement and the control that I've been desperate to find. One of the linebackers yelled at me to stop, rushing for me, but I was already spinning the bat back, narrowly missing his head as he charged. He staggered back, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Listen," I said, panting, filled with pure fucking hate now. "You wanna fuck with me? You wanna fuck with my stuff first? Now get out." There was this long drawn out pause, as if they'd all come to their senses. They looked at each other and started backing off, muttering to one another. Nobody was laughing anymore. The quarterback now stared at me like I was some kind of monster. "You're crazy, man." "Yeah," I said, smiling a little too wide. "I am." And that's when they all stopped pushing, stopped demanding, and left me there standing in the street alone with my chaos. It wasn't over, not yet. I watched them retreat back into their house, their footsteps heavy with defeat, all the while I stood there, holding that bat with a white knuckle grip. When I returned back to the house, it wasn't really funny anymore. Everything had changed now. The atmosphere was completely different, charged with something electric. It wasn't fun anymore. It was tense, thick with fear and uncertainty. Nobody spoke about what happened outside, but everybody knew. As I went back inside, I slid the bat behind the couch in the living room. The house now felt cold and desperate, despite the chaos unfolding around me. People were dancing and laughing still, pretending the night hadn't nearly cracked wide open. When the clock hit midnight, the whole room erupted into cheers, but I no longer felt like celebrating. I wasn't even a part of it anymore. I was a ghost in my own house, watching them all dance around like everything was fine. I left the room and pushed past the crowd, slipping out the back door. I didn't really know what I was doing out there, but I just needed space. It was quiet out there for a while, and that's when I heard something, a faint rustling in the shadows near the back of the house. There was no reason for anybody to be outside at this hour. Nobody should have been following me. I turned, and for a split second, my heart stopped. There, standing just beyond the yard, was a figure, a man tall and broad-shouldered, his face hidden beneath a dark hood. I couldn't see his eyes, but I definitely felt them, and they were on me. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. The figure didn't move or didn't say a word. He just stood there watching. And then, as if he hadn't been there at all, he just went off into the night. I was positive that it was one of the jocks from school, coming back to whoop my ass with nobody around to see. But I have no idea who it was. Maybe it was just some drunken figment in my imagination. I never saw that figure again and didn't have really any issues after that, besides the hangover the next day. I went back inside and found everybody packing up to leave, the jocks included. I think they came up with some bullshit story to tell their parents, and I never really heard anything more about it. And after that night, they didn't mess with me anymore either. I grew up in a holler just outside of Sword Creek, West Virginia, where the hills cradle you like a mother but don't do a thing to take care of you. Our town wasn't really much. One gas station, a post office, a church that would double as the town's social center. The kids would play in the woods until dusk. Adults would gather for potlucks after the Sunday service every single week. Normal, at least as normal as life could be out here, but boy did people talk. There were tons of stories about lights in the sky, strange creatures lurking by the creek, old curses tied to the coal mines. None of it ever amounted to anything real though, just talk to keep the cold nights interesting. That's what I would tell myself anyway, something to keep us kids in line. Of all the oddities about my childhood, the baptisms were what really stuck out the most. They weren't strange to anybody else. My family and friends would treat them like another rite of passage, as natural as learning to fish or gut a deer, but to me they always just felt off. Swords Creek wasn't just some lazy little stream. The waters churned with ancient anger. When the church would have baptisms, the congregation would line up along the banks, singing hymns that sounded louder and harsher against that rush of the water. I watched my younger brother get dunked there, his skinny arms flailing as our pastor held him down longer than I thought was really necessary. My aunt called it the Holy Spirit moving throughout him, but it looked more like fear than the Holy Spirit to me. Mom and Dad said I was baptized down there at one point too, but I don't remember it. By the time my cousin Hannah's turn came, I thought I was numb to the strangeness of it all, but I was wrong. Her baptism was very different. It wasn't just about religion or tradition, it was something else entirely. That Sunday started like any other day. The air smelled of rain-soaked woodland. The fog hugged the hills so tightly you could barely even see the tops. We gathered inside the church, its walls groaning as the pews filled with the usual faces. Except this time I saw a few that I didn't recognize. A few strangers sat in the back, eyes scanning the room like they were cataloging us. They didn't sing, they didn't bow their heads during opening prayer. They just sat there with these blank, heavy stares. Something about them just set me on edge, but I couldn't put my finger on it, at least not yet. When the service started, that's when I got confirmation. The hymns we were singing weren't the normal ones. These felt harsher and more guttural. The sermon wasn't that usual soft-spoken call to love thy neighbor. Pastor Bill was practically shouting, his voice cracking as he paced back and forth. He spoke about sin like it was a sickness eating our insides, his words cutting sharper than I'd ever heard previous. When that sermon ended, a murmur went out through the congregation as the older members, Pastor Bill, the deacon, even my dad, stood and then disappeared into the back room. They returned moments later, dressed in these long white robes with tall pointed hoods. I'd never seen these robes before, and it didn't sit right with me. They looked too clean, too ceremonial, and far too strange for a little mountain church. Hannah, bless her heart, she was only 10. She didn't understand what was happening any more than I did. She sat between her parents, small hands twisting nervously in her lap. When Pastor Bill called out her name, she flinched like a startled bird. We all rose then, the entire congregation. We followed them out the door and then down the creek. It felt like a storm was brewing, even though the sky was completely clear. My gut told me to turn back, but I didn't. I couldn't. I had to see what was about to happen. The creek sounded louder than I remember, its roar drowning out the soft murmurs of the congregation as we all lined up upon those banks. Those strangers from the church hung back, watching everything with those dead eyes. Pastor Bill and the other men in white robes waded off into the water. They moved so slow, it was almost like they were trying not to disturb something lurking below the surface. Hannah was clutching her mother's hand, eyes wide fixed on the swirling water. I felt this pang of guilt for not stepping in, for not telling her parents this whole thing felt wrong, but what could I say? To everybody else, this was sacred, God's work, but to me, it felt like we were almost trespassing. When they reached the center of the creek, Pastor Bill raised up a hand and began to sing. Only this time it wasn't a hymn, or at least not any hymn I'd ever heard. His voice was twisted into a chant, the words guttural and strange, like he was calling out to something older than any of all of us. The other men then joined in, voices clashing and overlapping until it sounded less like music and more like something ritualistic. Hannah's mom then nudged her toward the water, her face soft but incessant. Hannah shook her head, lip trembling. Then her mom whispered something that I couldn't hear, and Hannah stepped forward. I could already see the tears welling up in her eyes. As she waded in, the current was pulling at her legs, and the congregation began humming along with the chant. It was low, deep, almost sounded like a growl. I turned to my dad, hoping he'd noticed how wrong this all was, but there he stood, eyes glassy, lips moving like he was mouthing along with the words. All the adults around me looked the same, entranced, like puppets on strings. Hannah was shaking as the men took her arms, each one holding her like she might bolt at any second. Pastor Bill then placed a hand on her forehead, his chanting growing louder. Then he pushed her under. At first, everything was normal. Baptisms always look a little rough, people thrashing, water flying everywhere. But the seconds ticked by, and Hannah's arms started flailing. It was clear this wasn't right. She was fighting, her legs kicking wildly, her head twisting against the pastor's grip. They were holding her under for far too long. "Stop it!" I shouted, voice cracking, but nobody even looked at me. It was like I didn't exist. I stepped forward, boots sinking into the muddy bank. "She's gonna drown!" I screamed, but that chanting grew louder, now drowning me out. Hannah broke the surface for a moment, gasping and coughing, but before she could even catch her breath, they shoved her back under. Her eyes found mine for just a split second, wide and pleading, and I will never forget the look on her face. It wasn't even fear anymore, it was now despair. I didn't think, I just moved. I grabbed a rock from the ground, rough and jagged, and hurled it at the men in the water. It missed, but just splashed harmlessly near their feet, but it was enough to make them hesitate. Before I could grab another, I heard voices, shouting, laughing, coming from upstream. I turned and saw a group of people floating down the creek on inner tubes, a bizarre contrast to the chaos unfolding before me. They had coolers tied to the rafts, cans of beer in their hand, and a speaker blaring country music. At first, I thought they were just going to float right by, completely oblivious. But as they got closer, they took in the scene. The music then cut off and their laughter turned into nervous chuckles. One of them, a man with his sunburned face, called out to us. "The hell are y'all doing? Some kind of cult thing?" The tension then snapped like a rubber band. The chanting stopped, and then the men in the water turned to look at the intruders, their faces unreadable under the shadow of their hoods. "Y'all need to take your Jesus party somewhere else." the man on the raft said, tossing an empty beer towards the congregation. It landed with this hollow thunk on the shore. The spell seemed to be broken now, or whatever you want to call it. The congregation began to murmur, shifting uncomfortably. The men in the water brought Hannah up and guided her back to the bank. She was coughing, her small body trembling as her parents wrapped her up in a towel. The floaters just kept jeering, throwing bits of trash and laughing. I hated them for it, but at the same time, I was grateful. They disrupted whatever was happening, shattering that eerie rhythm of the ritual. Pastor Bill didn't even say a word as he climbed out of the water, the white robe clinging to his body. He just looked at the floaters, then at the congregation, and finally at me. His eyes seemed to linger on mine, and they felt dark and empty before he turned and walked back toward the church. That walk back to town was really silent. No one spoke about what happened, not the chanting, not the robes, or how close Hannah had become to being drowned. It was like we all agreed to just forget about it, but I couldn't. I kept glancing at Hannah as she stumbled between her parents, her face still pale and eyes hollow. Those strangers that were in the church earlier disappeared after the baptism, loaded up into a pair of muddy trucks that rumbled down the dirt road and then out of sight, and I never saw them again. They couldn't have been from around here, that much was clear. I asked my dad later who they were, but he just muttered something about visiting missionaries and then changed the subject. That night, while lying in bed, I tried to piece it all together. The chanting, the way the adults seemed entranced, that eerie timing of the river floaters. None of it really made any sense. It felt like I was stumbled into something I just wasn't supposed to see. Hannah didn't even come to school for a week after that. When she finally returned, she was quieter now, way more withdrawn. Her usual spark was now gone, replaced by a skittishness that made her jump at loud noises and sudden movements. She wouldn't talk to me about the baptism, no matter how much I pressed her. Around a month later, her parents moved away. They said it was for work, but I overheard my mom whispering to my aunt that Hannah started having these episodes and now needed special care, so something didn't sound right to me. Hannah had literally always been the healthiest kid I knew. The baptisms at Swords Creek continued, but they were never the same. The robes and the chanting were gone, now replaced with those familiar hymns and gentle sermons of my childhood. But I personally stopped attending. Every time I heard that creek's roar, I would quickly flash back to Hannah's terrified face and felt the weight of Pastor Bill's gaze. Years later, long after I'd left West Virginia, I stumbled across an old photo of our church congregation. It was tucked into a box of keepsakes my mom had sent me after she downsized the house. In the picture, everybody was smiling. Everybody except the strangers from that day. They stood at the edge of the group, their faces hard and blank. Something about that photo just made my skin crawl. I flipped it over, hoping for an explanation, but only found a single word scrawled in faded ink: witnesses. I called my mother that night and still had the photo in my hand. I asked her if she remembered those people, the ones that had worn the robes and chanted in the creek. There was this long pause on the line before she finally spoke.
You know, I don't recall that,
she said.
I don't remember at all.
And that part really creeped me out, but what more could I do? What more could I say? I guess it's just a memory of something weird now, and a memory is a hard thing to trust. My resources were pretty much exhausted, so I didn't pursue it further. Plus, at this point, I don't think I really want to know. Something about that whole thing still gives me the creeps to this day, and I'm just content to let it be a weird thing in the back of my mind. To this day, back in Swords Creek, folks are still getting baptized inside those roaring waters. Every couple of years, I'll pack up my old truck and drive down to Georgia to go hunting with my cousins. Kane and Roger were like brothers to me, even though they lived in a world apart from the industrial sprawl that I personally called home. They'd grown up in the wilds of Gilmer County, just a stone's throw away from the Blue Ridge Mountains and the southernmost end of the Appalachian Trail. Their lives were filled with open skies and endless woods, while mine revolved around the buzz of commerce. But every time I visited, it was like stepping off into another life. There was just something about the air out there, so clean, sharp, crisp, and always filled with the scent of pine and earth. The land seemed alive in a way that cities could never be. It was like breathing alongside of you, if that makes any sense. Our trips usually followed the same routine. Arrive at that old family homestead, spend a day catching up, then head off into the woods for a few days of hunting. Deer, turkey, even the occasional squirrel if the mood struck. It was tradition, a way to reconnect with the roots and shake off the grind of my awful city life. It was also a reason to off-road, fish, and drink 100 beers if the mood struck me. Might even tap into a little of the old family moonshine. My uncle made this mean jar of apple cinnamon lightning. This particular trip started off no different than the others. I rolled up that gravel driveway into that all-familiar sight of the old house. Paint peeling and its porch sagging, but still sturdy as ever. Kane and Roger were waiting, leaning up against the fence with grins that hadn't changed since we were kids. "About time you showed up," Kane called out, his drawl as thick as the humid air. "I got lost on the back road." Roger chuckled, slapping the bed of my truck as I climbed out. Or maybe he got scared. "Ain't no emergency services out here, huh?" I shot back with a sarcastic remark of my own, but it's all in good fun. They helped me unload my gear, and then after a quick meal at the house, we piled up into Roger's pickup and headed deeper into the woods. This year, they had this new spot picked out for us, tucked at the base of Springer Mountain. "Best hunting we've had in years," Kane promised. His voice was full of excitement. I'd been to Springer Mountain before, but never this particular area. The thought of exploring a new corner of the wilderness made me flush with excitement, or maybe that was just the shine sloshing around in my hand. The drive was pretty long, winding through these narrow dirt roads and past old barns that seemed to lean into the wind. When we finally pulled up to the campsite, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the clearing. The site was perfect though, secluded with a wide fire pit and plenty of room for our tents. We set up camp pretty quickly. Kane and Roger worked with that efficiency of men who'd done this 100,000 times. Dinner was simple but satisfying, cooked over the fire as the first stars began to peek through the canopy above. Kane pulled out his guitar, plucking a tune that seemed to harmonize with the crackling flames and the distant hoot of an owl. That tune was good, but boy, does he sing like shit. The songs are funny, but his voice drones. There's no nice way to put it. Still, it's fun, and it reminded me of my childhood, and for a moment, everything was perfect. Then, off in the distance, I heard this faint whooshing sound, something slicing through the air. It came from the trees, so quick and quiet that I almost convinced myself I imagined it. It was familiar, but at the same time unrecognizable. I thought maybe it was a drone flying through the air. I glanced over at my cousins, but neither one of them seemed to even notice. They were laughing and swapping stories about past hunts, debating the best way to track a buck. I decided not to mention it. Maybe it was just the wind or a bird I didn't recognize. Out here, there's a million explanations for strange sounds like that. But as I lay in my tent that night, that sound continued to echo in my head. I didn't sleep well because of it. Morning came far too soon. The woods were still cloaked in darkness when Kane shook my shoulder. "Come on, city boy. Time to earn your keep." His breath smelled like coffee and charred remnants of last night's fire. I groaned and grunted, dragging myself out of the sleeping bag and into the cold morning air. The world around me was painted in shades of gray, the sun barely a hint on the horizon. We geared up in silence, the stillness of the forest still pressing in around us. Roger handed me a thermos of coffee and then clapped me on the back. "We'll cover a lot more ground if we split up," he said. "You take that trail right over yonder, see where it leads. Should be a creek bit down that path." I nodded, slinging my rifle over my shoulder and setting off into the trees. The game trail was narrow, winding through dense underbrush and past towering pines. The air was crisp, carrying that earthy scent of moss and decaying leaves. Birds began to stir, their calls piercing the quiet as the first rays of sunlight filtered through that canopy. It felt good to be alone in the woods. The solitude was this kind of balm, soothing away the stress that I didn't even realize I was carrying. I walked pretty slowly, scanning for tracks or any sign of movement, but the forest seemed empty. This was kind of odd just because both Kane and Raj had said this place was supreme for hunting, yet I wasn't seeing signs of anything. I crept around in the darkness for an hour or so, and soon enough, I felt like I was lost. That game trail evaporated. No creek ever popped up. The forest around me was alien by the time the sun came up. Now that I could see better, I tried to keep Springer Mountain to my left, navigating and looking for any animal signs. I was confident I could find my way back to camp, given enough time and looking through that area. So I just kept on the hunt till I felt like it was time to turn back. Then I heard it again, that whooshing sound. It was faint but unmistakable, like a giant swing slicing through the air. I froze, gripping my rifle. My eyes darted throughout the trees. The sound came once more, closer this time. My pulse spiked. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. It felt like something was watching me, maybe even making that sound. I turned toward the noise, moving cautiously through the underbrush. The trail twisted and turned, those trees growing denser until I stumbled into this small clearing. At first, I didn't see, anything unusual. Then, I found my gaze shifting upward. My stomach dropped. There, hanging from a thick branch, was a dead animal. It swung violently, as if it was caught in this invisible storm, body twisting and turning in the air. The rope that held it was pretty long, 30 or 40 feet at least, tied so tightly it bit into the flesh. Blood was dripping from the carcass, staining the leaves below it. It was a deer, or at least it had been once upon a time. The legs were bent at these odd angles, broken and twisted. Chunks of flesh were missing. Deep puncture wounds riddled its body, and its eyes, what was left of them, stared down at me, empty and lifeless. I staggered back, bile rising up in my throat. The sound of that swinging rope filled my ears, a rhythmic whoosh that seemed to grow louder with each passing second. I need to get out of here. I turned and stumbled back down the trail, heart pounding inside my chest. My mind raced with questions, none of them being very comforting. Who had done this? Was this some kind of sick joke, a warning? And why here, so deep out in the woods? When I finally found my way back to camp, I collapsed by the fire, hands shaking as I poured myself another cup of coffee, and that warmth did little to calm my nerves. Around an hour later, Kane and Roger returned back to camp as well, dragging a large buck between them. They were laughing, faces flushed with the thrill of the hunt, but their smiles faded when they saw me. "Aha, you look like a puckered butthole," Kane said, dropping the deer by the fire. "The hell happened to you?" I told him everything, voice rising and falling as I described that dead deer and the way it had been hung from the tree. Roger just frowned, scratching his beard. Sounds like a hunter got a little too creative," he said. "No," I said, shaking my head. "This wasn't some hunter. I don't know, it's just the way it was, the way it hung there, it wasn't normal." Kane exchanged a glance with Roger and then knelt by the fire, poking at the embers. "Are you sure it's not just some kind of prank? Kids mess around here all the time. It couldn't have been kids, I insisted. It looked deliberate, like somebody wanted it to be found. Roger then sighed and ran a hand through his hair. All right then, well, can you show us? He asked. I hesitated, but eventually just nodded. Together we followed the trail back to the clearing. The afternoon light had grown stronger now. When we reached the spot, I pointed up at the tree and the deer was gone. For a moment, I thought I lost my mind completely, but then we saw the blood. It soaked the ground beneath the tree, dark and sticky. That all too familiar iron scent thick upon the air. Bits of fur and flesh were scattered amongst the leaves, evidence that something had indeed been there. There were even some boot prints that had not been there before. Jesus, Kane muttered. Roger knelt, examining the ground. Yeah, this wasn't an animal, he said. No way something natural did this. Kane just nodded. Tweakers. I stared at him. What? Meth heads, he explained. They get out in these woods high as hell and do, well, stuff like this. Seen it before. They play hunter, and after they kill the animal, they don't really know what to do with it. I imagine shooting and mutilating an animal is pretty fun when you're whacked out of your mind. I didn't argue, but the look in his eyes stopped me. I think he believed it, and maybe he was right. I mean, what other explanation was there? We cut the ropes and left the pieces where they fell, neither of us wanting to touch them any more than necessary. And that walk back to camp was pretty silent. When we returned, Kane grabbed his rifle and started cleaning it. His movements were slow and methodical. Roger busied himself with the deer they just killed, stringing it up and preparing to dress it. I sat by the fire, rifle within arm's reach, my eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. I don't think any of us slept easy that night. Kane kept that fire stoked high, feeding it until the flames licked the low-hanging branches overhead. Roger hung and dressed the meat over the fire to smoke, his eyes darting towards the shadows every few minutes. I sat with my back to the largest tree in the clearing, rifle resting across my knees. That forest around us was different now, creepier. The usual nighttime symphony of insects and rustling leaves was muted, replaced by this tense silence that pressed down on my chest like a weight. Every creak of a branch, every whisper of wind sent my heart racing and my finger twitching toward that trigger of a rifle. Kane broke the silence first. You said it was hung up, right? That deer? Yeah, I replied, my voice barely even above a whisper. He nodded, poking at the fire with a stick. And, somebody's been out here. Ain't no way an animal could have done that. Not like you described it. Roger just agreed in a grunt, slicing a piece of smoked venison and chewing thoughtfully. Still think it's tweakers most likely, or some backwoods weirdo with way too much time on their hands. Or worse, Kane added, half joking, though his eyes said otherwise. I didn't ask him to elaborate. I didn't want to know what worse might look like out here, miles from the nearest road and even further from help. As the night drug on, we took turns watching. I volunteered for that first shift, though my nerves were already completely frayed. Around midnight, I heard it again. That whooshing sound, faint but unmistakable, coming from somewhere deep in the woods. I gripped that rifle and scanned the darkness, breath catching in my throat. The sound came once more, closer this time, followed by the faint rustling of leaves. Kane! I whispered. He stirred from where he'd been dozing off by the fire, his hands immediately going to his rifle. What is it? I pointed off towards the trees, heart pounding. Something's out there. Roger was awake now too, his knife gleaming in the firelight as he crouched by the smoking meat. The three of us just sat in tense silence, listening as that sound grew louder and louder. It sounded like a heavy wind just before the firelight, but not a branch was disturbed. and then without warning, it stopped again. For a moment, the world almost seemed to hit the mute button. Then came this low guttural sound, halfway between a growl and a laugh. I don't really know how else to describe it. I shouldered the rifle and scanned the area in front of me. "Hell no," Kane muttered, standing and aiming his rifle towards the noise as well. The growl came once more, closer, followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy moving through the underbrush. My finger hovered over the trigger, sweat dripping down my temple. "Show yourself!" Roger barked, but nothing did. The noise stopped as suddenly as they started and left us in this eerie silence. Kane swore under his breath, lowering his rifle but keeping it close. "Whatever it is, it's playing some kind of game," he said. "Games?" I said back. "What kind of game would this be playing?" He didn't answer. The rest of the night passed without any further incident, though none of us ever really got back to relaxing. By the time dawn broke and it painted that sky in soft hues of orange and pink, we were still on edge, nerves frayed to the breaking point. Without a word, we packed up camp quickly, none of us wanting to linger in any longer than necessary. We loaded up the gear into the truck and Kane froze, his eyes fixed on something in the clearing. "What the?" he started, but his words trailed off. I followed his gaze and felt my stomach drop. There, in the center of the clearing, was the mutilated deer carcass from the day before. It had been dragged into camp during the night, twisted body and broken, empty eyes staring up at us. Blood soaked the ground around it, forming strange, almost deliberate patterns in the dirt. "Jesus Christ," Roger said. Kane just shook his head. "All right, we're done here. Load everything up." Nobody argued. The drive back to the homestead was pretty silent, the three of us too shaken up to speak. Even as we pulled off into the driveway and unloaded our gear, that tension continued to linger. This unspoken agreement hanging between us that we would never, ever talk about what happened in those woods again. The Appalachian Trail is the kind of place that can make you forget the rest of the world exists, especially if you spend a considerable amount of time inside it. Every step on that dirt path feels like a time machine, pulling you deeper into ancient wilderness, where the trees whisper weirdness and the mountain peaks loom like sentinels. I've been dreaming about hiking it for years, and finally one spring, I carved out 2 weeks of my life to make that happen. It started off exactly how I imagined it. Crisp mornings that smelled like damp earth and blooming wildflowers. I'd spend my evenings listening to the calls of whippoorwills while my campfire crackled nearby. I carried everything I needed on my back, a lightweight tent, sleeping bag, and enough dehydrated meals to make it throughout. Those miles slipped away beneath my boots, and by the third day, I felt like I'd left that modern world completely behind me. I would come across other hikers, of course, but the further I went, the fewer I would see. Some would pass by with a polite nod or a quick conversation before just continuing on their way. I was okay with that, honestly, because I wasn't really out here to make friends. I came here to get lost in the beauty of the trails, to find some version of myself that didn't need Wi-Fi or grocery stores or morning traffic. But on that fourth day, things changed. I'd entered into a stretch of the trail that was way more remote than I anticipated. For 2 full days, I didn't see another soul. No hikers, no rangers, not even a bird watcher with binoculars slung around their neck. It was just me and the trail, winding endlessly throughout those mountains. At first, I'll admit I reveled in that solitude. I was in the heart of nature, completely untethered from the chaos of my everyday life. And that was why I came out here, right? Just me and the trail. But now those sounds of people and engines had melted away. and it started to feel a little uneasy. And then, late one afternoon, I saw him. He was a few hundred yards ahead of me, maybe a quarter mile, moving at an easy pace. From my vantage point, I could only make out the basics. A man in a bright red shirt, with the pack slung over his shoulders. Relief quickly washed over me. It was nice to know that somebody else was indeed out here, even if we never interacted. I picked up my pace a little, thinking maybe I might catch up and say hello. But before I could close the distance, he stopped walking and turned to look back at me. Even from that far away, I felt the weight of his gaze, like a predator sizing up his prey. I raised my hand in this quick wave and forced a smile onto my face. He didn't wave back. Instead, he turned away and stepped off the trail, disappearing into the dense trees. Okay. Super weird. It was strange, but I didn't think too much about it. People had all kinds of reasons for wanting their space, especially out here. Maybe he was shy, or maybe he just didn't feel like chatting. Maybe he even thought I was somebody else and was trying to be funny. Whatever the case, I just continued to press on. As I walked, I expected to see him again, around that next bend or maybe at a campsite, but he wasn't there. The trail just stretched out ahead of me, empty and silent. Those trees seemed to press in closer as the shadows grew longer. By the time I set my own camp up that evening, I'd convinced myself that it was indeed nothing, just a random hiker doing his own thing. I made dinner and read a dog-eared novel by the light of my headlamp. Fell asleep to the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. Still, in the back of my head, I couldn't shake the image of him, standing there, staring at me like he knew something that I didn't. The following morning, I broke down camp just after dawn. The light was thin and golden, filtering through the trees like liquid amber. The trail ahead was quiet, per usual, save for the crunch of my boots on the gravel. The occasional bird song off in the distance. For a while, it was very easy to convince myself that I was overthinking the day before. The guy in the red shirt was another hiker, probably heading in the opposite direction. There's nothing weird about that. By mid-morning, the feeling of unease had crept back in though, and I really couldn't tell you why. The forest just felt different now, far too still and far too quiet. It was weird. No breeze, no rustling leaves, just this heavy, oppressive silence. Around noon, I stopped to take a break, pulling out an energy bar and a water bottle. I found this fallen log to sit on and let my pack rest up against a tree. And I saw him again. He was behind me this time, maybe a quarter of a mile down the trail. Same red shirt, same steady gait. I froze, energy bar halfway into my mouth. How the hell could he have ended up behind me? He'd been ahead of me yesterday. There was no way he could have doubled back and gotten past me without noticing, or could he have? And if so, why would he do that? I watched him approach, his figure growing larger with every step. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, but there was definitely something deliberate about the way he was moving, like he was tracking something, like he was tracking me. I didn't want to stick around to find out, so slinging my pack on my shoulders, I started walking again, faster this time, and I didn't look back. Constantly telling myself, it's fine, you're being paranoid, but my heart was pounding, and every instinct inside of me was screaming at me to put as much distance between us as possible. We've all heard about those weirdos out on the trails, especially on the Appalachian and Pacific Crest. Routing himself to get behind me just felt like bad news, so now I was on high alert and did my best to just blast right out of there. By the time the sun started to sink, I was exhausted. My legs ached and my feet were blistered. My throat was raw from breathing so hard. I hadn't seen the red-shirted man for hours now, but that feeling remained, the feeling that he hadn't gone too far. I found a flat patch of grass just off the trail and set up my tent as quickly as I could. As I worked, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see the man emerge from the shadows, but he didn't. Just trees and darkness, and the faint sound of a stream off in the distance. I'd barely finished dinner when I heard footsteps. I held my breath, straining to listen. They grew louder, closer, until they stopped just outside of the ring of the light from my campfire. Hello? I called out. And for a moment there was no response, and then a man stepped off into the light. It was him. "Hey there," he said, smiling like we were old friends.
Didn't mean to startle you.
He was tall, sunburnt skin and a scruffy beard. His clothes looked like they belonged in the 70s. Retro shorts, long socks, sweatband around his head. Like this guy stepped out of a time capsule. I forced myself to smile back, though every nerve in my body was telling me to run. It's fine," I said. "Just wasn't expecting any company out here." He nodded, setting his pack on the ground. "Name's Donovan. You mind if I set up my camp here? Safety in numbers and all that." I hesitated, but what could I really say? No, get out of here? He hadn't done anything wrong, at least not yet. Sure," I said, "but keep your tent space from mine. I kind of like my space. I would love to share the fire, though. Company is slim to none out here." "No problem," he said with a smile. As he pitched his tent, we made small talk. He told me he was a full-time hiker, retired early after making a fortune in real estate. He'd been on the trail for months, just soaking in the beauty of nature. He was friendly enough, but it was just weird, and I don't know why. Maybe it was the way he steered the conversation back to himself, dropping hints about his wealth and success like he was trying to impress me. Or maybe it was the way his eyes lingered on me just a little too long, almost like he was sizing me up. After dinner, we sat by the fire, talking about the trail and the places we'd been to. He played the part of a charming drifter perfectly, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was indeed just that, a part, a bit, a character. Eventually, I excused myself, crawled into my tent. "Good night," I called out, zipping my tent flap closed.
Sleep tight.
I lay there in the dark, clutching my buck knife, listening to the crackle of the fire. Slowly, my eyelids were getting heavy, and I started to drift off. Eventually, I passed out and slept for a good chunk of time. It had to have been at least a couple of hours. I drifted in and out. Even heard Donovan go to sleep, but mostly I was snoozing. I awoke to the sound of a tent zipper, followed by the crunch of footsteps on the ground, and I figured it had to be Donovan getting up to pee. I held my breath, listening as he walked past his own tent and stopped just outside of mine. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The zipper in my tent began to slide down, inch by excruciating inch. "The hell are you doing?" I snapped. I held that buck knife out like a broadsword. The zipper stopped, and for a moment there was silence. Then Donovan's head appeared in the gap, his face lit by the faint glow of my headlamp. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes.
"Oh, sorry,"
he said, voice soft.
"I must have been sleepwalking."
I just stared at him, my fingers tightening around the handle of my knife. "Go back to your tent." He held his hands up in this mock surrender, retreating slowly.
Okay, yeah. Didn't mean to scare you,"
he said, zipping my tent closed again. For obvious reasons, I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When morning came, I waited for the first rays of sunlight to pierce through the canopy before unzipping my tent. As I peeked out, I expected to see Donovan standing there, staring at me again, but his tent was gone. Not just packed up, but gone entirely, as though it had never even been there. The ground where it had been pitched even showed no trace, no impressions, no scuffs. What the hell is going on? I was in complete confusion. I stepped out cautiously and scanned the area. The fire pit had gone cold, the charred remnants of our coal scattered. I took the slow lap around the clearing, searching for signs of him, of anything that might reassure me that I'm not losing my mind. That's when I spotted it just by the edge of the fire ring, a folded up piece of paper wedged beneath a rock. I approached it as if it might bite me, stomach churning as I picked it up. The handwriting was neat, almost meticulous.
Thank you for the company. Hope to see you again sometime.
Without thinking, I just hurled that note into the ashes and stomped on it, grinding it underneath my boot until the words were illegible. That anger seemed to help calm me down just a little. I needed to put distance between me, this place, and him. And the best way to do that, at least I thought so, would be to let him get far ahead of me. So after that awful night's sleep, I just crawled back into my tent and slept for a few more hours, till about noon. Gave him plenty of time to clear a few miles. I packed up faster than I ever had before, the process made clumsy by my shaking hands. Slung my pack onto my shoulders and took one last look at the clearing. Donovan's trail was clear enough, leading in the direction that I was already heading. That's fine, I'll take my time, let him get even further ahead of me. I was not about to cross paths with that man again, and if I did, I had that big knife belted to my chest. Those hours passed with this agonizing slowness. I was still on edge. Every twig snap, every bird taking flight, every shadow cast by the sun through the trees felt like a threat. I kept constantly glancing over my shoulder. By the time I reached a larger shelter near a stream, exhaustion had completely overtaken me. The shelter was empty, thank God. I couldn't bear the thought of more small talk, more forced smiles hiding unease. For the first time since I'd set out, I skipped setting up my tent entirely. I just collapsed into my sleeping bag underneath the shelter's wooden roof and fell into a fitful sleep, knife still clutched in my hand. When I awoke, the sun was already high. My heart sank as I realized just how late it was now. The note and the fear had delayed me more than I thought, and I forced myself to eat a little before setting out again. My legs ached, my shoulders burned, but I pushed forward, determined to leave Donovan and this part of the trail far behind me. It worked. I never saw him again. Not in the next few days, not for the rest of that hike, and that relief was overwhelming, though it didn't completely erase that lingering paranoia that further developed. Months later, back home, I did see his face again, but this time it was on the news. A mugshot. His name scrawled beneath it in these stark white letters. Donovan Rees. They called him a predator, a drifter. He'd been arrested after a woman escaped his campsite, battered and terrified, and led police straight to him. Her story made my blood run cold. He'd been stalking women on the trail for years, using the wilderness as his cover. He was actually a wanted criminal. The Appalachian Trail had taken him entirely off the radar, and for many years at that. Eventually, he began assaulting people. Most would escape unharmed, but not all of them. The woman who turned him in had been held there for days, tied up, her screams swallowed by the endless forest. I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if I had been a little less cautious, if I let him inside my tent, let my guard down for even a second. I don't really hike much anymore, and when I do, I stick to crowded trails, the ones where the cell service is a guarantee. It wasn't supposed to be forever. At least, that's what I told myself when I signed that lease, pen flying across the paper. 6 months, just enough time to save a little bit of money, get my bearings, and then move on to somewhere better. Somehow though, 6 months then turned into 8, then 9, and before I knew it, I was watching the first snow of the season drift lazily past my window. The little house sat at the edge of this cat-ass neighborhood, faded paint from beige to gray. It didn't scream welcome, but it didn't scream run either, which was more than I could say for some of the other places that I toured. Real crazy neighborhoods, Barking dogs, drug deals, discharged firearms in the middle of the night, the whole thing. This house was really cold in the winter. I'm talking bone cold. That little space heater in my bedroom could only do so much, and I wasn't about to crank up the electric bill on that central heating for a place that I didn't even like that much. On top of that, the place was drafty as hell. I'd be paying the heat to the street. Most evenings, I would come home from the restaurant, bundle myself up in a blanket, and just wait for the hours to tick by. It was lonely, but there was a rhythm to it. This quiet monotony that I found almost comforting. Until the fireplace started calling to me. Not literally, of course, though in hindsight, I kind of wish it had. At least then, I'd have the excuse to get the hell out of there. No, it was just the fireplace. One of the features in the house that could have made it feel warm, cozy, even inviting. It would sit there unused though, blackened interior, mocking me every time I walked past. Finally, on one particular bitter evening, I broke. I dialed Marty, my landlord, and asked about it. His voice was pretty gravelly, throat lubed up with a lifetime of cheap smokes and cheap whiskey as well. The hearth, yeah, it's usable. Just needs a little inspection first. Liability and all that, you know. Can't have tenants burning the place down. Also gotta make sure the chimney is working. The hearth? Old guy shit. We settled on Friday. I expected to see him send some kind of professional, a chimney sweep or somebody with tools in a uniform. Instead, it was Marty himself who showed up. This big lumbering frame silhouetted against the pale winter sky. He didn't knock and I couldn't believe it. It was more of a tap tap tap, just enough to make his presence known. When I opened the door, his face split into a wide grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Afternoon, kiddo," he said, brushing past me into the house. "Let's see what you got here." Unbelievable. I stood there standing for just a moment, cold air rushing in from the open door before I closed it, then followed him into the living room. He was already crouched in front of the fireplace, head tilted at an angle as he peered inside. His coat smelled faintly of mildew, and when he spoke again, his voice carried this strange, almost mocking tone. "Yeah, I've cleaned a few of these in my time. We don't need a pro. Saved myself a fortune doing stuff like this. Sure, you know how it is." He winked at me. "Landlord stuff. Top shelf asshole. Cheap asshole." I didn't, but I just nodded anyway. Something about him being here just put me on edge, though I couldn't really say why. Maybe it was just the way he moved. Slow, just obnoxiously slow. Like he had all the time in the world to do whatever it was he was doing. Or maybe it might have been the way his eyes lingered on things, darting from the fireplace to the walls to the hallway that led to the bedrooms. It took me a few times to realize he was actually inspecting the place, almost like he was looking for something. "So, you like it here?" he asked suddenly. Tone light and conversational, but there was something in his gaze that just made my skin crawl. "Yeah, it's fine," I replied. "Just a temporary thing, but it does suit me. This winter is coming right through the walls." "Temporary, huh?" he chuckled. "Funny how temporary has a way of, sticking around." And then scratched his ass and went back to the chimney. I stood in the living room, arms crossed, watching as Marty ran his fingers along that soot-stained brick inside the fireplace. He muttered something under his breath, then leaned back on his heels to peer up the chimney. "Not bad. You can actually see the color through that thing," he said. "Could use a little work, but it'll do. Just need to grab my tools." I know what you're thinking. What kind of gobbledygook is coming out of Marty? Will it do? Does it need work? I've never heard a person be more unclear, so I just waited to see what he was gonna do. He didn't ask if I had plans or if this was a good time. He just lumbered back to his car, returning a few moments later with his plastic tote, but with brushes and what looked like a flashlight wrapped in duct tape. He plopped it all onto my coffee table without a second thought, and I winced as the edge of the tote scraped the surface. "Hope you don't mind me making myself at home," he said. The way his teeth cut the light made me think about broken tombstones, yellow ones at that. After all, it's my house, you know? I quickly told myself to relax. It's a chimney inspection, something he was technically obligated to do. Hell, it was for my safety. And yet every time this guy moved, I felt my muscles tense, as if bracing for some kind of unseen blow. Marty started tinkering with the fireplace, unscrewing a panel and scraping at the buildup inside. After a few minutes, he straightened up, wiped his hands on his jeans, and eyes darted back toward the hallway. Anyone else here? I shook my head. This house, man, used to see a lot of people walking around all the time, he said, shaking his head. Got some stories. You know, I used to live here. I blinked, caught off guard. You did? Oh yeah, long before you came along, 10 years ago maybe. Had this whole place fixed up nice. Well, as nice as this dump can get. Of course, it was a different crowd back then. The kind of people you wouldn't think twice about putting a hole in the wall or throwing a party that lasted 3 days long. Ragers, bingers, total blowouts. I tried to keep my expression neutral, but the thought of Marty living here, walking these same floors, sleeping in one of the bedrooms, almost made me laugh. He must have noticed the flicker of amusement in my eyes because his grin came back. Yeah, this old place has seen some things. You ever wonder about the tenants before you? What they were like? What they left behind? Where they went? Not really, I said. I just needed a place to stay, that's all. Marty hummed to himself thoughtfully, set his tools aside, then wandered toward the spare bedroom. Mind if I take a look around and, it just brings back old memories. Before I could even answer, he was already halfway down the hall. Hey, I called after him. The fireplace? In a minute, he shouted back. Just want to check something out. I stood there frozen, torn between following him and just staying put. Marty moved throughout the house. A few minutes later, he emerged from the spare bedroom, holding one of my framed photos. It was a candid shot of me and my sister at the beach, laughing through a sunburn. You, he said, holding it up. This your sister? Yeah, I said, snatching it from his hands. And I'd really appreciate it if you didn't go through my stuff. Relax, he said. I wasn't snooping, just reminiscing. You know, I used to have a little girl, about your age actually. I stared at him, unsure of how to even respond to that. He smiled again, but this time it didn't feel like a smile at all. It was more predatory, something that made me want to crawl out of my skin. Anyway, he said, clapping his hands together. Back to that chimney. He headed back to the living room, but I couldn't shake whatever was happening. I just hovered near the hallway, watching as Marty half-heartedly scrubbed at the fireplace. Occasionally, he would glance over his shoulder, but never said anything else. When he finally spoke again, his voice was now low and creepy. You got a boyfriend? What? I asked. A boyfriend, he repeated. Somebody to keep you company in this big empty house. Seems like you get a little lonely. That's really none of your business, I said. Marty chuckled. I'm just making conversation, no need to get snippy. Better be careful. People might start thinking you're a bitch, he said through that yellow smile. I stepped back and put more distance between us now. You almost done, dude? Almost, he said. But he wasn't looking at the fireplace anymore. He was looking at me, up and down. You know, I've always had a soft spot for girls like you. Independent, feisty. My throat tightened and I took another step back. All right, I think you should leave. Oh, come on, he said. I'm just joking around, lighten up a little bit." He stood up, wiping his hands on his jeans once more, and took a step toward me. My instinct screamed to run, but instead I turned and bolted back into my bedroom, slamming the door shut behind me. My hands were trembling as I slid the lock into place, and for a moment I just stood there, listening to the sound of Marty's footsteps in the hallway. "Hey," he called out. His voice was muffled through the door though. "You know I got a key, right? Don't make me use it." I didn't answer, heart racing, each beat of a drum roll in my ears. I grabbed my phone and dialed the first number that came to mind, Alice.
Hello?
"Alice," I whispered, "you need to come over right now, please. Bring Jake."
What? Why? What's going on?
"Just do it. Just do it, please." There was another long pause, and then she said,
We're on our way.
Marty must have heard me because he laughed, and that sound sent chills down my spine. "Calling for reinforcements, huh? Smart girl." He scraped something out on the other side of the door. "I used to live here, dummy. I know a million ways to get inside that room you're in." I stayed silent, clutching the phone like a lifeline. After a few minutes, I heard him moving around again, gathering his tools and muttering something to himself. "Well, this has been fun," he said. "Fireplace is all set. Enjoy. Stay warm." I waited until I heard the front door open and then close, followed by the rumble of his car engine. Even then, I remained still, staying locked in my room waiting for Alice and Jake to arrive. Doing anything else seemed completely insane to me. I stayed there until I heard Alice and Jake pull up. Her old Honda, with the engine humming, came to a stop in the driveway. I peered through the blinds and watched them climb out, Jake already scanning the house with one hand in his jacket pocket. Gun guy. I hurried to the front door, unlocking it, practically pulling them inside before I could say another word. They were going to get me out of this. "The hell happened?" Alice asked. "He was here," I said. "Marty, the landlord. He came over to clean the fireplace, but he didn't. He just walked around, looked at my stuff, asked questions, weird questions. Then he tried to..." I stopped. "He said he had a key to my room." Jake was looking around. "Is he still here?" "No, he left, but it was awful." Alice put a hand on my arm and said, "You're not staying here anymore. No way." "Yeah, I already decided that," I responded. I can't. I don't even care about breaking the lease." "We'll help you pack," Jake said. "Where are you going to stay?" With you, if that's okay." "Of course it's okay," Alice said. "You're not going to be here alone, especially not after this." We started packing right then and there, grabbing clothes, important documents, and anything I couldn't bear to leave behind. That house was different now, like all of it was dangerous. Every creak of the floorboards was now going to make me jump. I kept catching myself glancing out the windows, expecting Marty's face to appear on the other side of that glass. By the time the last box was in Alice's car, it was past midnight. The temperature had dropped even further. My breath bogged in the air as I turned to lock the front door, hands still shaking as I slid the key into the lock. Then I heard the crunch of tires on snow. I turned to see Marty's truck idling at the end of the driveway, silhouette visible behind the wheel. For a moment, he just sat there, watching us, headlights casting long shadows across the yard. "What the hell does he want now?" Alice muttered. Jake then stepped forward, placing himself between us and the truck. "Get in the car," he said. I hesitated, feet frozen to the ground, but then Marty opened up the door and stepped out. His boots were crunching against the snow as he walked toward us. "Moving out already, huh?" he called out. "I am." He stopped a few feet away. His hands were in his pockets. "You know, breaking that lease is going to cost you." 3 months rent, minimum. Sure you want to do that? I don't care. You're not going to threaten me into staying here. Marty then tilted his head just like he'd done when he was looking up the chimney. Threaten you? Come on now, I was just trying to help. You're the one making a big deal out of nothing. Nothing, I snapped. You went through my things. You asked me disgusting questions and tried to scare me. That's not nothing. He just shrugged. You're overreacting, but hey, you want to leave, that's your choice. Just know you're walking away from a great deal. If you ever come near me again, I'm calling the police, and I'll tell them everything. And I'll do way worse than that, Jake added. Marty's smile then faltered for a split second before he nodded slowly. Fair enough. Have a good life. He then turned around and walked back to his truck. I watched as he climbed in and drove away, taillights disappearing off into the night. The three of us just stood there in the freezing cold, tension lingering long after he was gone. Finally, Alice put a hand on my shoulder. Hey, let's get out of here, she said softly. That night I moved in with Jake and Alice, sleeping on their couch for the next few weeks. Search for a new place. Moving in the dead of winter was not easy, but it was better than staying in that house, constantly looking over my shoulder. I never saw Marty again, thankfully, but every once in a while I would hear his name mentioned in passing. He owned half a dozen houses in the area, always renting them out to people who couldn't afford anything better. That guy's a predator, and he damn near got me. You want to hear a story about a landlord? Let me tell you about Jack Carlino. I still can't say his name out loud without feeling like my balls are gonna rot off. Back in 1964, my father rented an apartment from him in Brooklyn. It was a second-floor walk-up in a building that should have been condemned 20 years prior. The windows rattled in their frames when the wind blew. The floorboards buckled. The electricity even flickered like some kind of cheap haunted house attraction. I was just a kid then, probably no older than 10 years old. And even then, I could tell that place was a dump. My older brother Teddy used to call it the Rat Palace. We would all laugh at that, except for, well, my dad. He wasn't much for those kind of jokes. There were 5 of us total crammed inside that apartment. My parents, me, Teddy, and our little sister Kate. It was only 5 at the time. We all shared one room. Kate and I in one bed, Teddy in another, while my parents slept in the living room on a pull-out couch that groaned like a dying day laborer every time they used it. Privacy was just this luxury that we couldn't afford. My dad worked these long shifts inside a dock warehouse, and my mom took office cleaning jobs to keep all of our asses covered. The apartment wasn't supposed to be permanent, just until we got on our feet, my dad would say. 6 months turned into a year, then a year stretched into 2. That's how it goes when you're barely scraping by. Time doesn't stop for you to catch up. No one does. Carlino was the kind of landlord who'd make you believe every horror story that you'd ever heard about slumlords was completely true. A real old-timey New York scumbag. He lived somewhere uptown in a nice brownstone, probably bought with the money he squeezed out of tenants like us. Though, I'd actually heard he had mafia money. I only saw him a few times, but I'll never forget the way he looked. He was short and thick, the face like an ugly mutt. He had this way of looking at you that made you feel small, like you weren't even worth the dirt on his shoes. The thing about the building that would make it unforgettable was the rats. They weren't those little kinds that you'd see in cartoons with beady little eyes. No, these were monsters. They had thick matted fur, tails like rope, and they moved in packs. Shit, they even kind of looked like Carlino, now that I think about it. Thick boys. You could hear them in the walls at night, scratching and squealing like pigs at the donut shop. Sometimes, if you were unlucky, you'd catch one scurrying across the kitchen floor, poking its head out of a cabinet. My mom screamed the first time she ever saw one, and after that, she just stopped screaming and started cursing. Everybody inside that building would complain about them, but Carlino didn't care. "What do you want me to do about it?" he'd say. "Rats are a part of a city living. You don't like it, move to the suburbs." He knew we all couldn't afford to leave. He knew we were trapped, and he used that to his advantage. Rent was due on the 1st, no exceptions. Late, he'd slap you with the fee. Too late, he'd threaten to evict you and slap you for real. I watched him backhand more than one tenant in our hallways. My dad called him a parasite, and I think he was on point. Carlino fed off people like us, people who didn't have the money or the power to fight back. But even a parasite can push too far. In fact, I believe it's in their nature. And Carlino, he didn't just push, he shoved and horse-kicked everybody in his way. He was like an apparition of New York, the city incarnate, a truly bad man who turned other people bad with him. The rats didn't just exist in the background of our lives, they were a constant gnawing presence. They partied in the wall, played dice under our feet, even scratched at the inside of our closet doors, as if testing our defenses. Teddy used to joke that they were trying to get their own apartment. At first, we just tried to live with them, setting out traps like mountain men, or leaving poison pellets tucked behind furniture. The traps caught nothing but air, and the poison just seemed to fatten them up. It was like they were thriving on our attempts to get rid of them, growing bolder with every hour. One night, I'll never forget it. I was lying in bed next to Kate, trying to block out all the sounds of scuttling underneath the floorboards. I was half asleep when I felt something heavy land on the blanket. My breath stopped dead like a Kennedy. Kate was snoring softly beside me, completely oblivious. I didn't dare move. My eyes were now fixed on the lump that was slowly creeping toward the pillow. It stopped inches from my face, its shape unmistakable in the moonlight. A rat, big as a taxi. I bolted upright and sent it flying off the bed. It didn't matter though. Others climbed up on the bedposts. Some fell out of the rafters. We were suddenly buried in the bastards. I fought them off as best I could, pushed them onto the floor, punched some across the room. Still, they crawled onto the sheets. Kate woke up screaming, and Teddy rushed in with a broom, shouting like a Catholic. He turned the lights on, and I could see them biting my sister, all over her legs and neck. They crawled up and down her little body, and my brother and I went into a flying rage. We knocked them all off and started punching, stomping, wrecking every rodent that failed to escape us. By the time my parents had finally come in, all the rats were gone, disappearing into the shadows as if they had never been there at all. Only evidence left behind was the blood on the walls and the bite marks all over Kate. That night, my dad stayed up with a baseball bat, sitting in the living room, jaw clenched so tight it looked like he might shatter. He didn't say a word, but the dark circles under his eyes the next morning said enough. We were all on edge. Teddy started sleeping with a flashlight and a kitchen knife under his pillow. Kate wouldn't go to bed unless my mom sat with her until she fell asleep, and me started to hate the nights. It felt like an invitation for the rats to come out and remind us who really owned the apartment. We weren't the only ones suffering though. I heard the neighbors complain constantly, whispering in the hallways about the infestation. Mrs. Gomez and 3B swore the rats had eaten through her pantry, tearing open bags of rice and flour, leaving droppings in their wake. Mr. Green in 1A claimed that he's seen one drag a slice of pizza across his kitchen floor, not once but twice. He was the local pizzeria for the rat population. Everybody was angry, but nobody was brave enough to confront Carlino. No one except my dad. I was there the day my dad tried to talk to him. Carlino had come by to collect the rent, talking from behind his usual cigar. My dad handed over the envelope and said, "You gotta do something about these rats, Carlino. It's getting out of hand." He smirked. "Rats are part of the package, Joe. You don't like it, you can move. Bye-bye." "We can't afford to move," my dad said, "but you can afford to do your damn job." Carlino took the cigar out of his mouth and leaned in close. Think I care about your problems? I own this building. You don't like how I run it, there's the door. But if you think you're staying here rent-free, you've got another thing coming. I never said rent-free, I said rat-free. Rats come with the rent, package deal. Didn't we go over this? He cut my father's cheek as he spoke, as if threatening to slap him. I remember watching the way my dad's fists would clench at his sides, and for a second, I thought he was gonna hit him, but then he just stepped back and said, "You're gonna regret this." Carlino laughed as he walked out. "See you next month." Things seemed to get worse after that. It was like the rats knew we were fighting back and decided to punish us for it. They'd chewed through some of the wires in the walls, causing the lights to flicker more than ever. They tore into our food, leaving teeth marks almost in everything. One even got into the bathroom, hiding behind the toilet and hissing when my mom tried to chase it out with a mop. It felt like we were under siege, trapped in a war that we couldn't win. And the rat shit, my God, it's the worst part about the fight. Shit everywhere. It's like fighting the dirty subway homeless. And then something happened that changed everything. It was late, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. I was asleep when I heard Kate scream. And not the kind of scream you let out when you see a spider or stub your toe. This was a raw sound that ripped through the apartment, yanked me off the couch. My parents were already running to the room when I saw it. Kate was sitting up in bed, face pale as a sheet, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her legs were covered in blood, and the sheets around her were soaked with it too. And there on the floor was one of the rats. It was dead, body twisted and broken, but its teeth were still bared, and its fur was matted with blood. "They were on me," Kate sobbed, clutching at my mom. "They were biting me again." My dad didn't say a word. He grabbed the baseball bat and started smashing the floor, the walls, anything he could reach. Teddy and I stood frozen, watching as he let out a roar that didn't even sound human. My mom held Kate close, rocking her back and forth like she could will the nightmare away. But the damage was done. Kate had deep bites in her legs and neck. We had no choice but to take her to the hospital. This time it was far worse than before, probably because, well, I wasn't in there to protect her this time. The doctors said she was pretty lucky. The bites were bad, but the real danger was the infection. Kate ended up having a fever for days, her small body racked with chills and sweat. My mother didn't leave her side, and my dad still barely spoke a word. His face was just a mask of fury and guilt. Those hospital bills nearly broke us, but we didn't care. All that mattered was Kate was alive, struggling still every day. When we got back to the apartment that day, the first thing we see is Carlino in the hallway, talking to another tenant. My dad marched right up to him. "You're gonna pay for what happened." Carlino just sneered back at him. "Not my problem, whatever it is." My dad didn't hit him. He didn't yell. He just stared at him for a long moment and said, "You're nothing." And for the first time, Carlino didn't laugh back. We went home and that was that. Kate thankfully recovered, though she carried those scars on her legs and neck for the rest of her life. They weren't just physical scars either. Those rats had done something to her spirit, stealing a piece of her childhood that could never come back. She wouldn't play with her dolls anymore, wouldn't even sit on the floor unless my mom scrubbed it clean in front of her. She started having night terrors, waking up in the middle of the night screaming. That next year was a slow crawl of misery. We saved every penny, eating canned soup and day-old bread just to make rent, and put away just enough to dream of leaving. My dad would start taking these odd jobs on the weekends, cleaning gutters, hauling trash, anything he could find. My mom sewed clothes for a few spare bucks, working until her fingers bled. Even Teddy pitched in, working afternoons at a corner store, slipping his wages in the coffee can that we kept under the sink. It was endless, but we had a goal: to get out of that hellhole and leave Carlino and those rats behind. Finally, after 12 grueling months, we did it. We found a new place on the other side of the city. It wasn't much better, this tiny one-bedroom walk-up, but it was clean. No rats, no flickering lights, no smell of mildew hanging in the air. Moving day felt like waking up from this long nightmare. My dad just stood in the middle of the empty apartment, looking around like he couldn't quite believe it was even real. "We're done," he said. "We're finally done." And we were, or at least so I thought. A few months later, we went out to celebrate. My dad had gotten a small raise at work, and for the first time in over a year, we could afford to sit down at a restaurant. It was this dingy Italian joint with checkered tablecloths and candles stuck in wine bottles. Kate was laughing. Teddy was teasing her about how much bread she could eat. For a moment, it felt like we were a normal family again. Then, my dad's face puckered up like he could smell the city dump. I followed his gaze across the room, and there he was, Jack Carlino, sitting at a corner table with a cigar in one hand, laughing loudly as he shoved a plate of lasagna in his mouth. My stomach twisted at the sight of him, and I felt the mood shift at our table. My dad didn't say anything, but he didn't touch his food either. He just stared at Carlino, jaw tight, eyes dark. Teddy noticed too. He leaned in and whispered something to my dad, something I didn't hear. My dad nodded, just once, and then the two of them went back to eating like nothing had happened. We left the restaurant after dessert. The whole walk home was really quiet. Kate was asleep on my mom's shoulder, and Teddy kept glancing at my dad. When we got home, I went straight to bed. I don't know why, but I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I woke up a few hours later to the sound of the front door creaking open. I lay there, listening to the footsteps that padded down the hallway, 2 sets of them. I crept out of bed and peeked into the living room, just in time to see my dad and Teddy slipping out into the night. They didn't see me, and I didn't follow. I just stood there, heart pounding until the door clicked shut behind him. A few hours later, I heard the door again, the shuffle of their boots on the floor, and the low murmur of their voices. I didn't get up this time. I stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to pretend I hadn't heard anything. When I finally fell asleep, my dreams were full of rats. The next morning, my dad and Teddy were quiet. My dad sat at the table drinking coffee and reading the paper, like always. But I noticed his hands were shaking. Teddy looked pale, his eyes shadowed like he hadn't slept at all. And nobody said a word about the night before, and I didn't ask. 2 days later, a story broke. It was on the front page of the paper, right there in black and white. Man found dead in an alleyway. There was a picture of Carlino, his face bruised and swollen, his eyes staring blankly at the camera. The article said he'd been beaten to death, body discovered by a garbage collector early in the morning. No suspects, no witnesses. Just another statistic in a city that chewed people up and spit them out. I looked at my dad as he read the article. His face was stone, unreadable, but his hands were still shaking. Teddy sat across from him, staring at his plate, not eating anything. My mom was in the kitchen humming softly as she washed dishes, oblivious. No one was talking. No one said anything, but I don't think anybody needed to. Now, I don't know for sure what happened that night. Maybe my dad and Teddy just went for a walk and talked about old times and then came home. Or maybe they found Carlino in that alley and decided to finish what those rats had started. Maybe it was just all a coincidence, because in New York, there's a lot of those. I found the room in Aaron's house through one of those old school classified ads in the local newspaper. I still remember the small boxy font and that single line that caught my attention. Room for rent in spacious home. Affordable, quiet. Call Aaron. It was like the universe handed me this easy solution to what had been a very miserable few weeks of couch surfing after losing my last apartment. The address was in this decent suburb. It had cracked sidewalks and faded shutters, but still respectable enough. I called the number and spoke directly to Aaron. He sounded distracted, like I was interrupting something, but he agreed to show me the place that evening. The house was massive, sprawling like an old Victorian relic that had given up trying to keep up with appearances. The siding was peeling in long strips. The lawn looked like it had been through a war, and the driveway had cracks big enough to swallow a small dog. But the inside, it was nice. Hardwood floors, lots of windows, a kitchen big enough to host a Thanksgiving dinner. Aaron gave me the full tour, and I noticed immediately how little he seemed to care about impressing me. He spoke in these clipped sentences. His voice was gruff and low, like he had somewhere else to be. "All right, this is the room," he said, opening up a door near the end of the second floor hallway. It was simple but clean. Bed, dresser, a small little desk pushed up against the wall. The best part was the attached bathroom, all for me. No waiting in line for a shower, no awkward encounters with other tenants. With that, I was sold immediately. "How much?" I asked him. $550 a month, he said, leaning against the door frame. He had this way of looking at me that felt both casual and intense at the same time, like he was sizing me up for reasons I didn't quite understand. "That includes utilities. I don't want a lot of noise, no parties, clean up after yourself. Good with that?" I nodded, eager to agree with whatever rules he had enforced. That place was a steal, especially for a place that size. Aaron seemed satisfied, and with a grunt, he told me to get my stuff together and move in whenever I was ready. The first few months were smooth sailing. Aaron kept to himself, and the house was quiet, almost too quiet at times. He told me he worked a corporate job in the city, but never mentioned any specifics. He'd leave early in the morning, dressed in this rumpled suit, and come back late. His tie was undone, face lined with exhaustion. I didn't pry, and he wasn't unfriendly, exactly, but he had this way of brushing off conversation that made it clear he wasn't interested in all that small talk. Honestly, that arrangement suited me just fine. I had my space, he has his. Every other weekend, his two kids would come stay with him, a boy around 12 and a girl a few years younger than that. They were loud, laughter filling up the house, but honestly, it was a good kind of noise. It made that place feel alive. Even with the kids around though, there was just something strange about this house, and I don't really know how else to explain that to you. Maybe it was the way the floors creaked at night, sounds echoing down those empty hallways, or maybe the shadows that seemed to deepen in certain corners, like they were hiding something. Once, I could have swore that I heard somebody whispering outside of my door in the middle of the night, but when I opened it, the hallway was empty. I chalked it up to my imagination, paranoia that comes with living inside a new place. Aaron himself added to the weirdness though. He was so hard to read. His moods would shift like the weather. Some days he'd nod at me as I passed him in the kitchen, offering a grunt of acknowledgement. Other days, he didn't even seem to notice that I exist. I figured he was just one of those guys who preferred solitude. He didn't seem to have many friends, and the only visitors he ever had were his kids. Occasionally, a woman I assumed would be his ex-wife, though they never spoke more than a few words to one another. I couldn't complain though. The rent's cheap, house is comfortable, and Aaron left me alone. I told myself that whatever these weird vibes were that I was picking up on was just in my head. After all, I wasn't in any kind of position to be very picky. Even then though, there was still a small part of me that couldn't shake the feeling that something about this whole setup just didn't add up. A few months later, things started to feel truly off. Aaron, obviously, had always been very distant, but now he was downright elusive. Weeks would go by without me even seeing him, even though his car was still in the driveway every single morning. The house seemed to feel hollow without him. Creaks, groans, that old structure amplified by his absence. On the rare occasions I did catch a glimpse of him, he would look rough, like he hadn't slept in days. Shirt wrinkled, eyes bloodshot. There was also this faint smell of alcohol always clinging to him. Cheap whiskey. One night, I was sitting in the living room watching TV when I heard the front door slam. Aaron stumbles in, movements heavy and uncoordinated. He muttered something under his breath, slurred and unintelligible, before disappearing up the stairs. I just sat there, unsure if I should say something or pretend I never saw anything. So I went with the latter, hoping this was just a one-off, but it wasn't. Over the next few weeks, Aaron's late-night entrances became a pretty much regular thing. Sometimes I'd hear him arguing with somebody on the phone, voice rising in anger before cutting off abruptly. Other times I'd hear him pacing upstairs, floorboards groaning underneath his weight. The worst was the nights he didn't come home at all, leaving that house eerily silent. And those were the nights I started double-checking the locks on my door. One Friday night, while I was home making dinner, I heard a knock at the front door. I wasn't expecting anybody, and Aaron didn't mention any visitors. When I opened it, I found 2 policemen standing on the front porch. Uniforms were neat, expressions unreadable. There was a tension in the air that made my stomach twist. "Is Aaron home?" one of them asked. I shook my head. "No, he's not here right now. What's going on? Can I help you?" The officer exchanged a glance with his partner before holding up a folded piece of paper. "We're here to serve an eviction notice. The property owner has not received rent payments in months. Are you aware of that?" I felt my heart drop into my stomach. No, I had no idea. I pay Aaron every month for my room. The officers nodded like they heard it all before. "Well, you might want to start looking for a new place. This house is going to be locked up in a few weeks. If you do see Aaron, let him know he needs to contact the property owner immediately." They left after that, leaving me just standing in the doorway with that notice in my hand. My mind was racing. Aaron hadn't paid the rent. How was that even possible? He had a good job, or at least he always said he did. What about his kids? Do they even know what's going on? I didn't see Aaron that night or the next. That eviction notice just sat upon the kitchen counter, a grim reminder of the ticking clock that was now hanging over my head. I knew I had to get out, and fast, so I started searching for places immediately, scouring classifieds, making phone calls during my lunch breaks. All the while, I kept those plans to myself. Aaron was unpredictable enough sober. I didn't want to find out what he'd do if he caught wind of me bailing on him. A week later, I did find a small studio apartment a few miles away. Not much, but it was clean and affordable. And that landlord seemed to be normal. I signed the lease and started packing that night, cramming my belongings into boxes as quietly as I could. Didn't want Aaron to hear me. Didn't want to risk any kind of confrontation. The day of the move, I waited until Aaron was at work. I'd seen his car pull out of the driveway that morning, and I knew I'd have at least a few hours before he got back. I loaded everything into my car in record time, heart pounding with every trip up and down those stairs. By the time I locked that front door behind me for the last time, I was drenched in sweat. I didn't look back as I drove away, but even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that Aaron was watching me, that he knew what I was doing. It was completely irrational. He wasn't even home, but that feeling stayed with me. A week later, I was fully settled into my new place, the tension of the few past months slowly starting to fade. I didn't think about Aaron too much after that, at least not until the night I drove past the old house. It was late. I just finished dinner with some friends. On a whim, I decided I'm going to take the long way home, pass through the old neighborhood. That house looked exactly the same, peeling siding and overgrown lawn untouched by time. I noticed a man standing in the driveway, and for a split second I thought it was Aaron. But as I got closer, I realized it was one of the neighbors, a middle-aged guy that I'd spoken to a few times. I pulled over and rolled down my window. "Hey, is Aaron still around?" The man just looked up at me. His face then lit up with recognition. "Hey, no, he's gone. Got evicted a few weeks ago. Haven't seen him since." I frowned. "Hey, do you know what happened?" The man just leaned up against my cart, clearly eager to gossip. Word is, he had a gambling problem, big one. Lost a ton of money and racked up debts with some bad people. The guy was practically living at the casino downtown, betting on anything he could. Horses, cards, fights, you name it. I heard he owed thousands by the time he finally got kicked out. "Where's he now?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. The man just shrugged. "Who knows? One morning the house was just empty. No furniture, no car, nothing. He must have skipped town. Either that or..." He trailed off, a grim look now on his face. "Or what?" The man then hesitated. "Or somebody found him before he could run away. Guys like that, they don't just get to walk away clean." I thanked him and drove off. Aaron had always been this enigma, but now he felt like a ghost, a lingering presence that just refused to fade. I thought about those late nights, the arguments on the phone, the eviction notice. It all painted a picture of a man unraveling, a man who had truly lost control of his life. I pulled into my new driveway. In the moment, I glanced in my rearview mirror, expecting to see Aaron's car slowly following me, but the street was empty, silent. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't all over, that Aaron's story was not finished yet. And maybe, just maybe, neither was mine. The neighbor's words stuck long with me after I got home. Aaron wasn't just a bad landlord or a guy down on his luck. He was a powder keg that had finally gone off. That thought chilled me, but it also felt like a warning, like I dodged a bullet getting out when I did. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about him. I found myself checking the news, searching for any mention of his name, any indication of what might have happened to him. Nothing. It was like he vanished into thin air. No arrest, no mysterious bodies showing up in rivers, no whispers of loan sharks taking care of their debtors. Just nothing. It was pretty unsettling to say the least. Then one night it all came back to me. I should have never visited that neighborhood. It was late, sometime after midnight, and I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone. My new apartment was quiet, save for the occasional creak of the building settling or the hum of the refrigerator in my kitchen. I'd finally started to feel safe again, like my life was finally getting back to some form of normalcy. Then a soft, deliberate knock came at my front door. It was after midnight. Who the hell was that? I froze, the sound sending a jolt of fear through me. It wasn't a friendly knock either. It wasn't the kind of knock a neighbor might make if they needed to borrow some sugar or ask about a package. It was slow, deliberate, and far too patient. I lay there, perfectly still, phone still clutched in my hand. My heart was now pounding so loud I swore it was giving me away. A knock came once more, this time a little harder. 3 slow, steady thuds. I didn't move. Whoever was out there didn't call out. They didn't announce themselves. They just stood there, waiting. After what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped. I waited, barely daring to even take a breath, straining to hear any sound from the other side of my door. But there was nothing. I forced myself to sit up, every nerve in my body screaming at me to stay put, but I had to know. I crept out of bed, careful to avoid the spots in the floor that would creak, and made my way to the front door. There was no peephole, just a flimsy chain lock and a cheap deadbolt that suddenly felt laughably inadequate. I pressed my ear to the wood, listening for any more signs of movement. And then in a voice that made my blood run cold, I heard it. "Hey, it's Aaron. Open up." My heart stopped. It wasn't just the fact that he was here, at my door, in the middle of the night. It was the way he said it, like we were old friends, like nothing happened. His voice was calm, almost cheerful. didn't respond. I couldn't. "Come on, man," he said. "I just want to talk." I took a step back, legs shaking. How did he find me? How long had he been out there, watching, waiting? He had to have followed me. When I didn't answer, he knocked again, harder. The door rattled in its frame, and I could hear his breathing now. "You think you can just run off? Leave me to deal with all of this?" He snarled. "You don't think I don't know what you've been saying about me?" My mind raced. Saying about him? What the hell is this guy talking about? I hadn't said anything to anybody, not even that neighbor. "I trusted you," he shouted, his voice raw and filled with venom now. "You don't just walk away from me. You don't get to do that." I stumbled back, foot catching on the edge of the rug, and fell down hard. The sound must have been loud enough for him to hear, because the next thing I knew, he was slamming his fists against the door. "Open the damn door! You killed me. You ruined my life. You took everything from me." The chain rattled violently, the frame groaning underneath the force of his blows. I scrambled to my feet, hands shaking as I grabbed my phone and quickly dialed 911.
911, what's your emergency?
"There's somebody at my door," I shouted. "He's trying to get in." The operator's voice was calm and methodical, and I barely even heard her instructions. My focus was on the door, the way it continued to shudder with every hit. I gave her all the information needed and did my best to just breathe.
"We have officers en route,"
she said.
"Just stay on the line with me, sir."
Then, the banging on the door stopped, and that silence was deafening. I stood there frozen, phone pressed to my ear, waiting for something, anything. Then I heard footsteps, slow and heavy, retreating down the hall. A few moments later, the officers arrived, but Aaron was long gone. Checked the building, took my statement, and promised to patrol the area for the next few nights, but I could tell by the way they looked at me that they didn't think he'd be back. I didn't have the money to move again, but thankfully, I never saw Aaron again, never heard from him. Whatever he was running from eventually must have caught up with him, right before he could take me down with him. Hey guys, I'm a long-time listener here. I love putting on these stories to keep me company when I'm busy. Honestly, most paranormal stories remind me of creepypastas. So over the top, they lose me almost right away. But this, it's different. I've wanted to share it for a long time, and now it feels like the right time. I'm an OEF combat veteran, a proud FMF corpsman with multiple deployments underneath my belt. I've seen plenty of wild things, stuff that could really make anybody question reality. Nerves? Sure. Nights spent working in Guantanamo Bay Hospital with only the ER open, so yeah, those can rattle you. But nothing I've ever experienced compares to what happened inside my childhood home. When I was about 10 years old, my parents split. My mom tried that single life for a while until she reconnected with her little brother's old friend, somebody that she'd grown up with for 15 years. What started as catching up quickly turned into something more, and before I knew it, my sister and I were moving inside his house. A house that I would come to know intimately and fear deeply. At first glance, it was just a regular early 2000s bachelor pad. Incense always burning, band posters plastered across the walls, dragon sculptures, and skull decor scattered everywhere. It was pretty much everything you'd expect, but beneath the surface, the house carried this history that weighed heavy. It was built in the 1930s and was originally a funeral home next to a mortician's house. It had housed a full crematorium and parlor for wakes, features that didn't just disappear when the building was converted into a home. The layout was even unsettling. The upstairs was open, this airy space with a narrow staircase, divided only by these thin walls. A small closet with a piece of wood bolted into the studs, and it covered what looked like a hole leading to nowhere. Downstairs, the front room was once a gathering space for mourners, and that became my bedroom. I later learned it served as a viewing room for caskets. The office where the funeral arrangements were handled became my parents' room. One feature that haunted me from day one was this small window above the porch. The only way to access that space was through the window itself, and it shared a wall with the upstairs room. My dad once tried to do some work inside that space, but as soon as he turned around, the window slammed shut on its own. When he did so, he saw something, a little boy with a train spike lodged in his forehead, staring back at him with these empty, emotionless eyes. Then there was also children upstairs. The girl had either a cat's face or wore a mask that looked like one, but the boy was far worse. His body was burned to a crisp, as if he'd been consumed by a fire. These children weren't the only visitors. They just made their presence known often, playing with my stepdad's daughter whenever they were upstairs. There was also a female spirit who seemed to watch over them, perhaps even guiding their play. So one night, the downstairs AC unit caught fire, filling the house with smoke. After the fire was out, my stepdad went upstairs and gathered his daughter's things. Every toy that had been scattered across the room was now tucked neatly into the closet with a wooden patch. At first, it was kind of eerie, but looking back, I think it might have been the children and that female spirit protecting the toys, ensuring that they wouldn't catch fire. Those toys weren't just things, they were part of the world the spirits had shared with those living children. There was also this cowboy, and this wasn't some playful child spirit. It was an old man with a deep southern drawl, the kind of voice you'd expect from somebody who smoked every single day of his life. Whenever I defied my stepdad, that cowboy would make his presence known. I'd hear the jingle of his spurs, or worse, he'd slam every drawer in my desk open and shut, over and over, until I got the message. Sometimes he'd mess with my electronics, shutting off my boombox or freezing my PlayStation mid-game. It was like he had taken it upon himself to enforce respect, especially when it came to my stepdad. At night, my stepdad would say that the cowboy would climb the stairs, his spurs clicking into the hardwood floor. He'd sit in the rocking chair where my stepdad played guitar, and the two would talk for a while before he would wander off into the house. His presence wasn't comforting, it felt like a shadow always hanging over us, heavy and watchful. Years later, when I came back to the house, those strange occurrences returned as if they'd been waiting for me specifically. Friends who stayed over long nights of drinking heard those same spurs on the stairs and heavy breathing from the closet. Shadows moved in the upstairs room, and nobody wanted to step on the staircase at night. I gave my 3-year-old son a room upstairs, but he would rarely use it. One night during a game night, I asked him to sleep there, and moments later he came running downstairs, screaming that the cat-faced girl and the burnt boy and this lady had been watching him from his pirate ship bed. I like to believe they meant no harm, but he refused to ever go upstairs again. Eventually, I ended up moving upstairs myself, thinking it would be the perfect tactical position if anybody tried to break in. While moving my furniture, I dropped the chest of drawers, smashing a hole in the wall next to the closet's patch. That atmosphere changed instantly. The air thickened and a dark, oppressive wave washed over the house. I patched that hole as quickly as I could, throwing open every window and blasting music to drive out that darkness. Once it was sealed again, the house seemed to settle back into its all too familiar eerie calm, but that unsettling, watchful presence never really left. Leaving the house for good, it turned out to be harder than I expected it to be. On my final day, I brought a friend to help pack. As we turned off the lights, we noticed the upstairs light was still on. I asked him if he could go turn it off, assuming he'd been the one up there earlier. He agreed, not knowing the house's history. A few moments later, I heard him scream, this gut-wrenching, terrified scream. He flew down the stairs, nearly tearing the screen door off its hinges. The front door slammed shut behind him, followed by the sound of pounding footsteps. He grabbed me by the shoulders. His face was pale and he was dripping with sweat now. "What the fuck is in that house?" he asked, shaking me. He said as soon as he got to the top of the stairs and turned that light off, he heard footsteps behind him, and something passed through him, shoving him backward as if he was trying to keep him there. He forced his way down the stairs, only to hear the stampede of boots, bare feet, and spurs chasing him all the way out. That night I felt this deep sadness, and not just for my friend, but for the spirits that we left behind. It felt like they'd grown attached to us after all these years, and now they were losing their connection to the living world. Now, nothing in that house ever truly felt malevolent, except for whatever lingered inside that closet and that hole that I accidentally opened near it. I haven't been back since. My grandfather fixed up the house for sale and never really asked him what became of it. And that's my story about the Weinert house. My name is Patrick Beverly. You might know me as an NBA basketball player. I most notably played for the Houston Rockets, and I'm now playing in Israel. It sounds wild, but I spent a lot of my time traveling, and I listen to podcasts just like this one. Before I went pro, I used to do some pretty bad things, like selling drugs to different people. I only did it because me and my mother were very poor and wanted to make it out of the hood, which thankfully eventually we did. We lived in a rough neighborhood inside Chicago in a one-bedroom apartment. My mother worked 3 jobs getting paid on minimum wage. Yeah, that's how poor we were. My aunt and cousins would sometimes take turns watching me as an infant. As I got older, my mom would date these drug dealer boyfriend types, which inspired me to sell drugs. One night in August of 2008, I met up with my homeboy Donovan. I sold him some dope and smoked it with him. I don't remember exactly how high I got, but I do remember that I went off the rails that time. After finishing the deal, I went home in my white Dodge Magnum. I was really driving under the influence, and it was a really bad idea, I know. As I approached an intersection, there were no cars in front of me. I thought the light was green, but in reality, it was red. As I was crossing that intersection running the red light, I collided with another vehicle. My car flipped 3 times. I was not wearing a seatbelt and the windows were down. I honestly have no idea how I even survived that crash. I was able to climb out of the car without a scratch, surprisingly. And then I heard somebody call out to me that was in front of me. As my eyes were still adjusting from all the weed and everything else that just happened, I saw the guy standing outside next to a car with his hazards on. He said he had my phone and it flew out of my car, so I asked him to call the ambulance, saying it loudly as I was still trying to catch my breath. A few moments later, the EMTs arrived and I told them my story. They were all amazed and shocked that I was even standing. How the hell was I alive? I was fine physically, but emotionally, it left a scar that has not healed to this day. A few weeks after my incident, something even more tragic happened. I was driving a new car and Donovan was in the car with me. We were just shooting dice at the street corner and now driving off to the park. We hung out for a little while and then I decided to go back to my grandmother's place. I kept insisting for him to come with me, but he told me he'd meet up with me later. So I just left, leaving him behind. This would ultimately be a big mistake, and I'm still regretting it to this day. Not too long after driving off and getting back to my grandmother's place, I got a call from a nearby hospital. Was told that my friend Donovan had been shot multiple times and was dead. I was at a loss for words. My brother, my friend, was dead. The closest person to me in the world. I then called my mom, and even she cried like a baby. I picked her up. We went to the hospital together. Once there, we had to identify Donovan because he wasn't carrying any ID at the time. I should have never brought him over there in the first place, and I don't know what I was thinking. I would have nightmares for months straight after this. I know this also sounds crazy, but after Donovan died, I would sometimes talk to him, like a ghost, even though I was basically talking to thin air. A few days after he died, I ended up getting a call. I played pro basketball in Ukraine. I accepted the contract because there was really no other options, and I love basketball more than anything. And now I would actually earn money playing basketball. My family could use the money that I would earn. I also did this for Donovan in his memory. I know he would have wanted me to keep going no matter what. Donovan, I hope you're proud of me up there. I've made some accomplishments that I'm pretty proud of, like making the NBA obviously, and having some accolades along with it, which including getting 3 all-NBA defensive teams. I love you, Donovan. The story's for you. I'll see you soon and we'll reunite in heaven, but I still got some stuff to do. I grew up in one of those suburbs that could have been straight up plucked out of a Hallmark movie. Rows and rows of cozy houses would line the streets, named after flowers and birds, each one painted in this soft pastel shade, with matching shutters and little white fences enclosing perfectly trimmed lawns. My friends and I all lived within shouting distance of one another. Brandon, who was my next door neighbor, was like my brother. Summer days were for racing bikes around the cul-de-sac, squinting against the sun to see who could skid the longest without wiping out. There wasn't much to do otherwise, not unless you wanted to risk the kind of trouble that would get your name muttered at the PTA meetings. So that meant we had to get creative. Brandon's backyard changed everything though. So one day, just as school had let out for the summer, his dad had come home with this big shiny trampoline in the bed of his truck. It was massive, black with blue padding, and the edges were wrapped in that safety netting that wouldn't last more than a week after we got our hands on it. So it wasn't long before that trampoline became the centerpiece of our childhood. Every day after school, we'd gather up at Brandon's, elbows and knee pads pressed against the chain link fence in anticipation. Brandon was the king of our little kingdom, granting VIP access to me, his right-hand man, simply, well, because I lived the closest. The trampoline wasn't just a toy, it was a magnet that pulled the whole neighborhood together. Kids would line up after school, waiting for their turn to jump. Even older kids, ones who wouldn't have given us the time of day otherwise, would wander over, pretending not to care until Brandon invited them over to try a backflip. Summers were punctuated by the squeak of the trampoline springs and the shouts of "double jump me." Everybody tried to perfect their tricks, pushing the limits of what was possible without cracking or breaking a bone. I think the best part though was the sleepovers. Brandon's dad always grinning like he was in on a secret. He claimed that sleeping on the trampoline was this rite of passage. "Every kid's got to do it at least once," he said, wagging a spatula during one of his weekend barbecue sermons. The idea was thrilling, dozing underneath the stars, surrounded by that faint hum of crickets and the occasional bark of a distant dog. That summer, Brandon and I decided it was time to step up. It was our time to do it. That night started out like most of our sleepovers. Brandon's mom made us some burgers and fries. We ate until our stomachs hurt, then spent hours outside bouncing under that faded glow of the evening sky. By the time the stars emerged, we were lying side by side on the trampoline, staring up at the vast, glittering expanse. That trampoline smelled of rubber and grass, and a familiar mix that seemed to amplify that feeling of complete freedom as a child. We'd talk about that normal stuff, teachers we hated, video games we wanted, and, of course, girls. Brandon always had a crush, though the names kind of changed weekly. I mostly would just listen, offering up the occasional grunt of agreement as he would dissect the complex signals that he thought he was getting from a girl who sat behind him in math class. Before you know it, midnight had rolled around, and neither of us were asleep yet. The stillness of the neighborhood had turned eerie now. The usual suburban noises like car engines, distant laughter, was replaced by this oppressive quiet. Brandon rolled over onto his side, face lit by the faint glow from his digital watch. "Let's jump," he said. "Now?" I asked him, glancing toward the house. The windows were dark, save for this faint light inside Brandon's parents' room. "Yeah, come on," he urged. "We can say that we jumped at midnight. How many kids can say that?" I hesitated, but the gleam in his eye was infectious. We clambered to our feet, springs creaking in protest as we started bouncing. Our laughter broke the stillness and carried away by the warm summer breeze. For a moment, I felt like we were the only people in the world. And that's, well, when I saw him. The first time, I thought it was just imagining things. A trick of the shadows or the way the street lights stretched across the asphalt. It had to be that. I'd just been double jumped by Brandon, soaring higher than I'd ever gone before. And for a brief moment, the trampoline seemed to vanish beneath me, and I had the best view of our entire block. And that's when I saw that man. He was standing in the middle of the street, just a few houses down, illuminated faintly by the streetlight above him. He wasn't moving, wasn't swaying like somebody waiting for a ride, just standing there. His face was damn near impossible to make out in the distance, but his silhouette was sharp, broad shoulders, long arms hanging awkwardly at his side. Something about the way he just stood silent sent a chill through me, even though it was a warm summer night. I hit the trampoline a little harder than I expected to, stumbling as the springs groaned beneath me. Brandon laughed, oblivious to my expression. "Dude, you okay?" he asked, bouncing in place, still caught up in the exhilaration. "There's somebody over there," I stammered, pointing over to the street. Brandon squinted, following my gaze, but he couldn't see over the fence like I could. Where?" "Double jump me, come on," he said, with a grin creeping across his face. "I'll check it out." "Brandon, I'm serious. Just do it, man. If there's a guy out there, I want to see him." Reluctantly, I crouched low, timing the bounce perfectly to send him flying into the air. Brandon let out a whoop, twisting his body mid-jump as he scanned the street. He landed with a thud, and his smile was now gone. "Yeah, there is somebody," he said. "He's just standing there." We stared at one another for a beat, trampoline wobbling slightly beneath our weight. Then, as if we silently agreed to confirm what we saw, we both jumped, higher and higher, gaining better views with each bounce. Each jump, the man seemed to get closer, his form growing larger and clearer, though each time he was eerily still. By that fourth jump, we just stopped. "He's moving," Brandon whispered. "What do you mean?" I hissed back. He's closer, like way closer." My stomach churned as I climbed to my knees, gripping the edge of the trampoline. The fence was way too high to see over without jumping, so part of me didn't even want to look again. "Let's just go inside," I said. Brandon opened his mouth to reply, but before he could, we heard the faintest crunch of gravel. We froze. The sound was unmistakable. Footsteps. Deliberate and unnervingly close. We turned towards the back gate, the only entrance to the yard besides the house. The latch didn't rattle, the hinges didn't creak, but those footsteps stopped just beyond the fence. "Did you even see him come this way?" I whispered. Brandon shook his head. We stayed perfectly still, straining to hear anything else, any sound, any movement. Then came the first tap. It was soft, almost polite, against those wooden planks of the fence. Tap, tap, then silence. Brandon's eyes widened as he mouthed to me, "What do we do?" Before we could answer, there was a second tap, harder this time, and the sound of wood creaking. My heart stopped as I watched a pair of hands, gnarled and dirty, grip the top of the fence. The man's head followed, a wild tangle of bushy hair and a thick, unkempt beard, framing a face that didn't belong anywhere near this quiet suburban street. His teeth were yellow and uneven, lips cracked, but it was his eyes that terrified me the most, these wide, unblinking things that were locked onto us with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Run!" Brandon whispered. We slid off the trampoline as quietly as we could, moving in sync towards the back door. The man didn't move, he just watched us, hands still gripping the fence. For a moment, I thought we might make it. And then he climbed over. I heard the sound of his boots hitting the grass, and it jolted us into action. We bolted, sprinting for the house as his footsteps pounded behind us. I didn't dare look back. Brandon reached for the door first, yanking it open as we tumbled inside, slamming it shut and locking it all in one motion. "Mom! Dad!" Brandon screamed. His parents quickly appeared at the top of the stairs, bleary-eyed and alarmed. "What's going on?" his dad demanded. "There's a guy in the backyard. He chased us," Brandon yelled, pointing out back. Brandon's dad didn't even hesitate, grabbed a baseball bat from the closet by the door and flicked on the backyard light. That yellow glow spilled onto the grass, but the yard was empty now. "You two stay inside," he said, stepping off onto the porch. "Wait!" Brandon's mom called after him, but he was already halfway across the yard, flashlight beam sweeping over the grass. We crowded by the window, our breath fogging the glass as we continued to watch his father, the trampoline looming in the center of the yard. "There!" I whispered, pointing. Something moved underneath the trampoline, a dark shape shifting ever so slightly. "He's under there," Brandon whispered, clutching his mom's arm. We pounded on the glass, trying to warn Brandon's dad, but he didn't hear us. The figure rolled out from under the trampoline, moving so fast, way faster than I expected. He darted around the side of the house and disappeared towards the front yard, just as Brandon's dad turned the flashlight towards the trampoline. Brandon's mom rushed to the front window, pulling back the curtain just in time to see the man sprinting down the street, that wild hair bouncing with every step. He didn't look back, not once. He vanished off into the darkness. Brandon's mom called the police, voice trembling as she gave them the details. "A man in our backyard, he chased our boys. He's gone now, but..." She trailed off, glancing at the front window, like she expected him to suddenly reappear. Operator promised to send officers immediately, but that didn't feel immediate enough. We were all still at the back window, watching Brandon's dad. He prowled the yard with the flashlight, beam jittering as he swept it over the fence, then the trampoline, and the shadows pooling in every corner. We could hear him saying something, I'm assuming calling out to the man, daring him to show himself, but we couldn't hear the words through that thick glass. "I don't like this," Brandon's mom muttered, biting her lip. She pressed her hand against the window, tapping to get his attention, but he never looked back. He was far too focused on the perimeter. My gut twisted then. I should have told him, I whispered. "Told him what?" Brandon asked. "That he was hiding under the trampoline," I said. "What if he's still out here?" Brandon's mom froze, her hand still against the window. Slowly she turned to us, her face pale. "Under the trampoline?" Brandon nodded. But before he could say any more, that floodlight flickered once, twice, and went out, plunging the backyard into darkness. The flashlight's beam reappeared, bobbing wildly as Brandon's dad turned towards the house. He said something like, "It's fine," or "Stay inside." The glass muffled everything though, and the yard seemed eerily quiet now. Then I saw movement, not in the backyard and not in the street, but on the other side of the window, pressed against the glass. The man's face appeared so suddenly it felt like a punch to the chest. His wild hair and beard framed this grin that was even more grotesque up close. His teeth were cracked and filthy, gums far too red, and his eyes, those eyes, they seemed to bulge from their sockets as they flicked between me and Brandon. He pressed his palms flat against the glass, leaving these greasy smears as he tilted his head. Nobody moved. The only sound was Brandon's mom's sharp intake of breath, like she couldn't believe what she was actually seeing. Then the man opened up his mouth, not to speak, not to yell, but to press his tongue against the glass, dragging it in this slow, disgusting motion. Brandon screamed first. Then his mom snapped out of her trance and grabbed both of us, shoving us behind her as she scrambled for the phone. She didn't stop to look back at the window, didn't even try to process what she was seeing. "Get away from the window!" she shrieked. And I didn't need to be told twice. I followed Brandon into the living room, where we crouched behind the couch. We could still hear his mom shouting into the phone, but her voice sounded distant now, muffled by the blood rushing in my ears. "Is he still there?" Brandon whispered. "I don't know," I said, though I wasn't sure if it was true or not, and honestly I didn't want to know. Then we heard this big, loud, hollow bang, like somebody hitting the back door. Brandon flinched and grabbed my arm. "He's trying to get in." It stopped just as quickly as it started, then replaced by another noise, this scraping sound. It sounded like it was coming from the side of the house. "He's walking around," I said. "Where's my dad?" Brandon then asked, his eyes darting towards the back window. That flashlight beam was gone though. Brandon's mom burst into the room, phone still clutched in her hand. "The police are on their way," she said, voice shaking. "We're locking all the doors and staying together." She then bolted for the front door, twisting the lock and peeking through the peephole. "He's not out front," she said. Her tone wasn't relieved, but it was weary. We huddled together in the living room, Brandon's mom gripping the baseball bat now, her knuckles white. Every noise, every creak of the floor, the rustle of the leaves outside, felt amplified, unnatural. The sirens finally arrived, blue and red lights splashing across the walls. 2 officers knocked on the door. Brandon's mom explained everything in a rush, so they listened and nodded, then stepped out into the yard, their flashlights now cutting through the darkness. We watched from every window, barely even daring to take a breath. The officers swept the yard and checked the trampoline, even walked the perimeter of the fence. But the man was gone. "Must have run off when we heard us coming," one of the officers said. His tone was calm and dismissive, almost like we imagined the whole thing. "We saw him though," Brandon insisted. "He was right there." The officer then crouched slightly, looking into Brandon's eye. "I believe you, kid," he said, though his expression said otherwise. "But he's not here now. You're all safe." Safe. That word felt hollow. The officers stayed for another hour, patrolling the neighborhood and taking a few notes, but they didn't find anything. No footprints, no handprints on the fence, nothing. When they left, that silence in the house was unbearable. Brandon's dad returned, looking sheepish and frustrated that he missed everything. Brandon's mom barely spoke a word. Her eyes were darting to the windows every few seconds. We didn't sleep that night. We sat on the couch and stared at the curtains. waiting for another tap or another scrape, waiting to see that face again. To my knowledge, the police never found him. And all these years later, I'll still never look at a trampoline the same way. Hey Boos, I listen to your channel almost every single night. These stories tend to help me get to sleep. My therapist said it might be due to being addicted to stress because we live inside this very stressful society. Whatever that makes me, I don't know. I just know that I have a few things I could tell folks. Back in February of 2024, I got a job as a pest control technician. I work for a small company that literally has 5 people working inside it, myself included. I was their first hire outside of their family, and honestly, it's the best job I've had so far. I'm not really one to get grossed out too easily, so this makes me pretty good at the job itself. I grew up on a farm and I shoveled shit since I was very young. Seen some nasty stuff. My boss even told me I handled the gross situations a lot better than newcomers. Now, I'm not supposed to say exactly where things have happened and who have I worked for because it can get people into trouble. So I can only say that I was servicing this cell phone joint that had a rat problem. This was a previous client of ours and they're located in a seriously rough neighborhood. Because of this, we had to raise our rates, so they terminated our contract. But they ended up calling us back a few weeks later, saying they couldn't find anybody else to provide service for them. So that's where I step in. When it comes to rodent control, we tell the customers how to prevent rodents from getting in. Usually tell them some caulk or cement to fix the cracks and holes. It turns out this place was a main target for drunk drivers. It had been crashed into 4 times in the past year. The owner couldn't afford to fix every crack, so we had to show up every single week to keep the rats in the basement at the very least. Well, the thing about rats though, is they're very smart, beyond crafty. With the structural damage to this building, the rodents pretty much had free reign. We'd been trying everything, excluding exterior pre-bait traps, which should have been working, and they weren't, which is a huge red flag. So we decided to try something different this time. Instead of the usual bait, we set out candy, chips, and other gas station snacks. Definitely not my first choice, but nothing else was working. I show up a little early that day. The place opened at 9:30. I got there around 9:20ish. Usually when I get there, it's much earlier, but as mentioned, this was a bad neighborhood. I'm a young white dude in uniform. Not to cross any lines, but I catch a lot of glares and bad looks when I show up in these areas, so I try to not spend a lot of time there, if I don't have to. I poked around the job site, saw a few of the rat traps had been moved, but none of them had caught anything yet. I tell the owner what's going on and then head back to the truck to grab a few fresh bait stations, as well as the strongest poison that we're allowed to legally use. If the rats were just gonna eat the poison, I was gonna make sure it at least had some sort of effect. I parallel parked in front of this black car, and I drive a pretty big rig, so it's typical for me. The car has big tires and gold and fancy rims. And if you're from around here, you know what that means. This guy is most likely a drug dealer. This cell phone store is located on a 4-way intersection, and I, along with this car, are parked on the south side of that intersection. I walk around in my truck on that far side that was facing the sidewalk, opposite side of the traffic. I unlock my truck, reach for the bait station, and as soon as I did that, I hear bang, 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 bang. I'd say around 12 bangs go off right next to me. The forecast over there was going to be rain, so my dumbass thought that there was lightning, so I looked up in the sky. Only when a car next to me burned some rubber peeling off did I realize what had actually happened. The car I was standing right next to got shot at. A drive-by took place not 3 feet from me, and my head was in the clouds. There's glass all over the sidewalk. I felt like this extra in a movie. I looked around and was expecting somebody to do something. I'm thinking to myself, is somebody gonna call the cops? But then an older lady walks up to me and says, "Officer, are you all right? I think he was aiming for you." I realize everybody thinks that I'm already on scene or some shit, and I just explained to the bystander that I'm pest control, not a police officer. I finish setting up the bait traps, and only then when I get back in my truck does it hit me how close to death I really was. Had I grabbed that bait station 30 seconds earlier, I would have been walking around the black car to get to the sidewalk, and I definitely would have been hit. Called my boss and told him about what happened. We ended up firing the customer, and he bitched about what he was gonna do. My boss literally told him to close up shop and move on. The danger wasn't even worth it. Now, that was the craziest thing that's ever happened to me, but not the worst thing I've ever seen. I had this call for a quarterly for this apartment complex. It's summer, so I'm treating the perimeter to prevent any stinging insects. I typically like these jobs because it makes me walk around a lot. I fill up these gallons of water and walk back to my truck. I mix some chemicals and pour it into my backpack sprayer. I then walk back to the spigot where the water had come from. And then I spot another spigot maybe 20 feet to my left. I'm thinking about step count for the day. Think that burning 1 or 2 more calories wouldn't hurt anything. I walk over to that further one, kneel down and start filling up my jugs. As I do so, I kind of zone out for a second, then turn my head to my right. I look down in front of those U-shaped gutter things that are in front of basement windows, and I see some blowflies that are coming out of it. Being an expert on bugs now, I know that blowflies come from some kind of dead flesh. So I peek a little further down in the gutter and see something that I wish I hadn't. Makes me nauseous to think about to this day. Now remember, I've seen filthy, roach-infested buildings, but this couldn't even come close to what I was seeing. There was this Walmart bag that was ripped open, and I saw 2 little puppy heads sticking out of the hole. I was stunned. Being a lover of dogs, I felt violated. How could somebody do something like this? Get puppies, bag them up, and then throw them in a gutter? Immediately, I became overwhelmed with emotion. I thought about calling off the job, but looked at the cost of the ticket. I knew my boss would be upset with me if I did so, but I just ended up finishing the job. Still, that guilt was heavy. I wanted to do something. So I got some gloves, went back over to the pups, reached down, and almost threw up when I touched them. I couldn't do it. Despite all that goodwill and desire to bury them, it was too gross to actually handle. I wanted to give them a proper burial, but there just wasn't enough left. I know it might sound weird coming from an exterminator about valuing a small animal's life, but I've lived with dogs since I was 8 years old. Dogs are family, and seeing them handled with the lack of morality completely crushed me. I ended up going home and threw up and cried for over an hour. I lost a lot of faith in humanity that day. Okay, here goes. I have a medical background and a certification that I rarely use, though I keep going back and paying to renew it. Random, I know, but it pertains to my story. Almost immediately after Katrina, I volunteered, wanting to help anybody and everybody I could. A few of us were assigned once the water started to recede to find houses that had dead bodies in them. If you've ever had to do a body recovery when it's been lying around in the heat and the water for days, sometimes even weeks at a time, you know the smell I'm talking about. It does not smell like any other dead carcass. It's just worse. I can't explain it. If you know, you know. The key to help with the smell is to place a little bit of Vicks underneath your nose. It doesn't keep the smell out completely, but enough so you can at least tolerate the smell without vomiting. During my time volunteering, we had to go to each house, go inside with wading boots and look for bodies. Many of them did indeed get washed out to sea, but some were unfortunately still in the house. If we found a body, we would have to spray paint a big X on the outside of the house. This other guy and I had been doing it for quite a while, and we got assigned to each other almost every single day. We got along pretty good for the most part, and he didn't vomit at the ones that had been gotten to. One day, we came up to this old shack, and I say shack because it was really run down in what would have been a really bad neighborhood. Right away, for some reason, I get chills down my spine, and this feeling of something wrong encompasses me. And not wrong like find a body kind of wrong, but chilling, disturbing, weird. New Orleans has certain areas that just give off these vibes, and my understanding is there's still a lot of voodoo practiced in certain areas. Going against every instinct in my body, I go inside. The smell hit me almost immediately, and the second thing was some kind of earthy and mold scent. I glanced at my partner, I'll call him Jay for the story's sake. He was white as a sheet. I could tell he was getting that same feeling that I'd been getting. It was obvious from the weird bones hanging from the ceiling. It was quite obvious from the bones hanging from the ceiling, and I would bet money they were cat bones, that something odd had been going down in the house, as well as beads and carvings in the bare wood of the walls. We moved into what would have been the kitchen. Chained to a beam was an old lady, or what was left of her. She had chained herself by the wrist to the beam. Her guts were literally falling out of the floor. By far though, the creepiest thing was her face still looked as though she were alive, staring at us with this wicked smile, showing only partial teeth. My skin immediately started crawling as the goosebumps spread all over my body, and my neck hair stood up. Suddenly, I heard the most unearthly cackling noise that I've ever heard in my life, and flight or fight kicked in. Jay and I immediately noped out of there, painted that X, and literally ran to the next house. I don't know if that old lady had practiced voodoo or whatever, but being inside there, hearing whatever I heard, scared the ever-loving shit out of me, and it still gives me nightmares to this day. The people that I really feel sorry for are the ones who actually had to take the bodies out, like that crazy lady chained to a beam. Jay and I ended up discussing it that night after we were back at our hotels, just north of there. He said he heard the cackling too, but we both said it had to be the wind, or something else, right? I just discovered this sub, and I've been reading a lot of your stories. Some of them are pretty frightening. I have a tale from a long time ago that I thought I would share with you. I think it belongs here, and I hope I don't bore you. I am now a 72-year-old man, and this happened a long time ago, but I remember it very well. The background was a series of events that placed me inside a mountain cabin outside of Frederick, Maryland, circa 1969 or 1970. Let's just say my life at the time was in disarray. I dropped out of college, my father had died very badly, and I was alienated. I needed to get my mind right. The opportunity came to move to an isolated cabin. To live in contemplation and solitude was welcome. I had some inheritance money to pay for it. To the best of my memory, I was there 8 to 9 months long. No TV, but books and a radio. I had a library card, but I don't remember if I even had a phone. My story begins when, a month into my stay, a female beagle showed up at my door. She was a lost dog, and I took her in. Never could train her to do anything, but I fed her, and she was a sweet, if not the brightest dog. A few months in, I began to feel a presence around that cabin. It's hard to describe or put into words, but I felt like somebody was just watching. On many occasions, I thought somebody might even be looking into my cabin window, watching me. The next phase was the shadowing or following. I knew the folks half a mile down the lane, woods all around, and would sometimes visit them at night. Something was waiting for me though. I felt that presence following me closely in the woods behind me in the darkness. It You could hear it too. Footsteps in the woods. It picked up its pace as I did. This was not only happening to me, it happened to my younger brother who visited me and to a few other friends. It spooked all of them big time. At night, it had to be out there, around the cabin. But here's the funny thing. I was never really afraid, never really felt threatened. Not at least early on. There was no feeling of malevolence. I spent a lot of time wandering those vast areas of the woodland around me. There was a state park just up the hill, and the Frederick Municipal Forest went on for mile after mile. The whole western Maryland was much more country than it is now. None of the development had set in yet. In our hikes, the dog and I would come across evidence of campsites, recent ones at that, in the woods. Traces of fire, old abandoned buildings that would have corners that gave shelter and looked like they'd been slept in recently. Garbage, food and drink, wrappers, what have you. Perhaps it was hunters, but much of it did not have that organized feel that you would get from experienced hunters. During that last month of stay, that's when things intensified. Maybe it sensed that I was preparing to leave. In the mornings, I would find small dead animals at the bottom of the front porch steps. The cabin had this small front porch, screened with a light door, and 4 wooden steps off to the ground. A spotlight would illuminate the long front yard, with woods close on either side. Dead animals began to appear at the bottom of the steps on many mornings. Small birds, then a squirrel, a rabbit, even a weasel one day, almost like they were offerings. I had to grab them up before the dog would eat them. This went on almost daily for several weeks. One night, very late, I was woken up by some sound. I was laying in bed when I heard something on the porch. I hopped up and hit the lights and saw that hound dog, who'd never learned to sit or stay, standing at the front door in a perfect point position. She was shaking in fear, but she never barked. I heard the door slam and footsteps down the steps. I hit that spotlight, but saw nothing. I went out. It had been on the porch at my front door, maybe even trying to enter. After that, I stayed in at night more and more. The animal offerings got bigger and bigger. Larger birds, a possum, a woodchuck. This wasn't funny anymore. The final 2 gifts that I received were legs from either horses or cows, big and bloody, and one was skinned. On the second to last day I was out there, the dog left me. I could hear her far out in the woods howling on the trail, following some kind of scent. I looked for her in every way I could, and came up in following weeks, but to no avail. She left as she came. I ended up moving back to Maryland, the suburbs of DC, got an apartment with a friend, got a job, and moved on with my life. One day, not too long after I picked up the Washington Post, I saw an article about recent encounters with the Sykesville monster. It described a tall Yeti-like creature, fur-covered on 2 legs, that would pick out a family or person and give them attention. That attention described in the article was exactly what had happened to me, following you at night, looking inside the house, gifts, and so on. I was shocked. If I'd turned that spotlight on and seen a Bigfoot or a Yeti, I might still be running. Thinking back now on who it might have been, Sykesville, Maryland was the location of the Springfield Hospital Center, a large state psychiatric hospital. It was 20 miles or so east of Frederick. Back then, many folks knew how to live in the woods, especially growing up that way, country folks. I believe the monster was an escaped patient or just some kind of free schizophrenic who lived outside. This is like all the homeless you see in cities now, probably off his meds, but somehow functional and lonely. He would pick people or families to quote-unquote adopt. Those campsites in the woods that I seen could have easily been him. With nothing else to do, he would make mischief. Maybe he liked me, and maybe he sensed I was leaving. Obviously, I can't prove any of this, it's just a theory. My monster was very much of that time and place, and his behavior was what I noticed in nearly every case around then. I I do not think he could have survived until the 1980s. The deinstitutionalization of mental hospitals threw a lot of mentally ill off into the streets and took away the shelter of the hospitals. Unfortunately, unprotected, most of them would have passed away. Matt, my lifelong best bro, and I had this ritual every winter, and it was probably the dumbest thing that we ever did. We'd take his dad's rusted old Chevy and then drive it deep into the woods, where the plows didn't even bother to go. The lake we liked to fish wasn't really much, just a big frozen puddle surrounded by pines, but it was ours. We were the only ones dumb enough to drive all the way out there, as there were plenty of other lakes easily more accessible. Early winter and late winter were the best times to go, when the ice wasn't exactly trustworthy. It added this edge to it, Matt always said. Like fishing wasn't exciting enough without the chance of a sudden bath inside freezing water. If we fell in out there, it'd be over. Getting out would be one thing, but getting back to town would be a next level feat. That morning we left at dawn, cold biting so hard it made my teeth ache. Matt cranked the heat to full blast, and we passed around a thermos of steaming hot coffee back and forth. The truck's tires kicked up a blizzard of powder as we bounced down those back roads, dodging ruts that could swallow a wheel whole. By the time we reached that lake, the sky had turned to this dull gray, looking like a hardcore storm was winding up in its path. We parked at our usual spot, a clearing near the shore where the ice always seemed to be thicker. But somebody had beaten us to it. A couple of guys, bundled up like astronauts, had set up this little fortress of portable chairs and tip-ups, right where we usually drilled our holes. Matt swore under his breath, smacking the steering wheel for the emphasis. "Figures," he muttered. "We come all the way out here, and these assholes think they own the place." I laughed, mostly to cut through the tension in the air. "Relax, dude, the lake's big enough for all of us." He just shot me a look, but nodded. It was kind of weird, you know, we had literally never seen anybody else out here. Either way, we drove further down the shore, bouncing over those frozen drifts until we found another spot that we both liked. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't our usual, but it would do. The ice groaned beneath our boots as we hauled over the auger and our gear. We'd been doing this long enough to know how to judge the ice. It was clear, no cracks or snow-covered weak spots, but the sound of it shifting would always set my nerves on edge. We drilled a couple of holes and set up our rods, and then this little heater to keep our hands from freezing stiff. Matt lit a cigarette and offered me one, but I shook my head. The wind had picked up now, whistling across the ice, and I didn't feel like wrestling with it. "Look at those guys, man," Matt said, nodding towards our original spot. They had a pile of fish next to them already. "Lucky bastards," I muttered. "Give it some time," he said, grinning, as he exhaled this plume of smoke. "Those fish will come to us. They always do." I wasn't sure if he was right, but I settled in, just hoping for the best. And that's when things took a turn. That first hour was uneventful. It usually always was. Ice fishing is kind of like that. You gotta wait for the lake to wake up. Matt and I really didn't talk much, just shared the occasional grunt when one of us shifted to keep warm. That cold out there just had this way of swallowing sound, making the whole lake feel like a vacuum. It was peaceful, even with every creak and groan of the ice beneath us. Those guys who had taken our spot were catching fish left and right, pulling fat walleye out of the ice like it was nothing. The other group, further down the lake, didn't seem to be having much luck either. I was about to crack a joke about how maybe we should bribe those lucky ones for their bait when Matt's line twitched. "Finally," he muttered, leaning forward to grab his rod. He tugged, reeled, and pulled up a decent trout. Not much, but it was a start. He tossed it into the bucket, and not 10 seconds later, my line began to move too. For that next hour, we actually had fun. Fish were biting, and the air didn't feel quite as bitter now that we were moving around. I even took the cigarette Matt offered this time, lighting it with shaking hands as we watched our lines dance. It was mid-morning when I noticed the guy coming out of the tree line. At first, I thought it was just another fisherman looking for a good spot, but the uniform stood out. Green jacket, khaki pants, that kind of outfit you see on a game warden. He was tall, thin, with a wide brim hat that shadowed most of his face. And just something about him looking at us just made me feel uneasy, though I couldn't really say why. Probably just due to the fact that he was an official lawman all the way out here, about to pester every single one of us that was out in the ice. "Check it out," Matt said, nudging me. He turned and squinted against the glare of the snow. "Game warden," he said, blowing out a cloud of smoke. "Guess it's a good thing we're legal this year, right?" He was right. Truth be told, Matt and I were only like 17 at the time, and we made the dumb decision to not purchase fishing licenses sometimes, usually every other year. This just happened to be a year where we actually had them. The game warden then headed straight for the guys who'd taken our spot. We watched as he talked to them, gesturing towards their permits. They pulled out their papers, showed them off, and the warden nodded. Nothing unusual. "Bet he's just making his rounds," Matt said, as he snubbed out his cigarette and reached for the tackle box. "Well, better grab the licenses, just in case." "Yeah, well, he's already heading this way," I said, watching as the warden turned and then started towards us across the lake. I did the same, digging through a mess of hooks and sinkers until I found that little plastic card. By the time I looked up, the warden was walking toward us, or at least I thought he was. "Where'd he go?" Matt asked, standing to get a better view. I scanned the ice, but he wasn't there. Just a wide open lake and the other fishermen. Nothing else. No sign of the warden, no tracks either. Not leading toward us or even back towards the other guys, like he vanished. "Well, that's weird," I said. "Maybe he turned around," Matt suggested, but even he didn't sound too convinced at that. We sat back down pretending to fish, but the air felt different now. I kept glancing back towards the trees, expecting to see the warden step out once more, but he didn't. You have to understand, this is a frozen lake we're sitting on. There's no bushes or trees for him to step behind, no big rocks or heaps of snow. He should have been exactly where we thought, where we saw him. Whatever the case, he was gone, and so we just kept fishing. A little while later, Matt elbowed me and then pointed. "There he is." I followed his finger and saw the warden standing just inside the tree line, almost hidden by the shadows. He wasn't just standing there either. He was poking out from behind a particularly large tree, so we could only see the top half of him. The other weird part was he was behind us. He was in the tree line opposite where we parked, and there's no way in hell he could have gotten over there without us seeing him. He had to have crossed the entire lake, but we never saw him do that. "What's he doing over there?" I whispered. Matt shrugged. "Maybe he's waiting for us to come to him?" "Yeah, but why would we do that?" I questioned. Before Matt could answer, the warden waved. Not this casual, "Hey, how's it going" wave, but a quick, deliberate one. Then he spoke, voice carrying across the ice, almost like it was right next to us.
"Come here,"
he said.
"I need to talk to you."
I don't know why, but the way he said it just sent this shiver down my spine. It wasn't a request, it was a command. "Should we?" Matt asked. I don't know, man, something's not right about this. But Matt was already standing, brushing snow off of his knees. Let's just get it over with. We walked towards the trees, each step feeling heavier than the last. The warden didn't move, just stood there, watching us get closer. When we were about 20 feet away, he stepped back and disappeared behind that same massive tree. "Hey!" Matt called out. "We're here. What do you want?" No answer. We reached that tree and looked around, but there was no sign of him, just more trees stretching off into the forest. His tracks did lead behind that trunk, but stopped there, like he'd been swallowed up by the ground itself. Alright, this is kind of messed up, I said. I remember spiraling, really having no clue what the hell was going on. Matt turned and scanned the woods. There! I followed his gaze and saw the warden peeking out from behind another tree now, a little further in. He waved again, then stepped back out of sight. What the hell is this guy doing? I said, and Matt didn't answer me. He was already moving toward the second tree. Wait! I hissed, grabbing his arm. Dude, there's something off about this. Then stay here, he snapped, shaking me off. I watched as he approached the tree, calling out to the warden, but just like before, there's no one there when he reached it. Matt, we just need to get out of here, dude, I said. This is like unnatural. He turned to face me, but his expression then froze. Behind you, he whispered. I spun around, heart hammering, but I didn't see anything, just empty woods and the sound of my own ragged breathing. Matt agreed with me now. Let's go, he said. What'd you see? I asked him. He was right behind that tree behind you, and when we made eye contact, he just fucking vanished. We both hurried back towards the lake, not even looking back. When we reached our fishing spot, we stopped dead in our tracks. The warden was standing there, next to our gear, waving us over. We froze, staring back at him like we were looking at a ghost, and maybe we had. My brain scrambled to make sense of all of this. How could he be here when we just saw him in the woods? How could he have gotten back here so fast? Matt whispered to me, "You see that?" As if he needed confirmation that he wasn't hallucinating. "Yeah," I replied. The warden stood next to our gear, hands on his hips, looking calm as ever. He smiled again, that wide and toothy grin, and then motioned for us to come closer. "Gentlemen," he called out, voice smooth and polite. "Need to check your permits." Matt hesitated, glancing at me. "What do we do?" "Let's just show him the licenses, I don't know," I said, my stomach churning at the thought of even getting closer to him. We approached slowly, each step feeling like a gamble. That ice still continued to groan beneath our boots, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into some kind of trap. The warden didn't move this time, just stood there watching us with that unsettling grin. When we got close enough, Matt reached into his pocket, pulled out his fishing license, and I fumbled with mine, hands shaking as I handed it over. The warden examined them, nodding along. "All right, everything looks good," he said, and then handed them back. His tone was so normal, so professional, it almost made me forget about the impossibility of what we just witnessed. Almost. Thank you," Matt said. The warden tilted his head, studying us like we were specimens underneath a microscope. "Boys catch anything good out here today?" Just some trout," I managed to stammer out. Good, he said. "Well, enjoy the rest of your day, gentlemen. Stay safe out here. Ice can be tricky this time of year." And just like that, he turned and started walking towards the other group of fishermen. Matt and I stood there watching him go. Neither of us spoke until he was far enough away that we couldn't hear the boots crunching on ice. "What the hell was that?" Matt finally said, his voice low and urgent. "I don't know," I said. "But we're done here. Let's pack up and get the hell out of here." We moved quickly, pulling up our lines and tossing our gear into the sled. My hands were so numb I could barely even tie the ropes. The whole time I kept glancing over that other group of fishermen, where the warden was now chatting them up like nothing had happened. By the time we got back to Matt's truck, my nerves were just completely shot. I climbed into the passenger seat and slammed the door shut, rubbing my hands together to get some feeling back. Matt started up the engine, and we didn't say a word until he turned his truck around and and headed towards town. That lake disappeared behind us, swallowed up by the trees. I don't know who or what was trying to get us to go out in those woods. I don't know why I had that sudden urge to go back out to the old cabin. It had been years since I set foot on that land, let alone spent even a night there. But on one morning in mid-January, I woke up with that cold itch in my bones, like something was calling me back. I made an attempt to rope in some good company. My brother just outright laughed at me. My cousin was busy, and my folks weren't about to go hiking through knee-deep snow just to sit in a drafty old shack. Even my wife, who usually humored my whims, wrinkled her nose at the idea. "Yeah, you can go have your little mountain adventure out there by yourself," she said, tossing a pair of thick socks into my bag. "Just don't freeze to death." So it was gonna be just me. Packed up my truck with all the supplies that I'd need: food, ammo, whiskey, firewood, and enough blankets to smother a bear. The drive was long, cutting through the endless stretches of pine and aspen, and that road was narrow, the snow thickened around it. Civilization fell away, mile by mile, until it was just me in the wild. By the time I reached the old back roads, the world was nothing but white. A fresh storm had rolled through, laying down an untouched blanket of powder. The tires groaned through the drifts, slipping and catching, the truck lurching forward in these fits. Twice, I had to get out and dig myself free with the old shovel that I kept in the back. The silence was thick and heavy, and the only sounds literally were my own breathing and the scrape of that metal against that packed ice. It took a lot longer than I expected it to, but eventually I made it. There the cabin sat, where it always had, tucked between two towering trees, its weathered logs swallowed up in the snow. The place looked pretty untouched, exactly as I'd left it, except for, well, one thing: footprints. They crisscrossed the front porch, half covered by fresh snowfall, but definitely still there. Deep impressions, too regular for an animal. I stared at them for a long moment, my breath pluming out in front of me, and then I quickly shook it off. It could have easily been old tracks from a hunter or a lost hiker just passing through. I hauled my gear in and saw the dust lying thick on every surface. No sign of any recent activity. It was as bitterly cold as a tomb. I wasted no time, dropped my bags, grabbed the axe, and trudged out to the woodshed, the lock still intact. Inside, stacks of firewood waited for me, exactly as I remembered. But when I stepped back onto the porch, something made me pause. The front door. I swore I'd shut it when I went to the woodshed, but now it hung open just a crack. Alright, well, the wind? Yeah, it had to be the wind. I went inside, bolted the door. I was alone, right? I kept myself busy. The first order of business was warmth. I loaded the fireplace with wood and got a fire roaring. But as I crouched to feed the flames, something continued to gnaw at me. Those ashes in there, they weren't that old. A dark mound of spent wood still clumped together, not yet broken into fine dust. And beneath it, the faintest glow of red. A fire had definitely burned in here not that long ago. I straightened myself up slowly, scanning the room. The place had been cold when I entered. No heat, no scent of smoke, but the ash told me a different story. Maybe my cousin had used the place and forgotten to mention it. It wasn't completely unheard of, but still, more thoughts clung to me, chewing at the edges of my comfort. I moved on, stacked some wood by the hearth, unpacked my supplies, and set a bottle of whiskey on the counter. My eyes then flicked to the sink. A mug sat there, and it wasn't mine. I walked over. Dried coffee residue clung to the ceramic dark rings at the bottom. It hadn't been washed, not even rinsed. my pulse beat in my throat. I checked that back door now, unlocked, and then the bedroom. The sheets were pulled back, pillow creased from some kind of weight, and a single indentation inside the mattress. Someone had slept here. I stood there for a long moment, feeling the weight of the silence pressing in on me. I wasn't alone. I had been maybe for a few hours, but somebody else had been here recently, and somebody who didn't clean up after themselves. I should have left then, should have grabbed my bag and stomped back to the truck, and driven until I hit a gas station, town, anything with streetlights and people. But I didn't. Instead, I did what a man does when he's alone in the middle of nowhere and confronted with something he doesn't like. I ignored it. Honestly, I just assumed a family member had been in the cabin without letting anybody else know. I went about my business, whistling under my breath like that would keep the feeling at bay. I cooked a steak on the old gas range, boiled some potatoes, and put some music on the radio. Something slow and something warm. The cabin now felt a lot less empty with the station coming through. Outside, the snow had started up again, thick and heavy. A steady curtain swallowing up the trees. A whiskey burned in my chest as I sat at the table, just watching it fall. And for the first time since arriving, I felt myself start to relax. Then, the floor creaked. Upstairs. I stopped chewing and sat perfectly still. Another creak. A deliberate shift of weight. Someone was up there. I reached for my gun. I always brought a 6-shot .38 special with me. My fingers closed in around the grip, hard hammering. My music was still playing, and that was what made it worse because whoever was up there was moving in time with that song. I let that record play for a few seconds longer, just listening all the while. The footsteps weren't random, they weren't wandering. They were matching the rhythm, step by step, beat by beat. Like whoever was up there was trying to mask their movements. I stood up, knocking back my chair. The music thankfully covered up that noise, but I felt the vibration through the floorboards, and those footsteps then hesitated. And then I reached out and yanked the power cord from the wall. The song cut off instantly, and those footsteps continued. Heavy now, purposeful, moving towards the stairs. I leveled my gun, and my voice came out steady, but my hand was sweating on the grip.
I know you're up there,
I called out.
Make this easy and just come down now, and I won't shoot you.
Silence. And then I heard the first step. Slow. Then another. A shape emerged from the darkness. A man, thin and unshaven, bundled up in layers of ragged clothes. His breath was so foul it made my eyes water. His eyes then darted to the gun in my hand and then to the door. "I'm not here to cause you any trouble," he said. "I just needed a place to sleep." I didn't lower the gun.
That why you sneaking around?
He hesitated. "I just didn't want to scare you." "Well, you're doing a shit job of that." We stood there, the fire snapping and popping behind me. The man swaying slightly on his feet, looked like he hadn't eaten in days. A long moment stretched on then, and then against every survival instinct screaming at me, I moved into the counter and grabbed the plate that I hadn't finished. I held it out. "Eat." He blinked at me. "You serious?" "Eat," I repeated. "Then get the hell out." He took the plate, fingers shaking. He sat at the table, hunched over the food like a starving animal, shoveling in mouths full. I kept that gun on him the entire time, too. When he was done, I gestured to the door. "The woodshed's empty. You can sleep there." He looked at me, eyes dark and unreadable, then stood up, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and nodded. "Thank you." I followed him out into the cold, and he trudged out to the shed, ducked inside, and shut the door. I stood there for a long time just watching. Then I locked the cabin door behind me and waited for morning. For obvious reasons, I didn't really sleep. At least, not really. I sat in bed with a gun on my chest, just listening. The fire had now burned low, casting flickering shadows across the wall, and every so often, the wind would howl through the trees and those old log cabins creaked in protest. I wasn't listening for the wind, though. I was listening for him. The woodshed was only 20 yards from the cabin, not too far. If he changed his mind and he decided he wanted more than a meal and a roof for the night, he would have to try really hard. I told myself I'd hear him coming. At some point, exhaustion won out though. My eyes closed, the gun still in my grip. Then morning came. The fire was dead. Air so cold my breath came out in these huge plumes. I sat up slowly, every muscle stiff, and my first thought was the woodshed. I went to the window. The door was still shut, no footprints in the snow leading away. I threw on my coat, boots, and hat and stepped out onto the porch. Morning was eerily quiet, that kind of silence that only comes after a super heavy snowfall. My boots crunched in the ice as I walked over to that woodshed. I knocked once. No answer. I knocked again. "Hey," I called out. "It's time to go." Nothing. I unlatched the door, pulled it open. Empty. The old blankets I'd left in there were tossed in the corner, but the man was gone. No tracks in the snow and no sign that he ever even left. I stood there, staring at the blank stretch of white leading off into the trees. There should have been at least footprints. There should have been something, but there wasn't. I packed up that morning, fast. Didn't even bother finishing the food. Didn't care about cleaning up. I threw everything in the truck and got the hell out. Weeks later, I heard a rumor. A guy I knew from town mentioned something about a drifter causing trouble in the area. A man breaking into homes, scaring families. He was caught watching people through their windows in the dead of the night. And the description of him, dead on. For some reason, I didn't say anything. I didn't mention the cabin, I didn't mention the woodshed, and I didn't mention the fact that no matter how deep the snow had been, no matter how heavy it fell overnight, I never saw his footprints leave. I never saw him leave at all. I've been waiting on this night all year long. The tickets weren't cheap and they sold out super fast, but I managed to snag two, one for me and one for Drew. And it was gonna be perfect. We got downtown early, bundled up against the cold, with that sharp air enough to cut us. The line was already long, people packed tight against the brick walls of the venue, shifting on their feet, breath misting out in the air. Excitement buzzed throughout the crowd. A small group near the front had a Bluetooth speaker blasting the band's music, and a few people were singing along. "See?" I nudged Drew. "Good call getting here early, right?" He smirked. "Always trust my instincts." We found our spot in line, maybe 50 or 60 people back. Not too bad. Drew wrapped his arm around me, rubbing warmth onto my shoulders. The pavement beneath me was wet. Patches of ice clinging to the sidewalk from last night's storm. I could barely feel my toes, but I didn't care. "This is gonna be insane," I said, bouncing a little to keep myself warm. Drew grinned, shoving his hands in his pockets. "Absolutely, but I gotta hit a bathroom before we're stuck in there for hours." I frowned. "Now? You couldn't have gone before we left?" "Didn't have to then." He pointed across the street. "There's a coffee shop over there. I'll be 2 minutes, tops." The line was tight. I didn't want to lose our spot, so I just sighed. "Fine, hurry up." He kissed my forehead and then jogged off, disappearing between the headlights and the slushy gutters. I leaned up against the cold brick, pulling my phone out. The line had shifted. people behind me breaking off to smoke in the parking garage around the corner. The space around me felt emptier now, not quite alone, but not crowded anymore. I heard the streetlights buzz over me. The city was just different at night, somehow harsher. Strangers shuffled past, wrapped up in heavy coats, collars pulled up high. I glanced over at the coffee shop. No sign of Drew yet. I scrolled, thumb swiping through feeds, reading nothing, just waiting. And then from behind me, hands slid around my waist. A familiar touch. Drew. I exhaled, leaning into him, keeping my eyes on my phone. Well, that was fast. He didn't answer. Then a prickling sensation crept up my spine. His hands, his grip, it was wrong. Then I felt this scrape of a patchy beard against my shoulder, and Drew didn't have a beard. A cold, rotting smell filled my nose, something like spoiled milk and old sweat. I looked down and his hands were dirty, cracked, fingernails caked with some kind of dirt. Nah, Drew. I froze. My lungs locked up, my hands tightened. And then, close to my ear, a rasping whisper. Mine now. My body reacted before my brain did. I twisted hard and tried to rip myself free, but this grip was like iron, pulling me back against him. The stink of him crawled into my throat, unwashed skin, rotten teeth, something worse, something sickly sweet. Get off me, I shrieked, thrashing around, but he held firm, his fingers digging in like claws, and his breath continued to be hot and wet against my ear. Nobody helped. People in line turned, phones up recording. A girl in a fuzzy pink hat just gasped. A guy a few feet away just grinned, like this was some kind of joke. A few muttered to each other, nudging, but nobody moved. I screamed for Drew, for somebody to help me. The guy just laughed, low and wheezing. He nuzzled against my neck, lips brushing my skin.
You're soft,
he murmured.
so soft.
Panic kicked me into high gear. I slammed my elbow back and aimed for the ribs, but he twisted just enough to dodge it. This guy was strong, way too strong. My boots skidded across the ice as he tried to drag me backwards, toward the alley. I clawed at his arms, his hands, but his skin was rough and scabby. His nails were jagged and broken. I fought though, hard. I shoved an arm between us, creating space, then wrenched my whole body to the side. My feet then hit ice and I lost traction, slipping forward and yanking him off balance with me. We both hit that pavement really hard. My elbow cracked against the concrete and pain exploded through my arm, but I was moving before I could feel it. I scrambled forward on my hands and knees, trying to put some more space between us. All I heard was this thick, rasping laugh behind me. I turned around. He was on his hands and knees too, grinning. Face gaunt, cheekbones sharp underneath dirty, sunken skin. His eyes wide and wild, locked onto mine, and his teeth were gray. Almost had you, he said, and then he lunged. I barely rolled in time. His hand slammed down where my ankle had been, fingers grasping at air. I kicked at him, heels striking his shin, and he barely even reacted. Then a blur of motion. Drew. He hit the guy like a truck, full force, sending him sprawling back onto the pavement. Drew's voice was raw and furious. He planted himself between us, fists clenched and shoulders squared. The fuck are you doing? The guy just sat up chuckling. He licked his cracked lips and eyes flicked between me and Drew.
Pretty girl,
he said, tilting his head.
Didn't like me touching her.
Drew's hands were trembling. His breath was this steam engine out in the cold. You need to walk away. The guy just grinned wider, and Drew took a step forward. Then finally, that guy's expression changed. Not scared, just almost disinterested. Okay. He stood up and dusted himself off. Coat was far too big, sleeves ragged, and a crust of something dark smeared across the collar. He stretched his arms out, let out a sigh, and then turned and walked away, like nothing happened. like he hadn't just tried to do something. I was shaking and Drew turned and put his arms around me. "You okay?" I couldn't answer, I just nodded. Behind Drew, that guy shuffled off into the alley and then disappeared in the dark. I just wanted to go home, and Drew kept asking if I was sure, if I wanted to call the cops, if I needed a minute to calm down. But I couldn't stand being there anymore, surrounded by people who had just watched. People who filmed it like it was some kind of spectacle, some viral clip to share later. My skin crawled from where he touched me. My breath still felt short, like his arms were still around me. So we did leave. We cut through the parking garage, silent except for the echo of our footsteps. Neither of us spoke until we reached the car, and even then, Drew just kept glancing at me, jaw tight like he was waiting for me to break. But I didn't. I just buckled in and stared straight ahead, watching the streetlights flicker through the windshield. I wanted to shower and scrub my skin raw, climb into bed and erase that whole night. Drew pulled onto the main road and we ended up stopping at a red light. The concert venue was still visible behind us, a sea of people waiting, talking, laughing, like nothing had just taken place. And then, out of nowhere, movement on the sidewalk. That guy, walking slow, his head swiveled toward us and locked onto the car. I felt it before I even looked. That pull, that cold clawing feeling in my stomach. He grinned, then lifted a hand and waved. Not this casual wave, a deliberate one, like he knew it was us, like we were some kind of old friends. Then he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted something. Drew tensed up, his hands gripping on the wheel. What did he say? I didn't know, I couldn't hear it. The light then turned green and Drew hit the gas. We sped past him, past the venue, past everything, just before we turned back onto the highway, and I looked back. He was still there, standing in the middle of the sidewalk, watching us. Then he yelled again, and this time I caught it. He was yelling out our license plate number. He shouted it like a song, letter for letter. Then he threw his head back and howled at the sky. I clenched my teeth and gripped the seatbelt across my chest. Drew just muttered, "Jesus Christ." We called the police when we got home and filed a report, but nothing ever came from it. No arrests and no follow-ups. I really loved staying over at Tim's house. It was different from mine in every way. My house was quiet, tidy, and predictable. Both of my parents were teachers, so there were rules, schedules, early bedtimes, you know. Tim's house, on the other hand, was chaos. His dad worked construction and smelled like sawdust and beer. His mom chain-smoked menthols in the kitchen while blasting some classic rock. His older brother had a drum set in the garage and would practice at all hours of the day and night. Their two dogs, Chunk and Dozer, barked at anything that moved. It was loud, messy, and alive. It felt like stepping into some other world where nobody checked the clock and nobody cared what you ate for dinner. That night, I stuffed my sleeping bag into my duffel, grabbed a change of clothes, and walked the half a mile to Tim's house. The sun was already dipping below the trees and the sky was a bruising purple. As I approached, I could hear that thumping bass from the garage, the metallic clang of tools and laughter. Tim's dad was already out there with a couple of his buddies, drinking and messing around with an old dirt bike. The air was gasoline and cigarette smoke. Inside, Tim greeted me with a slap on the arm and dragged me to the backyard, where we spent an hour shooting cans with a slingshot. It got dark fast, and the air was cooling, crickets starting up their chorus. His mom hollered out that dinner was ready, so we went inside, quickly stuffing our faces with frozen pizza and chips, guzzling down some Coke straight from the can. His parents didn't care. They never even told us to use plates or even napkins, they just let us be kids. After dinner, we holed up in Tim's room with his Sega Genesis. battling through levels of Mortal Kombat while devouring candy bars and even more soda. The hours bled together in a haze of junk food and glowing screens. Our thumbs sore from all the button mashing. Around 2 a.m., I'd say, Tim yawned and tossed his controller aside. Dude, I'm wiped. I wasn't far behind him. My stomach ached from all that sugar and my eyes were burning. We rolled out our sleeping bags on the floor. The room was dark except for that faint glow of a streetlight outside, seeping through the curtains. The house had finally quieted down. No more music, no more barking, just the sound of Tim's steady breathing as he slowly drifted off. I was on the edge of sleep when I felt it, that pressure on my bladder, the inevitable consequence of chugging soda all night. I sighed and pushed myself up, careful not to wake Tim, stepping carefully over the mess of clothes and the game cases all over the floor. The hallway was dark, and Tim's parents' room was down the hall with their door shut, and I knew the bathroom was only a few feet away. I had no idea that I was about to step into something that I wouldn't totally understand, something even now I still don't understand. I kept my head down as I stepped into the hallway, bare feet cold against that wooden floor. The house was silent, making me hyper aware of every little noise, the creak of a floorboard under my weight, the distant hum of the refrigerator. My eyes stayed forward, not wanting to glance into the darkness of the living room as I passed by. The bathroom was just ahead. I shut the door behind me and flipped the light on, squinting against the yellow glow. The mirror was streaked, counter littered with toothpaste blobs and discarded razors. Did my business, washed my hands, and turned the faucet off. And that's when I heard a loud shattering crash from upstairs. I froze, heart punching against my ribs. That wasn't a subtle sound, not a creak or something shifting. It was a hard, violent impact. I heard glass breaking and wood splitting. For a second, I just stood there, gripping the edge of the sink, ears straining to hear anything else. Then I heard another noise, a scuffling, something dragging. My first initial thought was that maybe Tim's dog had knocked something over, or maybe Tim's brother had come home late and was stumbling around up there. But something about it was definitely off. I hesitated, then cracked the bathroom door open, peering down the hallway. Nothing. Tim's door was still shut. The house was quiet. I should have just gone to bed. I should have just let it be. But I stepped out into the hallway anyway, padding towards the stairs. As those steps creaked under my weight, the sound was too loud. At least I thought it was in the dead quiet of the house. My breath was shallow and my pulse was in my throat. As I reached the top, I could just make out the loft area, a TV den where Tim's dad usually watched football. That dim glow of the streetlight outside barely illuminated that space, but I could see enough. Tim's dad was on the floor, lying completely still. There was something on top of him, a shape, a black shape, hunched, pressing down on his head. My brain couldn't make sense if it was a person, but it wasn't a person, or at least not like any person I'd ever seen. It was far too long and thin, limbs bent the wrong way, and its fingers were stretched, curled around his skull. I didn't make a sound, I couldn't. I just stood there, frozen, watching. The air was thick with something I didn't understand. And then it turned towards me. Now, it didn't move like a normal thing, it twisted, a smooth, unnatural shift, and I felt its eyes on me, even though I never saw its face. My chest locked up and my breath was stuck. I wanted to run, but my legs were not working. When it moved, it was fast, inhumanly fast. It closed the distance between us in less than a second. Before I could even raise my arms, it grabbed me. I felt fingers, long, cold, sharp, and clamped onto my shoulders. And then I was flying backwards. I hit the stairs, but there was no impact, no pain. The world around me twisted and bent in on itself. I couldn't tell which way was up, which way was down. My stomach lurched and my ears rang. And then, darkness. I was lying down, something soft underneath me, my sleeping bag. I gasped, sucking in a breath that was so sharp it hurt. My heart slammed against my ribs. My whole body was drenched in sweat. Tim's room. I was in Tim's room. The glow of the streetlight seeped through the curtains, casting faint shadows on the walls. I could hear Tim breathing next to me, slow, steady, undisturbed. I sat up, but something was wrong. My arms were stuck. My legs were too. I was inside my sleeping bag, and not just inside, I was zipped up, tight, so tight I couldn't even move. I thrashed and tried to kick free, but the zipper wouldn't even budge. My breath was coming in fast and ragged. I yanked harder, but it was almost like this thing had been fused shut. This had to be a dream. That's what I continued to tell myself. Some kind of insane sugar-induced nightmare. So I forced myself to stay still, breathe through my nose, calm down. But my pulse continued to hammer in my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing sleep to take me off again. That's when I heard voices, and not from the room, and not from the house, from below me. It was murmuring at first, distant like a muffled conversation, but as I listened, it continued to get clearer. More voices, layering over one another. Men, women, some whispering, some speaking normally, but none of it sounded right. The words were twisted and mangled, like a radio signal not tuned in properly. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my lips together to keep from screaming. They kept talking and talking for minutes and hours, days. I don't remember when, but I finally lost consciousness and finally fell back to that black void of sleep. When I woke up, I wasn't in Tim's house anymore. I was somewhere I should have never been. I woke up screaming. My body jerked so hard that I slammed my head into something wooden. My breath hitched. It was pitch black. The air was thick and musty, like dust and old insulation. I could feel the sleeping bag around me, still zipped tight. My body was slick with sweat inside it, but there was something wrong. I wasn't in Tim's room. I could hear something again now, faint and muffled. Voices, not the warped ones from before, but these were clearer, more familiar. My parents. I sucked in a breath. "Mom!" My voice came out raw and desperate. "Dad, I'm up here." Silence. Then a rush of footsteps, the scrape of something heavy being moved. Light suddenly flooding in, and a blinding contrast to that darkness. I squeezed my eyes shut against it, gasping as hands grabbed at me, pulling me out of that sleeping bag. I was in my attic. That realization hit me like a punch to the gut. My attic. The one I'd only been in maybe twice in my entire life. The wooden beams above me, the pink insulation, the boxes stacked against the walls, unmistakable. I was home. My mother wrapped her arms around me, her voice choking with sobs. My dad was saying my name over and over again, his hands gripping my shoulders like he thought I might disappear. The police came next, paramedics, people talking over each other, asking me question after question that I couldn't even answer. I couldn't stop shaking. My mom kept smoothing my hair back, whispering, "Thought you were dead. We thought you were gone." It took a while for the story to come out. I'd gone to Tim's house 3 nights ago. I had been there. Tim and his family remembered it all. Us playing outside, eating that junk food, and staying up late. But at some point in the middle of the night, I'd vanished. Tim's parents checked the house when they noticed I wasn't in Tim's room. They woke Tim up, thinking maybe I'd gone to the bathroom or might have fallen asleep somewhere else, but I was just gone. My stuff, my clothes, even my shoes, everything I brought with me had gone and disappeared too. The police were called and search parties were organized. Tim's parents were investigated at first, but there was no evidence of any kind of foul play, no sign of forced entry, no trace of me anywhere. Then on that 3rd day, my parents heard crying, and not outside, not downstairs, but from the attic. They went outside to the access panel, pried it open, and found me inside, zipped up in my sleeping bag, soaked in sweat and mumbling nonsense. Nobody could explain it. Theories would bounce around: kidnapping, sleepwalking, even some bizarre prank gone wrong, but none of it made sense. No one could piece together how I went from Tim's house and back to mine in the middle of the night like I did. And how could I have been there for 72 hours? Stranger yet, the only way to access my attic was through a window on the outside. You needed to unscrew the whole thing and pry it off. There was no way I could have done this as a youngster in the middle of the night. Ultimately, we kind of just quit talking about it. Our family stayed friends, and so did Tim and I, but that event had no answers, and it never would. In fact, most of the neighborhood, as well as the police, thought the whole thing was a hoax of some kind. And I guess, frankly, I don't blame them. But as the kid that actually went missing, I find that very unlikely. My story isn't crazy long, but it's one of the wildest things that's ever happened to me. I still think about it now and how close I came to getting ripped off by people I thought were my friends, so here we go. It was a Friday night a few years back. I was supposed to go out with Ethan, Marcus, and a few other buddies. Just some bar hopping, nothing major. But that afternoon, I got hit with something nasty: fever, chills, full body sweats. My stomach twisted itself into knots, and the thought of even standing up, let alone drinking, made me want to puke on the spot. I shot Ethan a text and told him I'm out for the night. He hit me back with a laughing emoji, called me soft. I told him to have a drink for me and crashed on my couch with Netflix playing in the background. I must have dozed off because the next time I looked at my phone, it was well past midnight. My fever had eased up a little bit, but my body still felt wrung out. The TV flickered in the dark, some show playing I can't even remember putting on. I barely even had the energy to sit up, so I just let my eyes unfocus, sinking in and half out of sleep. And then I heard this metallic scrape. At first, I thought it was the TV, some weird sound effect, but when I turned the volume down, I heard it again. And this time, it was followed by whispering outside. My body went rigid, whispering. Low, hushed voices just outside my door. My mind quickly scrambled for some kind of explanation. Was it the neighbors or maybe drunk kids messing around? But then I heard that metallic scrape again, but it was longer this time, like something being dragged across my lock. My stomach quickly turned to ice. I slid off the couch, moving slowly and carefully. The TV cast just enough light to keep me from tripping as I crept towards the front room. I pressed my back against the wall near the window, took a deep breath, and then just barely peeked through the side of the curtain. Two men, dressed in dark clothes, both wearing ski masks. One was hunched over my front door, working at the lock with something thin and metallic, a lockpick. The other stood a few feet back, glancing around, shifting from foot to foot like he was really nervous. My throat locked up immediately. This ain't a prank. This is real. I stumbled back from the window and fumbled for my phone. My hands were slick with sweat as I unlocked it and dialed 911. The dispatcher answered, voice steady and professional.
911, what's your emergency?
There's two guys outside my house. I swallowed hard. They're trying to break in.
Can you confirm your address, sir?
I gave it to her, whispering. My body felt electric, every nerve on edge.
Where are they in the house?
Front room. I can see them through the window. I don't think they know I'm home.
Stay quiet. Officers are en route.
I peered back through the curtain, breathing barely. The guy at the door continued to jiggle the knob, muttering something. I could just make out his voice now, rough and impatient. But at the same time, it was familiar. A sick feeling crawled up my spine. I knew that voice. I told the dispatcher, barely even believing my own words. I think I know one of them. There was a pause on the other end.
You recognize him?
I mean, I can't see his face, but his voice, my mouth went dry. Yeah, I do.
Were you supposed to be out tonight, sir?
That question hit me like a slap. I blinked, my brain working slower than it probably should have been. Yeah, I whispered. I was supposed to be out tonight. The dispatcher's tone then sharpened.
It's not uncommon for burglars to plan jobs based on when they know somebody won't be home. You may have been targeted by somebody you know.
A cold weight then settled in my gut. I stared at the guy at the door, his build, his movements, the way he was shifting when he got frustrated. Every part of him was screaming something I didn't want to believe. Ethan. That realization made my skin crawl. My friend? A guy I was supposed to be out drinking with. He thought I wasn't home. He thought my house was empty. The dispatcher kept talking, telling me to stay on the line, but I wasn't listening. I hung up and called Ethan. Outside, I saw his phone light up in his pocket. He froze. The other guy just looked at him, confused. Ethan hesitated and stared at his phone for a second. Then, instead of answering, he sent it to voicemail. My stomach twisted and I called again. This time, he didn't even check, just let it ring. I swallowed down the fear and that rage bubbling up underneath my skin. I typed out a text with shaking fingers. I'm home and I can see you. Ethan checked his phone and stared at the screen, and then bolted. I watched him and the other guy sprint down the street, their dark figures vanishing into the night. But they didn't make it far. The second they hit the driveway, red and blue lights flashed and sirens ripped out through the air. The cops were already here. The moment the sirens hit, Ethan and his accomplice skidded to a stop, and for a split second, they looked at one another, then bolted in opposite directions. It didn't matter though, the cops were already fanning out, voices barking commands. Hands where I can see them! Down on the ground now! Ethan hesitated just for a second, then dropped to his knees, hands in the air. His friend wasn't as smart. He made it halfway across my neighbor's yard before two officers tackled him hard into the grass. I stood there frozen at my window, watching it all unfold. It really didn't feel real. The same guy I shared drinks with, laughs with, confided in, was now cuffed, face down on the pavement. A few moments later, the officers knocked on my door. I let him in, and my legs were still feeling like they weren't attached to my body. I gave my statement and recounted everything that I saw. The whole time, my voice was distant, like I was telling somebody else's story. It turns out Ethan and his buddy weren't first-timers. They were tied to a string of break-ins across the town. Small stuff mostly, electronics, cash, anything they could flip quick. He'd been robbing houses for months and months now, including mine apparently. The reality of it all didn't hit me until after the cops left and my house was quiet again. I locked the door, double-checked the windows, and then sat in the dark staring at my phone. I don't really know what I was waiting for. A follow-up for the police or my friends, really anything, but nobody reached out. I sat up for most of the night totally perplexed, half paranoid. It was a really weird feeling. I ended up just taking more cold and flu medicine and forced myself to pass back out. Over the next few weeks, I distanced myself from some of the more sketchy friends I'd made over the years and got all the info I could on Ethan. He went away for a few months, maybe a year, but he's out and about again. He even tried apologizing to me, but I still don't talk to him. Folks like that definitely aren't worth the trouble. I didn't think twice about that night when it started. It was just one of those evenings, that same routine that I'd done 100 times before. I got off work early, one of those rare miracles that really didn't happen very often, but I didn't question it. Picked up Darcy from the babysitter, buckled her up into the car seat while she babbled along about the cool stuff that she did that day. The usual. The house was dark when I got home, the late autumn chill creeping in. Darcy clung to her stuffed rabbit as I carried her inside, kicking the door shut behind us. The house smelled like garbage, adding to the list of stuff I needed to get done. I flicked on the lights and set her down, and shrugged off my coat. I was just about to start dinner when my phone buzzed.
Hey, I'm gonna be late, at least another hour.
Of course. I sighed, stuffing my phone back into my pocket. That left me alone with Darcy, longer than expected. I guess not a big deal, but I was already tired. I just needed to get the house together. Okay, kiddo, I said, scooping her up. Let's get you set up so mommy can get rolling. I plopped her in front of the living room with a sippy cup and her toys, turning on something animated to keep her occupied. She giggled, completely unaware that my energy was running on fumes. The kitchen was cold, even with the oven on. I moved throughout the motions, chopping vegetables and setting water to boil, that kind of mindless task that you do on autopilot. My phone buzzed again, another text from Tyler. As I typed out a reply, I heard something from the living room, this soft thump. I thought for a second, maybe I dropped a package of pork chops on the floor. No, they were still on the counter. Okay, well, maybe Darcy knocked something over, one of her toys. But then a few seconds later, I heard something else, something closer to a jingle. I turned my head, frowning. All right, something's off. I stood there for a moment, knife still in hand, trying to listen past the sound of boiling water. The house went back to quiet again. No thumps, no jingling. Maybe I imagined it. I shook my head and went back to chopping. Pulse just a little quicker now. Tyler texted me again. I'm sorry, I'm ready to be home. What's for dinner? I started typing back when another sound reached me. Not a thump this time, this kind of whoosh, like air moving where it shouldn't be. I turned my head towards the living room. A breeze? I could feel it now, drifting into the kitchen, sending a cold draft across the back of my neck. I dropped my phone. The front door was open, wide open. The next second was pure electric panic. My stomach flipped. I ran, nearly knocking over a chair. Darcy? My voice cracked as I burst into the living room. Empty. The sippy cup was on its side, dripping milk into the carpet. Her stuffed rabbit lay abandoned near the couch. The front door gaped open to the night, a dark mouth swallowing up my child. I ran to the threshold, heart slamming, eyes darting across the yard. The porch light wasn't even on. Pure black and no Darcy. My brain couldn't perceive or process it. 1 second she was there and the next, gone. I staggered out into the porch barefoot, cold slapping at my legs. I screamed her name into the night. Darcy, baby, where are you? No answer. I ran down the steps and scanned the yard, the driveway, the sidewalk. My pulse was roaring in my ears. Could she have gone toward the street, the backyard? My mind raced through every horrible possibility. And then I heard movement, a rustle from beneath the porch. I spun, breath sharp in my throat. I dropped to my hands and knees, peering through the lattice work. There she was. Darcy crouched against the foundation, wide-eyed and silent. Her tiny hands clutched her shirt, but she wasn't crying, just staring. Baby, I gasped out. My voice was shaking. Come here, come to mommy. She didn't move. I reached for her, trying to stay calm, but then I saw it, the thing in the shadows just a foot away from her. A skunk. Its black and white shape curled tight, tail raised, nose twitching as it watched me with these beady little eyes. The pulse slammed harder. Darcy was trapped. One move from getting sprayed, or even worse, bitten. My hands curled into fists and I forced myself to breathe. Panic would not help. "Darcy, sweetheart," I whispered. "Don't move, okay? Just stay still." She just blinked at me, as if waiting for my next move. I twisted around, hearing footsteps, chest seizing up. It was Tyler jogging up the driveway, confusion written all over his face. "Jesus, what the hell's going on?" he panted out, and somehow I didn't hear him pull up to the house. I pointed under the porch. "It's Darcy, she's stuck and there's a..." The skunk shifted, and my breath caught. "Don't startle it," I hissed to him. Tyler crouched beside me, peering into the darkness. Shit. Slowly, he straightened up and reached into his coat pocket, pulled out his keys. I didn't know what he was doing until he aimed, pressed the button, and set off the car alarm. That blaring sound shattered the quiet. The skunk flinched, and its tails flicked up and then gone. A streak of black and white shooting out from underneath the porch, vanishing into the bushes. Darcy then let out this startled little yelp, and that's all I needed. I lunged forward and grabbed her and yanked her in my arms, stumbling backwards into the grass. She clung to me, her tiny body trembling. I pressed my lips to her hair, whispering, "You scared me so bad, baby." My whole body felt like it had been hollowed out, shaking with the leftover adrenaline. Tyler bent down and checked her face and her arms. "She okay?" I nodded. "I think so." Then that smell hit me, something burning. Tyler's eyes went wide. "Dinner." I turned and stared through the open door, smoke curling from the kitchen. The pot on the stove, whatever I was cooking, was now in flames. We ran inside. Tyler grabbed the fire extinguisher from under the sink while I yanked that smoking pot off the burner. My hands were shaking so hard that I almost dropped it. Flames hissed and died as Tyler let out a blast of white foam, coating the stove, the counter, and half the floor. Smoke curled toward the ceiling, that smell of burned food filling up the house. For a second, nobody spoke. We just stood there panting, Darcy still clinging to my hip. And Tyler let out this short, breathless laugh. "Whew. Hell of a night." I wanted to laugh too, but it didn't come. My body was still buzzing from the panic of losing Darcy, from that skunk, from nearly setting our house on fire. I turned and pressed my forehead to Darcy's soft curls, inhaling her scent, that baby shampoo and sweat. "We need to check her," I murmured. "Make sure she didn't get bitten." Tyler nodded and reached out to brush a hand over her back. No scratches, no blood. We still stripped her down and tossed her into the bath, just to be safe. She was sleepy now, the whole ordeal already fading in her little mind. By the time we got her dried off and into pajamas, she was nodding off in my arms. I sat with her in the rocking chair, staring out the window into the dark yard, my pulse finally slowing down. Tyler walked up behind me, resting a hand on my shoulder. "He's okay now." I nodded, but deep down I knew. Those 30 minutes were the longest, most terrifying in my entire life, and thank God Tyler just happened to get home a little earlier than expected. I never left that door unlocked again, I'll tell you that. For years, I've never told anybody the story of the pointy shoes. Not my parents, not my sisters, or even my friends. It was something that I just kept completely to myself. My own little sinister little secret, if you will. It was an accident in my life that only lasted for 5 hours, but seemed like an eternity. It happened to me when I was 7 years old, but I remember it like it was last night. My dad's brother, my Uncle James, had this small pig farm in southern Indiana. He was married to my Aunt Helen, and they had 3 kids just like our family. However, where my parents had 2 daughters and me, James and Helen had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The boys, JJ and Max, were aged 10 and 11. Their sister, Patricia, was older than the rest of us. I believe she was 15 or 16 at the time of this story. She was an odd girl to say the least. My sisters and I never quite trusted her for various reasons, but it was kind of a known thing within the family that Patricia was somebody you had to keep an eye on. On the day of the pointy shoes incident, my dad and I were visiting the farm. For reasons I can't quite recall, I ended up being left there by my dad to spend the night. I remember I didn't really want to, but also didn't want to hurt my aunt's feelings, so I didn't speak up. Needless to say, that was the one and only time I would ever spend the night on the farm. When it came for my dad to leave, he tousled my hair with his hand and told me he would be back the next day to get me in the morning. I remember when I turned around to join the others, Patricia was looking at me with this strange knowing look on her face. She knew I was uncomfortable to be there, and I could tell that it pleased her. There was only a few hours of daylight left when my dad's truck pulled out of the drive. That time was spent playing with my cousins around the farm. JJ and Max took me down to the chicken coop to show me exactly how things worked on a farm. I have to admit, at age 7, I was pretty intrigued by it all. That is, until Patricia spoke up from behind us. Another thing I think I should mention was that my cousin Patricia had this weird habit of making younger kids call her Patty Pie when there were no grown-ups around. So, Patty Pie surprises us from behind the chicken coop and tells us she wants to show us something. My cousins JJ and Max were good-hearted and fun kids to hang around, but even they seemed pretty powerless to Patty Pie. Whatever she would suggest, we would all just go along with it, even though her intentions never seemed to be kind. In hindsight, I always wondered what she did to her little brothers to make them so docile. Anything they suggested, they would just do out of pure fear. So, the farm had this old silo on the property. It was old and decrepit, and looking back now, probably hadn't been used in a good 5 to 10 years. Patricia suggested that we play a game called Killers Are Coming. She instructed us to break off into pairs. One pair would hide, and the other pair would search while chanting the line, "Killers are coming." Patty Pie told us she had learned it from some kind of movie. She also volunteered to be my partner, and I remember feeling my stomach drop at that news. I didn't want to be around her without the boys, and of course, was too shy and scared to protest. So off I went with cousin Patricia to hide. I knew immediately where we were going. I could read the look in Patty Pie's eyes. She wanted to hide in the silo, and that's exactly where she led me. As the boys gave us this proper time to hide, Patricia led me around to the silo on the backside. There was a door on that side. She said we should get in because it was by far the best hiding spot on the farm. She opened up the door, and to this day, I still remember that smell that came out. Damp, dark stuff like death. Like something hadn't seen sunshine in a very long time. She pushes me in, so forcefully that I actually stumbled over and landed on my side. Then, instead of coming in the silo with me, she slams the door shut. The blackness was instant, and so was my fear. I remember immediately being angry at my father. Why would you leave me here? Couldn't you see that I didn't want to stay? I pictured my parents and sisters waiting around the dinner table, smiling and laughing that I was stuck inside this smelly old silo. So there I was in the pitch dark with nothing. My mind began to imagine terrifying situations. I pictured an old farmer's hand flicking the switch on the grain elevator and the silo beginning to fill up until I was buried beneath. I pictured something dark and sinister lurking in the silo with me, ready to attack at any moment. I start freaking out and start yelling for somebody to help get me out. That's when I heard her laughter. She was right outside the door, listening to me and laughing. I pictured her there with a red smile spreading clear across her face, like some gross wound. Suddenly it occurred to me that for as scared as I was stuck inside this dark silo, I was actually kind of happy that she wasn't in there with me. Christ, if she had been in the dark with me, who knows what she would have done. Pinched me all over, bit me, pulled my hair, all the while pretending it was something else doing it to me. Eventually, after what seemed like hours, I heard the boys walking around. They were coming to find us and were close. I heard movement, and with a loud creak, the door opened. That daylight was blinding at first to my eyes. Eventually, they adjusted themselves, and Patty Pie was right there. She gave me this look of utter disgust, and then the boys were there. We walked back to the house and didn't play any more of that game. And Patricia never mentioned the incident to me, and was kind of the end of it. It would not be, however, the last time Patty Pie was outside my door. I remember a few details about the evening until the pointy shoe incident. I know we had dinner and played a few games of aggravation, an old marble and dice board game. I recall Patricia did not play the board game. Then I remember going to bed. For reasons still unknown to me, I was put in the spare bedroom to sleep by myself. I thought it was strange that I couldn't sleep in the boys' room, but decided best not to mention it. Again, in hindsight, it's like this whole sleepover thing was a setup. My dad knew I didn't like being around her, and yet he left me there without any warning. I always slept in the boys' room, and this time I was forced to sleep alone. It's like everything was working to keep me exposed to her weirdness. The farmhouse was old with these uneven wooden floors. One could not even find a square inch that didn't creak when you stepped on it. When my Aunt Helen wished me a good night and turned off the lights, I immediately noticed that there was this 2 to 3 inch gap between the door and the floor. The light from the hallway bathroom would come through that gap and act like a night light. I was happy to have it, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Something woke me from my sleep around midnight though. It was about 10 minutes of me trying to go back to sleep when I heard the creak of Patricia's door. It could have been any door in the house, but I knew it was hers, and I could hear each step, each creak toward mine. I was paralyzed with fear. I pulled the covers up tight around me and peeked at the door through my fingers. When the steps were right outside my door, I could see the shoes through the gap of the door. They were black and pointy. They arrived at the door and just stopped. I lay there clutching the blanket and staring at the feet. Those shoes shook me to my core. I could not move. I could only stare at them. She was right outside the door, and she was probably showing that horrific smile of hers and was going to do something really bad to me, but I couldn't even move. I just lay there and wait. I've been told this experience is very comparable to the old hag or sleep paralysis, but unfortunately this person is very real. At some point I remember pissing myself, and this game went on for what had to be at least 5 hours. I never once took my eyes off the shoes, and the door never opened. She just stood there, outside, listening to me breathing. Finally, the first sign of sunrise came to the window, and eventually I did fall asleep. When I woke up, the pointy shoes were gone. I didn't see Patricia the next day. My dad picked me up in the morning, and she had not yet come out of her room. I recall being so tired on the way home from being up all night, watching the door, and those horrible, pointy shoes. I fell asleep in the car and never spoke about the incident to my family. I never spent the night over at their house again either. And I told my dad I didn't want to, and he seemed to silently understand. I also never ended up bringing it up to Patricia in those remaining years of her life. She actually died in an automobile accident at the age of 25. I guess she survived the initial crash but was consumed by flames. When I first learned about the manner of her death, my first thought, as sad as it is, was that Patty Pie had returned to the flames of hell where she first had spawned at. I did not attend her funeral. It was supposed to be a perfect Valentine's Day. We had always been the adventurous type, me and Shelley. Both of us were outdoor junkies who'd rather sleep under the stars than inside any 5-star hotel. We found civilized vacations pretty boring. Roughing it was our love language, I guess you could say. Every trip that we took was about one-upping the last one. A longer trail this time, a tougher hike, a more remote campsite, but on this one was going to be special. Death Valley National Park. The name itself had this certain poetry to it, didn't it? A place so raw and unfiltered by the modern world that just surviving there felt like an accomplishment of its own. I planned everything down to the smallest detail, weeks of research, double-checking the permits, poring over maps like some obsessed cartographer. I wanted it to be perfect for her, the kind of trip that we'd look back on when we were old and laugh about those cold nights and that dry desert air. I even packed flowers, of all things, roses to scatter on the sand like a cheesy rom-com scene. She'd laugh at it, I knew she would, and I'd chase that laugh to the end of the earth. We set out early, the car packed to the brim with supplies. I'd make sure we had everything we needed. A brand new tent, extra blankets for those nights, food for days. Even took this portable grill to cook that kind of Valentine's Day dinner that would make the restaurant reservations look pathetic. It was all about her smile, her wide eyes when she would see how much effort I put into all of this. And when we finally arrived, it really felt like we were stepping onto another planet. That landscape was harsh, but beautiful at the same time. Jagged rocks and sweeping dunes stretching out as far as we could see. Alien is kind of the best word used to describe it. We found a spot tucked away, far enough from any other campers that it felt like we had that whole desert to ourselves. That first day ended up being everything I was hoping it could be. We hiked through the canyons carved by eons of wind and water, watched the sun dip below the hills in an explosion of color that didn't even seem real. When night fell, that temperature plummeted fast though, the cold that sneaks up on you, but it was fine. I planned for it. We lit a fire, I laid out the flowers, and she called me ridiculous, but her smile told me otherwise. I'd nailed it. The stars came out that night in a way they never did back home. Just a million points of light cutting through that pitch black sky. It was so quiet, you could hear the crackle of the fire, the whisper of the wind across the dunes. And then just as we were settling into that perfect silence, we heard a sound. A voice faint and distant, but it carried on the wind.
Help!
I looked at Shelly and she looked at me. Did you hear that? I asked her. She nodded. Where's it coming from? And just like that, the perfect Valentine's Day began to unravel.
Help!
The voice came again, louder this time, but still distorted, stretched kind of thin by that empty desert. I stood up, straining to see past the flickering halo of our campfire. Beyond that small circle of light, there was nothing but darkness. Maybe somebody's dog ran off? I said. That didn't sound like Spot or Buddy, she replied. Her tone was light, but her eyes stayed locked on the shadows. The voice called out again, but it wasn't frantic, not panicked, or not the kind of cry you'd expect from somebody in real trouble. It was slow and deliberate.
Help!
Should we check it out? She said. Maybe we should wait. If it's somebody looking for a dog or something, they'll probably come this way. I responded, motioning to the fire. The smell of steak and shrimp should bring them over if they are indeed nearby. We tried to just settle back into dinner, but that mood that I wanted was gone. Every bite was forced. Every clink of the fork against the plate was just too loud. The voice didn't come again for a while, and I was starting to think that maybe it might have been a trick of the wind. But then we heard it again, and this time it was closer.
Help me!
The way it dragged at the end, like somebody running out of breath. My stomach tightened up. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and pointed it out into the desert. The beam cut through the dark, but there was nothing to see, just more rocks, more sand, the shapes of distant boulders distorted by the flicker of the firelight.
Hey!
I called out.
Who's out there?
No response, just silence, thick and heavy, pressing in on us from every direction. Shelly's hand then found my arm. maybe we should go to one of the other campsites, see if anybody else heard it. I hesitated, scanning the darkness one more time. Yeah, maybe. We didn't have to go anywhere though. Before we could even start packing up, that voice came back once more. So close now, we both jumped.
Help me!
Then from the shadows, someone stumbled into the firelight. He looked like he'd been spit out of the desert itself. His clothes were filthy, a torn flannel shirt and jeans caked in dirt. His face was gone, cheeks hollow, eyes wide and darting. He was breathing hard, almost wheezing. "Hey, whoa," I said, holding my hands up to show that I wasn't a threat. "Are you okay?" He didn't answer me, he just staggered into the camp. His legs looked like toothpicks, eyes locking onto mine.
They took her! They took her!
He said. Who took her? What are you talking about? He shook his head violently, like he was trying to shake loose the memory.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean for it to happen,
he muttered, his words slurring together. Then the smell of alcohol hit me like a wall. He was hammered. I glanced at Shelley. She was standing out too, watching him like a cornered animal. "All right, listen," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Let's just start with your name. What's your name?" He ignored me. His hands were twitching at his side.
She's hurt. God, I hope I didn't kill her,
he said.
I didn't mean to, but she's hurt. You have to help me.
I then took a step toward him, keeping the flashlight aimed low. "All right, okay, where is she? Can you take me to her?" For a second, I thought he was gonna fall over, but then he straightened up and pointed this trembling hand back the way he'd come. "Over there, come on," he said. "Our camp, it's not far." I didn't like it, honestly, and everything about this just felt wrong, but I couldn't ignore him. "I'll go with him," I told Shelley. "Just stay here and keep the fire going." "No way," she shot back, voice firm. "You're not going alone." "I'll be fine, babe," I said. "Just stay here in case somebody else shows up. I'll yell if I need anything." She didn't look happy about it, but she nodded. I grabbed a knife from the camping gear. Not exactly comforting, but better than nothing. Then gestured for the man to lead the way. We walked in silence, the flashlight beam bouncing all over the uneven ground. That air was colder away from the fire. Every crunch of gravel under my boots sounded deafening. The man muttered to himself as he walked, his words incoherent, tone shifting between anger and fear. "Hey," I said after a while, "are we getting close?"
It's right here,
he said, pointing up ahead. I swung the flashlight in the direction that he pointed, and at first I didn't see anything, just more rocks and sand. Then the beam caught on this tent, half collapsed, flapping in the wind. "Is this it?" He didn't answer me, just stood there, staring at the tent like he couldn't believe it was real. "Where's your wife?" I asked, stepping closer. "She was here," he said, voice barely even audible. "She was right here." The tent was empty though, no sleeping bags, no supplies, just a few scraps of paper and a dented canteen lying in the dirt. "What the hell, dude?" I muttered, shining the flashlight around. "They took her," he said again, voice breaking. "I tried to stop them, but they took her." "Who?" I snapped. My patience was starting to wear thin. "Who exactly are you talking about?" I scanned the campsite again and came to some conclusions. Somebody had torn out of here in a hurry. Everything seemed to be half-packed and there was no car in sight, but there were some tire tracks in the sand and they did look fresh. I got the vibe that maybe his wife snatched the car keys and just left on her own. Before he could answer me though, he lets out this insanely loud shriek and then takes off into the darkness, running faster than I thought possible for somebody in his state. Guy looked like a track star until he vanished in the dark. "Wait!" I shouted after him, but he didn't stop. His silhouette just disappeared into the black, swallowed whole by the desert. I just stood there. My flashlight was shaking in my hand now, cold, biting at my skin. There was a part of me that wanted to chase after him, but something told me not to. Something about this guy, the way he looked and the way he spoke, it had me rooted to the spot I was at. Plus, if somebody really had come along and taken his wife, I don't want to be caught out here. I turned around towards our camp and headed back. When I returned, Shelly was standing right where I left her, arms crossed and eyes darting nervously between the fire and the shadows beyond. The moment she saw me, relief washed over her face, but it didn't last long. "Where's he?" she asked, glancing past me, looking for anybody else. He ran off," I told her, setting the flashlight on the table with a clatter. "His camp's about a quarter of a mile that way, but it's empty. No wife, no supplies, nothing. It's weird." I then explained everything I saw and the way the guy ran off. Her face looked pale as I spoke. "What do you mean empty? Like somebody cleaned it out?" I shook my head. "No, like it was abandoned. Torn tent, random junk scattered about. He kept saying somebody took her." I hesitated and then added, "Dude is drunk though, out of his mind. I don't even know if he knows what he's saying. There may not have been any woman at all, or maybe they got into a fight and she left, and he's too messed up to remember it." She didn't look too convinced, but she asked me, "Do you think he'll come back?" "Honestly, I don't know," I admitted. "But we're not going to stick around to find out. Let's pack up and just head to the ranger station." She nodded, already grabbing our gear. We worked quickly, tearing down the tent and shoving everything into the truck. Every sound around us, the snap of a twig, the rustle of the wind, made me jump. It felt like the darkness around us was alive itself, watching and waiting. My headlights cut through the desert as we drove, truck bouncing over that uneven terrain. Neither of us spoke, and I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see that man sprinting after us, his face wild and desperate. The ranger station was pretty small. Its lights, though, were a welcome beacon inside that endless dark. Inside, a bored-looking ranger sat behind a desk, sipping coffee from a thermos. We actually drove by two smaller outposts that were empty, and this station was closer to the entrance of the park. "Can I help you folks?" he asked, sitting up as we walked in. I then told him everything about the man, rambling about his wife, the state of his camp, and then how he'd run off into the night. The ranger's face hardened as I spoke, his pen scratching at notes on a clipboard. He made sure to get the exact location of where this all went down. "All right, well, we'll send somebody out there to check out the site," he said when I finished. "But I gotta be honest here, guys. This kind of thing happens a lot more often than you'd think. Folks come out here, drink way too much, and fight. Sometimes one of them takes off, and sometimes they come back, and sometimes..." He paused. "Sometimes what?" Shelly asked. "Well, sometimes we never hear from them again," he said simply. "We've found plenty of bodies out there. It's in the name, you know? Death Valley? Weird people come out here every season, get up to some crazy stuff." We ended up staying at a motel that night, and when we returned to the park the next day, we found our old campsite untouched except for the fire, which had now burned out to ash. I never heard anything more about that man, his wife, or their camp. But on every Valentine's Day since then, I think about that man and that whole strange experience out in the desert. Valentine's Day was absolutely Nina's favorite holiday. It wasn't because of the flowers or even the chocolate or the overpriced dinner dates. None of that really mattered to her. She loved it because, well, simply it was our day. A day for us to step away from the rest of the world and focus on what made us, us. So this year, I decided to go all out and surprise her with something special. A hike on the same trail where we met each other. It was 3 years ago on a crisp fall morning when I found her halfway up that canyon trail, squinting at a map and looking adorably lost. I offered to help her find her way, and by the end of the hike, we were inseparable. That trail wasn't just where our story began, it was a place we only knew as peaceful. We packed pretty light, snacks and a thermos of coffee, and a small blanket for some breaks. The weather forecast did warn us of cold temperatures, but Nina insisted it'd be worth it. The chill just makes those views sharper, she said, pulling on her favorite fleece jacket. I have to admit, her excitement is infectious, and by the time we were driving out to the canyon, even that overcast sky could not dampen my mood. The parking lot of the trailhead was emptier than I expected it to be. A few cars scattered here and there, but it still felt pretty isolated, and that's not a bad thing. We bundled up, adjusted our packs, and started off down the trail. The first mile was pretty easy, winding past through dense forest, the occasional bird calling out to break the stillness. Nina would occasionally stop and snap a picture of the frost-covered leaves or patches of moss that glowed neon green against that muted earth. Nature's little love notes, she said, grinning. By the second mile, the forest had opened up, and the canyon was revealing itself. Steep cliffs framed a narrow river far below, its surface rippling like liquid glass. We found a small clearing just off the trail, a perfect spot to rest. I laid out the blanket while Nina fished the thermos from her pack. "Oh, this is perfect," she said, leaning into me as we sipped at our coffee. Her breath was visible in the cold air. Her cheeks were flush pink from the hike. I was about to tell her how much I loved her when we heard this faint rustling, like somebody moving through the underbrush. We both froze, straining to listen. A moment later, a figure emerged from the trail. A man with long black hair tied in this messy ponytail, wearing a tattered jacket that hung loose on his wiry frame. He moved at this slow pace, his boots crunching in the snowy path. At first, I thought he'd pass by us without even noticing, but then his head turned sharply, and his dark eyes locked onto our small fire, just a couple of slow-burning starter sticks. And then without hesitation, the man starts walking toward us. And his approach wasn't casual. If that makes any sense, it was purposeful, like he was being drawn to us by an invisible thread. Nina then stiffened beside me, hand gripping my arm. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself this is public land. He's just another hiker. Still, the way he was moving, there was something off about it, way too direct and uninvited. When he was within a few feet, he waved a hand, his face breaking into a tight, humorless smile. "Morning," he said. His voice was rough, like a lifetime smoker. Good morning," I replied cautiously, trying to keep things polite. Nina didn't say anything. Her eyes were just fixed on him. He looked down at her small fire and frowned. Without asking, he stepped forward and stomped it out with a single deliberate motion. Ash and embers scattered, the warmth snuffed out in an instant. "I can't have fires out here," he said flatly, as if delivering some kind of decree. I blinked, totally caught off guard. Excuse me?" "It's against the rules," he continued, ignoring my tone. "Ruins the trail for everybody else. You get it." I just glanced at Nina. She was staring at him like he walked out of a nightmare. We're careful," I said, keeping my voice steady. "We were about to put it out anyway, I guess." He didn't even acknowledge my words. Instead, he lowered himself onto a rock near us, uninvited, and pulled out this battered sandwich from his pocket. He unwrapped it slowly. The crinkling tinfoil was unnervingly loud. "Listen," I said, trying to stay calm but firm. "We were just out here for a quiet hike. This is kind of a personal moment for us." He paused mid-bite, then let out a laugh that was sharp and loud. It felt more like a challenge than amusement. Personal moment? He echoed, his eyes narrowing. You think me or the forecast cares about your personal moment? All right, look, dumbass. It's our Valentine's weekend. It's winter. It's public land. We can have a fire out here. And we can ask you to piss off if we like it. You get it? The guy just smiled and then nodded at me. Ooh, sure thing, big guy. You want to say anything else? My 45 would love to hear it. I then exchanged a look with Nina, but we both knew it was time to go. I stood and brushed off my pants, started gathering our things. Nah, we're gonna move on, I said simply, slinging my pack over my shoulder. Enjoy the rest of your hike. Nina moved quickly, helping me pack up, and the man stayed seated, chewing his sandwich like it was the last one on earth. He didn't say a word as we left, but I could feel his eyes staying on us, tracking our every step. We headed deeper into the trail, toward a creek that we both loved. It was quieter there, surrounded by thick trees that blocked out most of the sky. I figured if we put enough distance between us and that man, we'll be fine. Maybe 10 minutes later, Nina whispered to me, "He's following us." I turned and kept my movements subtle. Sure enough, there he was, 100 yards back, a dark figure weaving through the trees. He wasn't even trying to hide. I think he wanted us to know that he was there. Just keep walking, I said, my voice low. We'll lose him at the creek. The trail dipped into the valley, and soon the sound of rushing water filled the air. The creek came into view. The banks were lined with smooth stones and patches of frost. There was a few fishermen dotting the area, their lines cast out into the cold, clear water. The presence of other people was a complete relief. We made our way to a secluded spot upstream, out of sight but not completely isolated. Nina sat down on a large rock, her arms wrapped around herself for warmth. "What's that dude's problem?" she asked. "I don't know," I admitted. "But I'm not going to let him ruin our day. We'll stay here for a while and then we'll head back and he'll be gone." And for a time, it did seem like I was right. I didn't see him anymore. No more movement, no more signs of him. We tried to relax, but the tension continued to linger, this constant weight in the back of my mind. When we decided to head back, the trail was nearly empty. Most of the fishermen had packed up and left. The silence around us now felt a lot heavier than before. We followed that loop trail that would take us back to the parking lot. Our pace was pretty brisk. As we neared the lot, I scanned the trail behind us, looking for any sign of him. Nothing. I started to believe that he'd finally moved on, that we dodged whatever strange game that guy was playing. But when we stepped out of the forest and into that clearing again, there he was. He was leaning against the hood of my truck, casually munching on a protein bar. His eyes lit up when he saw us, like he'd been waiting for this moment. "Oh, hey! You, set any more fires, dumbass?" he asked me. I stopped in my tracks and Nina gripped my arm again. "What?" I asked. He pushed off the truck, as if savoring the tension. "I'm just making sure that you two aren't causing any more trouble. You know, ruining the trail and all." "That's our car," Nina said. "Get away from it." He smiled, that same humorless grin from before. "Oh, this is your car, huh? Maybe I like it here. It's a nice spot. Got some good views." "Leave," I responded. He didn't move though. Instead, he just took this wide, slow walk around us, his eyes flicking between me and Nina like he was sizing us up. Every nerve in my body was screaming to do something, to grab Nina and run, but I couldn't do anything. There was nowhere to go. Finally, he stopped a few feet away and had that protein bar still in his hand. "Yeah, you two should just head out," he said. "And don't ever come back." I didn't argue. I unlocked the truck and Nina climbed in quickly. I kept my eyes on him as I got in the driver's seat, ready to floor it if he so much as flinched. As we pulled out of the lot, he just stood there and watched us go, his figure growing smaller and smaller in that rearview mirror. But the unease of the situation didn't fade. Even hours later, as we sat in the safety of our own apartment, I couldn't shake that paranoia. The hell was that dude? Honestly, I can't say I ever saw him again, nor heard anything about him. Truth is, there's a lot of weirdos hanging around well-established trail systems, especially the ones with fresh water. It's kind of a perfect way of stepping off the grid and into total obscurity. He was probably just messing with us, maybe? Or, I don't know, a little crazy, but whatever the case, I didn't like the feeling or the vibe that he gave me. We're a lot more careful on our hikes now, carrying GPS, satellite phones, and a gun, among other things. You can't be too careful nowadays. There's a lot of weirdos out there. I think we were honestly dreaming about this trip for years and years, ticking it off the mental list of things we swore that we'd do someday. A cabin inside Yellowstone, isolated enough to feel like we had the park all to ourselves, but still close enough to other people that we wouldn't feel stranded if something indeed would go wrong. It was Valentine's week, and my husband Grant thought it would be perfect timing. "It's the off season," he said, grinning as he scrolled through the rental options on his laptop. "We'll practically have that place all to ourselves." We packed up the car early that morning, double-checking the list like we were preparing for a lunar mission. Thermal gear, snow boots, enough food to keep us fed for the entire week, and plenty of firewood, since the cabin's fireplace was the primary source of heat. The drive into the park felt like we were leaving the world behind, winding through the frosty pines and snow-covered roads that almost seemed to stretch on forever. Civilization was a distant memory by the time we arrived at that communal cabin area, a cluster of 10 rustic little homes tucked into a clearing surrounded by dense forest. Ours, lucky number 7, was set apart from the others by a good half acre. It was perfect. The cabin had that lived-in charm, like generations of travelers had called it home for a while before leaving their own mark. Worn wooden beams, a stone fireplace that was blackened from decades of use. Grant spent that first half hour poking around, admiring the tools and trinkets left behind by past visitors, while I started to unpack our things and lit a fire. "We'll have to write in that guest book," he said, holding up a leather-bound journal that he found on the mantel. "Maybe warn people about your cooking." "Very funny," I said. "You're the one burning breakfast every morning." The cabin was indeed a sanctuary, but the wilderness outside was really the real draw. After settling in, we bundled up and took a short hike into the edge of the nearby bluff. The view was breathtaking. Snow-dusted trees stretched off into the horizon, and the sun painted that sky in shades of orange and pink. We held hands as we stood there, quietly taking it all in. "This is it," Grant said, squeezing my fingers. "This is exactly what we needed, right?" That night, as we sat by the fire and held cups of hot chocolate, I felt this sense of peace that I hadn't experienced in years. The hum of the outside world was gone, replaced by the crackle of the fire and the distant howl of the wind. We were alone, together, in one of the most beautiful places on earth. But as I drifted off to sleep that night, nestled under a thick quilt, Grant's arms draped over me, there was this strange feeling creeping in, a quiet nagging sense that the stillness outside wasn't entirely natural. It was too quiet. Those days blurred together in the best way possible. We hiked snowy trails and stood in awe of frozen waterfalls. Spent hours watching elk graze in distant fields. Every single evening we'd come back to the cabin, aching and tired, but happy in that primal, deep in your bones way that only comes from being immersed in nature. Grant even managed to make a decent steak over the fireplace one of those nights, though we both agreed that I'd handled the seasoning way better on my baked salmon that evening before. By the time Valentine's Day hit, the trip was already feeling like a success. So that night, we just decided to go all out. I'd packed lobster tails inside this little cooler, and Grant uncorked a bottle of Pinot Noir. The meal ended up being pretty perfect, rich and indulgent, the kind of dinner you'd expect at a high-end restaurant, not inside a cabin in the middle of nowhere. We kind of just lingered at the table for hours, laughing and swapping ideas for future trips. Banff, the Grand Canyon, maybe even Europe someday. After dinner, Grant suggested we move outside. "It's clear as a bell out tonight," he said, grabbing the thick wool blanket from the couch. "Let's light the fire pit, do some stargazing." He was right. The stars looked close enough to touch, shimmering against that pitch black sky that just stretched on forever. So there we sat, huddled together by the fire, the blanket wrapped around us and the night air biting but bearable, especially with those flames now roaring. Grant leaned back in his chair and lit up a cigar, then exhaled a plume of smoke, one that hung in the frigid air like a ghost. "You know," he said, staring up at the sky, "this is just the kind of night you'll probably remember forever. Just you and me, out here in the middle of nowhere." I smiled, but before I could even reply, a sound then hit us. A scream, high-pitched and raw, impossibly loud, like a woman in agony, only worse. It came from the west, somewhere past the tree line, and dragged on so long, it made my chest tighten up. The hairs on my arms stood up. I looked at Grant, and even in the dim of the firelight, I could see his face had now gone pale as well. "What the hell was that?" I whispered. I don't know." His voice was calm, but his knuckles were wide against the armrest of his chair. The scream then turned into a howl, guttural and choked, like whatever was making it was dying and fighting the process with every ounce of its being. Neither of us could tell if it was human or an animal or something else entirely. All I knew was it wasn't right. "Maybe a coyote?" I said, even though I didn't believe the words I was saying. Grant didn't answer. His eyes were now fixed on the darkness beyond the firelight, scanning shadows for movement. That howl finally stopped, leaving this awful silence in its place. But the quiet didn't last long. A new sound emerged. Shouts. Distant but frantic, overlapping voices carrying through that still night air. "Something's going on," Grant said, standing. Then we heard the hum of engines, snowmobiles by the sound of them, and moving fast. A few minutes later, the distinct wail of sirens followed, joined by the heavy thrum of a helicopter overhead. Its spotlight was now cutting through the darkness, sweeping across the trees and lighting up the snow like a searchlight. "They're headed for the bluff," I said, pointing west. "That's where the hot springs are. You think somebody fell in?" "Maybe," Grant said, but he didn't even sound too convinced. The spotlight hovered over the bluff for what felt like forever, and those shouts grew louder and more urgent. Grant and I just stood by the fire pit holding hands, our breath fogging in the air as we watched. My mind continued to race with possibilities, and none of them were good. If somebody did fall into a geyser, they wouldn't survive. The water in those springs could melt skin in seconds. I was trying to piece it all together when headlights appeared on the dirt road, leading to our cabin. A park ranger now rolled up, tires crunching over the snow. Then a man in a thick green jacket stepped out. "Evening, folks," he said. His face was kind of hard to read in the dim light. "Are both of you accounted for?" Yeah," Grant responded. "Why do you ask?" The ranger then hesitated. "Well, we've had an incident tonight. Somebody fell into one of the geysers. We're trying to identify the victim, but, well, it's gonna take some time. The remains are unrecognizable. My stomach turned and I saw Grant clench his jaw. You have no idea who it is? The ranger just shook his head. Not yet. That's why we're checking with all the cabins, making sure everybody's safe. You're cabin 7, right? Just the two of you? Yes, sir, that's correct, Grant said. The ranger then nodded. All right, please stay put for the night. We've got things under control. He tipped his hat and then got back into his truck, the tires spinning briefly before catching traction and heading again towards the bluff. Grant and I stood there for a long moment, neither of us speaking. Finally, he broke the silence. Let's just go back inside. I didn't argue with him. We locked the door behind us, stoked the fire until the cabin was warm again, and then crawled into bed without saying much else. I stared at the ceiling, the ranger's words playing over and over in my head. Unrecognizable remains. I tried to picture what that would even look like, but my mind kept veering into territory I probably shouldn't explore. Outside, the wind picked up, howling against the walls of the cabin. The morning then came slow, dragging itself over the horizon. I barely even slept, and judging by the bags under Grant's eyes, I don't think he did either. The fire had gone out throughout the night, and the cabin was now freezing. Our breath was puffing out in little clouds. We shuffled around, packing up our things. We didn't speak much. Every attempt at conversation would fizzle out before it even really began. Those images in my head, the scream, the howl, those rangers' words, unrecognizable remains. Even the thought of breakfast was turning my stomach, so we packed a couple of granola bars, some coffee into travel mugs, deciding to just leave early. The sooner we were back on main roads, the better it seemed. On the way out of the cabin, Grant paused. Do you want to swing by the geysers, see what's going on? I hesitated. Do you even think they'll let us get close? Probably not, but we can see if there's anything to see. Pure curiosity more than anything made me agree. The road took us close enough to see the area where the bluff began to rise, though it was blocked off by some orange cones and yellow caution tape strung across the wooden posts. Beyond that, the snow was trampled down by what looked like dozens and dozens of boot prints. Investigators were out there, some crouched low and others standing with cameras, snapping photos of the ground and pointing towards the steaming vents. From the car, it was hard to make out much of anything, but one thing was in fact clear. This wasn't just an accident scene, it was a crime scene. Grant slowed the car, eyes fixed on the figures beyond the tape. That's a lot of people for an accident. Maybe they're just trying to figure out how it happened? I offered up, though my voice didn't sound convincing, even to myself. No, he shook his head. Look at the way they're searching, that's deliberate. They're looking for something or someone. We didn't linger much longer. The scene just gave me this bad feeling, like we were intruding on something we weren't supposed to see. Grant must have felt the same because he pressed the gas and turned us back towards the main road without another word. The drive out of the park was eerily quiet. The snow, the trees, empty roads, it all felt heavier than before, like the landscape around us was holding its breath too. We passed a ranger station about an hour later, where Grant pulled over to return the cabin key. The ranger behind the counter looked pretty tired. His face was drawn like he'd been awake all night. Busy night? Grant asked, trying to make small talk. The ranger barely even looked up. Yeah, you could say that. If you don't mind me asking, sir, what happened? We heard somebody fell into one of those geysers? The ranger then hesitated and glanced around, making sure nobody else was listening. That's the, official story, he said, voice low. But between you and me, there's definitely more to it than that. Grant just frowned. What do you mean? The ranger then leaned forward. Well, the remains? They weren't just burned, they were torn apart, like something got to them before the water did. My stomach just dropped. You mean like an animal? The ranger shrugged. Yeah, maybe, but whatever it was, it didn't leave tracks, and we didn't find any blood leading to the geyser, just the remains. Grant and I exchanged this look. The weight of the ranger's words were now settling over us. Did you figure out who it was? I asked him. The ranger just shook his head. No ID, no reports of anybody missing. It's like they just appeared out of nowhere. His words followed us all the way out of the park, even as we left Yellowstone behind, trading snowy wilderness for winding highways and roadside diners. I could not stop thinking about what he said. Torn apart? No blood, no tracks? What does that mean? "2018 was going to be the year I finally nailed Valentine's Day. No cliche heart-shaped boxes or last-minute dinner reservations. This time, it was a week-long trip to Mexico, a mix of romance and adventure for Bianca and me. She had always wanted to see Jalapa, its coffee, farms, ancient ruins, and the dense jungles leading to cliffside beaches. I found a bungalow just outside a small village near the coast. It was secluded, quiet, and charming, at least on the booking website, but in person it did feel a little different. The bungalow sat on the edge of a dirt path with its own rickety gate. No neighbors in sight, just a dense wall of greenery and the relentless hum of insects. Inside, the place had a kind of lived-in weariness. The creaky bed, sagging couch, and a kitchen that smelled faintly of damp wood. Still, Bianca loved it. She opened every window to let in that salty breeze, even raved about how authentic the place felt. "This is what traveling should be," she said, beaming at me. I let her enthusiasm wash over me, ignoring that creeping unease that I couldn't shake. That nearby village was small, maybe 24 houses clustered around a dusky square and a church with a single shop. People stared as we passed. Not in this hostile way, I guess, just curious. I tried to smile and nod, but their lack of response made me feel like an intruder. Bianca didn't seem to notice. She was far too busy practicing her Spanish, chatting up the shopkeeper and asking about local spots to explore. She had this knack for fitting in wherever she went, something that I admired and also envied in equal measure. That first night, we sat on the porch, drinking cheap wine and listening to the jungle around us. It was this symphony of chirps, rustles, and distant howls. "You hear that?" Bianca whispered to me, leaning in. "It's like the jungle's alive." For some reason, her words sent the shiver down my spine, though I laughed it off in the moment. The next morning, we met Miguel, our tour guide. He was older, leathery skin and a permanent squint, but his smile was warm. Bianca charmed him instantly, and within minutes, he was laying out our plans for the next week. A mix of the ruins, beach hikes, and hidden spots tourists didn't usually get to see. I liked Miguel. He seemed solid, the kind of guy who could navigate everything blindfolded. And for those first few days, everything went perfectly. He led us to some ancient pyramids, swallowed up by the jungle, showed us beaches that felt untouched by time. Bianca was radiant, snapping photos and laughing at every turn. When Miguel didn't show up for our tour on Wednesday, I couldn't shake that something was off. Bianca didn't seem to be too bothered though. "Maybe he's just running late," she said, sipping her coffee. I wasn't so sure. Miguel, thus far, had been punctual to a fault every single day, meeting us by the gate with that beat-up hat of his and a wave. "Shouldn't we wait a little longer for him?" I asked, but Bianca was already lacing up her boots. Why wait? There's a trail just beyond the bungalow. Let's go explore it for a bit, just us. She was already halfway out the door before I could even argue with her, and well, that's Bianca for you. Always chasing the next adventure. That trail started off innocently enough, a narrow dirt path winding through the thick jungle. The air was heavy and humid. Bianca led the way, snapping photos of colorful birds and stopping every few minutes to examine plants that she didn't recognize. I'd say an hour in, that trail got rougher. The undergrowth closed in around us, and that dirt path disappeared under some tangled roots and creeping vines. I suggested to her that we turn back, but she just laughed at me. Come on, don't be a buzzkill. This is amazing. And then we stumbled upon some clothes. At first, it was just a shirt. Maybe a hiker had dropped by accident, but as we moved closer, I saw more and more. A pair of jeans, a single sneaker, a ripped jacket. They were scattered in the underbrush, half buried in the leaves and mud, and something about it was just strange. Okay, well, this is weird, right? I asked her. Bianca just frowned, brushing her fingers over the frayed edge of the jacket. Maybe this is a party spot, like people drinking or camping. But I don't even think she was convincing herself with that. But we pressed on, even though every instinct inside my body screamed at me to turn around. The air was growing heavier and the jungle quieter. No birds, no rustling leaves, just us and the sound of our footsteps crunching over twigs and dead leaves. The clearing hit us like a slap in the face. 1 second we're pushing through dense jungle, and the next we're standing inside this big open space. The sunlight blinding after that shaded canopy, but it wasn't the light that stopped me in my tracks. It was the scene in front of us. 3 men knelt in a line, hands bound behind their backs and heads bowed. They were shaking, murmuring something that I couldn't hear. Across the clearing stood a group of men, a half a dozen, all dressed in jeans and faded shirts. Cigarettes hung from their lips and rifles casually over their shoulders. Dios mío, Bianca breathed, grabbing my arm. One of the men noticed us. His head snapped up, eyes locking onto mine. He shouted something in Spanish, and the others turned to look. For a moment, nobody moved. Then one of the men lifted his rifle, and all hell broke loose. Run! I hissed, yanking Bianca's arm. We bolted back the way we came, crashing through the underbrush like wild animals. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to trip me at every step, but I didn't stop. Behind us, I could hear shouting, footsteps pounding the earth. I glanced back once and immediately wished that I hadn't. 2 of the men were chasing us, rifles slung across their chest. One of them raised a weapon. A sharp crack split the air, and the tree next to me exploded in a shower of bark. The trail seemed to be endless, jungle stretching on forever and ever. My lungs burned, my legs screamed. But the thought of those men closing in kept me moving. Finally, we burst out of the trees and into the village. We stumbled into the shop, slamming the door behind us. The shopkeeper, an older woman with sharp eyes, looked at us like we'd lost our minds. I peeked out through the window, heart hammering in my chest. The men then emerged from the jungle, rifles still in hand. They scanned the village and their eyes passed over the shop before they disappeared back into the trees. The hell just happened? I whispered. Bianca didn't answer me though. She leaned against the counter, her face was pale, hands trembling. And for the first time that I'd met her, Bianca looked terrified. Miguel showed up the next morning. His usual easygoing smile was replaced by a deep frown. Sorry I couldn't come yesterday, something came up. Bianca and I exchanged a glance but didn't say anything. What could we say? After some coaxing, we explained what happened to us. The trail, the clearing, the bound men. the armed group, and the chase back to the village. As I spoke, Miguel's face turned ashen, and by the time I finished, he looked like he was about to be sick. "You went into the jungle alone?" His voice was sharp, almost accusatory. "We didn't think," Bianca started, but he cut her off. "Never go into the jungle alone, never." He paced back and forth, muttering under his breath in Spanish, and finally he stopped and just looked at us. "Do you know what you saw?" "No," I admitted, though the memory of those bound men still made my stomach churn. "What was it?" Miguel hesitated, glancing around as if somebody might overhear. "It could have been the cartel or maybe the police. There's a war here, a quiet one, and it's not like what you see on the news. This is different. It's personal. The cartel, the farmers, the police, sometimes you can't even tell who's who, but they fight and people disappear." That word disappear sent a chill through me. "You were lucky," Miguel continued, voice low. "If they caught you two, no one would have ever found you. Not here, not in the jungle." Bianca gripped my hand, knuckles white. "Why would they be out there? What were they doing?" Miguel didn't even answer right away. He seemed to weigh his words carefully before speaking to us. "Sometimes it's about land, sometimes it's revenge, sometimes it's just a message. It doesn't really matter. You saw something you weren't supposed to see, and that's all they care about." The room then felt suffocatingly quiet, and for the first time, the bungalow, the village, the jungle, all of it felt hostile, like we didn't belong here. "Listen to me," Miguel said, leaning in close. "Stay in the village. Do not go into the jungle again, not even with me. And if you see anybody you don't recognize." He didn't finish the thought, but the implication hung in the air. For the rest of the trip, we stayed close to the village, never straying too far from the bungalow. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were indeed still being watched. Every shadow felt like a threat, every unfamiliar face a potential danger. On our last night, as we packed up our bags, Bianca said, "Do you think they'll remember us or come after us?" I didn't know. I didn't answer her. We left at dawn and drove back to the airport inside this tense silence. Even as that plane lifted off the ground and into the air, I still didn't feel safe. Even as I write this and tell you my story, I still don't feel safe. There isn't much to do inside our town, not unless you counted walking laps at the Walmart or throwing rocks at the old grain mill. Devin and I had our bikes though, and that made us kings of the neighborhood. They weren't like real BMX bikes, just those cheap knockoffs that our parents could afford at the time. It was made cooler by the pegs that we slapped on ourselves. We'd ride up and down the street like we owned the place, looking for anything to kill the time. Usually that meant tearing through the washouts and dry creeks that split the town into two uneven chunks, carving out trenches of dead grass and exposed roots. We knew every shortcut, every hidden trail, every spot where the water would pool up after a storm. Well, most of them anyway. But there was a place, one dry creek bed that still comes to mind and comes back to me in my nightmares. For whatever reason, it was just a part of town that we never really messed with. And we were kind of lucky because of it. We only went there one time, and it totally sucked. It started off with some old guys at the gas station. Devin and I were inside cooling off near a drink cooler, pretending that we had money to spend. The older guys were sat at a folding table by the register, swapping stories between slugs of their sodas. One of them mentioned something about the old bridge. "Hell, I thought they tore that thing down." "No, it's still there. Nobody really uses it though, except maybe the fire crews when they go scouting." I looked at Devin, and he looked back at me. We didn't even have to say a word. We were already thinking the same thing. By the time we got them talking, we had it mostly figured out. It wasn't the bridge on the main street, the one that everybody used. This was some old stone thing, way out near the edge of town. A stagecoach road, they'd said, from way back. Eventually, new highways cut through and the town sort of shifted around, leaving the bridge stranded inside this patch of scrubland that no one had really any reason to visit anymore. And that was enough for us. The next morning, we filled our water bottles, packed some Little Debbie snacks, and pedaled out towards the edge of town. The streets grew quieter the further we went. The houses began to space out between these empty lots, chain link fences sagging under the weight of dried out vines. Asphalt then gave way to dirt, and then there it was, the old bridge. It wasn't abandoned, at least not completely. The stone was worn and cracked, but there were tire tracks in the dust, old boot prints here and there. It still felt forgotten though, like a piece of history the town had now left behind. We raced across it a few times, skidding to stops and daring one another to ramp over the edge. Then, Devin grinned at me and pointed down. Let's see what's underneath it. So, we ditched our bikes near the embankment and slid down that rocky slope, kicking up the dust along the way. The underside of the bridge stretched out above us, a massive slab of stone webbed with the spindly shadows of tree limbs. It smelled of dirt and stagnant water, even though the creek bed was bone dry. There were the usual signs of teenage trespassers: crushed beer cans, cigarette butts, somebody's old hoodie crumpled up in the corner. Graffiti coated the stone in these thick black loops, names, slurs, random nonsense. And then we saw pages. Devin spotted them first, half hidden under a wedge of a rock near one of the support pillars. "Ooh," he said. "Jackpot." They were magazine pages, maybe 24, all of them showing naked women in poses that made my face burn. The colors itself were faded, but the pages were in extremely good condition for something that had been left outside. No water damage, no dirt, not even signs of sun bleaching. It was like somebody had been taking care of them. Devin snatched them up and flipped through them. "Man, these must be from like 25 years ago. Look at the hair." I laughed, but there was something about it that unsettled me. The way the pages pressed together so neatly under the rocks, it was like somebody deliberately stored them there. I glanced around, suddenly aware of how quiet it was around us. No birds, no wind, just the sound of Devin muttering, "Damn," as he studied another picture. Then, a gruff voice came. "The hell you think you're doing with my stuff?" I spun around so fast I nearly tripped over my own feet. He was standing around 20 feet away, further down that wash. A man maybe in his 50s, wrapped in a dirty flannel and jeans. He was filthy, his skin stained with dirt, his beard a matted mess. His hands were hanging loose at his sides, but something about the way he held himself just made my stomach drop, like a snake about to strike. The guy was unfamiliar to me and clearly kind of dangerous. Devin just froze. The pages slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. I don't know who moved first, maybe both of us at the same time, but we ran. Not back the way we came though. That would have meant heading directly towards him. We bolted sideways, scrambling over the uneven ground, slipping on loose gravel as we hauled ourselves up that opposite bank. Behind us, the man was shouting something, garbled words thick with rage, but I didn't look back. My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. I was the one who hit the road first, stumbling toward my bike, yanking it upright so fast I nearly knocked it over again. But Devin wasn't beside me. I turned just in time to see that man's filthy hand close around the collar of Devin's shirt and yank him backward. Devin hit the ground hard, his elbows smashed into huge pieces of granite, and the old man reared back and punched him right in the face. The man then loomed over him, shoulders rising and falling like bellows. His face was twisted up, teeth bared. His hands twitched at his sides, opening and waiting.
Where are the rest of them?
Devin's breath was like nothing but a hitch. I don't have them. The man reached down and grabbed Devin's shirt again and shook him like a rag doll.
Don't lie to me, dumbass.
I was frozen still. My hands were on the handlebars, foot on the pedal, but I could move. Devin's eyes then cut to mine, scared and pleading with me. I wanted to help. I wanted to do something, but my limbs just weren't working. All I could do was squeeze the grips of my bike and just wait for it all to be over. Devin fumbled in his pocket. His hand trembled as he pulled out a single crumpled page and held it up. Here, just take it, please, just... The man snatched it, and for a second, I thought that was that. He'd take his weird little trophy and let Devin go. But he didn't. He kicked Devin in the ribs hard. Devin let out this strangled noise and curled in on himself. The man then sneered and spat, an ugly wet sound that landed right in Devin's hair. That finally broke me loose. I yelled. My voice cracked, but I didn't care. I grabbed a rock and hurled it as hard as I could. It hit the ground near the man's foot, skidding through the dust. Not a direct hit, but enough to bring him back to the moment. "Leave him alone!" I screamed out. Then the man turned toward me. His expression had changed. His eyes narrowed and his lips peeled back into something that might have been a smile, but there was no humor in it. As I mentioned, we lived inside a small town and he'd never seen this guy before. He was clearly out of his mind, or at least agitated. I picked up another rock and hurled it, and this time, it hit the guy square in the nose. He took a few steps back and started screaming that he was going to kill us. I don't remember ever making the decision to run. One second I'm standing there, the next I was pedaling like my life depended on it. Maybe it did. Gravel spat from underneath my tires as I tore down that dirt road, legs pumping so fast that they burned. Devin was right behind me. I could hear him breathing. His breath was coming in ragged, the slap of his sneakers against the ground as he scrambled for his bike. The man behind us was still yelling, "Thieving little bastards!" I risked a glance back and saw him throwing himself onto his bike, wobbling as he fought for balance. The old man was still at the edge of the road though, standing stiff and straight. His arms were limp at his sides. He wasn't coming after us, he was just watching. And for some reason, at least to me, it kind of made it worse. We didn't stop pedaling until we hit pavement again. The dirt road swallowed behind us. My legs were shaking, chest heaving, but I did not stop. Not until we hit familiar streets. It was like we just came back from another world, a completely different reality where monsters weren't just in stories, they were very real. We skidded to a stop behind a gas station, both of us half hunched over our handlebars, trying to catch our breath. Devin wiped at his face, smearing dirt across his cheek. His hair was still damp from where the man had spit on him. "Jesus," he choked out. "The hell was all that?" I didn't have an answer for him. Kids being kids, we never told anybody. Not our parents, not teachers, not other kids at school. We didn't even really tell each other. We just didn't go back. A few times we rode past that dirt road, but we never turned down it. We never talked about that old bridge. And that should have been the end of it. I'd say around a week later, I was passing the gas station. I saw one of the old guys that we talked to before, sitting outside sipping at a Coke. On a stupid impulse, I stopped my bike and asked, "Hey, that old bridge near the edge of town. You ever see a guy out there, like an older dude, kind of scruffy?" The guy just cut me off with a snort. "No one's been out there for years. Yeah, that's the normal riffraff." I just stood there for a second. Then he added, "Of course, back in the day, there was some weirdo that used to squat out there. Back in the 90s, maybe? They say he was a real sicko. Took off before the sheriff could pin anything on him, though. I didn't respond or say anything, and this time, neither did he. Thankfully, Devin and I never saw that creep again, but boy did we ask about him. Some of the other kids at school had run-ins with him out by that bridge, and it had to have been the same guy. It's been years since that happened, but honestly, I feel like we were very lucky that we got away that day. Growing up in a small town meant you either learned to make your own fun or you wasted away in front of the TV, and I chose the first option. I had that kind of childhood that would probably give modern parents heart attacks. Long, unsupervised afternoons, no cell phones, just a bike and a pocket knife, and this vague understanding that I needed to be home before the streetlights came on. I think it was a good way to grow up. You learn things about your town that most people never even bothered to notice. I knew which backyards had the weakest fences, which alleys led to shortcuts, which store owners didn't really care if you loitered around. There were always places to explore, half-finished developments, storm drains, abandoned trailers with caved-in roofs. There was even this old salt mine on the outskirts of town, a gaping mouth in the earth that we dared one another to go deeper into every single summer. But out of all the places we explored and poked around as kids, there was one that stood out to me. It was a house, just this regular house, cookie cutter along a road. But for as long as I could remember, it had stood empty. And I guess empty isn't really the proper word. It was more like it was frozen. Like the people inside had been in the middle of a dinner one night, stood up, walked out the door, and never returned. The place was a time capsule and for whatever reason, remained totally undisturbed. I went inside around the age of 11. The back window had been shattered and was easy enough to climb through. I remember the smell, even vividly today. Stale, thick with dust, and underneath that, something sharp and chemical, like medicine that had gone bad. There were old newspapers stacked on the kitchen table, headlines so outdated they might as well have been artifacts at that point. In the bathroom, prescription bottles still rattled with pills inside the medicine cabinet. Everything was just as it was, left behind. I never spent too much time inside. There was something about it that made my skin crawl, like the house didn't like being disturbed, even during the day. After that first time, I'd only ever gone back a handful of moments, usually just peeking in through that broken window, never daring to step inside again. Eventually though, I got older, and the house became just another weird little memory, filed away with all the other stupid things I did as a kid. Now, coming back to my hometown always felt like stepping into an old pair of shoes. Familiar, but it would never really fit the same. The streets had new cracks now. Houses would have fresh paint or none at all. The businesses that I remembered were replaced with ones I definitely didn't recognize. But the important part, the bones of the town, were still there. My parents were still in the same house, minus a few more knickknacks cluttering the shelves. My old friends still had the same voices, even though they had wives and kids now. It was nice at first. I spent days catching up, evenings having beers with the friends that I hadn't seen in years. But on that third night, I got a little restless. I sat on my parents' porch smoking a cigarette, just watching the street in quiet. And that's when the memory came back to me about that house. I hadn't seen it in years. I hadn't even thought about it in nearly as long. But now that it was in my head, I couldn't shake it. Was it even still standing? Had somebody finally bought the place, finally cleaned it up, and turned it into an actual home again? Or was it still sitting there, rotting, frozen in time? The idea of finding out was completely irresistible to me. I left my cigarette smoldering in the ashtray and started walking. It wasn't too far, just a couple of streets over. The night air was cool. The streetlights were buzzing softly overhead. As I turned onto the old road, something began to twist in my gut.
It's like that feeling you get before opening a door you know you can't or you shouldn't. And then I saw it, still standing, still dark. It looked exactly like I remembered it, except for a few more of the shingles had now fallen away, and the front porch was sagging like a broken spine. The windows were empty, gaping holes in the dark. It definitely should have been condemned, but it was still there, untouched. I circled the perimeter, shoes crunching over dead grass. That back window, still broken, the same one I'd crawled through as a kid. I hesitated for half a second, and then found myself climbing right in. Once inside, that smell hit me, the same one from all those years back. My phone's flashlight cut through the dark, and I saw everything exactly like I remembered it as well. The kitchen table, still littered with those yellowed newspapers. Cabinets hung open, shelves now dusted in age. The bathroom mirror was cracked, and the prescription bottles still inside. It was as if time itself hadn't even touched it. Now, I should have left right then, and I don't know why I didn't. I turned towards the living room and stepped past that threshold and froze. There was a woman sleeping on the couch. For half a second, my brain didn't even process it. My flashlight beam just fell over her, illuminating a tangled mess of hair, ragged clothes, and the slow rise and fall of her chest. She looked filthy, starved, but she was very real. I took a step back, and the floor creaked under my weight. And then, "You got the medicine?" The voice was behind me. I turned too fast. Another woman stood in the doorway. She looked exactly like the one on the couch. Same tangled hair, same hollowed out eyes, same grime-covered skin. My mouth was dry. "What?" She tilted her head, staring at me with something unreadable in her expression. "The medicine," she repeated. Her voice was hoarse, like she hadn't used it in years. "Got it?" My mind scrambled for an answer, instinct screaming at me to run, but she was blocking my way out. "Yeah," I said, swallowing hard. Yeah, it's in my car. I'll go get it." For a second, all she did was stare at me. Then she reached out and grabbed my wrist. Her fingers were ice cold, nails jagged as they bit into my skin. "Don't take long," she murmured out. Then she let me go. I turned and climbed out of that window so fast that I nearly ate the pavement below. I didn't stop moving until I was halfway down the street. My skin was crawling where her fingers had touched me. My wrist burned where nails had scraped me, 4 thin red welts already rising up. Looking back, I glanced over my shoulder and looked and saw nothing. Just that dead, rotting house crouched in the dark like it had been waiting for me for all these years. By the time I reached my parents' place, my hands were shaking. I sat down on the porch, lit up another cigarette, and tried convincing myself I didn't just walk into something I shouldn't have. It made sense, right? The house had been abandoned for all these years. Of course somebody had moved in. Maybe they'd been living there for years, scavenging and surviving, just trying to make it through. Just because they looked the same and talked the same didn't mean anything, did it? I then heard footsteps, soft and slow, barely even audible. I stiffened up, my cigarette freezing halfway to my lips. And that's when I saw her, the woman from the house. She was moving down the street, half hidden in the shadows. Her posture was hunched, unnatural. Her filthy clothes clung to her tiny frame, her hair hanging in these limp, greasy ropes. She was not looking at me, but she was definitely following. She must have missed my turn and just kept walking, searching, waiting for me to come back with the medicine. A cold, sick feeling coiled up in my stomach. I stood slowly, careful not to make any sound. I slipped inside and locked the door, then the windows, and double-checked the back door just to be sure. The night then stretched on, thick and silent. I lie awake in bed, staring up at the ceiling, my skin prickling with the feeling that somebody was outside waiting. Eventually, morning came and the sunlight bled through the curtains. I forced myself to get up and check the street. She was gone. No sign of her. Didn't see any footprints in the dew-covered grass and no shadow in the abandoned house. Nothing. You get used to weird calls in a small town. Domestic disputes that end with somebody unconscious on the front lawn. Drunk drivers wrapped around light poles, still arguing that they weren't behind the wheel. The occasional drug house that would go up in flames. Chemicals cooking too hot in some idiot's garage. When you're a firefighter and an EMT in the same place like this, you stop expecting normal. I worked that same district for most of my career. A loose patchwork of 4 towns too small to have their own full-time fire departments. So that meant we handled everything. Fires, crashes, medical calls, missing hikers, even livestock stuck in ditches. You name it, we did it. We were stretched far too thin, but somehow we would always make it work, at least most of the time. The worst ones were the calls in Dayton. It was the furthest town from our district. I'd say about 15 miles out. Mostly farmland and dirt roads. The people who lived out there didn't like outsiders, didn't like the government, and didn't like cops. They'd call us if they were dying, sometimes not even then. Whenever we got a dispatch for Dayton, we knew it was going to be bad. And that night in particular was no different. I was halfway through a 48-hour shift, catching a couple of hours of sleep in the dorm when the phone rang. Barely even heard it, but the shift captain's voice cut out through the haze. "Got a medical in Dayton." I groaned, sat up and rubbed my face. What kind? Self-inflicted injury, older woman. Might be a suicide attempt, might not. No police on site. The last part made me pause. No police? Just us? Well, that's not normal. Usually, if there was a suspected suicide or a violent injury, law enforcement would already be there. Something about that felt off. Still, a call is a call. I got dressed, grabbed my gear, and met the rest of the crew inside the bay. We took one of the engines and the ambulance, just in case. Dayton was a long drive, and out there, you didn't want to be short on supplies. The town itself was dead when we arrived. I guess it always was. No streetlights, barely any movement, just rows of dark trailers and rusted out cars slowly sinking into the dirt. Finally, at the very back of the park, we saw it. A single trailer lit up like a stage, every window spilling light out into the night. That was our call. I killed the siren but left the emergency lights on as we pulled up. The place looked like it had been rotting there for years. Siding was warped, windows streaked with grime. Trash littered the yard, empty bottles, cigarette packs, a broken plastic chair tipped over near the steps. As I got closer, we heard the shouting. It was coming from behind the trailer, a voice raspy and furious, punctuated with pained groans. I exchanged a look with one of the other EMTs. I think we both knew in that moment it was not going to be a normal call. We grabbed the med bags and stepped out into the thick night air. The whole trailer park had that familiar stink. Hot metal, burnt oil, something rotten underneath it all. As we approached the trailer, the shouting grew clearer. A man's voice, high-pitched and shaking with either rage or pain.
No, that's not how it happened. He tried to kill me. God damn it.
We rounded the corner and saw them. First thing I noticed was the old man, slumped against the side of the trailer, legs sprawled out, head tilted at this odd angle. Blood ran down the side of his face, dripping off of his chin. It was stained with this gaudy fabric of the dress that he was wearing, because, yeah, he was in a dress. A short red one, satin or something close to it. His legs were hairy, bare except for a pair of these cheap plastic heels that had fallen off his feet. His face was caked in smeared makeup, lipstick slashed across his cheek like a wound. And the next thing I noticed was the younger guy. Had to be in his mid-30s, standing just outside the back door of the trailer, one hand still gripping the doorknob. He was breathing heavy, shoulders rising and falling, eyes darting from us, then to the old man, like he wasn't sure if this was all real. His knuckles were raw. He'd been hitting something. The old man's voice cracked when he saw us. "Oh, thank God. Thank God somebody's here. You gotta help me." I took one cautious step forward. "We're here to help. What happened?" The younger guy spoke.
He fell.
His voice was flat, almost rehearsed.
Hit his head.
The old man just let out this sharp, bitter laugh. Fell? You son of a bitch, you tried to kill me. He's lying. He's got a hammer. We all went still. The younger man's face twitched. "Sir," I said carefully, "do you currently have a weapon?" The younger guy let go of the doorknob and turned back inside without another word. A second later, we heard the rattle of a drawer sliding open. And that was all I needed. I grabbed the radio, clipped to my vest, and hit the button. "Dispatch, we need police backup at our location immediately. Possible assault, possible weapon." The rest of my sentence was drowned out by the sound of the screen door slamming open. That younger man stepped back outside, holding a hammer in one hand and a pistol in the other. I think the world shrank just at that moment. The soft click of the gun's safety being switched off, and hearing that old man shriek, "He's gonna kill me, do something!" We backed away slow and steady, putting distance between us and the trailer. The fire engine was still running out front, and I never wanted to be back inside a locked vehicle so badly throughout my entire life. But those two men weren't paying attention to us anymore. The old man dragged himself upright, bracing himself against the trailer. His fake eyelashes were coming loose, lipstick smeared across his chin. "Crazy little bastard," he spat. "You're high, aren't you? This is what I get, huh? This is what I get for taking care of you for all these years?" The younger guy's jaw tightened up. "You're gonna leave me." "Of course I was gonna leave you. I got a wife, you idiot. A life."
You said you loved me.
The old man then barked out a laugh. "You think love is sneaking into my house at 2 a.m? You think love is keeping this sick little game going?" My hand stayed on the radio, fingers clenched around it so tightly they started to ache. "Where the hell are the cops?" I muttered to one of the other EMTs. He shook his head. That argument was growing louder. The old man was moving now, circling, trying to keep a trailer wall between himself and that other guy. "Put the gun down," he said. "Be smart about this. You put it down and we talk. We figure it all out." "You're lying." "I'm not, baby. You know I care about you. You know I do." The younger guy hesitated, and just for a second. Then the older guy lunged. It happened fast. A scramble of limbs, a scruffle in the dirt, the hammer swinging, then gunshots. 2 and 3. The echoes slammed against the surrounding trailers, bounced off the metal walls, making the whole world shake. Then the silence that followed. We both ran, not waiting to see what was going to happen next, quickly bolting for the fire engine and piling in, locking the doors behind us. My ears were still ringing from those gunshots, that's how close I was. "Jesus Christ," one of the guys whispered. The police were 2 minutes out, 2 minutes too late. We sat inside the engine, locked in, not saying a word, listening. The only sound was the distant echo of those gunshots still rattling through my head. The sirens then started up soon after, growing louder as they closed in. Red and blue lights washing over this cracked asphalt and rusted trailers. 2 sheriff cruisers rolled in fast, stopping just short of the scene. A deputy then stepped out, one hand on his holster, scanning the area. His eyes landed on us in the cab and he jerked his chin in this silent question. We shook our heads. No, we weren't hurt, but yeah, something real bad had just gone down. A second deputy joined him, shotgun in hand. They then moved in tandem, circling around back, weapons drawn, calling out warnings that were met with nothing, absolute silence. The rest of us just stayed put, watching through the windshield, waiting for something, anything, to move back there. Eventually, one of the deputies came back out through the trailer's front door, and he wasn't in a hurry, and that was enough to tell me what had just happened. Another deputy came behind him, the younger man in cuffs. His face was blank, hands slick with blood. The front of his shirt was just covered in it. He looked like he wasn't there, like he was somewhere far away, floating through the moment like it wasn't even real. They stuffed him in the back of the cruiser, and he didn't even resist, didn't say a word. The sheriff himself arrived not long after, and more units rolled in as the minutes ticked by. Then a coroner was called, and finally we were given the all clear to step out. The paramedics went in to confirm what we already knew. That old man was dead. Shot twice, once in the chest and once in the stomach. That hammer was still in his hand, a pitiful last-ditch weapon that had failed him. We weren't really needed anymore, so we left. I couldn't shake it though. I couldn't stop thinking about that old man in his dress, smeared makeup, and the look in his eyes when he begged us for help. Over the few weeks that followed, I started hearing more about the details. The cops had pieced it together, dug into that old man's life, talked to his wife and the neighbors. He'd obviously been living this secret life, meeting that younger guy in secret, slipping away in the dead of the night to play house in a trailer, while his real wife worked overnight shifts at the hospital. They'd met online, some kind of forum. It had been going on for months, a sick little game between the two of them, until the old man had finally said enough was enough. His wife was getting suspicious. It had to end. That younger guy did not take it well. They found drugs in his system, the ones that make you erratic and paranoid, the ones that make you think you got nothing left to lose. He was sentenced a county over, locked away for good. And that trailer, they gutted it, hauled the whole thing off and left that lot empty. If you drive through that trailer park now, you'd never even know it'd been there. But I know, and we left him there, and I don't know if I'll ever forgive myself for it. I made that same drive every single year, Texas to California, 3 days alone on the road and 6 round trip. Nothing but the hum of my tires and whatever audiobook I could stomach at the time. After a while, I started switching things up though. Different routes, different stops, trying to keep it from being overly monotonous, seeming like some never-ending loop. I'd camp off in roadside pull-offs, quiet little state parks, even the occasional truck stop when I was feeling kind of brave. But this year, I had a new idea. I'd passed them a few times before, those big flashy casinos right off the highway, neon signs cutting through the flat emptiness like beacons. I figured they had to be a pretty decent spot to crash for the night. They were open all night, full of people, security cameras everywhere, and if I was lucky, maybe I could even have a little fun of my own. So when I saw a casino's glowing lights up ahead, I made the call immediately. It was a lot bigger than I expected it to be, rising up out of the desert like a mirage. Not like Vegas big, but big enough. A multi-level parking structure stretched off to the side, but I stuck to the main lot, winding past rows of cars until I found a spot near the edge. One of the sides was blocked by a landscaping island, decorative boulders, and some sad-looking shrubs, giving me this extra little bit of privacy. Perfect. I killed the engine and stretched out my legs. The parking lot was packed, more cars than I would have guessed for a place this far out. Maybe there was some kind of event going on. I reached into the back and pulled out a fresh shirt, dug my toothbrush out of my bag, and scrubbed the road scum out of my mouth, using a water bottle for my cup holder. A quick once-over in the mirror, then I'm heading inside, the dry desert air cutting into my skin. And this place was something. It was a little warm, a little dated, but alive nonetheless. 100 different sounds hit me at once. Slot machines ringing, laughter bubbling from the tables, the low murmur of conversation and clinking glasses. I made my way to the slot machines first, ordered myself a cocktail from a passing waitress. I wasn't a gambling addict or anything, but there was just something about those flashing lights and spinning reels that would make my pulse jump. I lost my first $20 in under a minute. Thankfully, I got it back 10 minutes later. Casinos did something weird to me. I was dimly aware of the night creeping in outside, but inside, it could have been any hour. I played a little longer and let the free drinks keep coming, then grabbed a steak dinner at the attached restaurant. By the time I made my way back out to the car, I was full, a little buzzed, and ready to crash. It was around 11 p.m. I climbed into the back where I had a whole setup, folded down seats, a sleeping pad, blackout curtains. I changed into a hoodie and sweats, set my phone against the headrest, and let a documentary drone on in the background. I don't even think it was 15 minutes later before I was out cold. I woke up to the sound of a car beeping, that quick chirp of a remote unlocking a door. For a brief moment, I thought it was mine, that somebody was trying to get in. I jolted upright. But no. Through the crack of my blackout curtain, I saw movement. The car was next to mine. Voices. 2 of them. One was low and calm and the other loud and erratic. You gotta be kidding me, man, the louder one spat. No way, no goddamn way. A door opened and slammed hard enough to shake my van. I told you not to keep feeding that damn thing, the second voice said, steadier, measured. I had it, you saw it. That machine was about to hit. I could feel it. You felt it, the second guy laughed. Yeah, well, your feelings cost us literally everything. A cold dread settled in my stomach. I'd definitely seen guys like this before, and I'm sure you have too. Spun out, desperate, riding that high until the drop slammed them into reality. And it never ended well. I stayed still, barely even breathing, just let them argue, let them burn themselves out. Then a loud bang. It hit the side of their car. A fist, a foot, I'm not sure. Fucking rig bullshit, that first guy screamed. Another bang, then another. Something sharp and metal slammed down against the hood, that sound splitting into the night. I reached towards the glove box, fingers closing around the heavy-set taser that I kept there. I didn't want to use it, I just wanted to know that I had it. Let's just go. It's done, all right? Just let's go. Go where, huh? Huh? You tell me, genius, because I sure as shit can't go home. The next hit wasn't on their car, it was on mine. A heavy slam against the side panel, rattling the whole frame. I tensed, my jaw locked. Another one, and this time it was against the window. That was it. I grabbed my shoes and laced them up fast. I slid out of my van before I could even talk myself out of it. The parking lot lights cast these harsh white pools on the asphalt, shadows stretching long between them. Those 2 men froze immediately when they saw me, their heads snapping toward me like animals caught in a trap. The one closest to my van was a mess. Wild hair, sweat glistening on his face. His eyes were huge, darting between me and his buddy, pupils blown wide. His hands still rested against my window, like he was about to smash it in. The other guy, thinner and sharper, stood a few feet back, arms crossed. His face was set something close to exhaustion, like he was just waiting for all this to go bad. "Step away from my car," I said to them. The wild eye just kind of grinned. "Step away? Buddy, we're just getting started." I held up the taser, a silent warning. The second guy's eyes flicked to it, his jaw clenched. "Hey, let's just go, man." "Shut up," the first guy snapped. And then he looked to me. "Look, buddy, you got no idea what kind of night I just had. I don't give a shit. Step away." His grin then twitched and he took a step closer to me. I thumbed the taser on, the electric snap, crackle, and pop in the night. He stopped, and then he laughed, this deep, shaking laugh, like he just heard the funniest thing in the world. "You think that scares me?" He lunged. I barely dodged the swing. His fist whooshed right past my face, and before I could think, before I could process, I jammed that taser into his side and squeezed the trigger, a full charge. His whole body then locked up. A strangled scream tore out of him as he collapsed to the pavement, writhing around. The second guy bolted. I stepped back fast. The guy on the ground stopped twitching, and for a second, I thought he passed out, but then he pushed himself onto his hands. His face was now twisted into something that wasn't quite pain, something that looked a hell of a lot more like hunger. A deep heaving sound built up in his throat, not a growl and not a scream. It was a laugh, low, bubbling, and broken. He slowly staggered to his feet, head lolling around. His eyes then met mine, unfocused but somehow sharp all at once. He looked like the undead, clearly high out of his mind, probably drunk to boot. Had the electro buzz that I just gave him, and the guy was probably really out of his mind. He was still laughing. He turned and then stumbled off into the night, vanishing between the rows of cars. I stood there, chest heaving, fingers still locked tightly around my taser. The parking lot was silent again, like it had all been a dream. I just stood there listening to that laughter fade off into the night, pulse hammering in my ears, every muscle in my body locked up, like I was waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did. No more shouting, no footsteps, no headlights swinging back around for revenge. Just the quiet hum of the parking lot, the low flicker of the casino's neon sign reflecting off the asphalt. I exhaled hard, then forced myself to finally move. My legs felt stiff, shaky, but got back into my van, locked the doors, and checked them twice. I pulled my phone from the charger, 3% battery, not even enough to Google what the hell I was supposed to do now. I didn't call the cops, and maybe I should have, but what was I gonna say to them? "Hey, some guy had some kind of meltdown next to my van and tried to punch me, so I tased him." Then he laughed and wandered off. What were they gonna do? Drag the whole damn casino looking for one cracked out lunatic in a sea of other cracked out lunatics? No, I was done. I'm not dealing with that tonight. I just wanted some sleep, then get the hell out of here in the morning, and never make the mistake of staying in a casino parking lot ever again. I turned the key, pulled out of my spot, and drove across the lot, putting as much distance as possible between me and that last place that I ever wanted to be. I parked under a different light, closer to the entrance, where more cars were still moving in and out. I killed my engine and just sat there, watching, waiting. Nothing. No sign of the guy, no sign of his friend. I climbed back into my bed, phone still in hand, battery circling the drain. I thought about plugging it in, but the weight of exhaustion was already just dragging me under. My body still hummed with leftover adrenaline, but my brain was just done. I lie there staring up at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the casino, the muffled music, distant laughter, occasional rev of an engine. The man's face then floated across my mind, the way he looked at me after being tased, like it didn't even faze him, like he felt something beyond pain, something that I was doing to him personally. I closed my eyes and at some point I fell asleep. By the time I woke up, the sky was pink with sunrise. The parking lot was quieter. Most of the late night gamblers were either gone or passed out in their own cars. I sat up and stretched, checked my phone. Dead, of course. I wasted no time, started up my van, pulled out of the lot, and got back on the road. I think a few miles out, I finally began to breathe normally again. And in that moment, I knew one thing for sure. I'm not doing that again. Casinos were off the reservation list. Back when I was in college, Megan and I thought we were geniuses. Hotels were a waste of money, especially when we were road tripping for concerts or weekend getaways. Why drop $100 on a bed when we could sleep in my car for free? It wasn't like we were strangers to roughing it. We'd been doing this since freshman year. Parking downtown, locking the doors, curling up under cheap fleece blankets in the back seat, passing out until morning. We called it stealth camping, but let's be real, it was just sleeping in a car and hoping nobody bothered us. And most of the time, it worked. Most of the time. We had a couple of weird run-ins over the years. Drunk guys knocking on the windows, a sketchy cop questioning us about drugs, or some old dude in a bathrobe who just stood near the trunk and breathed really heavy before finally walking away. But none of that would compare to what happened to us after the Coed and Cambria show. The night was perfect. The drive to Fort Collins was pretty easy and the show was incredible. Drinks were flowing, maybe a little too much. By the time we stumbled out of the venue, we were both hammered, ears buzzing from the music, our voices hoarse from screaming every lyric. Megan was giggling about some guy she'd been flirting with at the beer stand, and I was just trying to remember where the hell I parked at. "Are you sure it was this street?" she said, tripping slightly on the curb. "I'm positive," I said, but that was a lie. We were both blitzed. We wandered around for what felt like forever, before finally spotting my little hatchback tucked between a busted-up Honda and a food truck that had long been since closed for the night. Relief immediately flooded over me. "Oh, thank God," Megan groaned, pulling at the door handle. Locked, of course. I fumbled with my keys, trying to find the right one, while Megan kept glancing over her shoulder. "People are staring," she muttered. And I looked up and she wasn't wrong. A couple of guys down the block were watching us, half hidden in the alley between the buildings. They weren't moving, just standing there. Weird. A little worm of unease wriggled through my stomach. "Get in," I said as soon as I got the door open, and we both practically fell into the seats, slamming the locks down behind us. "Jesus," Megan muttered, rubbing her arms. "Why do men always have to be so creepy?" I didn't answer her. I just started the car and got us the hell out of there. We drove for a while, letting the city lights blur past. Neither one of us saying much to one another. Eventually, we found this little commercial lot on the outskirts of town. Nothing fancy, just a strip mall with a couple of all-night fast food joints and a 24-hour gas station. Seemed safe enough. We parked, stretched our legs, and smoked a couple of cigarettes. Drank some blue Gatorade, trying to sober up. The air was crisp, that kind of night that made your breath fog just a little bit. We sat on the hood and stared up at the stars, letting the post-concert high settle into our bones. "Night," Megan said, nudging me with her knee. "Good night." We climbed back into the car and locked up, and burrowed into our blankets. I pulled out my phone and found a playlist, and let the soft hum of the music fill the space as we whispered about the best songs of the night, best crowd moments, and the best looking guys. Then out of nowhere, this shadow passed over the windshield. I went silent and Megan did too. More movement, a second shadow, then a third. I turned my head, heart suddenly lodged in my throat. There, standing just outside the car, faces barely visible through the glass, were 3 people, a woman and 2 men, watching us. And they weren't smiling. Megan pulled her blanket up like it would shield her from what was going on, and I just stared, frozen the moment. The three of them stood close, way too close. The woman was in the middle, a little older than us, maybe mid-30s, dark hair hanging limp over her shoulders. The men flanked her, one tall and lanky and the other shorter but thick, like a bulldog. Their clothes looked clean, couldn't be homeless, and not the kind of tweakers you see drifting around a gas station at 3 a.m. But there was something wrong with them, something definitely off. They weren't saying anything, just staring at us. The lanky guy leaned down, pressed his forehead against the glass. His breath was fogging against it. His eyes darted over the interior of the car, like he was casing a storefront. Megan sucked in a breath and grabbed her phone. Calling the cops. The woman's lips twitched like she found that amusing. And then just like that, everything exploded. Lanky guy drove his elbow into the passenger side window. A sharp, brutal crack then split the air. The glass fractured, spiderwebbing instantly, but not shattering completely. Megan shrieked, scrambling back against the seat. I think my brain short-circuited for a second, really trying to process what was all going on. Then the thick guy wrenched at my door handle, yanking it hard enough to shake the whole car. I shot forward, fumbling for the lock, and it was too late. Lanky guy's second hit shattered Megan's window, shards spraying across her lap. Before she could react, his hand shot inside, fingers groping for the unlock button. Click. The doors popped open, and everything turned to chaos. The woman was inside first, lunging between the seats, practically climbing into the back seat like she belonged there. Her breath stank of booze, her fingers grabbing at Megan's blanket, peeling it away like she was unwrapping a gift. Lanky guy yanked Megan's door open, reached in, but she kicked hard, catching him in the chest. He staggered back with this sharp grunt and then snarled and lunged again. Thick guy shoved my door open, slamming it into my ribs. I twisted, scrambled for something, anything to defend myself with. My hand closed in around an empty Gatorade bottle, and I chucked it straight at his face, and like you're probably thinking, it didn't do shit. He was already climbing in. The car reeked like beer and sweat, something rotten, something sour, like these people had been marinating in their own filth for days. Megan was shrieking, kicking, and thrashing as lanky guy tried to yank her out. The woman was in the back seat laughing, actually laughing like this was the funniest thing that she'd ever seen.
Get the fuck out!
I roared, shoving at thick guy with both hands. He barely budged. Instead, he grabbed my arm and squeezed, his fingers pressing deep into my skin like he was trying to crush my bone. My free hand shot out, clawing at the glove compartment. It popped open and my fingers closed around something solid, the taser. I ripped it free, jamming it against his side and pulled the trigger. The crackling burst of electricity lit up the dark. Thick guy began convulsing, a strangled yell tearing out of his throat as he spasmed and collapsed halfway onto the seat. Lanky guy saw what happened and hesitated just a second too long. Megan seized the moment. She grabbed her phone, still clutched in her lap, still open to the dial screen, and slammed it against his face, hard. He yelped, recoiling, blood spraying from his nose. The woman in the back had stopped laughing now, and I didn't waste the opening. I lunged across and grabbed Megan's door, yanking it shut. Thick guy groaned on the seat beside me, still twitching, but I shoved him hard, sending him spilling back out onto the pavement. Lanky guy staggered away, clutching at his nose, eyes wild with pain and rage. The woman still in the back seat was now reaching for me. I whipped around, taser still live, and aiming it at her face. Out! She held my gaze for a long, awful second. She grinned once more, slow and mean, and then slithered out of the broken window. The second her feet hit the pavement, they all took off. Not running and not scrambling in fear, just walking off, like they'd gotten bored of this game or something. The thick guy was still limping from that taser hit, but he managed to scoop up something from the ground. Megan's pillow, which had somehow gotten knocked out of the car. He smirked and took a step back, then drop kicked it across the parking lot like he was punting a football. Then just like that, they were gone, 3 shadows disappearing into the night. Megan was panting, clutching her phone in her hands, trembling so hard the screen was shaking. I didn't even realize that I was shaking too until I reached up and felt my own pulse hammering in my throat. Neither of us spoke. We just sat there breathing and staring at the empty lot where they'd been at. Megan swallowed hard, tapped the phone screen, and pressed the call button.
911, what's your emergency?
We sat in the car, both of us shaking, as Megan spoke to the dispatcher. She stammered out what happened. Her voice was thin and brittle, barely even above a whisper. I could still smell them in the car. The alcohol, the sweat, the staleness of their breath. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, trying to get the taste of fear right out of it. The dispatcher told us to stay put. Officers were on their way. Megan ended the call and we just sat there, staring out into the lot, half expecting those freaks to come strolling back in, like they left something behind. That wait felt like forever, but it was probably less than 10 minutes before we saw the blue and red lights cutting through the dark. 2 patrol cars pulled in, tires crunching over loose gravel, their headlights sweeping across the parking lot like spotlights. A pair of officers stepped out, one older, built like a guy who'd spent most of his career behind a desk. The other was younger and leaner, eyes sharp as they took in the busted window and the scattered glass. "Are y'all okay?" the younger one asked us. Megan just nodded stiffly, but I could see her knuckles whitening as she gripped her phone. The older guy sighed, rubbing a hand on his face. "We've been getting reports like this a lot lately. Carjackings, break-ins. Sometimes it's just a grab and go, but we've had a few. Well, let's just say some folks don't walk away as lucky as you two are." "You think they were trying to steal my car?" "Probably," the younger cop said. "Or maybe whatever was inside. They see a parked car, assuming no one's in it, bust a window, grab what they can, and it's quick cash." "Except they weren't in a hurry," Megan muttered. Her voice was tight, like she was holding something back. "They climbed in and sat with us." The older cop just gave this slow nod. "Yeah, well, ma'am, some of them don't just want your stuff." A long silence stretched between us now. Megan just let out a shaky breath. "So, what now?" The cops took our statements, asked both of us to describe the 3 of them. Not that it would really help much. The woman, the 2 men, all normal looking, nothing really too distinct. Just 3 people who had the wrong kind of emptiness inside their eyes. They offered to let us follow them to a safer spot for the night, but Megan was already shaking her head. "No," she said. "We're getting a hotel." I nodded, already picturing hot water, clean sheets, and a door with a working lock. The cops lingered for a little while longer, then gave us one last once-over before heading back to their patrol cars. We watched their taillights vanish off into the night. Megan exhaled, long and slow. "All right," she said. "Let's go." The drive to the hotel was pretty silent. We found a cheap place off the highway, checked in without saying much. The front desk guy barely even looked at us, and we didn't care. We just wanted to be inside. The room was pretty standard, stiff comforters, bad lighting, a TV bolted to the wall. But it could have been a palace as far as we were concerned, though. We showered and took turns letting the hot water beat against our skin, scrubbing that awful night off of us. We then collapsed into our beds, exhausted, drained, both of us way too wired to sleep though. The last thing I remember was staring up at the ceiling, the weight of the night just pressing into my chest. At some point, I finally passed out. When I awoke, the sun was slanting through those cheap curtains, warm and golden. I stood up and stretched, rubbing my face, feeling like maybe, just maybe, it had all been a weird dream, an awful, weird dream. Then Megan made this small, strangled noise from across the room. I sat up. What? She was at the window peering out of the curtains. Her face had gone pale once more. "The car," she whispered. My stomach dropped. I scrambled out of bed and shoved my feet into my shoes and followed her over to the window. The car was still in the lot, but something was wrong. We hurried outside, heartbeat picking up again, that sick feeling of dread curling in my gut. As soon as I got closer, I saw it too. The broken window was still shattered, obviously, but somebody had been inside. The glove box was open, papers were everywhere. Our bags were torn apart, clothes and toiletries scattered across the seats. And the radio, gone. Megan pressed a hand to her mouth. "They came back," she whispered. We didn't have any concrete evidence, but it had to be them, right? Some seedy lowlife just knew the area that we were in, knew which hotels to check into. I felt like I was gonna be sick. We called the cops again, but we already knew how this was gonna go. No cameras, no witnesses, just another car break-in on a long list of them. No arrests were made, and no one ever found that woman or those two men. And Megan and I never stealth camped again. I lived in a van for 5 years. Not because I had to, at least. Not for the majority of it, at least. At first, yeah, it was a necessity. I was in my late 20s and barely even scraping by. My lease was up. Rent had shot up in my city, and I had this old Ford E150 just sitting in the driveway. It didn't take much to gut the back out, throw a mattress down, and a cheap solar setup. And then, of course, some storage bins for everything else. I figured it would be temporary, just a way to save money until I got my feet underneath me. But then something shifted and I got used to it. Hell, I even liked it. There's just something about waking up in a new place every morning, about answering to nobody, about being able to take my life wherever I wanted to. I spent a few years bouncing around the West Coast, weaving through the national forests, the deserts, and even the coastline. Then I went inland, up through Montana, then down to Texas, and over to the Carolinas. By the time I was done with the lifestyle, I'd been to over 40 states. I'd seen mountains and rivers, and ghost towns that most people had never even heard about. Stealth camping just became second nature to me. You learn tricks of how to blend in, how to disappear when you need to. Me personally, I had a few rules. Never park somewhere sketchy, never set up camp near other people if you can help it, and never assume that you're alone. And for the most part, that kept me out of trouble. But there was one night, one in all those years, where I felt like I wasn't supposed to be somewhere. I was in Tennessee, somewhere between towns, just a stretch of cracked blacktop and rolling hills that swallowed the last of the daylight. My gas light had been on for a little while, so I was relieved when I saw a station up ahead, so I pulled in. It was one of those old places that still had the faded cigarette ad peeling off the side. A single street lamp casting this dull yellow over all of the pumps. I leaned against my truck as I filled up my tank, scrolling through my phone looking for a spot to sleep. I wasn't about to waste money on some kind of campground tonight. Eventually, I found a recreational area around 15 minutes away, some little-known stretch of wilderness by a creek. Perfect. Went inside the gas station, grabbed some snacks, and paid the old guy behind the counter, then drove off into the dark. The road twisted away from civilization pretty quickly, the pavement giving way to dirt. No signs, no markers, just my headlights catching glimpses of gnarled trees and fields of dead grass. I found the clearing near the creek, pulled in and killed the engine, silence quickly swallowing everything. I made a quick meal out of the junk that I just bought, propped my laptop on the center console, and streamed some mindless movie until my eyelids got heavy. I shut it all down, climbed into the back, and let sleep take me away. I woke up sometime groggy and disoriented. You know the kind, where your brain is still tangled up in the last wisps of whatever dream that you were having. Something had pulled me out of my sleep, but I didn't know what. I quickly realized that my bladder was screaming at me. I groaned, rolled onto my side, and checked my phone. A little past 2 in the morning. The movie that I've been watching had drained my battery down to 10%. I sighed and swung my legs over the mattress, shoved my feet into my shoes. The cold hit me as soon as I opened up the door. I stepped out, breath curling in the air, gravel shifting underfoot. The night was thick and moonless, the only real light coming from the distant glow of the gas station that I'd left behind. I walked a few yards from the van, over to some scrub brush near the tree line. I fumbled with my zipper, shivering, as I watched the stream hit the dirt. Then, "What are you doing?" A voice came from behind me. I damn near jumped out of my skin and my body jerked so hard mid-piss that I splashed all over my jeans. My stomach lurched, heart slammed against my ribs. I turned quickly around, stumbling back, trying to focus, but I couldn't see anything, but somebody was definitely there. I swallowed hard and wiped my damp hands against my jacket. "Who's there?" No response, just the sound of the wind moving through the grass. I took a step back and tried to calm that jackhammer inside my chest. I needed to get back to the van, now. I turned and sprinted, slipping on loose dirt. My fingers then closed around the van's handle and I yanked. Nothing. Locked. I cursed under my breath and patted my pockets. Empty. Shit, shit, shit. "I think you dropped him over here," the voice said. I turned back toward that scrub brush, squinting hard, trying to make out any kind of shape, a figure, whatever. I started to hyperventilate, but I forced myself to slow it down, to think. Had I dropped my keys? Maybe. Probably. I was half asleep when I wandered out there. Maybe they slipped out when I pulled my phone from my pocket. I swallowed and nodded. Yeah, maybe. I took a step toward the brush. Something moved. Just the smallest shift in the dark. My throat then went dry. "I don't see him." Why the hell was I talking to these people? A low chuckle. "Oh, they're there." I bent my hand down and ran my hands over the dirt, over the weeds. My fingers felt nothing but cold earth and brittle grass. My skin was crawling, gut screaming at me to get the hell out of here, but what choice did I have? I needed those keys, so I kept searching. The voice came once more, smooth, almost casual for the situation. "Why are you out here anyway?" I didn't answer. My finger scraped over a rock, a stick, but still no keys. "You shouldn't be here," the voice continued. "This ain't a place for people to stay the night. This is private fucking property." My stomach twisted. I licked my lips. "Yeah, my apologies." A pause. Then, "Bad things happen out here, fella." My fingers closed around something cold and metallic. My keys. I snatched them up and spun around, bolted for the van. I was panting by the time I got the door unlocked, scrambled inside and quickly locked it behind me. I fumbled for my phone and turned on the flashlight and pointed it out the window. Nothing. Nobody. I tried to slow my breathing. Maybe I was just overreacting. Maybe it's just some locals messing with me. Some asshole who saw my van parked out in the woods and decided to have a little fun. Yeah, that had to be it. I exhaled, let my adrenaline settle. Then something small and hard hit the side of the van. A rock. Then another one. The hairs on my arms stood up on end. Then, from the dark I heard another sound, the sound of an engine turning over. My breath hitched, my fingers tightened around my phone. A second later, high beams exploded to life just ahead of me. A truck, and a big one at that. It roared to life, idling, headlights blinding. Then it shifted gears, rolling forward, picking up speed and then faster, straight toward me. I braced myself, squeezing my eyes shut, just waiting for the impact, but it never came. Tires skidded against the dirt, the truck coming to a bone-jarring stop mere inches from the van's frame. The engine rumbled, a deep, angry growl. My hands were trembling on the steering wheel. My breath was coming in these short, sharp bursts. The truck just idled there for a moment, then as suddenly as it appeared, it backed up, turned, and rolled off into the night. I still didn't move. I sat there gripping my phone, listening to the distant hum of the truck's engine fading into nothing, along with some hillbilly hoots and hollers. What kind of backwoods shit had I discovered out here? I just sat there for a long while, breathing in, fingers gripping the steering wheel. The truck was gone, but I didn't trust it. I didn't trust anything anymore. Finally, I swallowed and forced myself to move, to think, to get the hell out of here. I turned the key in the ignition. My engine then roared to life, and for a second, I was terrified that sound would draw something back toward me, that truck and that voice. I threw it in reverse, backing up far too fast. The tire skidded in the dirt, but I didn't care. I just wanted to put some distance between me and this place. I spun the wheel and got myself pointed back toward the road. The whole time I kept expecting those high beams to reappear, for that truck to come barreling at me from the darkness, but thankfully, it didn't. I drove faster than I probably should have, bumping and rattling down that dirt path. The forest around me felt deeper. The trees were pressing in, twisted limbs scraping against the van as I passed them. I constantly kept checking my mirrors, eyes darting to the edges of the road, looking for any movement. I saw nothing, but I still felt like I was being watched. By the time I hit pavement again, my knuckles were white on the wheel. I let out a breath that I hadn't realized I was even holding, but I didn't slow down. I wasn't stopping, not until I was somewhere safe, somewhere with people, somewhere I could see. I drove until I saw the glow of streetlights, the familiar red and blue of a Walmart sign in the distance. I pulled in and weaved past a few scattered cars and semis, finally parking under a lamp in the far corner of the lot. The bright, artificial glow poured in through my windshield, flooding the van with light. I killed the engine and just sat there, adrenaline slowly burning out of my body. I reached for my phone. Battery was now at 4%. I pulled up the Notes app and forced my fingers to type. I wrote down everything, the voice, the rocks, the trucks, the way it just stopped inches from my van. And really, I don't know why I did it. Maybe I just needed proof that it really happened. Something to read in the morning, to remind myself that I wasn't truly crazy. Also, potentially something to report to police if I was still feeling brave when I woke up. I double-checked the locks, crawled in the back, and laid down. But I didn't fall asleep. Not until sunrise. I got my first drone a few years ago as a Christmas present for my brother. It was a small, cheap thing, barely even bigger than my palm, but it was enough. I was hooked. Before getting one, I wasn't much of an outdoorsman, but now suddenly I had a reason to be. Open fields, empty parking lots, even my own backyard. I would go out and practice for months, learning how to hover, drift, roll, bank. It became a full-blown hobby before I even knew it. Once I felt confident, I upgraded. I saved up for something better, a real drone. This one had power, range, and most importantly, a camera. It had a sleek black frame, a solid battery life, and streamed directly to my phone. It was fast too, way more responsive than the toy that I started with. I spent hours watching YouTube tutorials, learning how to push it to its limits. I got good, not like professional level, but good enough to trust myself in tight spaces and risky maneuvers. And of course, really, really high places. I started taking it into interesting terrains, riverbeds, abandoned lots, hillsides. I like seeing things from above, places I could never reach on foot. There was just something about flying it that gave me a little thrill, like I was seeing through a bird's eyes. Sometimes I just cruise over empty streets at night, watching from above as if I was a ghost. And that's how I ended up where I did, deep in the wilderness outside of town. There's a stretch of the canyon land that I've been meaning to check out for quite some time. It wasn't a state park, nothing official, just this wide, untamed sprawl of rock and trees where people would hike, maybe even camp if they were brave enough. The kind of place that didn't have actual trails, just endless terrain with steep drops and deep ravines. Perfect for a drone flight. The day that I went out, the weather was pretty perfect. No wind, clear skies. I drove down this dirt road until I found a good launch spot, a small overlook where I could see miles of trees spilling into the canyon below. I powered up the drone, synced it with my phone, and lifted off. The forest stretched out in every direction, green and gold in the afternoon light. I kept low at first, weaving through the treetops and testing my control. It handled beautifully. I banked, rolled, shot up high, then dove straight down, threading between branches. The camera feed was crisp, the world shifting beneath me in this smooth gliding motion. Then I decided to pick a target, a long jagged strip of granite running down into the canyon, like a scar into the earth. I used it as my guide, following it lower, deeper, the world narrowing as the walls of the canyon closed in. I didn't know it yet, but I was about to see something that I was not supposed to. I continued to descend, the granite vein guiding me as I dropped into the canyon's depths. The shadows stretched longer down here. The sunlight barely even cut through the jagged cliffs that boxed me inside. The drone's camera feed showed nothing but endless rock, broken up by patches of dense pines and brambles that clung stubbornly to the canyon walls. I was fully locked in, fingers feathering the controls, adjusting the yaw, shifting the tilt, smooth and steady. Then I saw some kind of movement. At first, I just assumed it was an odd rock formation, maybe fallen trees. But as I adjusted my angle, I realized that it wasn't. It was people, a group of them, tucked between massive boulders, hidden inside the canyon's fold where no trail would lead. They stood in a perfect circle. I hovered, adjusting the zoom on my phone screen. There were maybe a dozen, all facing inward, standing completely still. My stomach did a little flip. It couldn't have been a hiking group, that much was obvious. They definitely weren't dressed for it. They wore these strange loose clothing, robes maybe. No backpacks, no gear, nothing that said casual explorer. There was one in the middle too. He or it stood apart, slightly elevated on a rock facing the others. He wore a mask, something pale and featureless, like an oversized doll face. Beneath that, long black hair spilled down his shoulders, super long and thick. A wig maybe, perhaps even part of the mask. He lifted his arm slowly, as if giving some kind of sermon, though I couldn't hear a damn thing. I swallowed and just kept watching. I'd flown over people before, hikers and bikers, even couples having picnics. Nobody ever looked up, but this was very different, and this felt wrong. I wasn't recording, and my thumb fumbled for the button, but before I could press it, they began to move. All at once, every single person in the circle tilted their heads back. Their arms shot up in unison, fingers all stretched out towards the sky. A silent, eerie gesture that sent a ripple of cold through my gut. Then one of them pointed straight at my drone. It wasn't gradual, there was no hesitation. 1 second they were locked in on whatever strange ritual they were performing, and then the next they were staring directly at the camera. Their faces, half obscured by the shadows, looked blank and unreadable. Then they lunged for the ground. Not all of them, just a few. They bent down so fast, grabbing at something before I could react. Then I saw the first rock fly past the drone's camera. Shit. I yanked back on the stick, climbing fast. Another rock whipped through the air, missing by inches. A third. They were trying to knock it out of the sky, and if they did that, they could potentially trace the craft right back to me, as it literally had my name written on the wing. I banked hard and tilted away from them, but I was still very deep in that canyon. I needed to climb and get above the treetops, where I had space to maneuver. I tilted up and gunned for open air. The granite vein, where the hell was it? I scanned fast, fingers sweaty on the controls. There. That long silver scar in the earth, winding up the canyon side, my way out. I followed it, angling up. My heart was pounding harder than it should have been for something as simple as flying a drone, but it wasn't just flying anymore. I was running. Trees blurred past, higher, faster, almost out. Then, a crack. The camera spun. The feed tumbled wildly, whipping between sky, rock, treetops, then nothing but leaves, branch, and impact. And nothing but static. No. I swore, tilting the controls, trying to get some kind of response. The screen showed nothing but frozen distortion. My drone was down. I just sat there staring at the screen, heart jackhammering in my chest. I could just leave it. It wasn't cheap though, but it also wasn't worth my life either. Those people, whoever they were, whatever they were doing, I didn't really want to get mixed up with it. But then my gut got the better of me. It had the flight footage, the whole thing. If I lost the drone, I'd lose that too, and no one would believe me if I just told them what I just saw. I sighed and ran a hand down my face. I had maps in my car, printouts, satellite images. I could find a way down, if I was careful. Go in, quickly grab it, and be out before anybody knew what I was doing there. At least, that was what I was telling myself. I got my gear together, a flashlight, a knife, just in case, then started my descent into the canyon, into the place I should have just left alone. The climb down was pretty brutal. The canyon was even steeper than I thought it was. The rocks were loose under my boots, and the pines closed in deeper every step I went. Every once in a while, I had to stop and check my position against the printout maps that I brought with me. There's no cell service out here. If I got turned around, I was completely screwed. I kept moving, scanning for anything familiar, especially that granite vein, the spot where the drone went down, the boulders where I saw them. After around 30 minutes of searching, I found it. It was laying half buried in pine needles and brush. One propeller was cracked, but otherwise still intact. Relief hit me hard. I crouched and reached for it, but then a sound. A high-pitched warbling. It echoed throughout the canyon. It was thin but sharp, like voices singing, but wrong. High and stretched, like somebody pulling their vocal cords past their limits. My stomach clenched as I looked up. They were coming. A single-file line emerged from between the boulders, moving slow and creeping along. The same robed figures that I'd seen through the drone footage, those same blank faces. The leader still had on that mask, doll-like features staring straight ahead. Even their arms swung in this eerie unison as they walked, feet crunching lightly against the dry brush, headed straight for me. I grabbed the drone and turned, scrambling back up the incline. My boots slid, dirt and leaves spilling under my heels, but I didn't stop. I could hear them behind me now. They weren't running, just moving. The sound of steady footsteps and shifting fabric. That warbling. High-pitched voices stretching over the trees. Were they singing? I didn't look back. I climbed hands and knees, clawing at rocks, lungs burning, heart slamming against my ribs, just to get out, just to reach my car. By the time I saw the tree line thinning ahead, my legs were jelly. I stumbled forward, tripping over roots, grasping it, whatever I could. The car was there, right where I left it, sun glinting off the windshield. I yanked the door open and threw myself inside, locked it. I stole one final glance back toward the canyon. No one, nothing, just trees, rocks, and empty silence. I didn't wait a moment more. I started the car and tore out of there, kicking up dust as I hit the main road, only breathing again once I saw streetlights ahead of me. Later that night, I went through the footage, watched it again over and over. The silent ritual, the pointing, the rocks, the frozen frame just before impact. Then I started searching. Forums, old newspaper clippings, anything about the area, that canyon, that group. It took hours before I finally found something, a single mention, buried deep in a decades-old thread. Rumors of a cult, one that lived off the grid, only seen by those who went deep into the wrong places like that canyon. I quickly shut my laptop. What started out as this weird incident and curiosity rapidly devolved into something creepy and just all too real. I'm a drone pilot, not a conspiracy guy. I quit researching almost as quickly as I started it, and I never flew out there again. I don't know why I decided to go that year. Maybe it was nostalgia. Maybe some weird guilt that I didn't really recognize at the time. I was scrolling through Facebook one afternoon when I saw a post from my cousin Jake. Something about the annual family reunion happening at that usual spot. A big campground out in the woods, miles from anything resembling a town. I hadn't been to one of them since I was a kid, back when mom and dad would load us up into that old station wagon, make that long drive out there. I barely remembered half the people that I'd even be there, but something about it pulled at me this time, a last-minute impulse. Jasmine, my fiance, was not thrilled about the idea. She didn't say it outright, but I could definitely tell. She gave me that look when I brought it up, the one that meant, "Are you sure about this?" But she agreed to come along anyway. She knew I'd been feeling disconnected lately, like I was floating between things, and maybe she thought this would actually help. The drive itself was pretty long, 4 hours from the city. The last 30 miles just wound on these dirt roads that looked like they hadn't seen maintenance in at least a decade. Thick trees on either side, tall pines that swallowed up the sky. As we arrived, the sun was dipping below the hills, air cooling fast around us. The place really hadn't changed. A wide clearing, a handful of scattered cabins, tents everywhere. The reunion was a pretty big deal for my family. People would travel from all over the state to be here. Dozens of cousins, uncles, second cousins, great aunts. The kind of family tree that sprawled out in every single direction, more like a family forest, honestly. We actually got asked if we were Mormon quite often. We parked and found a spot to set up, a little patch of grass near the tree line where we could have some space but still be close enough to the others. I saw my parents first. Mom hugged me tight, like it'd been 10 years since we saw each other, instead of the 2 months since I'd just last seen her. My little sister Emma was out there too, along with a flood of relatives who came by to say hello and to meet Jasmine, ask about our wedding plans, our jobs, our lives. Jasmine handled it pretty well, but I could tell it was taking a toll on her. Too many names, too many faces, the overwhelming warmth of a family that doesn't know you well but insists that they do. That night we wandered off into the main camp. Fires were lit, food was cooking. Somebody had a grill going and somebody else was passing a few beers around. The air smelled like smoke and charred meat, the sound of laughter rolling between the trees. It felt good. Like maybe I had been missing something all this time. But that feeling alone would not last. The night settled in, the stars stretched endlessly overhead, scattered bright against the black. The firelight flickered. We laughed, passed around bottles, and Jasmine and I stuck close together, soaking all of it in. I was starting to feel glad that we came here. The beer was cold and the food was indeed pretty good. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I belonged somewhere again. Maybe it was the nostalgia, maybe the warmth of being surrounded by people who, even if they were practically strangers, still called me family. The night stretched on, and little by little, people would peel away, heading back to their own tents or cabins. The voices dimmed and the fire burned lower. Jasmine leaned in, resting her head against my shoulder. "It's kind of nice out here," she admitted. Her voice was soft. I smiled. "I told you." We sat there for a while just listening to the crickets and the distant murmurs of the last few campfires still burning. I wasn't tired, not yet, and I don't think she was either. "Want more beer?" I asked her. She nodded. "One more." I stood and stretched, but the cooler was empty. "I think I saw a big barn or something through the trees earlier," I said to her. "Probably a storage shed or something. They gotta have more drinks in there." Jasmine hesitated. "A barn?" "Yeah," I said. "Kinda weird actually, I don't remember it being here when I was a kid." She just shrugged and we started walking. The ground was uneven, roots snaking through the dirt. The deeper we went, the quieter it got. The firelight was fading behind us, and the woods were now closing in, trees packed tight. The barn appeared through the gaps in the branches, hunched and weathered. It wasn't falling apart, but it wasn't exactly well maintained either. Its wood looked old, aged to this deep gray. The roof was sagging slightly in the middle. I hadn't noticed it before, but now standing in front of it, I couldn't shake the feeling that it didn't belong out here. Jasmine ran her fingers along the wood. "Feels off," she said. "Like, why is this even out here?" "No clue." I grabbed the door handle and pulled. Locked. Guess that's that," Jasmine said, exhaling a laugh. But I wasn't ready to give up, not yet. I stepped around the side and ran my hand along the wall. "There's gotta be another way inside." Jasmine sighed but followed me. We found it, a smaller door around the side, slightly ajar. As I reached for it, this instinctive warning flashed in the back of my mind. Something just felt wrong. But in the moment, I ignored it. It's just a barn, just a storage shed, nothing more. I pushed the door open. The smell was what hit me first, a thick, earthy scent, like damp wood mixed with something sour, something familiar. It was like body odor. The space inside was massive. The ceiling was lost in shadow. Wooden beams stretched out overhead, and along the walls, shelves lined with old tools, rusted saws, and coils of thick rope. And then at the center of the room, people. At least a dozen of them, completely naked, standing in this loose circle. Their bodies were smeared with something dark, some kind of paint. Crude symbols and shapes were covering their arms, their legs, and their faces. They were silent, completely. Hands raised, fingers gently touching the skin of the person next to them. Their eyes were all closed. At the center of it all, a man taller than the rest, with his back to us. He was smeared in paint too, his skin covered in swirling, uneven lines. His head was shaved, completely bald, and down to his spine, the symbols continued, jagged and rough like they'd been carved there instead of drawn. I stood frozen, my breath caught in my throat. Jasmine squeezed my arm so hard that it began to hurt. Nobody moved, at least not at first, and that's when I noticed all the people on the ground around them were having sex. That was the smell, not just the body odor, but actual sex. The man at the center spoke, a single word low and slow. It was nothing I recognized, something old and foreign. Latin, maybe? I don't know. Then Jasmine made a noise, a tiny panic gasp. The man then turned. The people on the floor froze, and for a second, we were the new focus. His face was painted completely black, except for 2 white rings drawn around his eyes. His mouth was now stretched open, lips curling around another strange word. The others moved, fast. They started lunging toward us. Their movements were jerky and scary, arms outstretched, fingers clawing at the air. In a sick, twisted moment, I thought I recognized one of my cousins and one of my aunts under all that pain. The hell were they doing out here? Obviously, I didn't have time or any interest to ask. I grabbed Jasmine and we ran. We tore through the trees, branches whipping in our faces, the cold air burning in our lungs. I did not look back, and I didn't dare to. That uneven ground was hard to run on, but we didn't stop. Not until we saw the familiar glow of campfires ahead and the distant hum of conversation. We crashed into our campsite, breathless, shaking. I fumbled with our tent flap, yanked it open, shoving Jasmine inside. I followed and zipped it up, and then we just sat there, trying to get our breathing under control. Jasmine was shaking. "What the fuck was that?" she asked me. I didn't have an answer for her. My heart was still slamming against my ribs. My body was still in fight or flight mode. Brain still refusing to catch up to everything. "Was that a cult?" she said, her voice barely audible. That had to be a cult, right? What else could that have been? I just shook my head. I don't know. We sat there listening, but outside everything seemed to be normal. The fire crackled and I heard somebody laugh. Nobody seemed to be looking for us. Jasmine then swallowed. "We need to leave." I nodded. "First thing in the morning, we will." Neither of us slept that night. Every little sound outside would make us flinch. Even the wind moving through the trees, the distant voices. I just kept expecting to hear footsteps creeping toward our tent. The slow, steady rustle of somebody trying to circle us. But nothing happened. Eventually the sky lightened and morning came. We were still alive. The second that sun was up, we started packing. Neither of us really even saying much, just moved fast, stuffing sleeping bags, collapsing the tent, throwing everything in the car as quickly as possible. Every now and again, Jasmine would glance toward the trees, like she expected to see them standing there watching, and I felt it too. It felt like we weren't alone, like something had now shifted, like we stepped over a line that we were not supposed to cross. We needed an excuse though, a reason for why we were just suddenly bailing. If we just disappeared, people would notice, ask questions, and I guess we couldn't risk that. "Well, say we have some kind of appointment," I muttered as I yanked the cooler into the truck. "Something back in the city." Jasmine just nodded. "Fine, whatever the hell gets us out of here." But before we could leave, there was breakfast. The whole family gathered at main camp. A long line of people plating up eggs, biscuits, bacon. The smell of food should have been comforting, right? But my stomach was twisting at the smell of it. Something felt off. And then I noticed the way they were looking at us. And by them, I don't mean everybody. Not my mom, not my little sister, not the younger cousins, but some of them. A handful of people scattered throughout the crowd. Older relatives, a few second cousins, an uncle I barely remembered. They were watching us. Not angrily, just kind of like suspiciously. Jasmine saw it too, and her grip tightened around my wrist. And then I noticed something worse than that. The paint. Little smudges of it still on their hands. Faintest streaks of it along their jawlines. Careless, like they tried to scrub it off but missed a few spots. My skin crawled, and I forced this fake smile, kept my head down as we ate, acted as normal as possible, pretended that we weren't seeing what we were actually seeing. We said our goodbyes quickly, and I hugged my mom, waved to my sister, gave a few nods to the rest. My uncle clapped a hand on my shoulder, grinning. His fingers lingered just a little too long. "You should come next year," he said. Jasmine then pulled me toward the car. "Yeah, we'll see about that," I muttered back. "No," he said again. "I mean, really come." We fucking bolted out of there. The second we were inside, I locked the doors and we were gone. I didn't even glance into the rearview mirror, I just drove. The road stretched along behind us. The trees finally thinned. The sky opened up. And I finally let myself breathe a little bit. Jasmine just stared straight ahead, and neither of us spoke for a really long time. Eventually, she broke the silence. "We're never coming back here, right?" I nodded. "Never." We didn't talk about it anymore either. Didn't mention the barn, the painted bodies, the way they looked at us the next morning. But occasionally, late at night, I wonder how many of them were in on this. How long had this been going on? Why the hell were they naked, and what were they gonna do? It was gross, weird, and damn near traumatic. I'm glad we left when we did. There was a time in high school when I felt like I stumbled into a different reality, one that looked the same on the surface but had something rotten underneath it. It started pretty slow, so subtle that I didn't really notice it at first. I just remember the feeling that something was off, like people I'd known for years had been replaced with slightly different versions of themselves. It took place during my junior year. We'd come back from summer break, the usual routine. Seeing friends again and swapping stories about what we did, eased back into school. Everything was normal at first. Our friend group was pretty big, a mix of guys and girls who'd known each other since middle school, some even longer than that. We all weren't really the most popular, but we weren't nobodies either. We had our spots at lunch, our places in the hallways, our usual weekend hangouts. It was a rhythm, a comfort. And then there was Heath. Before that year, he'd been just another guy in the group, a little awkward, a little quiet, somebody who never really stood out, but when he came back that fall, he was different, completely different. He walked with his new confidence, talked a lot louder, laughed harder. He looked the same shaggy brown hair, same average build, but the way he carried himself now was just unrecognizable. It wasn't just confidence, it was control. People started paying attention to him. At first, I thought maybe he just had this kind of personal breakthrough over the summer, you know? Maybe he figured out something about himself that made him a lot more outgoing. But the way people reacted to him now was strange. Friends who used to tease him now hung on every word that came out of his mouth. He started making little jokes, subtle jabs, and instead of brushing them off or firing back, people just took it, accepted it. Now, it wasn't immediate, but over those first few months, I watched more and more of our friends start shifting toward him, like gravitationally, like planets being pulled into orbit. Even some of my closest friends, the ones I trusted the most, started acting different when Heath was around. At first, I just ignored it. We're all kids, right? Maybe I'm just overthinking all of this. But the more I watched, the more I realized that this wasn't normal. Heath wasn't just popular now, he was in control. And then slowly the control turned into something else, something a lot darker. It took me far too long to realize what it was and what was happening, too long to understand just how deep it really went. At first, I really didn't mind being around him. He was funny in a way that he never used to be, sharp and quick, always in control of the conversation. He had this way of making you feel like you were in on something. Like if he was paying attention to you, that you really mattered, but if he wasn't, you were nothing. And goddamn, would we spiral without that attention? I started noticing the little shifts in the group. People who used to be loud and opinionated now deferred to Heath. If he interrupted, they stopped talking. If he made a joke at their expense, they laughed right along with him, even when it wasn't that funny, even when it was mean. It was really subtle at first. He started small, getting people to do these little things for him. "Hey man, let me copy your homework. I forgot to do it last night." Or, "Dude, grab me a soda from the vending machine. I don't got any cash." Little favors, things friends might do normally for one another, but it would slowly escalate. One day I watched as Jamie, one of our quieter friends, handed Heath a freshly written English essay. I raised an eyebrow. "Dude, is that for him?" Jamie looked at me with this weird placid expression and just nodded. "Yeah, it's cool." I turned to Heath. "Seriously, you're just gonna take his work?" Heath grinned. "Relax, Jamie wanted to help me." Jamie just nodded again, like he actually believed it. And I started seeing it more and more. Jeremy, who had just gotten his license, drove Heath everywhere. Parker, who had a part-time job, always seemed to be the one paying when everybody went out for food. And then there was the really weird part, the girls. One night we were all at a bonfire party out by the lake. I was sitting with Dylan, one of my closest friends, when I noticed something that kind of made my stomach sick. His girlfriend Sam was sitting next to Heath, and Heath had his hand directly on her thigh. I nudged Dylan. "Dude, what the hell is that?" Dylan barely even reacted. He just shrugged, staring into the fire. "It's cool, man." I blinked. "What?" Heath leaned back, stretching like he owned the whole damn night. "Dylan gets it," he said, smirking. "It's just a little fun, not that big of a deal." I looked at Sam, waiting for her to say something now, and she just smiled. But it didn't feel real, like forced, like she was just tolerating it. That's when I knew something was really wrong. I started pulling back after that. I stopped hanging out quite as much and stopped going to every little get-together where Heath was the center of attention. But the problem was, my closest friends were still caught in the middle of it, and the more distance I put between myself and Heath, the more I felt like I was losing them. One day, I made the mistake of saying something. I was sitting in the cafeteria with Dylan and Jeremy, trying to act normal, trying to pretend like everything was okay, but I couldn't let it go. "You're telling me you guys really don't think this is weird?" I asked, keeping my voice low. "I mean, come on, he's got all of you running around for him like you're his servants or something." Jeremy's face just darkened. "That's not true." "Really? So what, you just want to do his homework? You want to pay for his food? You want to let him mess around with your girlfriend?" Jeremy's jaw clenched and Dylan looked away. "Look," I said, "I'm not trying to start anything. It doesn't make sense. Does this not seem wrong to you?" Neither of them answered me. Later that night, I got a text from Dylan. "Heath wants to talk to you." I knew it was a bad idea, and I knew I probably should have ignored it, but part of me still thought I could fix things, that maybe I could snap all of them out of whatever weird little spell that they were currently under. I met them at the park after dark that night. It was mostly empty, just a few distant streetlights casting long shadows through the trees. Heath was already there, standing in the center of the basketball court. Dylan, Jeremy, and two others, Parker and Jamie, stood nearby. "All right, so what's this all about?" I asked. Heath just smiled. "You've been saying some pretty shitty things, man." I crossed my arms. "Just calling it like I see it." Heath shook his head and clicked his tongue. "You see, that's the problem. You don't see anything. You're too stuck in your own bullshit to understand what we have here. This is real. This is loyalty." I felt a chill roll through me. Loyalty? Dude, you've turned them into followers. Heath's expression flickered, and just for a second, he took a step closer, You don't get to talk about us like that. You don't get to judge. You're either with us or you're the enemy." He turned to the others. "And what do we do with the enemies, boys?" Dylan seemed to hesitate. So did Jeremy, but Parker, Jamie, they didn't. The first punch caught me off guard, slamming into my ribs. I stumbled back wheezing, but then another hit me across the jaw. I tasted blood. I tried to run, but hands grabbed me and shoved me back. A fist crashed into my stomach, dropping me to my knees. Someone then kicked me in the ribs, then the balls. I hit the pavement pretty hard, and my vision began to blur. I barely even registered the voices above me. "Enough!" Heath's voice rang out. "Let him go." The hands pulled away, and my body screamed with pain. I managed to lift my head, staring up at Heath. He was crouched beside me, voice low, almost gentle. "You're done here," he murmured. "Don't come back." I just spat out blood onto the pavement. "Fuck you." Heath just smiled back. Then they left, one by one, footsteps fading off into the night. I lay there, staring up at the sky, the stars cold and distant above me. I'd lost them, all of them. I didn't go to school the next day. My face was swollen, my ribs ached with every breath. I knew if I saw them, if I saw him, I might lose control again. I might do something stupid. So I stayed home staring up at the ceiling, running it all over my head again. I kept thinking about the way Dylan had looked at me before they started swinging, like he didn't want to do it, like he was waiting for Heath's approval. How the hell did it get to that point? The bruises would fade, but the damage would stick. I completely stopped hanging out with them, stopped sitting with our usual table. I made some new friends and kept my head down. I didn't talk about what happened, and neither did they. And Heath? He kept going. For a while, it was like nothing had changed. He still held court in the halls, still had his little army, still walked around like he owned everything. And I started to think that it would never end. But eventually, something shifted. It was slow at first, just like when it all started. Jeremy stopped driving in places, Parker stopped paying for things, and then Jamie, and then Dylan. Then one day, it was just Heath, all alone. I didn't know what happened. Maybe they finally saw through it, saw who he really was. Maybe whatever spell he had them over just finally wore off, but by the time spring had rolled around, it was like he had never been anything special at all. Just another kid in the hall, and nobody gave him a second look. I should have felt relieved. I should have felt vindicated. But all I felt was unsettled. Heath didn't seem to be mad. He didn't lash out and didn't try to win them back. He just went back to normal. Like none of it ever happened. And for some reason, that part scared me the most. To this day, I still don't know what made him that way for all those months, but I don't know how he got inside their heads. I don't know how he made them worship him. Whatever it was, it left just as suddenly as it arrived. Heath was a loser again, and everybody else pretty much fell back into place. I still think about it though. Sometimes I catch myself thinking, what the hell got into him?
Hunting was never more than a hobby for me, something I did on long weekends when the air turned crisp and the woods went quiet underneath the weight of the winter. I wasn't a trophy hunter. I bagged squirrels, rabbits, birds, small game, nothing really too ambitious. But that year, something in me itched for a new challenge. I bought a deer tag, plotted a trip, and drove out to a unit that I'd never hunted before. The area was beautiful. Sprawling wilderness, edged with thick pines and winding ridges. A place that felt untouched, isolated. I found a good spot a few miles off the main road, far enough from any other hunters, and set up my camp. I spent the afternoon gathering wood, making a fire pit, and readying my gear. The quiet of that place just settled over me, almost like I was inside a library. Not long before sunset, a pickup truck rattled down the dirt road nearby. Two guys inside, both dressed in camo, slowed to a crawl when they spotted me. One leaned out the passenger side, gave me a quick once-over. "First day?" he asked me. I nodded. "First time, I guess. Figured I'd try my luck." The driver grinned, adjusting his grip on the wheel. "It's a pretty good spot. Lots of deer up in these ridges, especially near the old fire break. You camping out?" "Yeah, in for the long weekend." They glanced at one another. The passenger scratched his cheek, hesitating. "Just so you know, man, there's been somebody messing around out here. Some guy with a drone. Flies it low and chases off all the animals. It's kind of a real pain in the ass." I frowned. "A drone?" "Yeah, pretty big one too, not some cheap Walmart thing. This thing's got a serious light on it. Damn near blinded us the first night we were out here. Been out here 2 days now, and we've seen it twice. No idea what the hell he's doing." The driver just then shook his head. "Just be careful. If you see anybody that ain't hunting, maybe get a plate number. Let the rangers know. Anyways, good luck to you, buddy." Then they pulled off, their tires kicking up a fine layer of dust. I stood there for a moment, listening to the wind moving through the trees, the distant call of some bird I couldn't name. A drone. The idea of it just rubbed me the wrong way, felt completely out of place out here. But I wasn't about to let some jackass with a remote control ruin this trip for me. I finished setting up, got a fire going, and let the night just settle in around me. The stars came out sharp and clear. I sipped at my beer, feeling the cold bleed into my fingers. The fire cracked, sending embers spiraling up into the black. For the first time in quite a while, I felt at ease. But I had no idea what was waiting for me inside those woods. I woke up a little before my alarm, heart racing for some reason, like my body knew something was coming long before my brain could even catch up. The cold bit at my exposed skin as I peeled the sleeping bag down, my breath fogging in the air. The tent walls barely rustled. No wind, no movement outside. That stillness pressed down on me, heavy and inviting. I hesitated briefly before unzipping the tent flap and continued to listen, but I didn't hear anything. I slid into my gear, fingers clumsy from the cold. Each of my movements felt really sluggish, like I was underwater. My mind kept circling back to what those men said yesterday, the drone, somebody flying low, scaring off the animals, or something. I shook it off though and shouldered my rifle. No point in working myself up before I got into position. This was just another hunt. I stepped out into that pre-dawn dark, headlamp flicked on, its beam barely even cutting through the trees. My breath was coming out in ragged puffs as I started moving. The only sound was the crunch of frost underneath my boots. It was beyond quiet, like really quiet, uncomfortably quiet. I kept my pace steady and followed the sloping ground. My plan was pretty simple: get into position before sunrise, set up near the ridgeline, and wait. Darkness pressed in around me, thick and absolute. Honestly, my headlamp felt kind of useless. Its glow was being swallowed up by the night completely. Every snap of branch beneath my feet seemed to make me flinch. Out of nowhere, I hear this whooshing sound. I stopped. That wasn't the wind, and that wasn't an animal. It had this like mechanical edge to it, rhythmic, like something massive moving through the air. The hair on the back of my neck rose up. I flicked off my headlamp. The darkness had now swallowed me whole. The noise grew, a steady droning hum layered beneath it, deep and vibrating through the trees.
My stomach then twisted. Wasn't natural. I dropped into a crouch, pressing myself against the base of this thick tree. My hands were ice cold around my rifle stock, slick with sweat despite the freezing air around me. I held my breath and listened. Then the noise just passed overhead. A massive rush of displaced air swept through the trees, rattling dead branches, sending a frozen shiver through the ground itself. It felt big, bigger than anything I could see, a shadow against the stars. It then banked hard and circled back. I pressed myself lower, pulse hammering. It was looking for something, looking for me. Then a light came on. A beam of white so intense it burned into my vision, stabbing straight down in a perfect unmoving pillar. It didn't flicker, it didn't waver. It cut through the forest like a scalpel, dissecting the darkness itself. I didn't move. I couldn't. The light passed over a stretch of ground 20 feet away, and my skin crawled as I watched it. This wasn't just some normal illumination. It felt solid, invasive, like it was peeling back the world itself. Then I had a horrible thought. What happens if that light touches me? I realized we're both hunters, and whatever this was now hunting me. At least it felt that way. The light started moving again, slowly sweeping side to side, searching. I held my breath, chest locked up, muscles screaming at me to run, but my mind would not let me. If I moved too soon, if I made a sound. Another noise clicked through the trees, and not from the drone, it was something else. A sharp chittering vibration like cicada wings rattling at an unnatural frequency. My blood then went cold. Whatever it was close. It had to be maybe 15 yards away. This forest wasn't empty. Something was out there. Something with me. The beam inched towards my hiding spot. 10 feet, 8, 5. My hands locked around my rifle. I was running out of time. I couldn't let that light touch me. That clicking sound was getting louder. I shifted and brung my rifle up. The second my finger found the trigger, I made a decision. I fired. The shot exploded through the trees, a deafening crack that echoed off the ridgeline. The recoil slammed into my shoulder, but I didn't stop to think about it. My eyes were locked onto that craft, watching for any reaction. It hit. I didn't hear metal. I didn't hear the sharp clang of a bullet against machinery. The impact was dull, like striking something soft, something that shouldn't be soft. The light then snapped off and darkness crashed back in. The humming then turned erratic, shifting in pitch, cycling through strange mechanical tones. The craft wobbled, tilting widely from side to side like whatever controlled it was struggling to regain balance. Then, without another warning, it blasted off, vanishing in the trees in a blur of movement. It didn't make sense. Nothing about this made any sense. But the worst part, the clicking sound didn't stop. It was still out there and getting closer. I still couldn't see it, and I don't know if I wanted to see it. My gut screamed at me to move, to get the hell out of there before it got any closer to me. But the forest was now dead silent. Whatever was out there was waiting, watching. I turned and ran. Every step sent jolts of pain up my legs, my breath coming fast and ragged. I didn't care though. I needed to get back to camp, and I didn't look back. I didn't want to see what was behind me. I didn't stop running until my boots hit that familiar crunch of leaves near my campsite. I was exhausted, chest burning. The fire was still smoldering, a thin ribbon of smoke curling up into the night sky. My tent stood there, undisturbed, my gear untouched. For a long while, I just stood there, rifle still clutched tightly, ears straining for any more sign of movement in the trees around me. The only sound was the distant whistle of the wind through the branches. No clicking, no humming, no nothing. I exhaled, forcing my shoulders to relax. I was on edge, paranoid, But I told myself it was just my nerves playing tricks on me. The mind does a lot of funny things when you're in the dark. I moved toward my fire pit, crouching to stir the embers back to life. The warmth helped. The glow felt safe. It anchored me back to reality. By the time I crawled into my sleeping bag, exhaustion had hit me like a freight train. My body was aching, every muscle tight from sprinting through those woods. I lay still, listening to the morning. The familiar sounds of the forest returned, birds hooting in the distance, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. I was fine. Everything was okay. I told myself that over and over until sleep finally took me. I awoke in the afternoon, stiff and sore, but the morning's terror felt like a half-remembered dream. The woods around me were still. The sun was breaking through the branches in these golden patches. Birds chirped overhead. Normalcy had returned. I spent the rest of that day just hanging around camp, prepping dinner and getting back to normal. By evening, I was 6 beers deep and content as I could be, ready to try to hunt again the next day. I turned in and woke up before the alarm once more. I packed light, shouldered my rifle as I headed out for the second time that next morning. The air was now cold and crisp, refreshing. My nerves had settled. I even felt a little foolish about how I acted last night. Still, I found myself glancing at the treetops every few seconds. The morning passed in silence. Hours slipped by, and just as I was beginning to consider calling it quits, I caught movement in the brush. A buck, big, with a thick winter coat and an impressive rack of antlers. It stepped into view, cautiously sniffing at the air. I held my breath and steadied my rifle. The shot rang out, echoed through the trees. The buck stumbled, then collapsed. A clean kill. Relief washed over me. That was it. That's why I came out here, to hunt, to be alone in nature, to experience the quiet simplicity of the woods. And yet, as I climbed down and approached it, this prickle crawled up my spine. The forest had gone silent again. No birds, no wind, just stillness. Then, far off in the distance, that same low hum vibrated through the trees. It was faint, almost indistinguishable. I didn't even look. I didn't want to. Instead, I hauled the buck onto my sled, my movements now quicker. I told myself, again, you're just being paranoid. It was probably a distant plane, maybe even a generator from some cabin miles away. Still, I found myself wasting no time packing up camp. By midday, I was back in my truck, buck secured, gear stowed. The sky was bright and clear, without a cloud in sight. And yet, just as I slid behind the wheel, gripping that cold steering wheel once more, I swore I heard that sound again. A single, sharp click somewhere behind me. I didn't turn around, but I did keep hearing it, and I couldn't place the sound. I started the truck and just drove. I don't think I'd ever told anybody about that night. The buck was processed and the meat was stocked in my freezer. I told buddies about the hunt, about the shot, and about the peacefulness of the woods, but I left out everything else. What the hell was I supposed to say? E.T. came to mess with me on my solo hunting trip? I think the trippiest part, at least to me, was those other hunters. They were the ones who told me about it, had clearly seen it. They called it a drone, but as I explained, this thing was huge. There was no way somebody was flying it with a remote, and if they were, it was the government. These guys just passed it off like it was nothing. Maybe they were drinking a lot that night. Whatever the case, I skipped the unit for the rest of my hunting career and stuck to places that I knew. Ten years ago, I was trying to get my life back on track.
I kind of had been this real big piece of shit before that. Drinking far too much, hanging out with the wrong kind of people, making choices that left me with nothing but regrets and a string of broken relationships. But I was working on it. A year sober now, trying to be a better man, whatever the hell that meant. That fall, I got invited on a hunting trip with a group of guys from town. Most of them were a lot older than me. I'd never been invited on anything like this before, especially back when I was unreliable, showing up to things late, drunk, or not at all. They called it a men's trip, just a week out in the woods, no wives, no kids, just hunting, drinking, and bullshitting around a fire. I didn't have a hunting permit, and I wasn't about to test my luck with the law, so I signed on as a camp squire, which was basically this fancy way of saying I was there to keep the fire going, gather wood, cook meals, and keep raccoons out of the food. A couple of other guys were camp squires too, but I was the only sober one. We set up camp in a clearing deep in the woods, miles from anything. So if something happened, you better hope you could walk out on your own because nobody was coming to help you. It was beautiful though, golden leaves still clinging to the trees, crisp air but not freezing, the smell of damp earth and wood smoke. It was refreshing, and those first few days were totally fine. The hunters would take off before dawn, leaving me and the other squires to sit around camp, drinking coffee and bullshitting until it was time to start breakfast. They'd come back throughout the day to eat, tired and stinking of sweat and gunpowder. We'd eat and drink by the fire until everybody stumbled off into their own individual tents. Sometimes the other squires would go with the hunters for a session through the woods, but I always chose to just stay at camp. I looked at it as kind of meditating. I liked it, mostly. It was quiet, gave me time to think, but I kind of prefer and spent a lot of my time alone. One of the other squires, Dallas, this younger guy in his early 20s, usually went out tracking with the hunters. The other guy, Ed, who was kind of a lazy drunk, spent most of the day passed out in a camping chair, the beer in his lap. But even then, he'd wander off with the hunters on some of the days. That left me alone a lot, which again, I did not mind. At least, not at first. After a few days though, there was just something about those woods. Some places just feel off, like something's watching, just out of sight. I just chalked it up to being alone a lot, and my brain playing some kind of trick on me. The morning in question started really like any other. Hunters left before dawn, voices low as they disappeared off into the trees. The dawn flickered off their rifles as they went, and soon enough, the forest had swallowed them whole. Ed, the oldest of the camp squires, cracked his first beer before the sun had even fully risen. He sat next to the fire, muttering about his ex-wife, occasionally belching loud enough to scare off birds. Dallas, on the other hand, lingered near the tents, stretching out his legs and rolling his shoulders like he was prepping for something. I think I'm gonna sit out today, he said, kicking a log onto the fire. Way too much hiking yesterday, my legs are shot. I just nodded. I didn't believe him. The kid was built like a damn athlete. Strong legs, broad shoulders, energy that made you think he would never really sit still. But if he wanted to stay behind, that's his business. I kept busy, making sure the fire was steady, chopping wood and reorganizing the supplies. The wind carried the scent of damp pine needles and distant wood smoke. I looked over and Ed had passed out in his folding chair, head tipped back, mouth wide open. By noon, Dallas was shifting in his seat, bouncing his knee and spinning his knife in his fingers. Man, not gonna lie, this is boring as hell, he muttered. Well, welcome to being a camp bitch, I said. I'm gonna hit the creek, he decided, standing and stretching. Couple of miles west, right? Shouldn't take me long. I'll bring back some fish for dinner. I shrugged. All right, just don't get lost. He grinned and then grabbed this small tackle box, disappearing off into the trees, whistling something off tune. That left me alone with Ed, who was barely breathing in his drunken slouch. I finished stacking up the wood and checked on the food supply, finally deciding to take a little bit of a break.
The hammock that we'd strung between two pines looked far too inviting to ignore. I climbed in, let my body sink into the fabric, and closed my eyes. Somewhere in the haze of my light sleep, I heard something. Footsteps, soft and light, coming from the southwest, the direction of the creek. Dallas. Had to be. "Catch anything?" I called, voice still heavy with sleep. Silence. I opened my eyes just a slit. The trees swayed lazily in the afternoon breeze. The fire crackled, and the footsteps kept coming slow and steady, leaves crunching underfoot, methodical, unhurried. Dallas?" I called out again. Still no response. A strange feeling then settled in my gut. I wasn't sure why, just something about those footsteps felt wrong. They weren't accompanied by the usual rustling of somebody moving through the underbrush. They weren't shifting in a way that made sense. No pauses, no change in rhythm, just the same steady creeping approach. Okay, maybe it's an animal. Still, I didn't move. Or maybe Dallas was trying to mess with me, creeping up on camp for some kind of dumb prank. And I wasn't about to give him the satisfaction of reacting to it. But then, something changed. The footsteps stopped right at the edge of my vision, and I could hear breathing, low, wet breaths, shallow and gross. My skin went cold, and slowly I turned my head. And it wasn't Dallas. A man stood near the food bins, bent slightly like he'd been about to pick something up. He was dressed in torn jeans and a stained white tank top. His arms were thick and dark, matted hair. His skin was sunburned and cracked, like old leather. His shoulders were broad but slouched. His posture somehow lazy and predatory at the same time. He was also covered in these cheap faded tattoos. His face, Jesus, his face was a mess. Teeth jutted out in all directions, some chipped and others just missing entirely. His lips were dry and peeling, and his nose was too small for his wide, uneven face. His eyes were really the worst part, deep set, shadowed, gleaming with something unreadable. Not curiosity, not confusion, but something else. Something that almost felt hungry. He was staring directly at me. I just stared back frozen, breath locked in my chest. My body was screaming at me to move, to grab my rifle, to yell, to do something. But all I did was lay there, trapped in that moment. Then, without another word, he turned around and walked slowly, straight into the trees. I scrambled out of my hammock so fast I nearly flipped it, foot catching in the netting. By the time I got upright, I didn't see him. Silence had now settled over the camp, a suffocating silence. I reached for the rifle as my hands were trembling. We came out here to shoot animals, not people. "Hey!" I called out. "You lost?" Nothing. I scanned the tree line. The wind had died down now, and the fire barely even crackled. The birds had stopped singing. I stood there, rifle in hand, scanning the trees, but there was nothing. Just the quiet, suffocating stillness of the woods. I took another step forward, then another, forcing myself toward that tree line where the man had vanished. "Hey!" I called out again. "You need something?" Still nothing. Ed grunted behind me, shifting in his sleep, but otherwise, the camp remained still. I knelt, touched the spot where he'd stood. The dirt was dry and packed hard, no prints and no sign of any disturbance, as if he'd never even been there at all. And then I heard a whisper. Not words, just the barest suggestion of breath moving through the trees, super faint, like something mimicking the sound of speech, like a kid would do. My head snapped towards the source, rifle raised. My eyes darted between the trunks through the shifting shadows, searching. Nothing though. Now I was really starting to feel stupid. Like maybe I was in fact imagining all of this. Maybe the lack of sleep was now catching up with me. But my gut was telling me otherwise. And then, just as I started to lower the rifle, crunch. A single footstep. Not deep in the trees and not far away. Close. It was right behind me. I spun hard, hammering. And it was Dallas, wandering up the trail from the creek. He had his tackle box, fishing rod, and backpack. And it was clearly him. He looked up at me after a second and waved, then went to holler a hello, and I just shook my head and waved him off, put a finger over my mouth. He got quiet and looked around before hurrying over to me. What's going on? I explained everything to him, watching Dallas's face slowly go through the motions of shock, disbelief, and finally, outright concern. He then came back with his own story. He thought he'd seen somebody watching him down by the river. He couldn't tell for sure though, but there looked to be somebody across the water staring at him that entire time he was down there. We both posted up and scanned the woods for an hour or so, both armed, totally silent, waiting to see if that man would return. When nothing moved, we got some of our nerves back, deciding to go out and investigate. Obviously, this guy was looking for something, right? Might have even taken something from us. We figured out eventually he took some of our salt, as well as a bunch of other seasonings, some fishing gear, and a box of ammo, and a knife sharpening block. Pretty average survivalist material. It told us whoever this guy was, he lived out here, or maybe squatted nearby. There was old homesteads around and cabin-style things in this area. Slowly, the hunters started returning through the afternoon, and we told them our story about what happened. Everybody seemed kind of spooked, so camp remained on high alert for the rest of the trip. Lots of lights, less drinking, and regular watchmen and patrols. If anyone got within 100 feet of our camp after that first incident, they must have been able to turn invisible because we never saw them. That guy just straight up vanished. Hunting has definitely always been my thing. Some folks get into it for the sport, the camaraderie, or even just the thrill of the chase, but for me, it's always been something deeper. The seasons, fall, winter, spring, each one had its own rhythm, its own time to be outdoors. My calendar revolved around it. Bird hunts in the early months, small game when the leaves turned, and the big ones, deer and elk, when the air crisped up and the days got shorter. Every so often, I'd throw in a predator hunt, bear, mountain lion, the ones that put a gnawing feeling in your gut as you hunt them, the kind that makes you wonder if you're being hunted instead. But it wasn't just those big hunts that kept me going. There was something about the quiet ones, the off-season, the trapping even. You'd be surprised how much you can learn about an area when you trap it. I didn't just do it to make a few bucks off the pelts, though of course I did that too. No, trapping kept me in the game. It gave me a reason to walk the land when others weren't out there. I tracked coyotes, foxes, badgers, even bobcats now and then. Every trap line taught me something about the wilderness, something people who just go out with a rifle or bow could never get. I became almost attuned to it, the smells, the sounds, the moods. You spend enough time outside, you start to recognize it almost like a person itself. I wasn't just some weekend warrior. I didn't just dabble in the mountain man lifestyle. This was who I am. This was my world. The call of the woods, the pulse of the forest, the grind of boots on dirt. I knew it all. So when the opportunity came to check my traps, I made sure that I was out there. Some of the lines were closer to home, in the foothills where I could drive up and park. But my favorite spot was the ravine, deep in the canyon where the spring fed into the creek. It was wild out there, untouched, even in these days of overhunted land. The animals seemed to sense it too, the way they'd come and go, never overstaying their welcome. but always leaving behind something to let you know they've been out there. I love the challenge, the unpredictability, and damn it, the solitude. I'd set up my traps at the start of the week, making sure the wind was right and the bait was fresh. A few days had passed since then, so it was time to check them. Nothing fancy, just a hike down the old trail that I've carved out over the years. Each step familiar, each sound sharp and clear in the stillness. I had a feeling today would be no different. Maybe I'd find a fox or a coyote, something small to keep me busy for a few hours. I took my rifle, not expecting to need it, but never leaving it behind. You never know what might be lurking out there. Even after all these years, you learn quickly not to trust that quiet. I started at the top of the ravine, where the old trail led down into the basin. The spring was a couple of miles in, but the traps weren't too far out. I moved with purpose, methodically checking each and every one. But the results were the same as most of my checks this time of the year. Nothing. No sign of any animal. The traps were undisturbed, bait untouched. I expected it, but still, it annoyed me. The land isn't barren, so why the hell was it so quiet? I reset a few of the traps and moved on, hoping for better luck as I descended into the heart of the canyon. When I reached that first loop where I set up for the day, things started to look a little more promising. One of the traps was triggered. I knelt beside it, a flicker of hope rising up in my chest. I pulled the trap open. Nothing. Bait was gone and stolen, but the animal, whatever it was, had escaped without getting caught. Some small game, maybe a squirrel or a rabbit, had to be. The scent of fresh meat in the bait had probably let it in, and must have been small enough to grab it and bolt without triggering the mechanism. I reset the trap, fingers moving automatically as I continued on. The next few traps yielded the same results. Bait gone, no animals. Frustrating, but again not uncommon. It was when I reached the last of the traps, the ones that lay deep at the foot of the ravine, that things took a turn, and I saw it immediately. One of the traps was laying on its side, twisted and bent in a way that it shouldn't have been. The metal bars were pulled apart. Someone or something had torn it open. My stomach twisted, a strange unease crawling up my spine. There was something wrong about the way it was bent, like the metal wasn't just forced open, but manipulated. And then I saw the blood. There were streaks of it smeared across the dirt and the grass, leading away from the trap. But it wasn't just blood, there was pieces of what looked like clothing. Children's clothing. Small scraps of fabric caught in the jagged teeth of the trap. I crouched down and felt the hairs on the back of my neck prickle up. I thought about the stories I'd heard year-round about that missing kid, the one who'd wandered off into these very woods, never to be found. The police had never found anything, but the whispers around town never really died down. A boy barely 8 years old. It couldn't be him, could it? I took out my phone and snapped a few pictures of the trap, the blood, and the pieces of clothing. The thought of a child out here, possibly trapped in the woods. I've been hunting for years. The thought made my stomach churn. I didn't want to think about it, but the idea of a lost, starving kid out here eating what I'd left in these traps, it kept creeping back into my mind. Against my better judgment, I followed the trail. The footprints were so small, unmistakably those of a child, barefoot. The prints led off into the forest, toward the darker part of the canyon, where the trees closed in tight, and sunlight barely even touched the forest floor. I had no idea why I kept walking, why I ignored the voice in my head telling me to turn around and call it in. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was just a fear, the creeping dread that something isn't right, and I couldn't just walk away from it. The tracks weren't consistent either, and the further I went, the harder it became to follow them. The forest was very dense out here, thick trees and brush. The air was even growing colder the deeper I went. My heart started to thud so loud in my chest. I hadn't planned out being here this long. My truck was now a good few miles away, parked up by the trailhead. What happens if this is some kind of sick joke? a twisted game played by whoever or whatever and had been messing with my traps. The thought of somebody watching me, hidden in the thick woods, made my skin crawl, but I continued following the tracks. I pushed on, feet crunching in the underbrush, every sound amplified by the eerie quiet around me. It wasn't long before the trees grew so close together that they blocked out the light almost entirely. The forest was dark now. Every so often I'd stop and listen, but all I could hear was my own pulse roaring in my ears. And then the tracks, they just stopped. I looked around trying to make sense of it, but there was no sign of the child or sign of anything. The ground was undisturbed, trees unbroken. Something's definitely wrong. I stood there for a moment, frozen, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was a silly thought, but I could not help it. I waited around for another minute, then another, but the silence just stretched on. The longer I stayed, the more uneasy I became. I had to get back to the truck. The sun was fading fast. I had no business being this deep in the canyon after dark. As I turned to leave, I heard it, a faint rustling in the trees behind me. I spun around. Nothing. I didn't waste any time turning back though. My legs felt heavy and my boots were sinking deeper into the soft earth as I scrambled up that ravine, each step pushing me further into darkness. The trees seemed to be so close and tight with every step, their long twisted branches reaching down death's hand. The air felt colder now, the scent of damp earth mixed with the faint tang of decay that I hadn't noticed earlier. My pace was quickened. Every snap of a twig underfoot made me freeze, ears straining for more sounds that I couldn't quite place. I'm not sure exactly how far I'd walked, but the trees were growing thinner, and soon I spotted that jagged rock outcropping that marked the beginning of the more familiar part of the canyon. Relief flooded over me. I knew once I reached that rock, I'd be close to the trail, and ultimately, my truck. But as I approached it, something else caught my eye. A pile of discarded items, mostly strewn across the ground. Some old plastic bins, a ratty blanket, a few broken toys. None of it made sense. Why the hell would a child, alone presumably, be out here with all this junk? The toys were so worn and dirty, like they'd been out here for months. I think it was the blanket that unnerved me the most. The edges were just so frayed, fabric torn. It looked like it had been dragged around, used for shelter or for warmth. I stepped closer, my pulse picking up. And then I heard it, faint at first but unmistakable. A voice, a holler from deeper in the canyon. I froze. It wasn't a cry for help, but like literally a holler, like somebody calling out. It came from somewhere beyond the rock outcropping, from the direction that I'd just come from. My heart skipped a beat. The hell's down there? I'd passed through that area and I didn't see anybody. No sign of anyone. But that voice was very real. It carried through the trees, deep and muffled. Somebody shouting from far away. It wasn't the cry of a lost child. It sounded like a man. I didn't think anymore. I just ran. I pushed myself harder and faster. I couldn't stop. I had to get out of here. The trailhead finally came into view just up ahead. I could see my truck, a faint outline in the low light, parked off in the distance. As I neared it, I pulled my phone out from my pocket, hands shaking as I dialed the local sheriff's office. I didn't even care about the noise of my breathing or the way my heart was pounding in my chest. I just needed to get the hell out of here. The dispatcher answered pretty quickly. Her voice was calm, but I could barely make any sense of my own words. I told her about what I'd found, the trap, the clothing, the toys, and then the voice. She asked if I'd seen anything else, and I told her no. Honestly, I didn't really know what I'd seen, but I knew I wasn't staying out there to figure it out. The call ended as I slid back into the driver's seat, slamming the door behind me. My hands were slick with sweat as I turned the ignition and headed back towards the main road. It wasn't until I was driving away,
that I allowed myself to really breathe again. The weight that had been on my chest seemed to lift now, but not entirely. I knew something wasn't right, and I knew I hadn't seen the last of whatever was out there. I'd say around a week later, I heard back from the sheriff's department. I really wasn't expecting a call, so when the deputy introduced himself, I was caught off guard and surprised. He'd been briefed about the report, and apparently, there had been more incidents in that same area, missing persons, unexplained sightings. It seemed that I wasn't the only one who found something strange in those woods. The deputy asked me again for a formal statement, which I gave to him without hesitation. He told me they were still investigating, still trying to figure out what was happening. He said there'd been a lot of reports of strange noises, sightings of people out there, and a disappearance that had little to no leads. I don't really know how much of it I believe, but I told him about everything that I saw, the clothes, the toys, the voice. But even as I spoke, something gnawed at me. The deputy had told me there was no new developments, and it seemed like every time somebody went out into those woods, they came back with more questions than answers. It was a strange and bizarre experience, a very weird follow-up, and ultimately, zero breakthroughs. No one has an answer for whatever might be going on out there. I moved my traps to a different spot, well away from that canyon, and let the state authorities handle it from there.
I used to do a lot of traveling for work when I was younger. Nothing glamorous, just a consulting job that had me bouncing all over the country, sometimes for weeks at a time. Most of the gigs were within driving distance, easy enough, but occasionally I'd get sent states away, too far to drive in one stretch, so I'd have to fly in, rent a car, and drive that last leg to whatever site they needed me at. It wasn't a bad setup. The company paid for pretty much everything: flights, rental cars, hotel stays, even per diem. Most of the time the trips were uneventful, just long stretches of open road, bad diner coffee, and cheap motel beds. But there is one of those trips, one that still sticks with me. It started out pretty much like any other job, a last-minute call from my boss. An emergency consultation 2 states over. The money was too good to turn down, so here I am packing up a bag, catching the first flight out, and landed just past noon. The rental car was ready and waiting. A nondescript gray sedan, perfectly average. No weird smells, no dents, a good sign at least. I hit the highway right away, wanting to get this job over with as quickly as possible. The drive wasn't terrible. Wide open road, light traffic, the kind of trip where you set the cruise control and just let your mind wander. About an hour in, I pulled up in this small town. Nothing more than a few gas stations, a diner, and some rundown houses on the outskirts. I fueled up, grabbed a burger from the diner, and then quickly got back on the road. At this point, I had about 50 miles left. Just another hour, maybe less, before I'd be checking into the hotel and finally getting to crash for the night. And that's when I noticed him. At first, I really genuinely thought my eyes were playing some kind of trick on me. A figure up ahead, barely visible in the heat haze rolling off the pavement. As I got closer though, I realized it was a man, walking along the shoulder of the highway. No cars around, no houses, just endless empty fields stretching out for miles. I slowed down as I passed him, instincts kicking in. He wasn't hitchhiking. He wasn't even looking at the road. He was stumbling, his body moving like a robot, his head lolling forward, arms hanging limp at his sides. And something about him just didn't sit right with me. I drove past, watching him in my rearview mirror. He barely even seemed aware of where he was. His steps were uneven, his mouth moving like he was talking to somebody that I couldn't see. So I just kept driving. Then, maybe half a mile later, I found myself easing off the gas. Something was gnawing at me. What if this guy was in trouble? Some kind of medical emergency, a diabetic crash, a heat stroke. I couldn't just leave him out there. I've had family members that had episodes like that before. That kind of thing could happen to anybody at any moment. I wanted to do what I hoped others might do for my family members. So I sighed and gripped the wheel. I took the next turnaround, looping back onto the highway in the opposite direction. My headlights cut through the dimming sky, and the sun was beginning its slow descent behind the horizon. The road was mostly empty now, the random traffic thinning out, leaving only the occasional blur of headlights off in the distance. The further I drove, the quieter everything seemed to get, like the world was a purgatory. As I neared the stretch of road where I'd saw that man, my stomach clenched. I slowed slightly, scanning the shoulder. There. He was still walking, still staggering. From this angle, I could see him a lot more clearly. His clothes were filthy. His jeans were stiff with dark stains. Mud, maybe? But something about it all just felt off. His short was torn. One sleeve was missing entirely, exposing a thin, bony arm. His posture was very unnatural, almost limp, like his body was moving on autopilot. And he was still talking, muttering to himself in a frantic, erratic rhythm, words coming out 3 at a time. His lips moved far too fast, like his mouth couldn't keep up with whatever his brain was spewing out. I swallowed. Again, I thought to myself, something about this isn't right. I passed him again, my grip tightening on the wheel. The guy needed help, there's no doubt about that. But the hairs on the back of my neck were standing on end, every nerve in my body screaming at me to just keep driving. But I didn't. I found another turnaround a mile down the road and looped back once more. The guy hadn't fallen. He hadn't collapsed, but he looked worse now. His steps were even slower, dragging, like whatever had been fueling him was slowly running out. His head was bobbing and then it snapped up again, as if he were fighting sleep. I pulled onto the shoulder 20 feet behind him, tires crunching on loose gravel as I threw the car into park, leaving the engine running. For a brief moment, I just sat there, watching him. The man kept moving forward, oblivious to the sound of my car. Again, the way he moved, it wasn't good. His feet barely were lifting off the ground, knees locking with every single step. I slowly cracked the window. "Hey buddy, you okay?" I got no response, not even a twitch. I hesitated, then popped the door open, stepping out onto the asphalt. The heat of the road radiated through my shoes, the thick, humid air wrapping around me. Despite it being in the afternoon, this was the summertime in the Midwest, plenty of heat left in the air. I took a cautious step forward. "Hey, man, do you need any help?" The guy then stopped walking, just stopped. He didn't turn though, and didn't move anymore. Every muscle in my body went rigid. Maybe I had misjudged this. I opened up my mouth to speak again, but the words were caught in my throat. My pulse was pounding in my ears. Something was wrong. I could feel it. Then in this single jerky motion, the man turned. His head snapped toward me so fast it looked painful. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, pupils so dilated they nearly swallowed the irises. His mouth twitched, lips pulling back to reveal teeth too clenched to be talking, but he was. He was still muttering, the words bubbling up in this frantic, breathless burst. I took another step back. "Hey, I can call somebody for you if you want." The moment the words left my mouth, his arm jerked towards his waist. I saw a flash of silver, a box cutter. The sight of that blade sent a jolt of adrenaline straight through me. Whoa, I threw my hands up, heart slamming against my lungs. I'm just trying to... He lunged at me. I barely had enough time to react before the razor sliced through my forearm, a burning shock of pain blooming in its wake. Blood spilled down my arm and fell away to the road below. Shit! I stumbled back and clutched my arm. Warm blood seeped through my fingers, thick enough to scare me. Was I really about to bleed out on the side of the highway? The guy didn't hesitate. He didn't speak. He just came at me again, swinging the blade in these erratic arcs. His breath rasped through his teeth. His eyes were unfocused, like he wasn't even seeing me, like he was somewhere else entirely, as if he was fighting people who weren't really there. I backpedaled and barely dodged another wild swing. I screamed at him to stop. My voice was raw, edged with panic. He didn't care. He didn't even acknowledge my words. The blade ran up and down my arms a few more times as I kept it in front of me to prevent any damage to my face or my torso. I tried to move faster, but my heel got caught on the uneven pavement, and I went down hard. My palm scraped against the asphalt, pain jolting up my wrist. He was on me in a second. That blade slashed downward. I twisted, the razor catching the edge of my shirt and tearing through the fabric and flesh. I was opened up in at least 5 different places, and I really needed to create some distance. I kicked out, my foot connecting with his knee as hard as I could, but it wasn't enough to knock him down, but enough to make him pause. I scrambled back and pushed off the ground, but my limbs felt slow, sluggish. The heat, the blood loss, the panic, it was all crashing down at once. He twitched. His lips were moving faster now, words spilling from his mouth in this desperate, trembling whisper. The keys. My stomach dropped. He wasn't attacking me. He wanted my car. The fucking keys, he spat. His fingers tightened around the box cutter. I need the fucking keys. I forced my legs to move and bolted for my car. Behind me, he shrieked, this inhuman, strangled kind of sound. I couldn't tell if this dude was high or just out of his mind, but the sudden clarity of his speech really freaked me out. It reminded me of some kind of possession story. I reached the car, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside. My hands fumbled for the lock. It was too late, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. My hands were too slick with blood to be able to lock it anyway. He slammed into the side of the car, rattling it with his weight. His fingers were clawing at the handle, yanking, slamming. His face was twisted with fury. The keys! He screamed again. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine quickly roared to life. I didn't think, I didn't look, just threw it into drive and floored it. The tires screeched against the pavement, car fishtailing before rocketing forward. In the rearview mirror, I saw him stumble back, his body heaving. That blade was still clutched in his shaking hand, his mouth still moving, still whispering whatever the hell else he was saying. Then he turned and just started walking again, like nothing had even just happened. I barely registered the pain, the burning fire in my arms from where that box cutter had sliced me open. My hands were still slick with blood, knuckles white from the force of my grip on the wheel. The car fishtailed as I swerved back onto the highway, tires screeching. My attacker's screams faded behind me, swallowed by the roar of the wind and the hum of the asphalt. I fumbled for my phone with shaking hands, nearly dropping it before managing to hit the emergency number. 911, what's your emergency? My voice was barely even working. I was just attacked. A man on the highway. He had a knife, a razor. He tried to carjack me. I think I'm bleeding a lot. Sir, I need you to stay calm. Where are you right now? I forced my eyes to focus on the road signs whipping past me. Highway 82, about 10 miles east of Barstow, heading west. I don't know if he's still back there or if he... I swallowed. My throat was dry as sandpaper. Sir, you need to listen to me. You need medical attention. There's a hospital in the next town over, about 15 miles from your location. Keep driving. Do not stop for any reason. Officers are being dispatched now. 15 miles. That felt like a lifetime. I pressed the gas, foot shaking. The car felt too small, too exposed. Like at any moment I could see movement in my mirror, see that man again, impossibly fast running toward me. The highway stretched into darkness ahead, but every passing shadow continued to make my pulse jump. I kept waiting for headlights behind me to flick on with no movement, for a pair of wild darting eyes to appear in the rear view, but there was nothing. By the time I reached that next town, my vision had started to blur. The loss of blood, the shock, it was catching up to me fast. I followed the GPS's mechanical voice, taking the exit and cutting through the quiet streets until I saw the glowing emergency sign right up ahead. I barely had the strength to throw in the car into park before fumbling out, legs nearly giving out as I staggered towards the entrance. The nurse at the front desk took one look at me and shouted for help. Within seconds, I was being rushed down a hallway, voices talking over me, hands pressing against my arms, the sting of antiseptic making me wince. My mind swam in and out of focus, the fluorescent lights above me flickering like strobes. "Stay with me," somebody said. I forced my eyes open. The nurse, her expression tight and concerned. "You're very lucky. These aren't deep, but you'll need stitches. Can you tell me what happened?" I tried to speak, but the words were stuck in my throat. I must have blacked out for a while because the next thing I knew, I was lying in a hospital bed, arms bandaged up, and a dull ache pulsing beneath the gauze. I blinked. My mind was still groggy. The beeping of the heart monitor was the only sound in the room. I then heard muffled voices just outside my door. A cop. "Yeah, he attacked the responding officers," one of them said. "Came at him with a blade. They had no choice." A pause. "He's dead?" A cold wave rolled through me. I turned my head towards the doorway, listening as the officers continued to talk. "Yeah, I don't know how long he was out there. No ID, no personal belongings. He wasn't from here, at least that we can tell. Drugs, mental illness, who knows? Maybe it was a death wish." Whatever the case, I felt like I could have been hurt way worse than I actually was, maybe even killed. And the scars on my arms remind me of that story every single day. I used to do a lot of regional driving for my job. I'm a college professor, literature, if that matters to anybody. And sometimes I'd get invited to speak at conferences, panels, lectures, that kind of thing. Most of the time, it was pretty routine. Drive a few hours, shake some hands, do the lecture, and then turn right back around. Boring and predictable, exactly what you'd expect. But every now and again, I'd get an assignment that would stick with me. A weird hotel clerk. I'd take a wrong turn into a town that looked like it hadn't seen a new resident since the Cold War. A guy on the highway who'd follow me for miles, flashing his lights, honking, only to disappear when I pulled into a gas station. Little things, odd things. But those were nothing like the trip that I took a few years back. That one was very different. One that still keeps me awake at night. It was a Friday in late October, gray skies, weather that made you feel like it was always 5 minutes from sundown. There was a lecture happening at the next college over, well, the next major one anyway. I'd say about 4 hours away. I remember that day clearly because everything was going so wrong before I even got on the road. I had a pile of essays to grade, an unexpected department meeting that ran over. And by the time I finally packed up and headed for my car, I was almost an hour behind schedule. Still, I told myself I'd be fine. The lecture would run late anyway, and even if I missed the opening, I could still make an appearance. I grabbed gas at the station just outside of town, packed up this sad excuse for dinner at a drive-thru, and then hit the highway. The drive itself was pretty forgettable. Long, flat roads, empty fields around me, the occasional cluster of trees. I had an audiobook playing, something about true crime, though now I can't remember which one. I kept my speed right at the edge of reckless, but there was barely anybody else on the road but me. By the time I reached campus, it was a little after 8. The sun was long gone. The parking lot a sea of orange streetlights and long shadows. I pulled into a spot near the back, checked my watch, and took a deep breath. Then I heard a distant rising noise, shouting, echoing between the buildings. I hesitated. College campuses are full of weirdness. Students protesting God knows what, people partying, doing whatever dumb things kids do when they're away from home for the first time. So I just assumed it was background noise. I grabbed my bag, locked the car, and started my walk. And that's when the first rock hit my shoulder. At first, I thought and assumed it was an accident, a stray pebble kicked up by the wind. Maybe some kid tossing rocks for no reason, but then another one hit me, and then another. These sharp little stings, pinging off my jeans and my coat. The shouts were swelling now, rising up from the quad in this ugly rolling wave that did not belong in a place like this. A noise of anger, of hunger. I turned and scanned the parking lot, my breath still curling up in the cold air. Shadows were moving between parked cars, darting and shifting, slipping in and out of the streetlight's glow. I caught flashes of motion, people running. A mass of figures surging out from the quad, 24, maybe 3, with more behind them, like this tidal wave gaining momentum. At first, I thought it was a riot, a real one, the kind you see on TV, some protest gone sideways, people taking advantage of the chaos, but they weren't looting, they weren't fighting one another, they were looking at me. "Cancel him!" somebody screamed. A whole group erupted, a chant, this raw guttural, like gnashing of teeth. "Cancel him! Cancel him!" I took a step back, confusion battling my fear. The hell are they on about? I wasn't famous. I didn't even post online that much. I was just some random professor. Then somebody threw a bottle. It missed, shattering against the pavement near my feet, sending up a spray of beer and broken glass. A second later, something else then hit my arm, not hard but solid. Another rock. I flinched, stepping backward, heart hammering now. This crowd was not stopping, they were getting closer. A wave of faces, some masked and some bare, all twisted with something primal. I turned for the entrance of the lecture hall. Locked. No. I yanked on the handle, rattling it hard, peering through the glass. The lobby was completely empty. The overhead fluorescent buzzing in sterile silence. No faculty, no security. A rock then smashed into my back, a lot harder this time, a sharp stinging bloom across my shoulder blade. I spun around, panic flaring hot in my chest. They were getting closer. Some had signs hastily scrawled, the cardboard warped from the cold. The words blurred in dim light, but I caught bits and pieces of it. Fascist scum, no platform for hate. Hate? The hell was this? I started moving, fast walking down the side of the building. There had to be some other entrance, a back door, something. The crowd just followed me. Footsteps were thundering behind me, a growing stampede. Then, a hand grabbed my coat and yanked me back. I twisted, retching free just as something wet and freezing splashed across my face. Milk, a full gallon of it, dumped right over my head. It burned, seeped into my eyes, my nose, making me cough. Then came the fists. One to my ribs, doubling me over, another to my jaw, sharp and flush, my teeth clacking together. My knees hit the pavement. The chanting had swallowed me whole now. Cancel him. Cancel him. I barely had time to register the hands grabbing me, pushing, shoving, yanking at my clothes. Something then tore. My coat? My backpack? I couldn't tell in the chaos. More voices overlapping now. A frenzied din. He's a Nazi. Don't let him escape. Don't let him leave. Shut him down. A boot caught my side, knocking me onto my back. My chest was heaving, stars exploding in my vision. I scrambled, crawling back across the pavement, my fingers scraping against the rough concrete. Hands grabbed for me once more, fingers clutching at my collar, my hair, then a voice, loud and commanding. Back the fuck up now! The hands then vanished and the mob recoiled. I blinked through the milk and the sweat stinging at my eyes. Campus security. 3 of them standing in a line, hands on their belt. The crowd hovered just feet away, seething, the air crackling with leftover violence. One of the guards stepped forward. Hey, you okay, sir? I tried to speak, but my throat was burning, my jaw throbbed where I'd been hit, and I managed to just nod. The mob surged forward again, voices boiling over. Why are you protecting him? He deserves this. One of the guards pulled something from his belt, a flashlight, so bright that I could feel the heat coming off of it, sweeping across the crowd. The rest then pulled batons. Disperse! Now, all of you! He barked. The mob just hesitated, this moment of tension stretching thin to a point of snapping. I got up, turned around, and ran. I'm not a fighter, and I'm not campus security. Hell, I've already missed the lecture. The only option that made sense for me at this point was just get the hell out of this nightmare. I stumbled throughout campus, head throbbing, vision swimming from the punches. My clothes were soaked through with milk, the sticky residue making my skin itch. I could barely even think straight, but one thought cut through the fog of my concussion. I have to get to my car. The roar of that mob had not died down. Behind me, voices still shouted and jeered. More projectiles whizzing past my head, clattering against the pavement. I turned a corner and nearly ran straight into a wall of bodies. More protesters, groups of them, moving in clusters like wild dogs. Some of them waved signs. Others just stood, eyes scanning the campus for anybody who looked like an outsider, like me. I ducked my head and veered off, cutting through a side pathway lined with dead bushes. My skull was throbbing. I literally felt like I was floating, moving without any control over any of my limbs. Ahead, I spotted something, dark uniforms, reflective patches, more campus security. Relief flooded through me as I staggered toward them, lifting a shaking hand. Help! I croaked out. I was attacked. The officer, this stocky man in his 40s, held up a hand. Stay back. I froze. Behind them, a line of security guards stood in formation, facing the protesters. A standoff. The crowd was shouting, their voices hoarse with rage. Another officer, a younger one, barely older than my students, glared at me. If you're part of the lecture, you need to leave campus immediately. It wasn't even there. My voice cracked. I just got here. They attacked me. I just need to get to my car. The older officer just sighed. Look, son, we're doing what we can, but it's bad tonight. They're really riled up. Best thing for you is to just get out of here. Go home. I stood just staring at him, barely comprehending. They beat me, I said, my voice weak. They threw things, hit me. He didn't look surprised, didn't even look concerned. I realized then that I'm not getting any help. I just turned away and stumbled past them. Find my car, get out. That's all that matters. The campus had turned into a battlefield. Students darted between buildings, some running, some chasing. The air stank of sweat and burned paper. I kept my head down, moving fast and ducking into the shadows when I needed to. My ears were still ringing from those punches, but my body was running on pure survival instinct now. At last, I spotted the parking lot, rows of cars gleaming under those lights. My breath caught. I picked up the pace, half running now. Then I saw the damage. My windows were smashed, side mirrors ripped off, spray-painted messages slashed across the hood and the doors. My gut twisted. I scanned the lot, heart hammering. Then, my car. The windshield was shattered. Glass littered the hood like ice, but other than that, the body was intact. The tires looked fine. I sprinted toward it, fumbling in my pocket for my keys. A fresh chorus of screams rose up behind me. I didn't look back. I knew what was coming. More figures were moving toward the parking lot, spilling out from between the buildings. They saw me. My fingers finally found the key fob. I jammed my thumb against the button, and my car let out a chirp. I wrenched the door open, dove inside, slammed it shut, just as the first protester reached the lot. More followed him. A crowd. They swarmed and surrounded my car, hands pounding against the windows. Somebody hurled something heavy at the side, making the whole frame shudder. I didn't think anymore, I just acted. I turned the key, and the engine roared to life. A girl in a beanie stepped in the front of the hood. Her mouth was moving. Was she screaming at me, threatening me? I couldn't hear. I didn't even focus. The others surged forward, blocking the exit lanes. I gripped the wheel. My pulse was pounding so hard I thought my veins were about to burst. They were not going to let me leave. So I made a choice. I slammed my foot on the gas, and the car lunged forward. The girl screamed and jumped aside. I rocketed past, speeding towards the exit. Bodies leapt out of the way, hands slapping at the windows, the roof. Someone pounded their fist against the back windshield, leaving this spiderweb crack. But they didn't stop me. I hit the street and peeled out. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away. Speeding down the highway, hands white-knuckling the wheel. My heart still hadn't slowed down and my whole body was trembling. I found the nearest police station, pulled into the lot and stumbled inside. The officer at the front desk looked up in surprise. I must have looked completely insane, soaked in milk, bruised, still gasping out for breath. "I need to report an attack," I said. By the end of the week, over 100 students were cited. The university was forced to pay out damages to dozens of victims, professors, speakers, even other students who got caught in the crossfire. But none of that really changed what had happened. None of it erased the memory. Even years later now, I can still feel it, that sick fear in my gut, the blind panic as I ran for my life. The way that crowd moved, like a single mind with thousands of bodies, their rage more powerful than the reason itself. I literally had done nothing wrong, but that didn't matter. I've been listening to Booze and Booze for over a year now, and I've wanted to submit my story for some time. It's taken me a lot of time to sit down and actually write it all out, but this happened to me a few years ago, and I never really have stopped thinking about it. I wish I could say it was just some weird experience, but the truth is, I think my sister and I literally almost died that night. We were on a road trip, just the two of us, heading from Vermont to Colorado. It was meant to be this spontaneous kind of thing. No set schedule, no solid plans, just driving, sightseeing, stopping whenever we felt like it. We had an old but reliable Honda CR-V, packed with snacks, road maps, and a playlist that we argued over constantly. At first, it was so fun. Just the open road, the occasional truck stop, the endless stretch of American nothingness. It all changed somewhere around the halfway point though. We got a little lost, not too bad, just enough that we needed to backtrack and reroute. No big deal, I thought. We got plenty of gas and We weren't again on any kind of deadline. Our phones had pretty bad signal, so we were relying on an old paper map that we had stuffed inside the glove compartment. We followed a series of quiet back roads, winding past long stretches of farmland and empty fields. We hadn't seen another car for miles. Eventually, we ended up inside this small town called Dupree. Calling it a town feels kind of generous. It was more like a handful of buildings huddled together in the middle of nowhere, where the only open businesses were a gas station and a single diner with the flickering neon lights. The streets were eerily quiet. The houses were dark. No movement, no people, just this unsettling emptiness. We weren't sure if we should stop for the night or continue to press on, but I remember my sister saying, "Let's just go for another hour or two. We can make it to the next town." So we pulled into the gas station, topped off the tank, grabbed a few snacks, and then hit the road again. And that's when we saw him. There was a truck parked at one of the pumps, a rusted out behemoth that looked like it had been on the road for decades. A man stood nearby, not pumping gas, just kind of lingering. At first, I didn't think much of it, but as we got out of the car, he turned slightly, like he'd been watching us the entire time. His clothes were super dirty. His hair was long and unkempt. He wasn't buying anything. He wasn't going inside. He was just standing there, shifting from foot to foot. Something about him was weird. I felt that prickle of unease, but ignored it. We needed to get gas and snacks, 5 minutes tops, and then we're back on the road. I had no idea those 5 minutes were the beginning of something so much worse. Inside the gas station, the air was burnt coffee and old cleaning solution. It was one of those places that felt like it was frozen in time. Dusty racks of expired candy, half-faded bulletin boards covered in curling business cards. My sister Claire wandered through the coolers while I grabbed a couple of granola bars and a bowl of water. The cashier, a tired-looking man in his 40s, barely even glanced at us as we moved through the aisles. Claire was debating between two flavors of chips when the bell above the door jingled. I turned, even though I knew who it was already. The guy from outside. He stepped inside, moving slowly, like he had all the time in the world. Up close now, he was even worse. Greasy hair that hung in strings over his forehead, an unshaven face, and eyes that were too small for his broad, sunburned face. He had that look of somebody who'd been on the road far too long. Dusty jeans, stained flannel, boots caked in dry mud. And it wasn't just his appearance that was off-putting. It was his presence too. Something about him just felt evil. I know that's a lot to just feel off of somebody, but it's the best description that I can give you. He wasn't shopping, he wasn't getting gas, he was just there. I glanced over at Claire, and she met my eyes. She felt it too. I hurried to the register, sliding my snacks across the counter. Claire quickly followed, setting down a soda and a bag of chips. The cashier rang us up, barely even paying attention. I tried to keep my hand steady as I swiped my card. Behind us, the man was hovering near the coffee station. We grabbed our things and walked out the door. I don't know why I expected relief when we stepped out into the cool night air, but I did. And that feeling immediately vanished the second I saw our car. The guy's truck was now parked even closer, like he'd inched it forward while we were inside. Claire muttered, "Let's just go." We kept our pace steady, not rushing and not looking back, just walking like nothing was wrong, but I could feel the weight of his gaze. We almost reached the car when he spoke. "Hey." We both froze. I turned, already forcing this polite smile, already calculating the quickest way to get inside and drive away. He was standing near the gas pumps, hands in his pocket, posture loose and easy, like we were old friends. "How's it going?" Good," I said quickly. "Have a good night." I reached for the door handle, but he took a step forward. "You girls having any car trouble?" Something about the way he said that made my stomach clench. Claire beat me to it. Nope, we're all good. He nodded like he was thinking something over. Then, without another word, he turned and walked back toward his truck. We didn't wait. We climbed in and locked the doors, backed out of that lot as fast as we could, without looking too suspicious. Now on the road again, back on the interstate, heading for the next town, 75 miles away. I kept checking my mirrors. No headlights behind us, no sign of him. For a while, we relaxed. We broke into our snacks and turned up the radio, talked about everything but the man at the gas station. It wasn't until about 20 miles outside of Dupree that something went wrong. The first thing that we noticed was the radio. The volume flickered, dropping in and out. The dashboard lights dimmed, and then the headlights. A sudden blink like they'd been switched off and then back on. Claire cursed. What the hell was that? I didn't know. I checked the gas, the battery gauge. Everything seemed to be fine, but then just as quickly, all the lights went out. The dashboard, the interior, the headlights, pitch black. The road in front of us vanished. Shit, I hissed, gripping the wheel, slamming on the brakes. The car coasted to a stop on the side of the highway. We sat there, breathing hard, swallowed up by the dark. The only light source coming from the moon, casting this pale silver glow over the deserted road. Claire grabbed her phone. Of course, no service. I opened the glove compartment, yanking out the owner's manual. None of this made sense. A total electrical failure out of nowhere? What? Claire turned on her flashlight and aimed it at the manual. Check the fuse box, she said. Maybe it's just a loose... A sound, far off but getting closer. An engine. We both froze. Headlights appeared in the distance, cutting through the dark, growing larger and now brighter. Claire exhaled. Oh, thank God. Maybe they can help us. I wasn't so sure, though. The headlights approached us, slowing as they neared our stranded car. Then they cut off completely. I felt Claire's hand grip my arm, fingers digging in. The truck rolled to a stop, barely visible in the moonlight. A door creaked open and somebody got out with a flashlight. Then footsteps, slow and deliberate ones. The sound of gravel shifting. Then came a voice.
Car trouble?
I didn't want to turn my head, but I did. And there he was, the same man from the gas station. Claire inhaled sharply. No, we're fine. He took another step closer. You sure? He was smiling. I could see it in the dim light. I reached for the keys, turned them. Nothing, not even a click. The car was dead. The man then took another step, his boots scuffing against the gravel. Then, without a word, he lifted a hand and killed his flashlight. Darkness. I could hear him moving, circling the car. His footsteps were still slow. He was talking, but the words were far too quiet to understand. Then, something slammed against the back windshield, and Claire screamed. Another hit, dull, heavy. He was hitting the car with something, a branch, a pipe. I fumbled for my phone, shaking fingers dialing 911. No service still, but I kept calling, hoping the signal would catch. Another hit. This time it was against Claire's window, and the whole car shook. We have to go, Claire gasped out. Now! I turned the key again, knowing it wouldn't work, knowing the car roared to life. Every light came back on, and in that moment, I believed in God. I didn't question it. I didn't think. I slammed it into drive and floored the gas pedal. We peeled out onto the highway, tires screeching, the car fishtailing before it even caught traction. Behind us in the mirror, I saw him, standing in the middle of the road, holding this big branch, watching us go, even waving. Yeah, he was waving. I didn't slow down, I didn't stop, I just drove. Neither of us spoke. The headlights stayed on and the car ran perfectly fine, like nothing had ever even been wrong. 10 miles later, we saw the lights of the next town. I didn't stop driving until I reached the police station. It was small, just a squat brick building with one cruiser parked outside. The sign was flickering. Half the letters were burnt out, giving that whole place this abandoned feel. We stumbled inside, breathless, shaking, looking like complete lunatics. The officer at the front desk, a middle-aged, thick mustache man with this bored expression, straightened up when he saw us. "You girls okay?" Claire was the first to speak. "There's a man. He followed us. He was at the gas station, then on the road. Our car died and he was outside. He hit it. She broke off, voice cracking. The officer just held up a hand. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Just start from the beginning." And that's what we did. We told him everything. The gas station, the truck, the headlights going out, the pounding on the car, every single detail. He listened and nodded occasionally, but his expression didn't really change much. When we finished, he leaned back and exhaled through his nose. "This gas station," he said, "was it the one off Route 22, right before the Dupree cutoff?" I nodded. "Yeah, that's the one. Why?" He scratched his mustache and sighed. "Well, you're not the first ones to come in here with a story like this." My stomach turned to ice. "What?" Claire leaned forward. "What do you mean?" The officer hesitated and then stood, walked over to the filing cabinet. He then pulls out this folder, thick with reports, and set it upon the desk. "We've had incidents. Women, mostly travelers passing through. They stop at that gas station, they notice a man watching them, and then, boom, car trouble, just like you." Claire swallowed. "Who is he?" The officer just shook his head. "Well, that's the thing, we don't know." I felt like the floor was tilting. "What do you mean you don't know? You have reports right there, people have seen him. He drives a truck, Yes, I'm aware of how an investigation works," he said. "Look, ladies, we'll be in touch." And with that, we were escorted out, set off to find a hotel. We slept pretty awful that night. Eventually, we went back to the police department that next morning to try to get a follow-up. They'd gone out to where we had our incident, and there were no signs of anybody. Shocking, right? And we were told this would be an open investigation. And to this day, I don't think any arrests have been made.